Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Part 4. Chapter 25. The Beetle at Bay. Harry's question was answered the very next morning. When Hermione's Daily Prophet arrived, she smoothed it out, gazed for a moment at the front page, and gave a yelp that caused everyone in the vicinity to stare at her. "What?" said Harry and Ron together. For answer, she spread the newspaper on the table in front of them and pointed at 10 black and white photographs that filled the whole of the front page, 9 showing wizards' faces, and the 10th a witch's. Some of the people in the photographs were silently jeering. Others were tapping their fingers on the frame of their pictures, looking insolent. Each picture was captioned with a name and crime for which the person had been sent to Azkaban. Antonin Delahov read the legend beneath a wizard with a long, pale, twisted face who was sneering up at Harry. Convicted of the brutal murders of Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. Augustus Rookwood, said the caption beneath a pockmarked man with greasy hair who was leaning against the edge of his picture, looking bored. Convicted of leaking Ministry of Magic secrets to he who must not be named. But Harry's eyes were drawn to the picture of the witch. Her face had leapt out at him the moment he had seen the page. She had long, dark hair that looked unkempt and straggly in the picture. Though he had seen it sleek, thick and shining, she glared up at him through heavily lidded eyes, an arrogant, disdainful smile playing around her thin mouth. Like Sirius, she retained vestiges of great good looks, but something, perhaps Azkaban, had taken most of her beauty. Bellatrix Lestrange, convicted of the torture and permanent encapsulation of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Hermione nudged Harry and pointed at the headline over the pictures, which Harry, concentrating on Bellatrix, had not yet read. Mass breakout from Azkaban. Ministry fears Black is rallying point for old Death Eaters. Black, said Harry loudly. Not... Shh, whispered Hermione desperately. Not so loud. Just read it. The Ministry of Magic announced late last night that there has been a mass breakout from Azkaban. Speaking to reporters in his private office, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, confirmed that 10 high-security prisoners escaped in the early hours of yesterday evening, and that he has already informed the Muggle Prime Minister of the dangerous nature of these individuals. We find ourselves, most unfortunately, in the same position we were 2.5 years ago when the murderer Sirius Black escaped, said Fudge last night. Nor do we think the two breakouts are unrelated. An escape of this magnitude suggests outside help, and we must remember that Black, as the first person to ever break out of Azkaban, would be ideally placed to help others to follow in his footsteps. We think it likely that these individuals, who include Black's cousin Bellatrix Lestrange, has rallied around Black as their leader. We are, however, doing all we can to round up the criminals, and we beg the magical community to remain alert and cautious. On no account should any of these individuals be approached. There you are, Harry, said Ron, looking awestruck. That's why he was happy last night. I don't believe this, snarled Harry. Fudge is blaming the breakout on Sirius. What other options does he have? Said Hermione bitterly. He can hardly say, sorry everyone, Dumbledore warned me this might happen. The Azkaban guards have joined Lord Voldemort. Stop whimpering, Ron. And now Voldemort's worst supporters have broken out too. I mean, he spent a good 6 months telling everyone you and Dumbledore are liars, hasn't he? Hermione ripped open the newspaper and began to read the report inside while Harry looked around at the Great Hall. He could not understand why his fellow students were not looking scared, or at least discussing the terrible piece of news on the front page. But very few of them took the newspaper every day like Hermione. There they all were, talking about homework and Quidditch, and who knew what other rubbish, when outside these walls, 10 more Death Eaters had swollen Voldemort's ranks. He glanced up at the staff table. It was a different story there. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were deep in conversation, both looking extremely grave. Professor Sprout had the Daily Prophet propped up against a ketchup bottle, and was reading the front page with such concentration that she was not noticing the gentle drip of egg yolk falling into her lap from her stationary spoon. Meanwhile, at the far end of the table, Professor Umbridge was tucking into a bowl of porridge. For once, her pouchy toad eyes were not sweeping the Great Hall looking for misbehaving students. She scowled as she gulped down her food, and every now and then she shot a malevolent glance up at the table where Dumbledore and McGonagall were talking so intently. Oh my, said Hermione wonderingly, still staring at the newspaper. What now? Said Harry quickly. He was feeling jumpy. It's horrible, said Hermione looking shaken. She folded back page 10 of the newspaper and handed it to Harry and Ron. Tragic demise of Ministry of Magic worker. St. Mungo's Hospital promised a full inquiry last night after Ministry of Magic worker Broderick Bode, 49, was discovered dead in his bed, strangled by a pot plant. Healers called to the scene were unable to revive Mr. Bode, who had been injured in a workplace accident some weeks prior to his death. Healer Miriam Strout, who was in charge of Mr. Bode's ward at the time of the incident, has been suspended on full pay and was unavailable for comment yesterday. But a spokeswizard for the hospital said in a statement, St. Mungo's deeply regrets the death of Mr. Bode, whose health was improving steadily prior to this tragic incident. We have strict guidelines on the decorations permitted on our wards, but it appears that Healer Strout, busy over the Christmas period, overlooked the dangers of the plant on Mr. Bode's bedside table. As his speech and mobility improved, Healer Strout encouraged Mr. Bode to look after the plant himself. Unaware that it was not an innocent flitterbloom, but a cutting of devil's snare, which, when touched by the convalescent Mr. Bode, throttled him instantly. St. Mungo's is as yet unable to account for the presence of the plant on the ward and asks any witch or wizard with information to come forward. Bode, said Ron. Bode? It rings a bell. We saw him, Hermione whispered. In St. Mungo's, remember? He was in the bed opposite Lockhart's, just lying there, staring at the ceiling, and we saw the devil's snare arrive. She, the healer. And it was a Christmas present. Harry looked back at the story. A feeling of horror was rising like bile in his throat. How come we didn't recognize Devil's Snare? We've seen it before. We could have stopped this from happening. Who expects Devil's Snare to turn up in a hospital disguised as a pot plant? Said Ron sharply. It's not our fault. Whoever sent it to the bloke is to blame. They must be a real prat. Why didn't they check what they were buying? Oh, come on, Ron, said Hermione shakily. I don't think anyone could put Devil's Snare in a pot and not realise it tries to kill whoever touches it. This was murder. A clever murder, as well. If the plant was sent anonymously, how's anyone ever going to find out who did it? Harry was not thinking about Devil's Snare. He was remembering taking the lift down to the 9th level of the Ministry on the day of his hearing, and the sallow-faced man who had got in on the Antrim level. I met Bode, he said slowly. I saw him at the Ministry with your dad. Ron's mouth fell open. I've heard Dad talk about him at home. He was an unspeakable. He worked in the Department of Mysteries. They looked at each other for a moment. Then Hermione pulled the newspaper back towards her, closed it, glared for a moment at the pictures of the 10 escaped Death Eaters on the front, then leapt to her feet. Where are you going? Said Ron, startled. To send a letter, said Hermione, swinging her bag onto her shoulder. Well, I don't know whether, but it's worth trying, and I'm the only one who can. I hate it when she does that, grumbled Ron, as he and Harry got up from the table and made their own, slower way out of the Great Hall. Would it kill her to tell us what she's up to for once? It'd take her about 10 more seconds. Hey, Hagrid! Hagrid was standing beside the doors into the entrance hall, waiting for a crowd of Ravenclaws to pass. He was still as heavily bruised as he had been on the day he had come back from his mission to the Giants, and there was a new cut right across the bridge of his nose. All right, you two, he said, trying to muster a smile, but managing only a kind of pained grimace. Are you okay, Hagrid? Asked Harry, following him as he lumbered away after the Ravenclaws. Fine, said Hagrid, with a feeble assumption of airiness. He waved a hand and narrowly missed concussing a frightened-looking Professor Vector, who was passing. Just busy, you know. Usual stuff. Lessons to prepare, couple of salamanders got scale rot, and I'm on probation, he mumbled. You're on probation, said Ron very loudly, so many of the passing students looked around curiously. Sorry, I mean, you're on probation, he whispered. Yeah, said Hagrid. It's no more than I expected, to tell you the truth. You might have not picked up on it, but that inspection didn't go too well. You know, anyway, he sighed deeply. Best go and rub a bit more chili powder on them salamanders, or their tails will be hanging off them. See you, Harry. Ron. He trudged away, out of the doors and down the stone steps into the damp grounds. Harry watched him go, wondering how much more bad news he could stand. The fact that Hagrid was now on probation became common knowledge within the school over the next few days. But to Harry's indignation, hardly anybody appeared to be upset about it. Indeed, some people, Draco Malfoy prominent among them, seemed positively gleeful. As for the freakish death of an obscure Department of Mysteries employee in St. Mungo's, Harry, Ron and Hermione seemed to be the only people who knew or cared. There was only one topic of conversation in the corridors now, the 10 escaped Death Eaters, whose story had finally filtered through the school from those few people who read the newspapers. Rumours were flying that some of the convicts had been spotted in Hogsmeade, that they were supposed to be hiding out in the Shrieking Shack, and that they were going to break into Hogwarts, just as Sirius Black had once done. Those who came from wizarding families had grown up hearing the names of these Death Eaters spoken with almost as much fear as Voldemort's. The crimes they had committed during the days of Voldemort's reign of terror were legendary. There were relatives of their victims among the Hogwarts students, who now found themselves the unwilling subjects of the gruesome sort of reflected fame as they walked the corridors. Susan Bones, whose uncle, aunt and cousins had all died at the hands of one of the 10, said miserably during her biology that she now had a good idea what it felt like to be Harry. "And I don't know how you stand it. It's horrible," she said bluntly, dumping far too much dragon manure on a tray of Screech Snap seedlings, causing them to wriggle and squeak in discomfort. It was true that Harry was the subject of much renewed muttering and pointing in the corridors these days, yet he thought he detected a slight difference in the tone of the whispering voices. They sounded curious rather than hostile now, and once or twice he was sure he overheard snatches of conversation that suggested that the speakers were not satisfied with the prophet's version of how and why 10 Death Eaters had managed to break out of Azkaban Fortress. In their confusion and fear, these doubters now seemed to be turning to the only explanation available to them, the one that Harry and Dumbledore had been expounding since the previous year. It was not only the students' mood that had changed. It was now quite common to come across 2 or 3 teachers conversing in low, urgent whispers in the corridors, breaking off their conversations the moment they saw students approaching. "They obviously can't talk freely in the staff room anymore," said Hermione in a low voice, as she, Harry and Ron passed Professor McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout, huddled together outside the Charms classroom one day. "Not with Umbridge there." "Reckon they know anything new?" said Ron, gazing back over his shoulder at the 3 teachers. "If they do, we're not going to hear about it, are we?" said Harry angrily. "Not after Decree... What number are we on now?" For new notices had appeared on the house notice boards the morning after the news of the Azkaban breakout. "By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, teachers are hereby banned from giving students any information that is not strictly related to the subjects they are paid to teach. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree number 26, signed Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor." This latest decree had been the subject of a great number of jokes among the students. Lee Jordan had pointed out to Umbridge that by the terms of the new rule, she was not allowed to tell Fred and George off for playing Exploding Snap in the back of the class. "Exploding Snap's got nothing to do with Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor. That's not information related to your subject." When Harry next saw Lee, the back of his hand was bleeding rather badly. Harry recommended essence and murtlap. Harry had thought the breakout from Azkaban might have humbled Umbridge a little, that she might have been abashed at the catastrophe that had occurred right under the nose of her beloved Fudge. It seemed, however, to only have intensified her furious desire to bring every aspect of life at Hogwarts under her personal control. She seemed determined, at the very least, to achieve a sacking before long, and the only question was whether it would be Professor Trelawney or Hagrid who went first. Every single divination and care of magical creatures lesson was now conducted in the presence of Umbridge and her clipboard. She lurked by the fire in the heavily perfumed tower room, interrupted Professor Trelawney's increasingly hysterical talks with difficult questions about arithmetic and heptamology, insisting that she predict students' answers before they gave them, and demanding that she demonstrate her skill at the crystal ball, the tea leaves, and the rune stones in turn. Harry thought Professor Trelawney might soon crack under the strain. Several times he passed her in the corridors, in itself a very unusual occurrence as she generally remained in her tower room, muttering wildly to herself, wringing her hands and shooting terrified glances over her shoulder, and all the while giving off a powerful smell of cooking sherry. If he had not been so worried about Hagrid, he might have felt sorry for her, but if one of them was to be ousted from their job, there could only be one choice for Harry as to who would remain. Unfortunately, Harry could not see that Hagrid was putting up a better show than Trelawney. Though he seemed to be following Hermione's advice, and had shown them nothing more frightening than a Krupp, a creature indistinguishable from a Jack Russell Terrier, except for its forked tail, since before Christmas. He, too, seemed to have lost his nerve. He was oddly distracted and jumpy during lessons, losing the thread of what he was saying to the class, answering questions wrongly, and all the time glancing anxiously at Umbridge. He was also more distant with Harry, Ron and Hermione than he had ever been before, and had expressively forbidden them to visit him after dark. "If she catches you, it'll be all our necks on the line," he told them flatly, and with no desire to do anything that might jeopardize his job further, they abstained from walking down to his hut in the evenings. It seemed to Harry that Umbridge was steadily depriving him of everything that made his life at Hogwarts worth living. Visits to Hagrid's house, letters from Sirius, his firebolt and Quidditch. He took his revenge the only way he could, by redoubling his efforts for the DA. Harry was pleased to see that all of them, Even Zachariah Smith had been spurred on to work harder than ever by the news that 10 more Death Eaters were now on the loose. But in nobody was this improvement more pronounced than in Neville. The news of his parents' attackers' escape had wrought a strange and even slightly alarming change in him. He had not once mentioned his meeting with Harry, Ron and Hermione on the closed ward in St. Mungo's, and, taking their lead from him, they had kept quiet about it too. Nor had he said anything on the subject of Bellatrix and her fellow torturers' escape. In fact, Neville barely spoke during the DA meetings anymore. He worked relentlessly on every new jinx and counter curse Harry taught them. His plump face screwed up in concentration, apparently indifferent to injuries or accidents, and working harder than anyone else in the room. He was improving so fast, it was quite unnerving, and when Harry taught them the shield charm, a means of deflecting minor jinxes so that they rebounded upon the attacker, only Hermione mastered the charm faster than Neville. Harry would have been given a great deal to be making as much progress on occlumency as Neville was making during the DA meetings. Harry's sessions with Snape, which had started badly enough, were not improving. On the contrary, Harry felt he was getting worse with every lesson. Before he had started studying occlumency, his scar had prickled occasionally, usually during the night, or else following one of those strange flashes of Voldemort's thoughts or mood that he had experienced every now and then. Nowadays, however, his scar hardly ever stopped prickling, and he often felt lurches of annoyance or cheerfulness that they were unrelated to what was happening to him at the time, which were always accompanied by a particularly painful twinge from his scar. He had the horrible impression that he was slowly turning into a kind of Ariel that was tuned into tiny fluctuations in Voldemort's mood, and he was sure he could date this increased sensitivity firmly from his first occlumency lesson with Snape. What was more, he was now dreaming about walking down the corridor towards the entrance to the Department of Mysteries almost every night, dreams which always culminated in him standing longingly in front of the plain black door. "Maybe it's a bit like an illness," said Hermione, looking concerned when Harry confided it in her and Ron. "A fever or something. It has to get worse before it gets better." "The lessons with Snape are making it worse," said Harry flatly. "I'm getting sick of my scar hurting, and I'm getting bored with walking down the corridor every night." He rubbed his forehead angrily. "I just wish the door would open. I'm sick of standing and staring at it." "That's not funny," said Hermione sharply. "Dumbledore doesn't want you to have dreams about that corridor at all, or he wouldn't have asked Snape to teach you occlumency. You're just going to have to work a bit harder in your lessons." "I am working," said Harry, nettled. "You try it sometime, Snape trying to get inside your head. It's not a bundle of laughs, you know." "Maybe," said Ron slowly. "Maybe what?" said Hermione rather snappishly. "Maybe it's not Harry's fault he can't close his mind," said Ron darkly. "What do you mean?" said Hermione. "Well, maybe Snape isn't really trying to help Harry." Harry and Hermione stared at him. Ron looked darkly and meaningfully from one to the other. "Maybe," he said again, in a lower voice, "he's actually trying to open Harry's mind a bit wider. Make it easier for you. "Shut up, Ron," said Hermione angrily. "How many times have you suspected Snape? And when have you ever been right? Dumbledore trusts him. He works for the Order. That ought to be enough." "He used to be a Death Eater," said Ron stubbornly, "and we've never seen proof that he really swapped sides." "Dumbledore trusts him," Hermione repeated, "and if we can't trust Dumbledore, we can't trust anyone." With so much to worry about, and so much to do, startling amounts of homework that frequently kept the fifth years working until past midnight, secret DA sessions, and regular classes with Snape, January seemed to be passing alarmingly fast. Before Harry knew it, February had arrived, bringing with it wetter and warmer weather and the prospect of the second Hogsmeade visit of the year. Harry had had very little time to spare for conversations with Cho since they had agreed to visit the village together, but suddenly found himself facing a Valentine's Day spent entirely in her company. On the morning of the 14th, he dressed particularly carefully. He and Ron arrived at breakfast just in time for the arrival of the post house. Hedwig was not there. Not that Harry had expected her, but Hermione was tugging a letter from the beak of an unfamiliar brown owl as they sat down. "And about time, if it hadn't come today," she said, eagerly tearing open the envelope and pulling out a small piece of parchment. Her eyes sped from left to right as she read through the message, and a grimly pleased expression spread across her face. "Listen, Harry," she said, looking up at him. "This is really important. Do you think you can meet me in the Three Broomsticks around midday?" "Well, I don't know," said Harry uncertainly. "Cho might be expecting me to spend the whole day with her. We never said what we were going to do." "Well, bring her along if you must," said Hermione urgently. "But will you come?" "Well, all right. But why?" "I haven't got time to tell you now. I've got to answer this quickly." And she hurried out of the great hall, the letter clutched in one hand and a piece of toast in the other. "Are you coming?" Harry asked Ron, but he shook his head, looking glum. "I can't come into Hogsmeade at all. Angelina wants a full day's training. Like it's going to help. We're the worst team I've ever seen. You should see Slopper and Kirk. They're pathetic, even worse than I am." He heaved a great sigh. "I don't know why Angelina won't just let me resign." "It's because you're good when you're on form, that's why," said Harry irritably. He found it very hard to be sympathetic to Ron's plight, when he himself would have given almost anything to be playing in the forthcoming match against Hufflepuff. Ron seemed to have noticed Harry's tone, because he did not mention Quidditch again during breakfast, and there was a slight frostiness in the way they had said goodbye to each other shortly afterwards. Ron departed for the Quidditch pitch, and Harry, after attempting to flatten his hair while staring at his reflection in the back of a teaspoon, proceeded alone to the entrance hall to meet Cho. Feeling very apprehensive and wondering what on earth they were going to talk about, she was waiting for him a little to the side of the oak front doors, looking very pretty with her hair tied back in a ponytail. Harry's feet seemed to be too big for his body as he walked towards her, and he was suddenly horribly aware of his arms and how stupid they must look swinging at his sides. "Hi," said Cho slightly breathlessly. "Hi," said Harry. They stared at each other for a moment. Then Harry said, "Well, shall we go then?" "Oh, yes." They joined the queue of people being signed out by Filch, occasionally catching each other's eyes and grinning shiftily, but not talking to each other. Harry was relieved when they reached the fresh air, finding it easier to walk along in silence than just stand about looking awkward. It was a fresh, breezy sort of day, and as they passed the Quidditch stadium, Harry glimpsed Ron and Ginny skimming along over the stands and felt a horrible pang that he was not up there with them. "You really miss it, don't you?" said Cho. He looked around and saw her watching him. "Yeah," sighed Harry. "I do." "Remember the first time we played against each other in the third year?" she asked him. "Yeah," said Harry, grinning. "You kept blocking me." "And Wood told you not to be a gentleman and knock me off my broom if you had to," said Cho, smiling reminiscently. "I heard he got taken on by Pride of Portree. Is that right?" "Nah, it's Puddlemore United. I saw him at the World Cup last year." "Oh, I saw you there too, remember? We were on the same campsite. It was really good, wasn't it?" The subject of the Quidditch World Cup carried them all the way down the drive and out through the gates. Harry could hardly believe how easy it was to talk to her. No more difficult, in fact, than talking to Ron and Hermione. And he was just starting to feel confident and cheerful when a large gang of Slytherin girls passed them, including Pansy Parkinson. "Potter and Chang!" screeched Pansy, to a chorus of snide giggles. Chang, I don't think much of your taste. At least Diggory was good looking." The girls sped up, talking and shrieking in a pointed fashion with many exaggerated glances back at Harry and Cho, leaving an embarrassed silence in their wake. Harry could think of nothing else to say about Quidditch, and Cho, slightly flushed, was watching her feet. "So, where do you want to go?" Harry asked as they entered Hogsmeade. The high street was full of students ambling up and down, peering into the shop windows and messing about together on the pavements. "Oh, I don't mind," said Cho, shrugging. Shall we just have a look in the shops or something?" They wandered towards Dervish and Bangs. A large poster had been stuck up in the window, and a few Hogsmeaders were looking around at it. They moved aside when Harry and Cho approached, and Harry found himself staring once more at the pictures of the 10 escaped Death Eaters. The poster, by order of the Ministry of Magic, offered a 1,000 galleon reward to any witch or wizard with information leading to the recapture of any of the convicts pictured. "It's funny, isn't it?" said Cho in a low voice, gazing up at the pictures of the Death Eaters. "Remember when that Sirius Black escaped, and there were Dementors all over Hogsmeade looking for him? And now, 10 Death Eaters are on the loose, and there are no Dementors anywhere." "Yeah," said Harry, tearing his eyes away from Bellatrix Lestrange's face to glance up and down the high street. "Yeah, that is weird." He wasn't sorry there were no Dementors nearby, but now he came to think of it, their absence was highly significant. They had not only let the Death Eaters escape, they weren't bothering to look for them. It looked as though they really were outside Ministry control now. The 10 escaped Death Eaters were staring out of every shop window he and Cho passed. It started to rain as they passed Scriven shafts. Cold, heavy drops of water kept hitting Harry's face and the back of his neck. Do you want to get a coffee?" said Cho tentatively, as the rain began to fall more heavily. "Yeah, all right," said Harry, looking around. "Where?" "Oh, there's a really nice place just up here. Haven't you ever been to Madame Pudderfoot's?" she said brightly, leading him up a side road and into a small tea shop that Harry had never noticed before. It was a cramped, steamy little place where everything seemed to have been decorated with frills or bows. Harry was reminded unpleasantly of Umbridge's office. "Cute, isn't it?" said Cho happily. Yeah," said Harry untruthfully. "Look, she's decorated it for Valentine's Day," said Cho, indicating a number of golden cherubs that were hovering over each of the small, circular tables, occasionally throwing pink confetti over the occupants. Ah! They sat down at the last remaining table, which was over by the steamy window. Roger Davis, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, was sitting about 1.5 feet away with a pretty blonde girl. They were holding hands. The sight made Harry feel uncomfortable, particularly when, looking around the tea shop, he saw that it was full of nothing but couples, all of them holding hands. Perhaps Cho would expect him to hold her hand. "What can I get you, my dears?" said Madame Pudderfoot. A very stout woman, with a shiny black bun, squeezing between their table and Roger Davis's with great difficulty. "2 coffees, please," said Cho. In the time it took for their coffees to arrive, Roger Davis and his girlfriend had started kissing over their sugar bowl. Harry wished they wouldn't. He felt that Davis was setting a standard with which Cho would soon expect him to compete. He felt his face growing hot, and tried staring out of the window, but it was so steamed up he couldn't see the street outside. To postpone the moment when he would have to look at Cho, he stared up at the ceiling, as though examining the paintwork, and received a handful of confetti in the face from their hovering cherub. After a few more painful minutes, Cho mentioned Umbridge. Harry seized on the subject with relief, and they passed a few happy moments abusing her, but the subject had already been so thoroughly canvassed during DA meetings, it did not last very long. Silence fell again. Harry was very conscious of the slurping noises coming from the table next door, and cast wildly around for something else to say. Listen, do you want to come with me to the Free Broomsticks at lunchtime? I'm meeting Hermione Granger there." Cho raised her eyebrows. "You're meeting Hermione Granger? Today?" "Yeah, well, she asked me to, so I thought I would. Do you want to come with me? She said it wouldn't matter if you did." "Oh, well, that was nice of her." But Cho did not sound as though she thought it was nice at all. On the contrary, her tone was cold, and all of a sudden she looked rather forbidding. A few more minutes passed in total silence, Harry drinking his coffee so fast that he would soon need a fresh cup. Beside them, Roger Davis and his girlfriend seemed glued together at the lips. Cho's hand was lying on the table beside her coffee, and Harry was feeling a mounting pressure to take hold of it. "Just do it," he told himself, as a fount of mingled panic and excitement surged up inside his chest. Just reach out and grab it. Amazing. How much more difficult it was to extend his arm 12 inches and touch her hand than it was to snatch a speeding snitch from midair. But just as he moved his hand forwards, Cho took hers off the table. She was now watching Roger Davis kissing his girlfriend with a mildly interested expression. "He's asked me out, you know," she said in a quiet voice. "A couple of weeks ago, Roger. I turned him down, though." Harry, who had grabbed the sugar bowl to excuse his sudden lunging movement across the table, could not think why she was telling him this. If she wished she was sitting at the next table, being heartily kissed by Roger Davis, why had she agreed to come out with him? He said nothing. The cherub threw another handful of confetti over them. Some of it landed in the last cold dregs of coffee Harry was about to drink. "I came in here with Cedric last year," said Cho. In a second or so it took for him to take in what she had just said, Harry's insides had become glacial. He could not believe she wanted to talk about Cedric now, while kissing couples surrounded them and a cherub floated over their heads. Cho's voice was rather higher when she spoke again. "I've been meaning to ask you for ages. Did he mention me at all before he died?" This was the very last subject on earth Harry wanted to discuss, at least of all with Cho. "Well, no," he said quietly. There wasn't time for him to say anything. So, do you get to see a lot of Quidditch in the holidays? You support the Tornadoes, right?" His voice sounded falsely bright and cheery. To his horror, he saw that her eyes were swimming with tears again, just as they had been after the last DA meeting before Christmas. "Look," he said desperately, leaning in so nobody else could overhear. "Let's not talk about Cedric right now. Let's talk about something else." But this, apparently, was quite the wrong thing to say. "I thought," she said, tears spattering down onto the table. I thought you'd understand. I need to talk about it. Surely you need to talk about it too. I mean, you saw it happen, didn't you? Everything was going nightmarishly wrong. Roger Davis's girlfriend had even unglued herself to look around at Cho crying. Well, I have talked about it, Harry said in a whisper, to Ron and Hermione. But, oh, you'll talk to Hermione Granger, she said shrilly, her face now shining with tears. Several more kissing couples broke apart to stare. But you won't talk to me. Perhaps it'd be better we just paid, and you went and met up with Hermione Granger, like you obviously want to. Harry stared at her, utterly bewildered, as she seized a frilly napkin and dabbed at her shining face with it. Cho, he said weakly, wishing Roger would seize his girlfriend and start kissing her again to stop her goggling at him and Cho. Go on, leave, she said, now crying into the napkin. I don't know why you asked me out in the first place if you're going to make arrangements to meet other girls right after me. How many are you meeting after Hermione? It's not like that, said Harry, and he was so relieved at finally understanding what she was annoyed about that he laughed, which he realised a split second later was also a mistake. Cho sprang to her feet. The whole tea room was quiet, and everybody was watching them now. I'll see you around, Harry, she said dramatically, and hiccuping slightly, she dashed to the door, wrenched it open, and hurried off into the pouring rain. Cho! Harry called after her, but the door had already swung shut behind her with a tuneful tinkle. There was total silence within the tea shop. Every eye was on Harry. He threw a galleon down onto the table, shook pink confetti out of his hair, and followed Cho out of the door. It was raining hard now, and she was nowhere to be seen. He simply did not understand what had happened. Half an hour ago, they had been getting along fine. Women, he muttered angrily, sloshing down the rain-washed street with his hands in his pockets. What does she want to talk about Cedric for anyway? Why does she always want to drag up a subject that makes her act like a human hosepipe? He turned right and broke into a splashy run, and within minutes he was turning into the doorway of the Three Broomsticks. He knew it was too early to meet Hermione, but he thought it likely that there would be someone in here with whom he could spend the intervening time with. He shook his wet hair out of his eyes and looked around. Hagrid was sitting alone in a corner, looking Moorish. Hi, Hagrid, he said, when he had squeezed through the crammed tables and pulled up a chair beside him. Hagrid jumped and looked down at Harry as though he barely recognised him. Harry saw that he had 2 fresh cuts on his face and several new bruises. Oh, it's you, Harry, said Hagrid. You all right? Yeah, I'm fine, lied Harry. But next to this battered and mournful-looking Hagrid, he felt he didn't really have much to complain about. Are you okay? Me? Said Hagrid. Oh yeah, I'm grand. Harry, grand. He gazed into the depths of his pewtered tankard, which was the size of a large bucket, and sighed. Harry didn't know what to say to him. They sat side by side in silence for a moment. Then Hagrid said abruptly, In the same boat, you and me, aren't we, Harry? Said Harry. Yeah, I've seen it before. Both outsiders like, said Hagrid, nodding wisely. And both orphans. Yeah, both orphans. He took a great swig from his tankard. Makes a difference having a decent family, he said. Me and Dad was decent. And your mum and Dad were decent. If they'd lived, life would have been different, eh? Yeah, I suppose, said Harry cautiously. Hagrid seemed to be in a very strange mood. Family, said Hagrid gloomily. Whatever you say, blood's important. And he wiped a trickle of it out of his eye. Hagrid, said Harry, unable to stop himself. Where are you getting all these injuries? Eh? Said Hagrid, looking startled. What injuries? All those, said Harry, pointing at Hagrid's face. Oh, that's just normal bumps and bruises, Harry, said Hagrid, dismissively. I've got a rough job. He drained his tankard, set it back on the table, and got to his feet. I'll be seeing you, Harry. Take care now. And he lumbered out of the pub, looking wretched, and disappeared into the torrential rain. Harry watched him go, feeling miserable. Hagrid was unhappy, and he was hiding something, but he seemed determined not to accept help. What was going on? But before Harry could think about it any further, he heard a voice calling his name. Harry! Harry, over here! Hermione was waving at him from the other side of the room. He got up and made his way towards her through the crowded pub. He was still a few tables away when he realised that Hermione was not alone. She was sitting at a table with the unlikeliest pair of drinking mates he could ever have imagined. Luna Lovegood, and none other than Rita Skeeter, ex-journalist on the Daily Prophet and one of Hermione's least favourite people in the world. "You're early," said Hermione, moving along to give him room to sit down. "I thought you were with Cho. I wasn't expecting you for another hour at least." "Cho?" said Rita at once, twisting round in her seat to stare avidly at Harry. "A girl?" She snatched up a crocodile skin handbag and groped within it. "It's none of your business if Harry's been with 100 girls," Hermione told Rita coolly. "So you can put that away right now." Rita had been on the point of withdrawing an acid green quill from her bag. Looking as though she'd been forced to swallow stink sap, she snapped her bag shut again. "What are you up to?" Harry asked, sitting down and staring from Rita to Luna to Hermione. "Little Miss Perfect was about to tell me when you arrived," said Rita, taking a large slurp of her drink. "I suppose I'm allowed to talk to him, am I?" she shot at Hermione. "Yes, I suppose you are," said Hermione coldly. Unemployment did not suit Rita. The hair that had once been set in elaborate curls now hung lank and unkempt around her face. The scarlet paint on her 2-inch talons was chipped, and there was a couple of false jewels missing from her winged glasses. She took another great gulp of her drink and said, out the corner of her mouth, "Pretty girl, is she, Harry?" "One more word about Harry's love life and deal's off, and that's a promise," said Hermione irritably. "What deal?" said Rita, wiping her mouth on the back of her hand. "You haven't mentioned a deal yet, Miss Prissy. You just told me to turn up. Oh, one of these days." She took a deep, shuddering breath. Yes, one of these days you'll write more horrible stories about Harry and me," said Hermione indifferently. "Find someone who cares, why don't you? They've run plenty of horrible stories about Harry this year without my help," said Rita, shooting a sideways look at him over the top of her glasses, and adding in a rough whisper, "How has that made you feel, Harry? Betrayed? Distraught? Misunderstood?" "He feels angry, of course," said Hermione in a hard, clear voice, "because he's told the Ministry of Magic the truth, and the minister's too much of an idiot to believe him." "So you actually stick to it, do you? That he who must not be named is back?" said Rita, lowering her glasses and subjecting Harry to a piercing stare, while her finger strayed longingly to the clasp on the crocodile bag. "You stand by all this garbage Dumbledore's been telling everybody about you-know-who returning, and you being the sole witness." "I wasn't the sole witness," snarled Harry. "There was a dozen odd Death Eaters there as well. Want their names?" "I'd love them," breathed Rita, now fumbling in her bag once more, and gazing at him as though it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. A great bold headline, Potter accuses, a subheading, Harry Potter names Death Eaters still among us, and then, beneath a nice big photograph of you, disturbed teenage survivor of you-know-who's attack, Harry Potter, 15, caused outrage yesterday by accusing respectable and prominent members of the wizarding community of being Death Eaters. The quick quotes quill was actually in her hand and halfway in her mouth when the rapturous expression on her face died. "But of course," she said, lowering the quill and looking daggers at Hermione, "Little Miss Perfect wouldn't want that story out there, would she?" "As a matter of fact," said Hermione sweetly, "that's exactly what Little Miss Perfect does want." Rita stared at her. So did Harry. Luna, on the other hand, sang "Weasley is our king" dreamily under her breath and stirred her drink with a cocktail onion on a stick. "You want me to report what he says about he who must not be named?" Rita asked Hermione in a hushed voice. "Yes, I do," said Hermione. "The true story, all the facts, exactly as Harry reports them. He'll give you all the details. He'll tell you the names of the undiscovered Death Eaters he saw there. He'll tell you what Voldemort looks like now. Oh, get a grip of yourself," she added contemptuously, throwing a napkin across the table, for, at the sound of Voldemort's name, Rita had jumped so badly she had slopped half of her glass of fire whiskey down herself. Rita blotted the front of her grubby raincoat, still staring at Hermione. Then she said boldly, "The Prophet wouldn't print it. In case you haven't noticed, nobody believes his cock and bull story. Everyone thinks he's delusional. Now, if you let me write the story from that angle..." "We don't need another story about how Harry's lost his marbles," said Hermione angrily. "We've had plenty of those already, thank you. I want him given the opportunity to tell the truth." "There's no market for a story like that," said Rita coldly. "You mean the Prophet won't print it because Fudge won't let them," said Hermione irritably. Rita gave Hermione a long, hard look. Then, leaning forwards across the table towards her, she said in a business-like tone, "All right, Fudge is leaning on the Prophet, but it comes to the same thing. They won't print a story that shows Harry in a good light. Nobody wants to read it. It's against the public mood. This last Azkaban breakout has got people quite worried enough. People just don't want to believe you know who's back. So the Daily Prophet exists to tell people what they want to hear, does it? Said Hermione scathingly. Rita sat straight up, her eyebrows raised, and drained her glass of fire whiskey. The Prophet exists to sell itself, you silly girl, she said coldly. My dad thinks it's an awful paper, said Luna, chipping into the conversation unexpectedly, sucking on her cocktail onion. She gazed at Rita with enormous, protuberant, slightly mad eyes. He publishes important stories he thinks the public needs to know. He doesn't care about making money. Rita looked despairingly at Luna. I'm guessing your father runs some sort of stupid little village newsletter, she said. Probably 25 ways to mingle with muggles and the dates in the next Bring and Fly sale. No, said Luna, dipping her onion back into her gilly water. He's the editor of the Quibbler. Rita snorted so loudly that people at a nearby table looked around in alarm. Important stories? Important stories he thinks the public needs to know, eh? She said witheringly. I could manure my garden with the contents of that rag. Well, this is your chance to raise the tone of it a bit, isn't it? Said Hermione pleasantly. Luna says her father's quite happy to take Harry's interview. That's who will be publishing it. Rita stared at both of them for a moment, then let out a great whoop of laughter. The Quibbler, she said, cackling. You think people will take him seriously if he's published in the Quibbler? Some people won't, said Hermione in a level voice, but the Daily Prophet's version of the Azkaban breakout had some gaping holes in it. I think a lot of people will be wondering whether there isn't a better explanation of what happened, and there's an alternative story available, even if it's published in a... She glanced sideways at Luna. In a, well, an unusual magazine. I think they might be rather keen to read it. Rita didn't say anything for a while, but eyed Hermione screwily, her head a little to one side. All right, let's say for a moment I do it, she said abruptly. What kind of fee am I going to get? I don't think Daddy exactly pays people to write for the magazine, said Luna dreamily. They do it because it's an honour, and, of course, to see their names in print. Rita looked as though the taste of stinksap was strong in her mouth again as she rounded on Hermione. I'm supposed to do this for free? Well, yes, said Hermione calmly, taking a sip of her drink. Otherwise, as you very well know, I will inform the authorities that you are an unregistered animagus. Of course, the Prophet might give you rather a lot for an insider's account of life in Azkaban. Rita looked as though she would have liked nothing better than to seize the paper umbrella sticking out of Hermione's drink and thrust it up her nose. I don't suppose I've got any choice, have I? Said Rita, her voice shaking slightly. She opened her crocodile bag once more, withdrew a piece of parchment, and raised her quick quotes quill. Daddy will be pleased, said Luna brightly. A muscle twitched in Rita's jaw. Okay, Harry, said Hermione, turning to him. Ready to tell the public the truth? I suppose, said Harry, watching Rita balancing the quick quotes quill at the ready on the parchment between them. Fire away then, Rita, said Hermione serenely, fishing a cherry out from the bottom of her glass. Chapter 26. Seen and Unforeseen. Luna said vaguely that she did not know how soon Rita's interview with Harry would appear in the Quibbler. That her father was expecting a lovely long article on recent sightings of crumble-horned snorkax. And of course, that would be a very important story. So Harry's might have to wait for the following issue, said Luna. Harry had not found it an easy experience to talk about the night when Voldemort had returned. Rita had pressed him for every little detail, and he had given her everything he could remember, knowing that this was his one big opportunity to tell the world the truth. He wondered how people would react to the story. He guessed that it would confirm a lot of people in the view that he was completely insane, not least because his story would be appearing alongside utter rubbish about crumble-horned snorkax. But the breakout of Bellatrix Lestrange and her fellow Death Eaters had given Harry a burning desire to do something. Whether or not it worked, can't wait to see what Umbridge thinks of you going public, said Dean, sounding awestruck at dinner on Monday night. Seamus was shoveling down large amounts of chicken and ham pie on Dean's other side, but Harry knew he was listening. It's the right thing to do, Harry, said Neville, who was sitting opposite him. He was rather pale, but went on in a low voice. It must have been tough, talking about it. Was it? Yeah, mumbled Harry. But people have got to know what Voldemort's capable of, haven't they? That's right, said Neville, nodding. And he's Death Eaters too. People should know. Neville left his sentence hanging and returned to his baked potato. Seamus looked up, but when he caught Harry's eye, he looked quickly back at his plate again. After a while, Dean, Seamus and Neville departed for the common room, leaving Harry and Hermione at the table waiting for Ron. who had not yet had dinner because of Quidditch practice. Cho Chang walked into the hall with her friend Marietta. Harry's stomach gave an unpleasant lurch, but she did not look over at the Gryffindor table, and sat down with her back to him. "Oh, I forgot to ask you," said Hermione brightly, glancing over at the Ravenclaw table. "What happened on your date with Cho? How come you were back so early?" Well, it was," said Harry, putting a dish of rhubarb crumble towards him and helping himself to seconds. "A complete fiasco, now you mention it." And he told her what happened in Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. "So then," he finished several minutes later, as the final bit of crumble disappeared, "she jumps up, right, and says, 'I'll see you around, Harry,' and runs out of the place." He put down his spoon and looked at Hermione. "I mean, what was that all about? What was going on?" Hermione glanced over at the back of Cho's head and sighed. "Oh, Harry," she said sadly. "Well, I'm sorry, but you were a bit tactless." "Me? Tactless?" said Harry, outraged. "One moment we were getting on fine, next minute she was telling me that Roger Davis had asked her out, and how she used to go and snog Cedric in that stupid tea shop. How was I supposed to feel about it?" "Well, you see," said Hermione, with the patient air of someone explaining that 1 + 1 = 2 to an over-emotional toddler. "You shouldn't have told her that you wanted to meet me halfway through your date." "But," spluttered Harry, "but you told me to meet you at 12, and to bring her along. How was I supposed to do that without telling her?" "You should have told her differently," said Hermione, still with that maddening patient air. "You should have said it was really annoying. But I'd made you promise to come along to the Free Broomsticks, and you really didn't want to go. You'd much rather spend the whole day with her. But unfortunately, you thought you really ought to meet me, and would she please come along with you, and hopefully you'd be able to get away quicker. And it might have been a good idea to mention how ugly you think I am too," Hermione added, as an afterthought. "But I don't think you're ugly," said Harry, bemused. Hermione laughed. "Harry, you're worse than Ron." "Well, no, you're not," she sighed, as Ron himself came stumbling into the hall, splattered with mud and looking grumpy. "Look, you upset Cho when you said you was going to meet me. So she tried to make you jealous. It was her way of trying to find out how much you liked her." "Is that what she was doing?" said Harry, as Ron dropped onto the bench opposite them and pulled every dish within reach towards him. "Well, wouldn't it have been easier if she had just asked me whether I liked her better than you?" "Girls don't often ask questions like that," said Hermione. "Well, they should," said Harry forcefully. "Then I could have just told her I fancied her, and she wouldn't have had to get herself all worked up again about Cedric dying." "I'm not saying what she did was sensible," said Hermione, as Ginny joined them, just as muddy as Ron, and looking equally disgruntled. "I'm just trying to make you see how she was feeling at the time." "You should write a book," Ron told Hermione, as he cut up his potatoes. "Translating mad things girls do, so boys can understand them." "Yeah," said Harry fervently, looking over at the Ravenclaw table. Cho had just got up, and still, not looking at him, she left the Great Hall. Feeling rather depressed, he looked back at Ron and Ginny. "So how was Quidditch practice?" "It was a nightmare," said Ron in a surly voice. "Oh, come on," said Hermione, looking at Ginny. "I'm sure it wasn't that." "Yes, it was," said Ginny. "It was appalling. Angelina was nearly in tears by the end of it." Ronnie and Ginny went off for baths after dinner. Harry and Hermione returned to the busy Gryffindor common room and their usual pile of homework. Harry had been struggling with a new star chart for astronomy for half an hour when Fred and George turned up. "Ron and Ginny not here?" asked Fred, looking around as he pulled up a chair. And when Harry shook his head, he said, "Good. We were watching their practice. They're going to be slaughtered. They're complete rubbish without us. She's been breaking into your broom shed in the garden since the age of 6 and taking each of your brooms out in turn when you weren't looking," said Hermione from behind her tottering pile of ancient ruined books. "Oh," said George, looking mildly impressed. "Well, that'd explain it. Has Ron saved a goal yet?" asked Hermione, peering over the top of magical hieroglyphs and logograms. "Well, he can do it if he doesn't think anyone's watching him," said Fred, rolling his eyes. "So all we have to do is ask the crowd to turn their backs and talk amongst themselves every time the quaffle goes up his end on Saturday." He got up again and moved restlessly to the window, staring out across the dark grounds. "You know, Quidditch was about the only thing in this place worth staying for." Hermione cast him a stern look. "You've got exams coming." "Told you already. We're not fussed about newts," said Fred. "The snack bookers are ready to roll. We found out how to get rid of those boils. Just a couple of drops of Murtlap essence sorts them. Lee put us onto it." George yawned widely and looked out at the cloudy night sky. "I don't know if I even want to watch this match. If Zachariah Smith beats us, I might have to kill myself." "Kill him more like," said Fred firmly. "That's the trouble with Quidditch," said Hermione absent-mindedly, once again bent over her runes translation. "It creates all this bad feeling and tension between the houses." She looked up to find her copy of Spellman's syllabary and caught Fred, George and Harry all staring at her with expressions of mingled disgust and incredulity on their faces. "Well, it does," she said impatiently. "It's only a game, isn't it?" "Hermione," said Harry, shaking his head. "You're good on feelings and stuff, but you just don't understand about Quidditch." "Maybe not," she said darkly, returning to her translation. "But at least my happiness doesn't depend on Ron's goalkeeping ability." And though Harry would rather have jumped off the astronomy tower than admit it to her, by the time he had watched the game the following Saturday, he would have given any number of galleons not to care about Quidditch either. The very best thing you could say about the match was that it was short. The Gryffindor spectators had to endure only 20 minutes of agony. It was hard to say what the worst thing was. Harry thought it was a close-run contest between Ron's 14th failed save, Slopper missing the bludger but hitting Angelina in the mouth with his bat, and Kirk shrieking and falling backwards off his broom when Zachariah Smith zoomed at him, carrying the quaffle. The miracle was that Gryffindor only lost by 10 points. Ginny managed to snatch the snitch from right under Hufflepuff seeker Summerbee's nose, so that the final score was 240 versus 230. "Good catch," Harry told Ginny back in the common room, where the atmosphere resembled that of a particularly dismal funeral. "I was lucky," she shrugged. "It wasn't a very fast snitch, and Summerbee's got a cold. He sneezed and closed his eyes at exactly the wrong moment. Anyway, once you're back on the team..." "Ginny, I've got a lifelong ban." "You're banned as long as Umbridge is in the school," Ginny corrected him. "There's a difference. Anyway, once you're back, I think I'll try out for Chaser. Angelina and Alicia are both leaving next year, and I prefer goal scoring to seeking anyway." Harry looked over at Ron, who was hunched in a corner, staring at his knees. A bottle of butterbeer clutched in his hand. "Angelina still won't let him resign," Ginny said, as though reading Harry's mind. "She says she knows he's got it in him." Harry liked Angelina for the faith she was showing in Ron, but at the same time, thought it would really be kinder to let him leave the team. Ron had left the pitch to another booming chorus of "Weasley is our king," sung with great gusto by the Slytherins, who were now favourites to win the Quidditch Cup. Fred and George wandered over. "I haven't even got the heart to take the mickey out of him," said Fred, looking over at Ron's crumbled figure. "Mind you, when he missed the 14th. He made wild motions with his arms, as though doing an upright doggy paddle. "Well, I'll save it for parties, eh?" Ron dragged himself up to bed shortly after this. Out of respect for his feelings, Harry waited a while before going up to the dormitory himself, so that Ron could pretend to be asleep if he wanted to. Sure enough, when Harry finally entered the room, Ron was snoring a little too loudly to be entirely plausible. Harry got into bed, thinking about the match. It had been immensely frustrating watching from the sidelines. He was quite impressed by Ginny's performance, but he knew if he had been playing, he could have caught the snitch sooner. There had been a moment where it had been fluttering near Kirk's ankle. If Ginny hadn't hesitated, she might have been able to scrape a win for Gryffindor. Umbridge had been sitting a few rows below Harry and Hermione. Once or twice, she had turned squarely in her seat to look at him, her wide toad's mouth stretched in what he thought had been a gloating smile. The memory of it made him feel hot with anger as he lay there in the dark. After a few minutes, however, he remembered that he was supposed to be emptying his mind of all emotion before he slept, as Snape kept instructing him at the end of every occlumency lesson. He tried for a moment or two, but the thought of Snape, on top of memories of Umbridge, merely increased his sense of grumbling resentment, and he found himself focusing instead on how much he loathed the pair of them. Slowly, Ron's snores died away, to be replaced by the sound of deep, slow breathing. It took Harry much longer to get to sleep. His body was tired, but it took his brain a long time to close down. He dreamed that Neville and Professor Sprout were waltzing around the room of requirement, while Professor McGonagall played the bagpipes. He watched them happily for a while, then decided to go and find the other members of the DA. But when he left the room, he found himself facing, not the tapestry of Barnabas the Balmy, but the torch burning in its bracket on a stone wall. He turned his head slowly to the left. There at the far end of the windowless passage was a plain, black door. He walked towards it with a sense of mounting excitement. He had the strangest feeling that this time he was going to get lucky at last, and find the way to open it. He was feet from it, and saw with a leap of excitement that there was a glowing strip of faint blue light down the right-hand side. The door was ajar. He stretched out his hand to push it wide, and Ron gave a loud, rasping, genuine snore, and Harry awoke abruptly with his right hand stretched in front of him in the darkness. To open a door that was hundreds of miles away. He let it fall with a feeling of mingled disappointment and guilt. He knew he should not have seen the door, but at the same time felt so consumed with curiosity about what was behind it that he could not help feeling annoyed with Ron. If only he could have saved his snore for just another minute. They entered the Great Hall for breakfast at exactly the same moment as the post hours on Monday morning. Hermione was not the only person eagerly awaiting her daily prophet. Nearly everyone was eager for more news about the escaped Death Eaters, who, despite many reported sightings, had still not been caught. She gave the delivery hour a nut and unfolded the newspaper eagerly, while Harry helped himself to orange juice. As he had only received one note during the entire year, he was sure, when the first owl landed with a thud in front of him, that it had made a mistake. "Who are you after?" he asked it, loungely removing his orange juice from beneath its beak and leaning forwards to see the recipient's name and address. Harry Potter, Great Hall, Hogwarts School. Frowning, he made to take the letter from the owl, but before he could do so, 3, 4, 5 more owls had fluttered down beside it and were jockeying for position, treading in the butter and knocking over the salt as each one attempted to give him their letter first. "What's going on?" Ron asked in amazement, as the whole of Gryffindor table leaned forwards to watch, and another 7 owls landed amongst the first ones, screeching, hooting, and flapping their wings. "Harry!" said Hermione breathlessly, plunging her hands into the feathery mass and pulling out a screech owl, bearing a long, cylindrical package. "I think I know what this means. Open this one first." Harry ripped off the brown packaging. Out rolled a tightly furled copy of the March edition of the Quibbler. He unrolled it to see his own face, grinning sheepishly at him from the front cover. In large red letters across this picture were the words, "Harry Potter speaks out at last. The truth about he who must not be named, and the night I saw him return." "It's good, isn't it?" said Luna, who had drifted over to the Gryffindor table, and now squeezed herself onto the bench between Fred and Ron. "It came out yesterday. I asked Dad to send you a free copy. I expect all these," she waved a hand at the assembled owls, still scrabbling around the table in front of Harry, "are letters from readers." "That's what I thought," said Hermione eagerly. "Harry, do you mind if we—" "Help yourself," said Harry, feeling slightly bemused. Ron and Hermione both started ripping open letters. "This one's from a bloke who thinks you're off your rocker," said Ron, glancing down his letter. "Ah, well." "This woman recommends you try a good course of shock spells at St. Mungo's," said Hermione, looking disappointed and crumbling up a second. "This one looks okay, though," said Harry slowly, scanning a long letter from a witch in Paisley. "Hey, she says she believes me." "This one's in 2 minds," said Fred, who had joined in the letter opening with enthusiasm. "Says you don't come across as mad a person. But he really doesn't want to believe you know who's back, so he doesn't know what to think now. Blimey, what a waste of parchment." "Here's another one you've convinced, Harry," said Hermione excitedly. "Having read your side of the story, I am forced to the conclusion that the Daily Prophet has treated you unfairly. Little though I want to think that he who must not be named has returned, I am forced to accept that you are telling the truth." "Oh, this is wonderful." "Another one who thinks you're barking," said Ron, throwing a crumpled letter over his shoulder. "But this one says you've got her converted, and she now thinks you're a real hero. She's put in a photograph too. Wow." "What is going on here?" said a falsely sweet, girlish voice. Harry looked up with his hands full of envelopes. Professor Umbridge was standing behind Fred and Luna, her bulging toad eyes scanning the mess of owls and letters on the table in front of Harry. Behind her, he saw many of the students watching them avidly. "Why have you got all these letters, Mr. Potter?" she asked slowly. "Is that a crime now?" said Fred loudly. "Getting mail?" "Be careful, Mr. Weasley, or I shall have to put you in detention," said Umbridge. "Well, Mr. Potter?" Harry hesitated, but he did not see how he could keep what he had done quiet. It was surely only a matter of time before a copy of the Quibbler came to Umbridge's attention. "People have written to me because I gave an interview," said Harry, "about what happened to me last June." For some reason, he glanced up at the staff table as he said this. Harry had the strangest feeling that Dumbledore had been watching him a second before, but when he looked towards the headmaster, he seemed to be absorbed in conversation with Professor Flitwick. "An interview?" repeated Umbridge, her voice thinner and higher than ever. "What do you mean?" "I mean, a reporter asked me questions, and I answered them," said Harry. "Here." And he threw the copy of the Quibbler to her. She caught it and stared down at the cover. Her pale, doughy face turned an ugly, patchy violet. "When did you do this?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Last Hogsmeade weekend," said Harry. She looked up at him, incandescent with rage, the magazine shaking in her stubby fingers. "There will be no more Hogsmeade trips for you, Mr. Potter," she whispered. "How dare! How you could!" She took a deep breath. "I have tried, again and again, to teach you not to tell lies. The message, apparently, has still not sunk in. 50 points from Gryffindor, and another week's worth of detentions." She stalked away, clutching the Quibbler to her chest, the eyes of many students following her. By mid-morning, enormous signs had been put up all over the school. not just on house notice boards, but in the corridors and classrooms too. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, any student found in possession of the magazine The Quibbler will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree number 27, signed Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor. For some reason, every time Hermione caught sight of one of these signs, she beamed with pleasure. "What exactly are you so happy about?" Harry asked her. "Oh, Harry, don't you see?" Hermione breathed. "If she could have done one thing to make absolutely sure that every single person in the school read your interview, it was banning it." And it seemed that Hermione was quite right. By the end of the day, though Harry had not seen so much as a corner of the Quibbler anywhere in the school, the whole place seemed to be quoting the interview to each other. Harry heard them whispering about it as they queued up outside classes, discussing it over lunch and in the back of lessons, while Hermione even reported that every occupant of the cubicles and the girls' toilets had been talking about it when she nipped in there before Ancient Ruins. "Then they spotted me, and obviously they know I know you. So they bombarded me with questions," Hermione told Harry, her eyes shining. "And Harry, I think they believe you. I really do. I think you finally got them convinced." Meanwhile, Professor Umbridge was stalking the school, stopping students at random and demanding they turn out their books and pockets. Harry knew she was looking for copies of the Quibbler, but the students were several steps ahead of her. The pages carrying Harry's interview had been bewitched to resemble extracts from textbooks if anyone but themselves read it, or else wipe magically blank until they wanted to peruse it again. Soon it seemed that every single person in the school had read it. The teachers were of course forbidden from mentioning the interview by Educational Decree number 26, but they found ways to express their feelings about it all the same. Professor Sprout awarded Gryffindor 20 points when Harry passed her a watering can. A beaming Professor Flitwick pressed a box of squeaking sugar mice on him at the end of charms and said, "Shh," and hurried away. And Professor Trelawney broke into hysterical sobs during divination and announced to the startled class and a very disapproving Umbridge that Harry was not going to suffer an early death after all, but would live to a ripe old age, become Minister for Magic, and have 12 children. But what made Harry happiest was Cho catching up with him as he was hurrying along to Transfiguration the next day. Before he knew what had happened, her hand was in his, and she was breathing in his ear. "I'm really, really sorry. That interview was so brave. It made me cry." He was sorry to hear she had even shed more tears over it, but very glad they were on speaking terms again, and even more pleased when she gave him a swift kiss on the cheek and hurried off again. And unbelievably, no sooner had he arrived outside Transfiguration than something just as good happened. Seamus stepped out from the queue to face him. "I just wanted to say," he mumbled, squinting at Harry's left knee, "I believe you, and I've sent a copy of that magazine to my mum." If anything more was needed to complete Harry's happiness, it was the reaction he got from Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. He saw them with their heads together later that afternoon in the library. They were with a weedy-looking boy Hermione whispered was called Theodore Knott. They looked round at Harry as he browsed the shelves for the book he needed on partial vanishment. Goyle cracked his knuckles, threateningly, and Malfoy whispered something undoubtedly malevolent to Crabbe. Harry knew perfectly well why they were acting like this. He had named all their fathers as Death Eaters. "And the best bit," whispered Hermione gleefully, as they left the library, "is they can't contradict you, because they can't admit they've read the article." To cap it all, Luna told him over dinner that no issue with the Quibbler had ever sold out faster. "Dad's reprinting," she told Harry, her eyes popping excitedly. "He can't believe it. He says people seem more interested in this than the crumpled horn Snorkax." Harry was a hero in the Gryffindor common room that night. Daringly, Fred and George had put an enlargement charm on the front cover of the Quibbler and hung it on the wall, so that Harry's giant head gazed down upon the proceedings, occasionally saying things like, "The Ministry of Morons," and "Eat dung, Umbridge," in a booming voice. Hermione did not find this very amusing. She said it interfered with her concentration, and she ended up going to bed early out of irritation. Harry had to admit that the poster was not quite as funny after an hour or two, especially when the talking spell had started to wear off, so it merely shouted disconnected words like "dung" and "Umbridge" at more and more frequent intervals in a progressively higher voice. In fact, it started to make his head ache, and his scar began prickling uncomfortably again, to disappointed moans from the many people who were sitting around him, asking him to relive his interview for the upteenth time. He announced that he too needed an early night. The dormitory was empty when he reached it. He rested his forehead for a moment against the cool glass of the window beside his bed. It felt soothing against his scar. Then he undressed and got into bed, wishing his headache would go away. He also felt slightly sick. He rolled over onto his side, closed his eyes, and fell asleep almost at once. He was standing in a dark curtained room lit by a single branch of candles. His hands were clenched on the back of a chair in front of him. They were long-fingered and white as though they had not seen sunlight for years, and looked like large, pale spiders against the dark velvet of the chair. Beyond the chair, in a pool of light cast upon the floor by the candles, knelt a man in black robes. "I have been badly advised, it seems," said Harry, in a high, cold voice that pulsed with anger. "Master, I crave your pardon," croaked the man kneeling on the floor. The back of his head glimmered in the candlelight. He seemed to be trembling. "I do not blame you, Rookwood," said Harry in that cold, cruel voice. He relinquished his grip on the chair and walked around it, closer to the man, cowering on the floor, until he stood directly over him in the darkness, looking down from a far greater height than usual. "You are sure of your facts, Rookwood?" asked Harry. "Yes, my lord, yes. I used to work in the department after all. Avery told me Bode would be able to remove it." "Bode could never have taken it, master. Bode would have known he could not, undoubtedly. This is why he fought so hard against Malfoy's imperious curse." "Stand up, Rookwood," whispered Harry. The kneeling man almost fell over in his haste to obey. His face was poke-marked. The scars were thrown into relief by the candlelight. He remained a little stooped when standing, as though halfway through a bow, and he darted terrified looks up at Harry's face. "You have done well to tell me this," said Harry. "Very well. I have wasted months of fruitless schemes, it seems. But no matter. We begin again from now. You have Lord Voldemort's gratitude, Rookwood." "My lord, yes, my lord," gasped Rookwood, his voice hoarse with relief. "I shall need your help. I shall need all the information you can give me." "Of course, my lord, of course. Anything." "Very well. You may go. Send Avery to me." Rookwood scurried backwards, bowing, and disappeared through a door. Left alone in the dark room, Harry turned towards the wall. A cracked, age-spotted mirror hung on the wall in the shadows. Harry moved towards it. His reflection grew larger and clearer in the darkness. A face, whiter than a skull, red eyes with slits for pupils. "No!" "What?" yelled a voice nearby. Harry flailed around madly, becoming entangled in the hangings, and fell out of his bed. For a few seconds, he did not know where he was. He was convinced he was about to see the white, skull-like face looming at him out of the dark again. Then, very near to him, Ron's voice spoke. "Will you stop acting like a maniac so I can get you out?" Ron wrenched the hangings apart, and Harry stared up at him in the moonlight, flat on his back, his scar searing with pain. Ron looked as though he had just been getting ready for bed. One arm was out of his robes. "Has someone been attacked again?" asked Ron, pulling Harry roughly to his feet. "Is it Dad? Is it that snake?" "No, everyone's fine," gasped Harry, whose forehead felt as though it was on fire. "Well, Avery isn't. He's in trouble. He gave him the wrong information. Voldemort's really angry." Harry groaned and sank, shaking onto his bed, rubbing his scar. "But Rookwood's going to help him now. He's on the right track again." "What are you talking about?" said Ron, sounding scared. "Do you mean, did you see you-know-who?" "I was you-know-who," said Harry, and he stretched out his hands in the darkness and held them up to his face to check that he was no longer deathly white and long-fingered. "He was with Rookwood. He's one of the Death Eaters who escaped from Azkaban, remember? Rookwood's just told him Bode couldn't have done it." "Done what?" "Remove something. He said Bode would have known he couldn't have done it. Bode was under the imperious curse. I think he said Malfoy's dad put it on him." "Bode was bewitched to remove something," Ron said. "But, Harry, that's got to be—" "The weapon," Harry finished the sentence for him. "I know." The dormitory door opened. Dean and Seamus came in. Harry swung his legs back into his bed. He did not want to look as though anything odd had just happened, seeing as Seamus had only just stopped thinking Harry was a nutter. "Did you say," murmured Ron, putting his head close to Harry's on the pretense of helping himself to water from the jug on his bedside table, "that you were you-know-who?" "Yeah," said Harry quietly. Ron took an unnecessarily large gulp of water. Harry saw it spill over his chin onto his chest. "Harry," he said, as Dean and Seamus clattered around noisily, pulling off their robes and talking. "You've got to tell." "I haven't got to tell anyone," said Harry shortly. "I wouldn't have seen it at all if I could do occlumency. I'm supposed to have learnt to shut this stuff out. That's what they want." By they, he meant Dumbledore. He got back into bed and rolled over to his side, with his back to Ron. And after a while, he heard Ron's mattress creak as he, too, lay back down. Harry's scar began to burn. He bit hard on his pillow to stop himself making a noise. Somewhere, he knew, Avery was being punished. Harry and Ron waited until break next morning to tell Hermione exactly what had happened. They wanted to be absolutely sure they could not be overheard. Standing in their usual corner of the cool and breezy courtyard, Harry told her every detail of the dream he could remember. When he had finished, she said nothing at all for a few moments, but stared with a kind of painful intensity at Fred and George, who were both headless and selling their magical hats from under their cloaks on the other side of the yard. "So that's why they killed him," she said quietly, withdrawing her gaze from Fred and George at last. "When Bo tried to steal this weapon, something funny happened to him. I think there must have been defensive spells on it, or around it, to stop people touching it. That's why he was in St. Mungo's. His brain had gone all funny and he couldn't talk. But remember what the healer told us. He was recovering. And they couldn't risk him getting better, could they? I mean, the shock of whatever happened when he touched that weapon probably made the Imperious Curse lift. Once he'd got his voice back, he'd explain what he'd been doing, wouldn't he? They would have known he'd been sent to steal the weapon. Of course, it would have been easy for Lucius Malfoy to put the curse on him. Never out of the Ministry, is he? He was even hanging around the day I had my hearing," said Harry. Hang on, he said slowly. "He was in the Department of Mysteries corridor that day. Your dad said he was probably trying to sneak down and find out what happened in my hearing. But what if..." "Sturgis," gasped Hermione, looking thunderstruck. "Sorry?" said Ron, looking bewildered. "Sturgis Podmore," said Hermione breathlessly. "Arrested for trying to get through a door. Lucius Malfoy must have got him too. I bet he did it the day you saw him there, Harry. Sturgis had Moody's invisibility cloak, right? So, what if he was standing guard by the door, invisible, and Malfoy heard him move? Or, guess someone was there. Or just did the Imperious Curse on the off chance there'd be a guard there. So when Sturgis next had an opportunity, probably when it was his turn on guard duty again, he tried to get into the department to steal the weapon for Voldemort. Ron, be quiet. But he got caught and sent to Azkaban." She gazed at Harry. "And now Rookwood's told Voldemort how to get the weapon. I didn't hear all the conversation, but that's what it sounded like," said Harry. "Rookwood used to work there. Maybe Voldemort will send Rookwood to do it." Hermione nodded, apparently still lost in thought. Then, quite abruptly, she said, "But you shouldn't have seen this at all, Harry." "What?" he said, taken aback. "You're supposed to be learning how to close your mind to this sort of thing," said Hermione, suddenly stern. "I know I am," said Harry. "But, well, I think you should just try and forget what you saw," said Hermione firmly. "And you ought to put in a bit more effort on your occlumency from now on." The week did not improve as it progressed. Harry received 2 more Ds in potions. He was still on tenterhooks that Hagrid might get the sack, and he couldn't stop himself dwelling on the dream in which he had been Voldemort. Though, he didn't bring it up with Ron and Hermione again. He didn't want another telling off from Hermione. He wished very much that he could have talked to Sirius about it, but that was out of the question. So he tried to push the matter to the back of his mind. Unfortunately, the back of his mind was no longer the secure place it had once been. "Get up, Potter!" A couple of weeks after his dream of Rookwood, Harry was to be found, yet again, kneeling on the floor of Snape's office, trying to clear his head. He had just been forced, yet again, to relive a stream of very early memories he had not even realised he still had, most of them concerning humiliations Dudley and his gang had inflicted upon him in primary school. "That last memory," said Snape. "What was it?" "I don't know," said Harry, getting wearily to his feet. He was finding it increasingly difficult to disentangle separate memories from the rush of images and sound that Snape kept calling forth. You mean the one where my cousin tried to make me stand in the toilet?" "No," said Snape softly. "I mean the one with a man kneeling in the middle of a darkened room." "It's nothing," said Harry. Snape's dark eyes bored into Harry's. Remembering what Snape had said about eye contact being crucial to legitimacy, Harry blinked and looked away. "How did that man and that room come to be inside your head, Potter?" said Snape. "It," said Harry, looking everywhere but at Snape. "It was just a dream I had." "A dream?" repeated Snape. There was a pause during which Harry stared fixedly at a large dead frog suspended in a jar of purple liquid. "You do know why you are here, don't you, Potter?" said Snape, in a low, dangerous voice. "You do know why I am giving up my evenings to this tedious job?" "Yes," said Harry stiffly. "Remind me, why are you here, Potter?" "So I can learn occlumency," said Harry, now glaring at a dead eel. "Correct, Potter. And dim though you may be," Harry looked back at Snape, hating him, "I would have thought that after over 2 months of lessons, you might have made some progress. How many other dreams about the Dark Lord have you had? Just that one, lied Harry. Perhaps, said Snape, his dark, cold eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps you actually enjoy having these visions and dreams, Potter. Maybe they make you feel special, important. No, they don't, said Harry, his jaw set and his fingers clenched tightly around the handle of his wand. That is just as well, Potter, said Snape coldly, because you are neither special nor important, and it is not up to you to find out what the Dark Lord is saying to his Death Eaters. No, that's your job, isn't it? Harry shot at him. He had not meant to say it. It had burst out at him in temper. For a long moment, they stared at each other, Harry convinced he had gone too far, but there was a curious, almost satisfied expression on Snape's face when he answered. Yes, Potter, he said, his eyes glinting. That is my job. Now, if you are ready, we will start again. He raised his wand. 1, 2, 3. Legilimens. 100 Dementors were swooping towards Harry across the lake and the grounds. He screwed up his face in concentration. They were coming closer. He could see the dark holes beneath their hoods. Yet, he could also see Snape standing in front of him, his eyes fixed on Harry's face, muttering under his breath. And somehow, Snape was growing clearer, and the Dementors were growing fainter. Harry raised his own wand. Protego! Snape staggered. His wand flew upwards, away from Harry, and suddenly Harry's mind was teeming with memories that were not his. A hook-nosed man was shouting at a cowering woman, while a small dark-haired boy cried in a corner. A greasy-haired teenager sat alone in a dark bedroom, pointing his wand at the ceiling, shooting down flies. A girl was laughing as a scrawny boy tried to mount a bucking broomstick. Enough! Harry felt as though he had been pushed hard in the chest. He staggered several steps backwards, hit some of the shelves covering Snape's walls, and heard something crack. Snape was shaking slightly, and was very white in the face. The back of Harry's robes were damp. One of the jars behind him had broken when he fell against it. The pickled slimy thing within was swirling in its draining potion. Reparo, hissed Snape, and the jar sealed itself at once. Well, Potter, that was certainly an improvement, panting slightly. Snape straightened the pensieve in which he had again stored some of his thoughts before starting the lesson, almost as though he was checking they were still there. I don't remember telling you to use a shield charm, but there is no doubt that it was effective. Harry did not speak. He felt that to say anything might be dangerous. He was sure he had just broken into Snape's memories, that he had just seen scenes from Snape's childhood. It was unnerving to think that the little boy who had been crying as he watched his parents shouting was actually standing in front of him with such loathing in his eyes. Let's try again, shall we? Said Snape. Harry felt a thrill of dread. He was about to pay for what had just happened. He was sure of it. They moved back into position with a desk between them. Harry feeling he was going to find it much harder to empty his mind this time. On the count of 3 then, said Snape, raising his wand once more. 1, 2. Harry did not have time to gather himself together and attempt to clear his mind before Snape cried, Legilimens! He was hurtling along the corridor towards the Department of Mysteries, past the blank stone walls, past the torches. The plain black door was growing even larger. He was moving so fast he was going to collide with it. He was feet from it, and again he could see that chink of faint blue light. The door had flown open. He was through it at last, inside a black-walled, black-floored circular room lit with blue-flamed candles, and there were more doors around him. He needed to go on. But which door ought he to take? Potter! Harry opened his eyes. He was flat on his back again, with no memory of having got there. He was also panting, as though he really had run the length of the Department of Mysteries corridor. Really had sprinted through the black door and found the circular room. Explain yourself, said Snape, who was standing over him, looking furious. I don't know what happened, said Harry truthfully, standing up. There was a lump on the back of his head, from where he had hit the ground, and he felt feverish. I've never seen that before. I mean, I told you, I've dreamed about the door, but it's never opened before. You are not working hard enough. For some reason, Snape seemed even angrier than he had done 2 minutes before, when Harry had seen into his teacher's memories. You are lazy and sloppy, Potter. It is small wonder that the Dark Lord... Can you tell me something, sir? Said Harry, firing up again. Why do you call Voldemort the Dark Lord? I've only ever heard Death Eaters call him that. Snape opened his mouth in a snarl. and a woman screamed from somewhere outside the room. Snape's head jerked upwards. He was gazing at the ceiling. "What the?" he muttered. Harry could hear a muffled commotion coming from what he thought might be the entrance hall. Snape looked around at him, frowning. "Did you see anything unusual on your way down here, Potter?" Harry shook his head. Somewhere above them, the woman screamed again. Snape strode to his office door, his wand still held at the ready, and swept out of sight. Harry hesitated for a moment, then followed. The screams were indeed coming from the entrance hall. They grew louder as Harry ran towards the stone steps leading up from the dungeons. When he reached the top, he found the entrance hall packed. Students had come flooding out of the great hall, where dinner was still in progress, to see what was going on. Others had crammed themselves onto the marble staircase. Harry pushed forwards through a knot of tall Slytherins and saw that the onlookers had formed a great ring, some of them looking shocked, others even frightened. Professor McGonagall was directly opposite Harry on the other side of the hall. She looked as though what she was watching made her feel faintly sick. Professor Trelawney was standing in the middle of the entrance hall, her wand in one hand and an empty sherry bottle in the other, looking utterly mad. Her hair was sticking up on one end. Her glasses were lopsided so that one eye was magnified more than the other. Her innumerable shawls and scarves were trailing haphazardly from her shoulders, giving the impression that she was falling apart at the seams. 2 large trunks lay on the floor beside her, one of them upside down. It looked very much as though it had been thrown down the stairs after her. Professor Trelawney was staring, apparently terrified, at something Harry could not see, but which seemed to be standing at the foot of the stairs. "No!" she shrieked. "No! This cannot be happening! It cannot! I refuse to accept it!" "You didn't realise this was coming?" said a high girlish voice, sounding callously amused, and Harry, moving slightly to his right, saw that Trelawney's terrified vision was nothing other than Professor Umbridge. "Incapable though you are of predicting even tomorrow's weather, you must surely have realised that your pitiful performance during my inspections and lack of any improvement would make it inevitable that you would be sacked." "You can't," howled Professor Trelawney, tears streaming down her face from behind her enormous lenses. "You can't sack me. I've been here 16 years. Hogwarts is my home." "It was your home," said Professor Umbridge, and Harry was revolted to see the enjoyment stretching her toad-like face as she watched Professor Trelawney sink, sobbing, uncontrollably onto her trunks. "Until an hour ago, when the Minister for Magic countersigned your order of dismissal. Now, kindly remove yourself from this hall. You are embarrassing us." But she stood and watched, with an expression of gloating enjoyment, as Professor Trelawney shuddered and moaned, rocking backwards and forwards on her trunk, in paroxysms of grief. Harry heard a muffled sob to his left, and looked around. Lavender and Parvati were both crying quietly, their arms round each other. Then he heard footsteps. Professor McGonagall had broken away from the spectators, marched straight up to Professor Trelawney, and was patting her firmly on the back, while withdrawing a large handkerchief from her robes. There, Sybil. Calm down. Blow your nose on this. It's not as bad as you think. Now, you are not going to have to leave Hogwarts." "Oh, really, Professor McGonagall?" said Umbridge in a deadly voice, taking a few steps forwards. "And your authority for that statement is—" "That would be mine," said a deep voice. The oaken front doors had swung open. Students beside them scuttled out of the way as Dumbledore appeared in the entrance. What he had been doing out on the grounds, Harry could not imagine, but there was something impressive about the sight of him, framed in the doorway, against an oddly misty night. Leaving the doors wide open behind him, he strode forward through the circle of onlookers towards Professor Trelawney, tear-stained and trembling. On her trunk, Professor McGonagall alongside her. "Yours, Professor Dumbledore?" said Umbridge, with a singularly unpleasant little laugh. "I'm afraid you do not understand the position. I have here," she pulled a parchment scroll from within her robes, "an order of dismissal, signed by myself and the Minister for Magic. Under the terms of Educational Decree number 23, the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts has the power to inspect, place upon probation, and sack any teacher she, that is to say, I, feel is not performing to the standards required by the Ministry of Magic. I have decided that Professor Trelawney is not up to scratch. I have dismissed her." To Harry's very great surprise, Dumbledore continued to smile. He looked down at Professor Trelawney, who was still sobbing and choking on her trunk, and said, "You are quite right, of course, Professor Umbridge. As High Inquisitor, you have every right to dismiss my teachers. You do not, however, have the authority to send them away from the castle. I am afraid," he went on, with a courteous little bow, "that the power to do that still resides with the headmaster, and it is my wish that Professor Trelawney continue to live at Hogwarts." At this, Professor Trelawney gave a wild little laugh in which a hiccup was barely hidden. No, I'll go, Dumbledore. I shall leave Hogwarts and seek my fortune elsewhere." "No," said Dumbledore sharply. "It is my wish that you remain, Sybil." He turned to Professor McGonagall. "May I ask you to escort Sybil back upstairs, Professor McGonagall?" "Of course," said McGonagall. "Up you get, Sybil." Professor Sprout came hurrying forwards out of the crowd and grabbed Professor Trelawney's other arm. Together, they guided her past Umbridge, up the marble stairs. Professor Flitwick went scurrying after them, his wand held out before him. He squeaked, "Locomotor trunks!" and Professor Trelawney's luggage rose into the air and proceeded up the staircase after her. Professor Flitwick bringing up the rear. Professor Umbridge was standing stock still, staring at Dumbledore, who continued to smile benignly. "And what," she said, in a whisper that carried all around the entrance hall, "are you going to do with her, once I appoint a new divination teacher who needs her lodgings?" "Oh, that won't be a problem," said Dumbledore pleasantly. "You see, I have already found a new divination teacher, and he prefers lodgings on the ground floor." "You found?" said Umbridge shrilly. "You found? Might I remind you, Dumbledore, that under Educational Decree number 22, the Ministry has the right to appoint a suitable candidate if, and only if, the headmaster is unable to find one," said Dumbledore. "And I am happy to say that on this occasion I have succeeded. May I introduce you?" He turned to face the open front doors, through which night mist was now drifting. Harry heard hooves. There was a shocked murmur around the hall, and those nearest the doors hastily moved even further backwards, some of them tripping over in their haste to clear a path for the newcomer. Through the mist came a face Harry had seen once before on a dark, dangerous night in the Forbidden Forest. White blonde hair and astonishingly blue eyes. The head and torso of a man, joined to a palomino body of a horse. "This is Firenze," said Dumbledore happily to a thunderstruck Umbridge. "I think you'll find him suitable." Chapter 27. The Centaur and the Sneak. "I'll bet you wish you hadn't given up divination now, don't you, Hermione?" asked Parvati, smirking. It was breakfast time, 2 days after the sacking of Professor Trelawney, and Parvati was curling her eyelashes around her wand and examining the effect in the back of her spoon. They were to have their first lesson with Firenze that morning. "Not really," said Hermione indifferently, who was reading the Daily Prophet. "I never really liked horses." She turned the page of the newspaper and scanned its columns. "He's not a horse, he's a centaur," said Lavender, sounding shocked. "A gorgeous centaur," sighed Parvati. "Either way, he's still got 4 legs," said Hermione coolly. "Anyway, I thought you two were all upset that Trelawney had gone." "We are," Lavender assured her. "We went up to her office to see her. We took her some daffodils. Not the honking ones that Sprout's got. Nice ones." "How is she?" asked Harry. "Not very good, poor thing," said Lavender sympathetically. "She was crying and saying she'd rather leave the castle forever and stay here where Umbridge is. And I don't blame her. Umbridge was horrible to her, wasn't she?" "I've got a feeling Umbridge has only just started being horrible," said Hermione darkly. "Impossible," said Ron, who was tucking into a large plate of eggs and bacon. "She can't get any worse than she's been already. You mark my words, she's going to want revenge on Dumbledore for appointing a new teacher without consulting her," said Hermione, closing the newspaper. "Especially another part human. You saw the look on her face when she saw Firenze." After breakfast, Hermione departed for her arithmetic class, as Harry and Ron followed Parvati and Lavender into the entrance hall, heading for divination. "Aren't we going up to the North Tower?" asked Ron, looking puzzled, as Parvati bypassed the marble staircase. Parvati looked at him scornfully over her shoulder. "How do you expect Firenze to climb the ladder?" "We're in classroom 11 now. It was on the notice board yesterday." Classroom 11 was on the ground floor, along the corridor leading off the entrance hall from the opposite side to the Great Hall. Harry knew it was one of those classrooms that were never used regularly, and therefore had the slightly neglected feeling of a cupboard or a storeroom. When he entered it right behind Ron and found himself in the middle of a forest clearing, he was therefore momentarily stunned. What the? The classroom floor had become springily mossy, and trees were growing out of it, their leafy branches fanned across the ceiling and windows, so that the room was full of slanting shafts of soft, dappled green light. The students, who had already arrived, were sitting on the earthy floor with their backs resting against tree trunks or boulders, arms wrapped around their knees or folded tightly across their chests, and all looking rather nervous. In the middle of the clearing, where there were no trees, stood Firenze. "Harry Potter," he said, holding out a hand when Harry entered. Hi," said Harry, shaking hands with the centaur, who surveyed him unblinkingly through those astonishingly blue eyes, but did not smile. Good to see you." "And you," said the centaur, inclining his white blonde head. "It was foretold that we should meet again." Harry noticed there was a shadow of a hoof-shaped bruise on Firenze's chest. As he turned to join the rest of the class on the ground, he saw that they were all looking at him in awe, apparently deeply impressed that he was on speaking terms with Firenze, whom they seemed to find intimidating. When the door was closed, and the last student had sat down on the tree stump beside the wastepaper basket, Firenze gestured around the room. "Professor Dumbledore has kindly arranged this classroom for us," said Firenze, when everyone had settled down, "in imitation of my natural habitat. I would have preferred to teach you in the Forbidden Forest, which was, until Monday, my home. But that is no longer possible." "Please, sir," said Parvati breathlessly, raising her hand. "Why not? We've been in there with Hagrid. We're not frightened." "It is not a question of your bravery," said Firenze, "but of my position. I cannot return to the forest. My herd has banished me." "Herd?" said Lavender in a confused voice, and Harry knew she was thinking of cows. "What? Oh!" Comprehension dawned on her face. "There are more of you?" she said, stunned. "Did Hagrid breed you, like the Thestrals?" asked Dean eagerly. Firenze turned his head very slowly to face Dean, who seemed to realize at once that he had said something very offensive. I meant, sorry," he finished in a harsh voice. "Centaurs are not the servants or playthings of humans," said Firenze quietly. There was a pause. Then Parvati raised her hand again. "Please, sir, why have the other centaurs banished you?" "Because I have agreed to work for Professor Dumbledore," said Firenze. "They see this as a betrayal of our kind." Harry remembered how nearly 4 years ago the centaur Bane had shouted at Firenze for allowing Harry to ride to safety on his back. He had called him a common mule. He wondered whether it had been Bane who had kicked Firenze in the chest. "Let us begin," said Firenze. He swished his long palomino tail, raised his hand towards the leafy canopy overhead, then lowered it slowly, and as he did so, the light in the room dimmed, so that they now seemed to be sitting in a forest clearing by twilight, and stars appeared on the ceiling. There were oohs and gasps, and Ron said audibly, "Blimey!" "Lie back on the floor," said Firenze in his calm voice, "and observe the heavens. Here is written, for those who can see, the fortunes of our races." Harry stretched out on his back and gazed upwards at the ceiling. A twinkling, red star winked at him from overhead. "I know that you have learnt the names of the planets and their moons in astronomy," said Firenze's calm voice, "and that you have mapped the stars' progress through the heavens. Centaurs have unravelled the mysteries of those movements over centuries. Our findings teach us that the future may be glimpsed in the sky above us." "Professor Trelawney did astrology with us," said Parvati excitedly, raising her hand in front of her so that it stuck up in the air as she lay on her back. "Mars causes accidents and burns and things like that. And when it makes an angle to Saturn, like now," she drew a right angle in the air above her, "that means people need to be extra careful when handling hot things." "That," said Firenze calmly, "is human nonsense." Parvati's hand fell limply to her side. "Trivial hurts, tiny human accidents," said Firenze, as his hooves thudded over the mossy floor. "They are of no more significance than the scurrying of ants to the wide universe, and are unaffected by planetary movements." "Professor Trelawney," began Parvati in a hurt and indignant voice. "Is a human," said Firenze simply, "and therefore blinkered and fettered by the limitations of your kind." Harry turned his head very slightly to look at Parvati. She looked very offended, as did several of the people surrounding her. Sybil Trelawney may have seen, I do not know, continued Firenze, and Harry heard the swishing of his tail again as he walked up and down before them. But she wastes her time in the main on the self-flattering nonsense humans call fortune-telling. I, however, am here to explain the wisdom of centaurs, which is impersonal and impartial. We watch the skies for the great tides of evil or change that are sometimes marked there. It may take 10 years to be sure of what we are seeing. Firenze pointed to the red star directly above Harry. In the past decade, the indications have been that wizard kind is living through nothing more than a brief calm between two wars. Mars, bringer of battle, shines brightly above us, suggesting that the fight must soon break out again. How soon? Centaurs may attempt to divine by the burning of certain herbs and leaves, by the observation of fume and flame. It was the most unusual lesson Harry had ever attended. They did indeed burn sage and meadowsweet there on the classroom floor, and Firenze told them to look for certain shapes and symbols in the pungent fumes. But he seemed perfectly unconcerned that not one of them could see any of the signs he described, telling them that humans were hardly ever good at this, that it took centaurs years and years to become competent, and finished by telling them it was foolish to put too much faith in such things, anyway, because even centaurs sometimes read them wrongly. He was nothing like any human teacher Harry had ever had. His priority did not seem to be to teach them what he knew, but rather to impress upon them that nothing, not even centaur's knowledge, was foolproof. "He's not very definite on anything, is he?" said Ron in a low voice, as they put out their meadowsweet fire. "I mean, I could do with a few more details about this war we were about to have, couldn't you?" The bell rang out outside the classroom door, and everyone jumped. Harry had completely forgotten that they were still inside the castle, and quite convinced that he was really in the forest. The class filed out, looking slightly perplexed. Harry and Ron were on the point of following them when Firenze called, "Harry Potter, a word, please." Harry turned. The centaur advanced a little towards him. Ron hesitated. "You may stay," Firenze told him, "but close the door, please." Ron hastened to obey. "Harry Potter, you are a friend of Hagrid's, are you not?" said the centaur. "Yes," said Harry. "Then give him a warning from me. His attempt is not working. He would do better to abandon it." "His attempt is not working," Harry repeated blankly. "And he would do better to abandon it," said Firenze, nodding. "I would warn Hagrid myself, but I am banished. It would be unwise for me to go too near the forest now. Hagrid has troubles enough without a centaur's battle." "But what's Hagrid attempting to do?" said Harry nervously. Firenze looked at Harry impassively. "Hagrid has recently rendered me a great service," said Firenze, "and he has long since earned my respect for the care he shows all living creatures. I shall not betray his secret. He must be brought to his senses. The attempt is not working. Tell him, Harry Potter. Good day to you." The happiness Harry had felt in the aftermath of the Quibbler interview had long since evaporated. As a dull March blurred into a squally April, his life seemed to have become one long series of worries and problems again. Umbridge had continued attending all Magical Creatures lessons, so it had been very difficult to deliver Firenze's warning to Hagrid. At last, Harry had managed it by pretending he'd lost his copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and doubling back after class one day. When he had passed on Firenze's message, Hagrid gazed at him for a moment, through his puffy, blackened eyes, apparently taken aback. Then he seemed to pull himself together. "Nice bloke, Firenze," he said gruffly, "but you don't know what he's talking about on this. The attempt's coming on fine." "Hagrid, what are you up to?" asked Harry seriously. "Because you've got to be careful. Umbridge has already sacked Trelawney, and if you ask me, she's on a roll. If you're doing anything you shouldn't be, you'll be... There's things more important than keeping a job," said Hagrid, though his hand shook slightly as he said this, and a basin full of Nile droppings crashed to the floor. "Don't worry about me, Harry. Just get along now. There's a good lad." Harry had no choice but to leave Hagrid, mopping up the dung all over his floor, but he felt thoroughly dispirited as he trudged back up to the castle. Meanwhile, as the teachers and Hermione persisted in reminding them that owls were drawing ever nearer, all the fifth years were suffering from stress to some degree. But Hannah Abbott became the first to receive a calming draught from Madame Pomfrey after she burst into tears during herbology and sobbed that she was too stupid to take exams and wanted to leave school now. If it had not been for the DA lessons, Harry thought he would have been extremely unhappy. He sometimes felt he was living for the hours he spent in the room of requirement, working hard, but thoroughly enjoying himself at the same time, swelling with pride as he looked around at his fellow DA members and saw how far they had come. Indeed, Harry sometimes wondered how Umbridge was going to react when all the members of the DA received outstanding in their Defense Against the Dark Arts hours. They had finally started work on Patronuses, which everybody had been very keen to practice, though, as Harry kept reminding them, producing a Patronus in the middle of a brightly lit classroom when they were not under threat was very different from producing it when confronted by something like a Dementor. "Oh, don't be such a killjoy," said Cho brightly, watching a silvery swan-shaped Patronus soar around the room of requirement during their last lesson before Easter. "They're so pretty." "They're not supposed to be pretty. They're supposed to protect you," said Harry patiently. "What we really need is a boggart or something. That's how I learned. I had to conjure a Patronus while the boggart was pretending to be a Dementor." "But that would be really scary," said Lavender, who was shooting puffs of silver vapour out of the end of her wand. "And I still can't do it," she added angrily. Neville was having trouble too. His face was screwed up in concentration, but only feeble whispers of silver smoke issued from his wand tip. "You've got to think of something happy," Harry reminded him. "I'm trying," said Neville miserably, who was trying so hard his round face was actually shining with sweat. "Harry, I think I'm doing it," yelled Seamus, who had been brought along to his first ever DA meeting by Dean. "Look, it's gone. But it was definitely something hairy, Harry." Hermione's Patronus, a shiny silver ore, was gambolling around her. "They're sort of nice, aren't they?" she said, looking at it fondly. The door of the room of requirement opened and closed. Harry looked around to see who had entered, but there did not seem to be anybody there. It was a few moments before he realised that the people close to the door had fallen silent. The next thing he knew, something was tugging at his robes, somewhere near his knee. He looked down and saw, to his very great astonishment, Dobby the house elf peering up at him from beneath his usual 8 woolly hats. "Hi, Dobby," he said. What's wrong?" The elf's eyes were wide with terror, and he was shaking. The members of the DA closest to Harry had fallen silent. Everybody in the room was watching Dobby. The few Patronuses people had managed to conjure faded away into silver mist, leaving the room looking much darker than before. "Harry Potter, sir," squeaked the elf, trembling from head to foot. "Harry Potter, sir, Dobby has come to warn you, but the house elves have been warned not to tell." He ran head first at the wall. Harry, who had had experience of Dobby's habits of self-punishment, made to seize him, but Dobby merely bounced off the stone, cushioned by his 8 hats. Hermione and a few of the other girls let out squeaks of fear and sympathy. "What's happened, Dobby?" Harry asked, grabbing the elf's tiny arm and holding him away from anything which he might seek to hurt himself. "Harry Potter, she... Dobby hit himself hard on the nose with his free fist. Harry sees that too. "Who's she, Dobby?" But he thought he knew. Surely only one she could induce such fear in Dobby. The elf looked up at him, slightly cross-eyed, and mouthed wordlessly. "Umbridge?" asked Harry, horrified. Dobby nodded, then tried to bang his head on Harry's knees. Harry held him at an arm's length. "What about her, Dobby? She hasn't found out about this, about us, about the DA." He read the answer in the elf's stricken face, his hands held fast by Harry. Dobby tried to kick himself and sank to his knees. "Is she coming?" Harry asked quietly. Dobby let out a howl. "Yes, Harry Potter, yes!" Harry straightened up and looked around at the motionless, terrified people gazing at the thrashing elf. "What are you waiting for?" Harry bellowed. "Run!" They all pelted towards the exit at once, forming a scrum at the door. Then people burst through. Harry could hear them sprinting along the corridors and hoped they had the sense not to try and make it all the way into their dormitories. It was only 10 to 9. If they just took refuge in the library or the owlery, which were both nearer. "Harry, come on!" shrieked Hermione from the centre of the knot of people who were fighting to get out. He scooped up Dobby, who was still attempting to do himself serious injury, and ran with the elf in his arms to join the back of the queue. "Dobby, this is an order. Get back to the kitchen with the other elves, and, if she asks you whether you warned me, lie and say no," said Harry. "And I forbid you to hurt yourself," he added, dropping the elf as he made it over the threshold at last, and slammed the door behind him. "Thank you, Harry Potter," squeaked Dobby, and he streaked off. Harry glanced left and right. The others were all moving so fast, he caught only glimpses of flying hills at either end of the corridor before they vanished. He started to run right. There was a boys' bathroom up ahead. He could pretend he'd been in there all the time, if he could just reach it. Ah! Something caught him around the ankles, and he fell spectacularly, skidding along on his front for 6 feet. Before coming to a halt, someone behind him was laughing. He rolled over to his back, and saw Malfoy concealed in a niche beneath an ugly dragon-shaped vase. "Tripchinks, Potter," he said. "Hey, Professor! Professor! I've got one!" Umbridge came bustling around the far corner, breathless, but wearing a delighted smile. "It's him!" she said jubilantly at the sight of Harry on the floor. "Excellent, Draco. Excellent. Oh, very good. 50 points to Slytherin. I'll take him from here. Stand up, Potter." Harry got to his feet, glaring at the pair of them. He had never seen Umbridge look so happy. She seized his arm in a vice-like grip and turned, beaming broadly to Malfoy. "You, hop along and see if you can round up any more of them, Draco," she said. "Tell the others to look in the library. Anybody out of breath, check the bathrooms. Miss Parkinson can do the girls' ones. Off you go. And you," she added in the softest, most dangerous voice, as Malfoy walked away. "You can come with me to the headmaster's office, Potter." They were at the stone gargoyle within minutes. Harry wondered how many of the others had been caught. He thought of Ron. Miss Weasley would kill him. And of how Hermione would feel if she was expelled before she could take her house. And it had been Seamus's very first meeting, and Neville had been getting on so good. "Fizzing Wisby," sang Umbridge. The stone gargoyle jumped aside. The wall behind it split open, and they ascended the moving stone staircase. They reached the polished door with the griffin knocker, but Umbridge did not bother to knock. She strode straight inside, still holding tight to Harry. The office was full of people. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, his expression serene, the tips of his long fingers together. Professor McGonagall stood rigidly beside him, her face extremely tense. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, was rocking backwards and forwards, on his toes beside the fire, apparently immensely pleased with the situation. Kingsley Shacklebolt, and a tough-looking wizard with very short, wiry hair, whom Harry did not recognise, was positioned either side of the door like guards, and the freckled, bespectacled form of Percy Weasley hovered excitedly beside the wall, a quill and a heavy scroll of parchment in his hands, apparently poised to take notes. The portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses were not shamming sleep tonight. All of them were alert and serious, watching what was happening below them. As Harry entered, a few flitted into neighbouring frames and whispered urgently into their neighbour's ear. Harry pulled himself free at Umbridge's grasp as the door swung shut behind them. Cornelius Fudge was glaring at him with a kind of vicious satisfaction on his face. "Well," he said. "Well, well, well." Harry replied with the dirtiest look he could master. His heart drummed madly inside him, but his brain was oddly cool and clear. "He was heading back to Gryffindor Tower," said Umbridge. There was an indecent excitement in her voice, the same callous pleasure Harry had heard as she watched Professor Trelawney dissolving with misery in the entrance hall. "The Malfoy boy cornered him." "Did he?" said Fudge, apprehensively. "I must remember to tell Lucius. Well, Potter, I expect you know why you are here." Harry fully intended to respond with a defiant yes. His mouth had opened, and the word was half formed when he caught sight of Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore was not looking directly at Harry. His eyes were fixed on a joint just over his shoulder. But as Harry stared at him, he shook his head a fraction of an inch to each side. Harry changed direction mid-word. "No." "I beg your pardon," said Fudge. "No," said Harry firmly. "You don't know why you are here?" "No, I don't," said Harry. Fudge looked incredulously from Harry to Umbridge. Harry took advantage of his momentary inattention to steal another quick look at Dumbledore, who gave the carpet the tiniest of nods and shadow of a wink. "So you have no idea," said Fudge, in a voice positively sagging with sarcasm, "why Professor Umbridge has brought you to the office. You are not aware that you have broken any school rules?" "School rules?" said Harry. "No." "Or ministry decrees," amended Fudge angrily. "Not that I'm aware of," said Harry blandly. His heart was still hammering very fast. It was almost worth telling these lies to watch Fudge's blood pressure rising, but he could not see how on earth he would get away with them. If somebody had tipped off Umbridge about the DA, then he, the leader, might as well be packing his trunk right now. "So it's news to you, is it?" said Fudge. his voice now thick with anger, "that an illegal student organisation has been discovered within the school." "Yes, it is," said Harry, hoisting an unconvincing look of innocent surprise onto his face. "I think, Minister," said Umbridge silkily from beside him, "we might make better progress if I fetch our informant." Yes, do," said Fudge, nodding, and he glanced maliciously at Dumbledore as Umbridge left the room. "There's nothing like a good witness, is there, Dumbledore?" "Nothing at all, Cornelius," said Dumbledore gravely, inclining his head. There was a wait of several minutes, in which nobody looked at each other. Then Harry heard the door open behind him. Umbridge moved past him into the room, gripping by the shoulder Cho's curly-haired friend, Marietta, who was hiding her face in her hands. "Don't be scared, dear. Don't be frightened," said Professor Umbridge softly, patting her on the back. "It's quite all right. Now, you have done the right thing. The Minister is very pleased with you. He'll be telling your mother what a good girl you've been." "Marietta's mother, Minister," she added, looking up at Fudge, "is Madame Edgecombe from the Department of Magical Transportation, Floo Network Office. She's been helping us police the Hogwarts fires, you know." Jolly good," said Fudge heartily. "Like mother, like daughter, eh? Well, come on now, dear. Look up. Don't be shy. Let's hear what you've got to galloping gargoyles." As Marietta raised her head, Fudge leapt backwards in shock, nearly landing himself in the fire. He cursed and stamped out the hem of his cloak, which had started to smoke. Marietta gave a wail and pulled the neck of her robes right up to her eyes, but not before everyone had seen that her face was horribly disfigured by a series of close-set purple pustules that had spread across her nose and cheeks to form the word sneak. "Never mind the spots now, dear," said Umbridge impatiently. "Just take your robes away from your mouth and tell the Minister." But Marietta gave another muffled wail and shook her head frantically. "Oh, very well, you silly girl. I'll tell him," snapped Umbridge. She hitched her sickly smile back onto her face and said, "Well, Minister, Miss Edgecombe here came to my office shortly after dinner this evening and told me she had something she wanted to tell me. She said that if I proceeded to a secret room on the 7th floor, sometimes known as the Room of Requirement, I would find out something to my advantage. I questioned her a little further, and she admitted that there was to be some kind of meeting there. Unfortunately, at that point, this hex," she waved impatiently at Marietta's concealed face, "came into operation, and upon catching sight of her face in my mirror, the girl became too distressed to tell me any more." "Well now," said Fudge, fixing Marietta with what he evidently imagined was a kind of fatherly look. "It is very brave of you, my dear, coming to tell Professor Umbridge. You did exactly the right thing. Now, will you tell me what happened at this meeting? What was its purpose? Who was there?" But Marietta would not speak. She merely shook her head again, her eyes wide and fearful. "Haven't we got a counter-jinx for this?" Fudge asked Umbridge, impatiently, gesturing at Marietta's face. "So she can speak freely." "I have not yet managed to find one," Umbridge admitted, grudgingly, and Harry felt a surge of pride in Hermione's jinxing ability. "But it doesn't matter if she won't speak. I can take up the story from here. You will remember, Minister, that I sent you a report back in October that Potter had met a number of fellow students in the Hogshead in Hogsmeade." "And what is your evidence for that?" cut in Professor McGonagall. "I have testimony from Willie Widdershins, Minerva, who happened to be in the bar at the time. He was heavily bandaged, it is true, but his hearing was quite unimpaired," said Umbridge smugly. "He heard every word Potter said and hastened straight to the school to report to me." "Oh, so that's why he wasn't prosecuted for setting up all those regurgitating toilets," said Professor McGonagall, raising her eyebrows. "What an interesting insight into our justice system. Blatant corruption," roared the portrait of the copulate red-nosed wizard on the wall behind Dumbledore's desk. "The Ministry did not cut deals with petty criminals in my day. No, sir, they did not." "Thank you, Fortescue. That will do," said Dumbledore softly. "The purpose of Potter's meeting with these students," continued Umbridge, "was to persuade them to join an illegal association whose aim was to learn spells and curses the Ministry has decided are inappropriate for school age." "I think you'll find you're wrong there, Dolores," said Dumbledore quietly, peering at her over the half-moon spectacles perched halfway down his crooked nose. Harry stared at him. He could not see how Dumbledore was going to talk him out of this one. If Willie Widdershins had indeed heard every word he had said in the hogshead, there was simply no escaping it. "Oh-ho," said Fudge, bouncing up and down on the balls of his feet again. "Yes. Do let's hear the latest cock and bull story designed to pull Potter out of trouble. Go on then, Dumbledore, go on." "Willie Widdershins was lying, was he? Or was it Potter's identical twin in the hogshead that day? Or is there the usual simple explanation involving a reversal of time, a dead man coming back to life and a couple of invisible dementors?" Percy Weasley let out a hearty laugh. "Oh, very good, Minister, very good." Harry could have kicked him. Then he saw, to his astonishment, that Dumbledore was smiling gently too. "Cornelius, I do not deny, and nor, I am sure, does Harry, that he was in the hogshead that day, nor that he was trying to recruit students to the Defence Against the Dark Arts group. I am merely pointing out that Dolores is quite wrong to suggest that such a group was, at the time, illegal. If you remember, the Ministry decree banning all student societies was not put into effect until 2 days after Harry's hogshead meeting, so he was not breaking any rules at the time in the hogshead." Percy looked as though he had been struck in the face by something very heavy. Fudge remained motionless in mid-bounce. His mouth hanged open. Umbridge recovered first. "That's all very fine, Headmaster," she said, smiling sweetly, "but we are now nearly 6 months on from the introduction of Educational Decree number 24. If the first meeting was not illegal, all those that have happened since most certainly are." "Well," said Dumbledore, surveying her with polite interest over the top of his interlocked fingers, "they certainly would be, if they had continued after the decree came into effect. Do you have any evidence that any such meetings continued?" As Dumbledore spoke, Harry heard a rustle behind him, and rather thought Kingsley whispered something. He could have sworn, too, that he felt something brush against his side. A gentle something, like a draught or bird's wings. But looking down, he saw nothing there. "Evidence?" repeated Umbridge, with that horrible wide toad-like smile. "Have you not been listening, Dumbledore? Why do you think Miss Edgecombe is here?" "Oh, can she tell us about 6 months' worth of meetings?" said Dumbledore, raising his eyebrows. "I was under the impression that she was merely reporting a meeting tonight." "Miss Edgecombe?" said Umbridge at once. "Tell us how long these meetings have been going on, dear. You can simply nod or shake your head. I'm sure that won't make the spots worse. Have they been happening regularly over the last 6 months? Harry felt a horrible plummeting in his stomach. This was it. They had hit a dead end of solid evidence that not even Dumbledore would be able to shift aside. "Just shake or nod your head, dear," Umbridge said coaxingly to Marietta. "Come on now, that won't reactivate the jinx." Everyone in the room was gazing at the top of Marietta's face. Only her eyes were visible between the pulled-up robes and her curly fringe. Perhaps it was a trick of the firelight, but her eyes looked oddly blank. And then, to Harry's utter amazement, Marietta shook her head. Umbridge looked quickly at Fudge, then back at Marietta. "I don't think you understood the question, did you, dear? I am asking whether you've been going to these meetings for the past 6 months. You have, haven't you?" Again, Marietta shook her head. "What do you mean by shaking your head, dear?" said Umbridge in a testy voice. "I would have thought her meaning was quite clear," said Professor McGonagall harshly. "There have been no secret meetings for the past 6 months. Is that correct, Miss Edgecombe?" Marietta nodded. "But there was a meeting tonight," said Umbridge furiously. "There was a meeting. Miss Edgecombe, you told me about it. In the room of requirement. And Potter was the leader, was he not? Potter organised it. Potter, why are you shaking your head, girl?" "Well, usually, when a person shakes their head," said McGonagall coldly, "they mean no. So unless Miss Edgecombe is using a form of sign language as yet unknown to humans..." Professor Umbridge seized Marietta, pulled her around to face her, and began shaking her very hard. A split second later, Dumbledore was on his feet, his wand raised. Kingsley started forwards, and Umbridge leapt back from Marietta, waving her hands in the air as though they had been burned. "I cannot allow you to manhandle my students, Dolores," said Dumbledore, and, for the first time, he looked angry. "You want to calm yourself, Madam Umbridge," said Kingsley, in his deep, slow voice. "You don't want to get yourself into trouble now." "No," said Umbridge breathlessly, glancing up at the towering figure of Kingsley. "I mean, yes. You're right, Shacklebolt. I forgot myself." Marietta was standing exactly where Umbridge had released her. She seemed neither perturbed by Umbridge's sudden attack, nor relieved by her release. and she was still clutching her robe up to her oddly blank eyes and staring straight ahead of her. A sudden suspicion, connected to Kingsley's whisper, and the thing he had felt shoot past him, sprang into Harry's mind. "Dolores," said Fudge, with the air of trying to settle something once and for all. "The meeting tonight. The one we know definitely happened." "Yes," said Umbridge, pulling herself together. "Yes, well, Miss Edgecombe tipped me off, and I proceeded at once to the 7th floor, accompanied by certain trustworthy students, so as to catch those in the meeting red-handed. It appears that they were forewarned of my arrival, however, because when we reached the 7th floor, they were running in every direction. It does not matter, however. I have all their names here. Miss Parkinson ran into the room of requirement for me, to see if they had left anything behind. We needed evidence, and the room provided." And to Harry's horror, she withdrew from her pocket the list of names that had been pinned upon the room of requirements wall and handed it to Fudge. "The moment I saw Potter's name on the list, I knew what we were dealing with," she said softly. "Excellent," said Fudge, a smile spreading across his face. "Excellent, Dolores, and, by thunder!" He looked up at Dumbledore, who was still standing beside Marietta, his wand held closely to his hand. "See what they've named themselves," said Fudge quietly. "Dumbledore's Army." Dumbledore reached out and took the piece of parchment from Fudge. He gazed at the heading, scribbled by Hermione months before, and for a moment seemed unable to speak. Then he looked up, smiling. "Well, the game is up," he said simply. "Would you like a written confession from me, Cornelius, or will a statement before these witnesses suffice?" Harry saw McGonagall and Kingsley look at each other. There was fear in both faces. He did not understand what was going on, and nor, apparently, did Fudge. "Statement?" said Fudge slowly. "What? I don't—" "Dumbledore's Army, Cornelius," said Dumbledore, still smiling as he waved the list of names before Fudge's face. "Not Potter's Army. Dumbledore's Army." But... Understanding blazed suddenly in Fudge's face. He took a horrified step backwards, yelped, and jumped out of the fire again. "You," he whispered, stamping again on his smouldering cloak. "That's right," said Dumbledore pleasantly. "You organised this." "I did," said Dumbledore. "You recruited these students for your army." "Tonight was supposed to be the first meeting," said Dumbledore, nodding. "Merely to see whether they would be interested in joining me. I see now that it was a mistake to invite Miss Edgecombe, of course." Marietta nodded. Fudge looked from her to Dumbledore, his chest swelling. Then you have been plotting against me," he yelled. "That's right," said Dumbledore cheerfully. "No!" Harry shouted. Kingsley flashed a look of warning at him. McGonagall widened her eyes threateningly. But it had suddenly dawned on Harry what Dumbledore was about to do, and he could not let it happen. "No, Professor Dumbledore!" "Be quiet, Harry, or I'm afraid you'll have to leave my office," said Dumbledore calmly. "Yes, shut up, Potter," barked Fudge, who was still ogling Dumbledore with a kind of horrified delight. Well, I came here tonight expecting to expel Potter, and instead you get to arrest me," said Dumbledore, smiling. "It's like losing a nut and finding a galleon, isn't it?" "Weasley!" cried Fudge, now positively quivering with delight. "Weasley, have you written it all down? Everything he said? His confession, have you got it?" "Yes, sir. I think so, sir," said Percy eagerly, whose nose was splattered with ink from the speed of his note-taking. "The bit about how he's been trying to build up an army against the Ministry, how he's been working to destabilise me." "Yes, sir, I've got it, yes," said Percy, scanning his notes joyfully. "Very well, then," said Fudge, now radiant with glee. "Duplicate your notes, Weasley, and send a copy to the Daily Prophet at once. If we send a fast hour, we should make the morning edition." Percy dashed from the room, slamming the door behind him, and Fudge turned back to Dumbledore. "You will now be escorted back to the Ministry, where you will be formally charged, then sent to Azkaban to await trial." "Ah," said Dumbledore gently. Yes. I thought we might hit that little snag." "Snag?" said Fudge, his voice still vibrating with joy. "I see no snag, Dumbledore." "Well," said Dumbledore apologetically, "I'm afraid I do." "Oh, really?" "Well, it's just that you seem to be labouring under the delusion that I am going to, what is the phrase? Come quietly. I am afraid I am not going to come quietly at all, Cornelius. I have absolutely no intention of being sent to Azkaban. I could break out, of course, but what a waste of time, and frankly, I can think of a whole host of things I would rather be doing." Umbridge's face was growing steadily redder. She looked as though she was being filled with boiling water. Fudge stared at Dumbledore with a very silly expression on his face, as though he had just been stunned by a sudden blow and he could not quite believe it had happened. He made a small, choking noise, then looked round at Kingsley and the man with short grey hair, who alone of everyone in the room had remained entirely silent so far. The latter gave Fudge a reassuring nod and moved forwards a little, away from the wall. Harry saw his hand drift, almost casually towards his pocket. "Don't be silly, Dawlish," said Dumbledore kindly. "I am sure you are an excellent auror. I seem to remember that you achieved outstanding in all your newts, but if you attempt to, bring me in by force, I will have to hurt you." The man called Dawlish blinked rather foolishly. He looked towards Fudge again, but this time seemed to be hoping for a clue as what to do next. "So," sneered Fudge, recovering himself, "you intend to take on Dawlish, Shacklebolt, Dolores and myself single-handed, do you, Dumbledore?" "Merlin's beard, no," said Dumbledore, smiling. "Not unless you are foolish enough to force me to." "He will not be single-handed," said Professor McGonagall loudly, plunging her hand inside her robes. "Oh yes, he will, Minerva," said Dumbledore sharply. "Hogwarts needs you." "Enough of this rubbish," said Fudge, pulling out his own wand. "Dawlish, Shacklebolt, take him!" A streak of silver light flashed around the room. There was a bang like a gunshot, and the floor trembled. A hand grabbed the scuff of Harry's neck and forced him down onto the floor as a second silver flash went off. Several of the portraits yelled. Fawkes screeched and a cloud of dust filled the air, coughing in the dust. Harry saw a dark figure fall to the ground with a crash in front of him. There was a shriek and a thud and somebody cried, "No!" Then there was a sound of breaking glass, frantically scuffling footsteps, a groan, and silence. Harry struggled around to see who was half strangling him, and saw Professor McGonagall crouched beside him. She had forced both him and Marietta out of harm's way. Dust was still floating, gently down through the air onto them. Panting slightly, Harry saw a very tall figure moving towards them. "Are you all right?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes," said Professor McGonagall, getting up and dragging Harry and Marietta with her. The dust was clearing. The wreckage of the office loomed into view. Dumbledore's desk had been overturned. All of the spindly tables had been knocked onto the floor, their silver instruments in pieces. Fudge, Umbridge, Kingsley and Dawlish lay motionless on the floor. Fawkes the Phoenix soared in wide circles above them, singing softly. "Unfortunately, I had to hex Kingsley too, or it might have looked very suspicious," said Dumbledore in a low voice. "He was remarkably quick on the uptake, modifying Miss Edcomb's memory like that while everyone was looking the other way. Thank him for me, won't you, Minerva? Now, they will all awake very soon, and it will be best if they do not know that we had time to communicate. You must act as though no time has passed, as though they were merely knocked to the ground. They will not remember." "Where will you go, Dumbledore?" whispered Professor McGonagall. "Grimmauld Place?" "Oh no," said Dumbledore, with a grim smile. "I am not leaving to go into hiding. Fudge will soon wish he had never dislodged me from Hogwarts, I promise you." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry began. He didn't know what to say. How sorry he was that he started the DA in the first place, and caused all this trouble, or how terrible he felt that Dumbledore was leaving to save him from expulsion. But Dumbledore cut him off before he could say another word. "Listen to me, Harry," he said urgently. "You must study occlumency as hard as you can. Do you understand me? Do everything Professor Snape tells you, and practice it, particularly every night before sleeping, so that you can close your mind to bad dreams. You will understand why soon enough, but you must promise me." The man called Dawlish was stirring. Dumbledore seized Harry's wrist. "Remember, close your mind." But as Dumbledore's fingers crossed over Harry's skin, a pain shot through the scar on his forehead, and he felt again that terrified, snake-like longing to strike Dumbledore, to bite him, to hurt him. "You will understand," whispered Dumbledore. Fawkes circled the office and swooped low over him. Dumbledore released Harry, raised his hand and grasped the Phoenix's long golden tail. There was a flash of fire, and the pair of them were gone. "Where is he?" yelled Fudge, pushing himself up from the floor. "Where is he?" "I don't know," shouted Kingsley, also leaping to his feet. "Well, he can't have disapparated," cried Umbridge. "You can't do that from inside this school." "The stairs!" cried Dawlish, and he flung himself upon the door, wrenched it open and disappeared, followed closely by Kingsley and Umbridge. Fudge hesitated, then got slowly to his feet, brushing dust from his front. There was a long and painful silence. "Well, Minerva," said Fudge nastily, straightening his torn shirt sleeve, "I'm afraid this is the end of your friend Dumbledore." "You think so, do you?" said Professor McGonagall scornfully. Fudge seemed not to hear her. He was looking around at the wrecked office. A few of the portraits hissed at him. One or two even made rude hand gestures. "You'd better get those two off to bed," said Fudge, looking back at Professor McGonagall with a dismissive nod towards Harry and Marietta. Professor McGonagall said nothing, but marched Harry and Marietta to the door. As it swung close behind them, Harry heard Phineas Nigellus's voice. "You know, Minister, I disagree with Dumbledore on many counts, but you cannot deny he's got style." Chapter 28. Snape's Worst Memory. By order of the Ministry of Magic, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor, has replaced Albus Dumbledore as head of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 28. Signed, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. The notices have gone up all around the school overnight, but they did not explain how every single person within the castle seemed to know that Dumbledore had overcome 2 auras. The High Inquisitor, the Minister for Magic, and his junior assistant to escape. No matter where Harry went within the castle, the sole topic of conversation was Dumbledore's flight, and though some of the details may have gone awry in the retelling, Harry overheard one second-year girl assuring another that Fudge was now lying in St. Mungo's with a pumpkin for a head. It was surprising how accurate the rest of their information was. Everybody knew, for instance, that Harry and Marietta were the only students to have witnessed the scene in Dumbledore's office, and, as Marietta was now in the hospital wing, Harry found himself besieged with requests to give a first-hand account. "Dumbledore will be back before long," said Ernie Macmillan confidently, on the way back from herbology, after listening intently to Harry's story. "They couldn't keep him away in our second year, and they won't be able to do it this time. The Fat Friar told me." He dropped his voice conspiratorially, so that Harry, Ron and Hermione had to lean closer to hear him. "That Umbridge tried to get back into his office last night, after they'd searched the castle and the grounds for him. Couldn't get past the gargoyle. The head's office has sealed itself against her." Ernie smirked. "Apparently, she had a right little tantrum." "Oh, I expect she really fancies herself sitting up there in the head's office," said Hermione viciously, as they walked up the stone steps into the entrance hall, lording it all over the other teachers. "The stupid, puffed-up, power-crazy old... Now, do you really want to finish that sentence, Granger?" Draco Malfoy slid from behind the door, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. His pale, pointed face was alight with malice. "Afraid I'm going to have to dock a few points from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff," he drawled. "You can't take points away from fellow prefects, Malfoy," said Ernie at once. "I know prefects can't dock points from each other," sneered Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle sniggered. "But members of the Inquisitorial Squad..." "The what?" said Hermione sharply. "The Inquisitorial Squad, Granger," said Malfoy, pointing towards a tiny silver eye on his robes just beneath his prefect's badge. "A select group of students who are supportive of the Ministry of Magic, hand-picked by Professor Umbridge. Anyway, members of the Inquisitorial Squad do have the power to dock points. So, Granger, I'll have 5 points from you for being rude about our new headmistress. Macmillan, 5 for contradicting me. 5 because I don't like you, Potter. Weasley, your shirt's untucked. I'll have another 5 for that. Oh yeah, I forgot, you're a mudblood, Granger, so 10 off for that." Ron pulled out his wand, but Hermione pushed it away, whispering, "Don't." "Wise move, Granger," breathed Malfoy. "New head, new times. Good boy now, Potty. Weasel King." Laughing heartily, he strode away with Crabbe and Goyle. "He was bluffing," said Ernie, looking appalled. "He can't be allowed to dock points. That would be ridiculous. It would completely undermine the prefect system." But Harry, Ron and Hermione had turned automatically towards the giant hourglasses set in niches along the wall behind them, which recorded the house points. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had been neck and neck in the lead that morning. Even as they watched, stones flew upwards, reducing the amounts in the lower bulbs. In fact, the only glasses that seemed unchanged was the emerald-filled one of Slytherin. "Noticed, have you?" said Fred's voice. He and George had just come down the marble staircase and joined Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ernie in the front of the hourglasses. "Malfoy just docked us all about 50 points, said Harry furiously, as they watched several more stones fly upwards from the Gryffindor hourglass. "Yeah, Montague tried doing us during break," said George. "What do you mean tried?" said Ron quickly. "He never managed to get all the words out," said Fred, "due to the fact that we forced him head first into that vanishing cabinet on the first floor." Hermione looked very shocked. "But you'll get in terrible trouble." "Not until Montague reappears, and that could take weeks. I don't know where we sent him," said Fred coolly. "Anyway, we've decided we don't care about getting in trouble anymore." "Have you ever?" asked Hermione. "Course we have," said George. "Never been expelled, have we? We've always known where to draw the line," said Fred. "We might have put a toe across it occasionally," said George. "But we've always stopped short of causing real mayhem," said Fred. "But now?" said Ron tentatively. "Well, now," said George. "What with Dumbledore gone," said Fred. "We reckon a bit of mayhem," said George. "It's exactly what our dear new head deserves," said Fred. "You mustn't," whispered Hermione. "You really mustn't. She'd love a reason to expel you." "You don't get it, Hermione, do you?" said Fred, smiling at her. We don't care about staying anymore. We'd walk right out now if we weren't determined to do our bit for Dumbledore first. So anyway, he checked his watch. Phase 1 is about to begin. I'd get in the Great Hall for lunch if I were you. That way the teacher will see you can't have had anything to do with it. Anything to do with what? Said Hermione anxiously. You'll see, said George. Run along now. Fred and George turned away and disappeared into the swelling crowd descending the stairs towards lunch. Looking highly disconcerted, Ernie muttered something about unfinished Transfiguration homework and scurried away. I think we should get out of here, you know, said Hermione nervously. Just in case. Yeah, all right, said Ron, and the three of them moved towards the door to the Great Hall. But Harry had barely glimpsed the day's ceiling of scudding white clouds when somebody tapped him on the shoulder and, turning, he found himself almost nose to nose with Filch the caretaker. He took several hasty steps backwards. Filch was best viewed at a distance. The head mistress would like to see you, Potter, he leered. I didn't do it, said Harry stupidly, thinking of whatever Fred and George were planning. Filch's jewels wobbled with silent laughter. Guilty conscience, eh? He wheezed. Follow me. Harry glanced back at Ron and Hermione, who were both looking worried. He shrugged and followed Filch back into the entrance hall, against the tide of hungry students. Filch seemed to be in an extremely good mood. He hummed creakily under his breath as they climbed the marble staircase. As they reached the first landing, he said, Things are changing around here, Potter. I've noticed, said Harry coldly. Yes. You see, I've been telling Dumbledore for years and years. He's too soft with you all, said Filch, chuckling nastily. You filthy little beast would never have dropped stink pellet if you'd known I had it in my power to whip you raw, would you now? Nobody would have thought about throwing fanged frisbees down the corridors if I'd strung you up by your ankles in my office, would they? But when Educational Decree number 29 comes in, Potter, I'll be allowed to do them things. And she's asked the minister to sign an order for the expulsion of Peeves. Oh, things are going to be very different around here with her in charge. Umbridge had obviously gone to some lengths to get Filch on her side, Harry thought. And the worst of it was that he would probably prove an important weapon. His knowledge of the school's secret passageways and hiding places was probably second only to that of the Weasley twins. Here we are, he said, leering down at Harry as he rapped 3 times on Professor Umbridge's door and pushed it open. The Potter boy to see you, ma'am. Umbridge's office, so very familiar to Harry, from his many detentions, was the same as usual, except for a large wooden block lying across the front of her desk, on which golden letters spelled the words, Head Mistress. Also, his firebolt and Fred and George's clean sweeps, which he saw with a pang, were chained and padlocked to a stout iron peg in the wall behind the desk. Umbridge was sitting behind the desk, busily scribbling on some of her pink parchment, but she looked up and smiled widely at their entrance. Thank you, Argus, she said sweetly. Not at all, ma'am, not at all, said Filch, bowing as low as his rapitism would permit, and exiting backwards. Sit, said Umbridge curtly, pointing towards a chair. Harry sat. She continued to scribble for a few moments. He watched some of the foul kittens gambling around the plates over her head, wondering what fresh horror she had in store for him. Well now, she said finally, setting down her quill and looking like a toad about to swallow a particularly juicy fly. What would you like to drink? What? Said Harry, quite sure he had misheard her. To drink, Mr. Potter, she said, smiling still more widely. Tea? Coffee? Pumpkin juice? As she named each drink, she gave her short wand a wave, and a cup or glass of it appeared on her desk. Nothing, thank you, said Harry. I wish you to have a drink with me, she said, her voice becoming dangerously sweet. Choose one. Fine. Tea then, said Harry, shrugging. She got up and made quite a performance of adding milk with her back to him. She then bustled around the desk with it, smiling in a sinisterly sweet fashion. There, she said, handing it to him. Drink it before it gets cold, won't you? Well now, Mr. Potter, I thought we ought to have a little chat after the distressing events of last night. He said nothing. She settled herself back into her seat and waited. When several long moments had passed in silence, she said gaily, You're not drinking up. He raised the cup to his lips, and then, just as silently, lowered it. One of the horrible painted kittens behind Umbridge had great round blue eyes, just like Mad-Eye Moody's magical one, and it had just occurred to Harry what Mad-Eye would say if he ever heard that Harry had drunk anything offered by a known enemy. What's the matter? Said Umbridge, who was still watching him. Do you want sugar? No, said Harry. He raised the cup to his lips again and pretended to take a sip, though keeping his mouth tightly closed. Umbridge's smile widened. Good, she whispered. Very good. Now then, she leaned forwards a little. Where is Albus Dumbledore? No idea, said Harry promptly. Drink up, she said, still smiling. Now, Mr. Potter, let us not play childish games. I know you know where he has gone. You and Dumbledore have been in this together from the beginning. Consider your position, Mr. Potter. I don't know where he is. Harry pretended to drink again. Very well, said Umbridge, looking displeased. In that case, you will kindly tell me the whereabouts of Sirius Black. Harry's stomach turned over, and his hand holding the teacup shook so that it rattled in its saucer. He tilted the cup to his mouth, with his lips pressed together, so that some of the hot liquid trickled down onto his robes. I don't know, he said, a little too quickly. Mr. Potter, said Umbridge, let me remind you that it was I who almost caught the criminal Black in Gryffindor Fire in October. I know perfectly well it was you who was meeting him. If I had had any proof, neither of you would be at large today, I promise you. I repeat, Mr. Potter, where is Sirius Black? No idea, said Harry loudly. Haven't got a clue. They stared at each other so long that Harry felt his eyes watering. Then Umbridge stood up. Very well, Mr. Potter. I will take your word for it this time, but be warned. The might of the Ministry stands behind me. All channels of communication in and out of this school are being monitored. A Flu Network regulator is keeping watch over every fire in Hogwarts, except my own, of course. My inquisitorial squad is opening and reading all outposts entering and leaving the castle, and Mr. Filch is observing all secret passages in and out of the castle. If I find a shred of evidence, boom! The very floor of the office shook. Umbridge slipped sideways, clutching her desk for support and looking shocked. What was... She was gazing towards the door. Harry took the opportunity to empty his almost full cup of tea into the nearest vase of dried flowers. He could hear people running and screaming several floors below. Back to lunch you go, Potter, cried Umbridge, raising her wand and dashing out of the office. Harry gave her a few seconds' start, then hurried after her to see what the source of all the uproar was. It was not too difficult to find. One floor down, pandemonium reigned. Somebody, and Harry had a very shrewd idea who, had set off what seemed to be an enormous crate of enchanted fireworks. Dragons comprised entirely of green and gold sparks were soaring up and down the corridors, emitting loud, fiery blasts and bangs as they went. Shocking pink Catherine wheels, 5 feet in diameter, were whizzing lethally through the air like so many flying saucers. Rockets with long tails of brilliant silver stars were ricocheting off the walls. Sparklers were writing swear words in mid-air of their own accord. Firecrackers were exploding like mines everywhere Harry looked, and instead of burning themselves out, fading from sight or fizzling to a halt, these pyrotechnical miracles seemed to be gaining in energy and momentum the longer he watched. Filch and Umbridge were standing, apparently transfixed in horror, halfway down the stairs. As Harry watched, one of the larger Catherine wheels seemed to decide that what it needed was more room to manoeuvre. It whirled towards Umbridge and Filch with a sinister whee! They both fell with fright and ducked, and it soared straight out the window behind them and across the grounds. Meanwhile, several of the dragons and a large purple bat that was smoking ominously took advantage of the open door at the end of the corridor to escape towards the second floor. Hurry, Filch! Hurry! Shrieked Umbridge. They'll be all over the school unless we do something! Stupefy! A jet of red light shot out the end of her wand and hit one of the rockets. Instead of freezing in midair, it exploded with such force that it blasted a hole in a painting of a soppy-looking witch in the middle of a meadow. She ran for it just in time, reappearing seconds later squashed into the next painting, where a couple of wizards playing cards stood up hastily to make room for her. Don't stun them, Filch! Shouted Umbridge angrily, for all the world, as though it had been his incantation. Right you are, headmistress, wheezed Filch, who, as a squib, could no more have stunned the fireworks than swallowed them. He dashed to a nearby cupboard, pulled out a broom, and began swatting at the fireworks in midair. Within seconds, the head of the broom was ablaze. Harry had seen enough. Laughing, he ducked down low, ran to a door he knew was concealed behind a tapestry a little way along the corridor, and slipped through it to find Fred and George hiding just behind it, listening to Umbridge and Filch's yells, quaking with suppressed mirth. Impressive, Harry said quietly, grinning. Very impressive. You'll put Dr. Filibuster out of business, no problem. Cheers, whispered George, wiping tears of laughter from his face. Oh, I hope she tries vanishing them next. They multiply by 10 every time you try. The fireworks continued to burn and to spread all over the school that afternoon. Though they caused plenty of disruption, particularly the firecrackers, the other teachers didn't seem to mind them very much. Dear, dear, said Professor McGonagall sardonically, as one of the dragons soared around her classroom. emitting loud bangs and exhaling flame. "Miss Brown, would you mind running along to the headmistress and informing her that we have an escaped firework in our classroom?" The upshot of it all was that Professor Umbridge spent her first afternoon as headmistress, running all over the school, answering the summonses of the other teachers, none of whom seemed to be able to rid their classroom of the fireworks without her. When the final bell rang, and they were heading back to Gryffindor Tower with their bags, Harry saw with immense satisfaction a dishevelled and soot-blackened Umbridge tottering sweaty face from Professor Flitwick's classroom. "Thank you so much, Professor," said Professor Flitwick in his squeaky little voice. "I could have got rid of the sparklers myself, of course, but I wasn't sure whether or not I had the authority." Beaming, he closed his classroom door in her snarling face. Fred and George were heroes that night in the Gryffindor common room. Even Hermione fought her way through the excited crowd to congratulate them. "They were wonderful fireworks," she said admiringly. "Thanks," said George, looking both surprised and pleased. "Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs. Only thing is, we used our whole stock. We're going to have to start again from scratch now." "It was worth it, though," said Fred, who was taking orders from clamouring Gryffindors. "If you want to add your name to the waiting list, Hermione, it's 5 galleons for your basic blaze box and 20 for the deflagration deluxe." Hermione returned to the table where Harry and Ron were sitting, staring at their school bags as though hoping their homework would spring out and start doing it itself. "Oh, why don't we have a night off?" said Hermione brightly, as a silver-tailed Weasley rocket zoomed past the window. "After all, the Easter holidays start on Friday. We'll have plenty of time then." "Are you feeling all right?" Ron asked, staring at her in disbelief. "Now you mention it," said Hermione happily. "Do you know, I think I'm feeling a bit rebellious." Harry could still hear the distant bangs of escaped firecrackers when he and Ron went up to bed an hour later. And as he got undressed, a sparkler floated past the tower, still resolutely spelling out the word poo. He got into bed yawning. With his glasses off, the occasional firework passing the window had become blurred, looking like sparkling clouds, beautiful and mysterious against the black sky. He turned onto his side, wondering how Umbridge was feeling about her first day in Dumbledore's job, and how Fudge would react when he heard that the school had spent most of the day in a state of advanced disruption. Smiling to himself, Harry closed his eyes. The whizzes and bangs of escaped fireworks in the ground seemed to be growing more distant, or perhaps he was simply speeding away from them. He had fallen right into the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries. He was speeding towards the plain black door. Lay it open! Lay it open! It did. He was inside the circular room lined with doors. He crossed it, placed his hand on an identical door, and it swung inwards. Now he was in a long, rectangular room full of odd, mechanical clicking. There were dancing flecks of light on the walls, but he did not pause to investigate. He had to go on. There was a door at the far end. It, too, opened at his touch, and now he was in a dimly lit room as high and wide as a church, full of nothing but rows and rows of towering shelves, each laden with small, dusty spun glass spheres. Now Harry's heart was beating fast with excitement. He knew where to go. He ran forwards, but his footsteps made no noise in the enormous, deserted room. There was something in this room he wanted very, very much. Something he wanted, or somebody else wanted. His skull was hurting. Bang! Harry awoke instantly, confused and angry. The dark dormitory was full of the sound of laughter. "Cool," said Seamus, who was silhouetted against the window. "I think one of those Catherine wheels hit a rocket, and it's like they mated. Come and see." Harry heard Ron and Dean scramble out of bed for a better look. He lay quite still and silent while the pain of his scar subsided, and disappointment washed over him. He felt as though a wonderful treat had been snatched from him at the very last moment. He had got so close that time. Glittering pink and silver-winged piglets were now soaring past the windows of Gryffindor Tower. Harry lay and listened to the appreciative whoops of the Gryffindors in the dormitories below them. His stomach gave a sickening jolt as he remembered that he had occlumency the following evening. He spent the whole of the next day dreading what Snape was going to say if he had found out how much further into the Department of Mysteries Harry had penetrated during his last dream. With a surge of guilt, he realised that he had not practised occlumency once since their last lesson. There had been too much going on since Dumbledore had left. He was sure he had not been able to empty his mind, even if he had tried. He doubted, however, whether Snape would accept that excuse. He attempted a little last-minute practice during the classes that day, but it was no good. Hermione kept asking him what was wrong, whenever he fell silent, trying to rid himself of all thought and emotion, and, after all, the best moment to empty his brain was while teachers were firing revision questions at the class. Resigned to the worst, he set off for Snape's office after dinner. Halfway across the entrance hall, however, Cho came hurrying up to him. "Over here," said Harry, glad of a reason to postpone his evening with Snape, and beckoning her across to the corner of the entrance hall, where the giant hourglasses stood. Gryffindor's was now almost empty. Are you okay? Umbridge hasn't been asking you about the DA, has she? Oh no, said Cho hurriedly. No, it was only... Well, I just wanted to say... Harry, I never dreamed Marietta would tell... Yeah, well, said Harry moodily. He did feel Cho might have chosen her friends a bit more carefully. It was small consolation that the last he had heard, Marietta was still up in the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey had not been able to make the slightest improvement to her pimples. She's a lovely person, really, said Cho. She just made a mistake. Harry looked at her incredulously. A lovely person who made a mistake? She sold us all out, including you. Well, we got away, didn't we? Said Cho pleadingly. You know, her mum works in the ministry. It's really difficult for her. Ron's dad works in the ministry too, Harry said furiously. And in case you hadn't noticed, he hasn't got sneak written across his face. That was a really horrible trick of Hermione Granger's, said Cho fiercely. She should have told us she'd jinxed that list. I think it was a brilliant idea, said Harry coldly. Cho flushed, and her eyes grew brighter. Oh yes, I forgot. Of course, it was your darling Hermione's idea. Don't start crying again, said Harry warningly. I wasn't going to, she shouted. Yeah, well, good, he said. I've got enough to cope with at the moment. Go and cope with it then, Cho said furiously, turning on a hill and stalking off. Fuming, Harry descended the stairs to Snape's dungeon, and, though he knew from experience how much easier it would have been for Snape to penetrate his mind if he arrived angry and resentful, he succeeded in nothing but thinking of a few more things he should have said to Cho about Marietta before reaching the dungeon door. You're late, Potter, said Snape coldly, as Harry closed the door behind him. Snape was standing with his back to Harry, removing, as usual, certain of his thoughts, and placing them carefully in Dumbledore's pensieve. He dropped the last silvery strand into the stone basin, and turned to face Harry. So, he said, have you been practicing? Yes, Harry lied, looking carefully at one of the legs of Snape's desk. Well, we'll soon find out, won't we? Said Snape smoothly. Wand out, Potter. Harry moved into his usual position, facing Snape with the desk between them. His heart was pumping fast with anger at Cho, and anxiety about how much Snape was about to extract from his mind. On the count of 3 then, said Snape lazily. 1, 2. Snape's office door banged open, and Draco Malfoy sped in. Professor Snape, sir! Oh, sorry. Malfoy was looking at Snape and Harry in some surprise. It's all right, Draco, said Snape, lowering his wand. Potter is here for a little remedial potions. Harry had not seen Malfoy look so gleeful since Umbridge had turned up to inspect Hagrid. I didn't know, he said, leering at Harry, who knew his face was burning. He would have given a great deal to be able to shout the truth at Malfoy, or even better, to hit him with a good curse. Well, Draco, what is it? Asked Snape. It's Professor Umbridge, sir. She needs your help, said Malfoy. They found Montague, sir. He's turned up jammed inside a toilet on the 4th floor. How did he get in there? Demanded Snape. I don't know, sir. He's a bit confused. Very well, very well. Potter, said Snape. We shall resume this lesson tomorrow evening. He turned and swept from Snape's office. Malfoy mouthed, remedial potions, at Harry, behind Snape's back before following him. Seething, Harry replaced his wand inside his robes and made to leave the room. At least he had 24 more hours in which to practice. He knew he ought to feel grateful for the narrow escape, though it was hard that it came at the expense of Malfoy telling the whole school that he needed remedial potions. He was at the office door when he saw it, a patch of shivering light dancing on the door frame. He stopped and stood looking at it, reminded of something. Then he remembered. It was a little like the lights he had seen in his dream last night. The lights in the second room he had walked through on his journey through the Department of Mysteries. He turned around. The light was coming from the pensieve sitting on Snape's desk. The silver-white contents were ebbing and swirling within. Snape's thoughts, things he did not want Harry to see if he broke through Snape's defences accidentally. Harry gazed at the pensieve, curiosity welling inside him. What was it that Snape was so keen to hide from Harry? The silvery light shivered on the wall. Harry took 2 steps towards the desk, thinking hard. Could it possibly be information about the Department of Mysteries that Snape was determined to keep from him? Harry looked over his shoulder, his heart now pumping harder and faster than ever. How long would it take Snape to release Montague from the toilet? Would he come straight back to his office afterwards, or accompany Montague to the hospital wing? Surely the latter. Montague was captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Snape would want to make sure he was alright. Harry walked the remaining few feet to the pensieve and stood over it, gazing into its depths. He hesitated, listening, then pulled out his wand again. The office and the corridor beyond were completely silent. He gave the contents of the pensieve a small prod with the end of his wand. The silvery stuff within began to swirl very fast. Harry leaned forwards over it and saw it had become transparent. He was once again looking down into a room as though through a circular window in the ceiling. In fact, unless he was much mistaken, he was looking down into the Great Hall. His breath was actually fogging the surface of Snape's thoughts. His brain seemed to be in limbo. It would be insane to do the thing he was so strongly tempted to do. He was trembling. Snape could be back at any moment. But Harry thought it chose anger, of Malfoy's jeering face, and a reckless daring seized him. He took a great gulp of breath and plunged his face into the surface of Snape's thoughts. At once, the floor of the office lurched, tipping Harry head first into the pensieve. He was falling through cold blackness, spinning furiously as he went, and then he was standing in the middle of the Great Hall. But the 4 house tables were gone. Instead, there were more than 100 smaller tables, all facing the same way, at each of which sat a student, head bent low, scribbling on a roll of parchment. The only sound was the scratching of quills and the occasional rustle of somebody adjusting their parchment. It was clearly exam time. Sunshine was streaming through the high windows onto the bent heads, which shone chestnut and copper and gold in the bright light. Harry looked around carefully. Snape had to be here somewhere. This was his memories. And there he was, at a table right behind Harry. Harry stared. Snape, the teenager, had a stringy, pallid look about him, like a plant kept in the dark. His hair was lank and greasy, and was flopping onto the table. His hooked nose barely half an inch from the surface of the parchment as he scribbled. Harry moved around behind Snape and read the heading of the examination paper. Defense against the Dark Arts, ordinary wizarding level. So Snape had to be 15 or 16, around Harry's own age. His hand was flying across the parchment. He had written at least a foot more than his closest neighbours, and yet his writing was so minuscule and cramped. 5 more minutes! The voice made Harry jump. Turning, he saw the top of Professor Flitwick's head moving between the desks a short distance away. Professor Flitwick was walking past a boy with untidy black hair. Very untidy black hair. Harry moved so quickly that, had he been solid, he would have knocked the desk flying. Instead, he seemed to slide, dreamlike, across 2 aisles and up a third. The back of the black-haired boy's head drew nearer and he was straightening up now, putting down his quill, pulling his roll of parchment towards him so as to reread what he had just written. Harry stopped in front of the desk and gazed down at his 15-year-old father. Excitement exploded in the pit of his stomach. It was as though he was looking at himself, but with deliberate mistakes. James's eyes were hazel. His nose was slightly longer than Harry's, and there was no scar on his forehead, but they had the same thin face, same mouth, same eyebrows. James's hair stuck up at the back exactly as Harry's did. His hands could have been Harry's, and Harry could tell that, when James stood up, they would have been within an inch of each other in height. James yawned hugely and rumpled up his hair, making it even messier than it had been. Then, with a glance towards Professor Flitwick, he turned in his seat and grinned at a boy sitting 4 seats behind him. With another shock of excitement, Harry saw Sirius give James the thumbs up. Sirius was lounging in his chair at his ease, tilting it back on 2 legs. He was very good looking. His dark hair fell into his eyes with a sort of casual elegance neither James or Harry's could ever have achieved. A girl sitting behind him was eyeing him hopefully, though he didn't seem to have noticed. And 2 seats along from this girl, Harry's stomach gave another pleasurable squirm, was Remus Lupin. He looked rather pale and peaky. Was a full moon approaching? And was absorbed in the exam. As he reread his answers, he scratched his chin with the end of his quill, frowning slightly. So that meant Wormtail had to be around here somewhere too. And sure enough, Harry spotted him within seconds. A small, mousy-haired boy with a pointed nose. Wormtail looked anxious. He was chewing his fingernails, staring down at his paper, scuffing the ground with his toes. Every now and then, he glanced hopefully at his neighbour's paper. Harry stared at Wormtail for a moment, then back at James, who was now doodling on a bit of scrap parchment. He had drawn a snitch, and was now tracing the letters L-E. What did that stand for? "Quills down, please," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "That means you too, Stebbins. Please remain seated while I collect your parchment. Accio." Over 100 rolls of parchment zoomed into the air and into Professor Flitwick's outstretched arms, knocking him backwards off his feet. Several people laughed. A couple of students at the front desk got up, took hold of Professor Flitwick beneath their elbows and lifted him back onto his feet. Thank you, panted Professor Flitwick. "Very well, everybody. You're free to go." Harry looked down at his father, who had hastily crossed out the L-E he had been embellishing, jumped to his feet, stuffed his quill and the exam paper into his bag, which he had slung over his back, and stood waiting for Sirius to join him. Harry looked around and glimpsed Snape a short way away, moving between the tables towards the door to the entrance hall. Still absorbed in his own exam paper, round-shouldered yet angular, he walked in a twitchy manner that recalled a spider. And his oily hair was jumping about his face. The gang of chattering girls separated Snape from James, Sirius and Lupin, and by planting himself in their midst, Harry managed to keep Snape in sight while straining his ears to catch the voices of James and his friends. "Did you like question 10, Moony?" asked Sirius as they emerged into the entrance hall. "Loved it," said Lupin briskly. "Give 5 signs that identify the werewolf. Excellent question." "Do you think you managed to get all the signs?" said James in tones of mock concern. "Think I did," said Lupin seriously, as they joined the crowd thronging around the front doors, eager to get out into the sunlit grounds. 1. He's sitting on my chair. 2. He's wearing my clothes. 3. His name is Remus Lupin." Wormtail was the only one who didn't laugh. "I got the snout shape, the pupils of the eyes, and the tough tail," he said anxiously, "but I couldn't think what else." "How thick are you, Wormtail?" said James impatiently. "You run round with a werewolf once a month." "Keep your voice down," implored Lupin. Harry looked anxiously behind him again. Snape remained close by, still buried in his exam questions. But this was Snape's memory, and Harry was sure that if Snape chose to wander off into a different direction once outside the grounds, he, Harry, would not be able to follow James any further. To his intense relief, however, when James and his 3 friends strode off down the lawn towards the lake, Snape followed, still poring over the exam paper, and apparently with no fixed idea of where he was going. By keeping a little ahead of him, Harry managed to maintain a close watch on James and the others. "Well, I thought the paper was a piece of cake," he heard Sirius say. "I'll be surprised if I don't get outstanding on it at least." "Me too," said James. He put his hand in his pocket and took out a struggling golden snitch. "Where'd you get that?" "Nicked it," said James casually. He started playing with the snitch, allowing it to fly as much as a foot away before seizing it again. His reflexes were excellent. Wormtail watched him in awe. They stopped in the shade of the very same beech tree on the edge of the lake where Harry, Ron and Hermione had once spent a Sunday, finishing their homework, and threw themselves down onto the grass. Harry looked over his shoulder yet again, and saw, to his delight, that Snape had settled himself on the grass, in the dense shadow of a clump of bushes. He was as deeply immersed in the owl paper as ever, which left Harry free to sit down on the grass between the beech and the bushes, and watch the foursome under the tree. The sunlight was dazzling on the smooth surface of the lake, on the bank of which the group of laughing girls who had just left the great hall were sitting, with their shoes and socks off, cooling their feet in the water. Lupin had pulled out a book and was reading. Sirius stared around at students milling over the grass, looking rather haughty and bored, but very handsomely so. James was still playing with the snitch, letting it zoom further and further away, almost escaping, but always grabbed it at the last second. Wormtail was watching him with his mouth open. Every time James made a particularly difficult catch, Wormtail gasped and applauded. After 5 minutes of this, Harry wondered why James didn't tell Wormtail to get a grip of himself, but James seemed to be enjoying the attention. Harry noticed that his father had a habit of rumpling his hair as though to keep it from getting too tidy, and he always kept looking over his shoulder at the girls by the water's edge. "Put that away, will you?" said Sirius finally, as James made a fine catch and Wormtail let out a cheer, "before Wormtail wets himself with excitement." Wormtail turned slightly pink, but James grinned. "If it bothers you," he said, stuffing the snitch back into his pocket. Harry had the distinct impression that Sirius was the only one for whom James would have stopped showing off. "I'm bored," said Sirius. "Wish it was a full moon." "You might," said Lupin darkly from behind his book. "We still got Transfiguration. If you're bored, you could test me. Here." And he held out his book. But Sirius snorted. "I don't need to look at that rubbish. I know it all." "This will liven you up, Padfoot," said James quietly. "Look who it is." Sirius's head turned. He became very still, like a dog that has scented a rabbit. "Excellent," he said softly. "Snivelous." Harry turned to see what Sirius was looking at. Snape was on his feet again, and was stowing the owl paper back into his bag. As he left the shadows of the bushes and set across the grass, Sirius and James stood up. Lupin and Wormtail remained sitting. Lupin was still staring down at his book, though his eyes were not moving, and a faint frown line had appeared between his eyebrows. Wormtail was looking from Sirius and James to Snape, with a look of avid anticipation on his face. "All right, Snivelous," said James loudly. Snape reacted so fast, it was as though he had been expecting an attack. Dropping his bag, he plunged his hand inside his robes, and his wand was halfway into the air when James shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Snape's wand flew 12 feet into the air, and fell with a little thud into the grass behind him. Sirius let out a bark of laughter. "Impedimenta!" he said, pointing his wand at Snape, who was knocked off his feet halfway through a dive towards his own fallen wand. Students all around had turned to watch. Some of them had got to their feet and were edging nearer. Some looked apprehensive, and others entertained. Snape lay panting on the ground. James and Sirius advanced on him, wands raised, James glancing over his shoulder at the girls at the water's edge as he went. Wormtail was on his feet now, watching hungrily, edging around Lupin to get a clearer view. "How'd the exam go, Snively?" said James. "I was watching him. His nose was touching the parchment," said Sirius viciously. "There'll be great grease marks all over it. They won't be able to read a word." Several people watching laughed. Snape was clearly unpopular. Wormtail sniggered shrilly. Snape was trying to get up, but the jinx was still operating on him. He was struggling, as though bound by invisible ropes. "You wait," he panted, staring up at James with an expression of purest loathing. "You wait." "Wait for what?" said Sirius coolly. "What are you going to do, Snively? Wipe your nose on us?" Snape let out a steam of mixed swear words and hexes, but with his wand 10 feet away, nothing happened. "Wash out your mouth," said James coldly. "Scorgify." Pink soap bubbles streamed from Snape's mouth at once. The froth was covering his lips, making him gag, choking him. "Leave him alone!" James and Sirius looked around. James's free hand immediately jumped to his hair. It was one of the girls from the lake edge. She had thick, dark red hair that fell to her shoulders, and startlingly green almond-shaped eyes. Harry's eyes. Harry's mother. "All right, Evans," said James, and the tone of his voice was suddenly pleasant, deeper, more mature. "Leave him alone," Lily repeated. She was looking at James with every sign of great dislike. "What's he done to you?" "Well," said James, appearing to deliberate the point, "it's more the fact that he exists, if you know what I mean." Many of the surrounding students laughed, Sirius and Wormtail included, but Lupin, still apparently intent on his book, didn't, and nor did Lily. "You think you're funny?" she said coldly. "You're just an arrogant, bullying toe-rag, Potter. Leave him alone." "I will if you go out of me, Evans," said James quickly. "Go on, go out of me, and I'll never lay a wand on old Snively again." Behind him, the impediment jinx was wearing off. Snape was beginning to inch towards his fallen wand, spitting out soap suds as he crawled. "I wouldn't go out of you if it was a choice between you and the giant squid," said Lily. "Bad luck, Prongs," said Sirius briskly, and turned back to Snape. "Oi!" But too late. Snape had directed his wand straight at James. There was a flash of light, and a gash appeared on the side of James's face, spattering his robes with blood. James whirled around. A second flash of light later, Snape was hanging upside down in the air, his robes falling over his head to reveal skinny, pallid legs and a pair of greying underpants. Many people in the small crowd cheered. Sirius, James and Wormtail roared with laughter. Lily, whose furious expression had twitched for an instant, as though she was going to smile, said, "Let him down!" "Certainly," said James, and he jerked his wand upwards. Snape fell into a crumpled heap on the ground. Disentangling himself from his robes, he got quickly to his feet, wand up, but Sirius said, "Petrificus totalis," and Snape keeled over again, rigid as a board. "Leave him alone!" Lily shouted. She had her own wand out now. James and Sirius eyed it wearily. "Ah, Evans, don't make me hex you," said James earnestly. "Take the curses off him then." James sighed deeply, then turned to Snape and muttered the counter curse. "There you go," he said, as Snape struggled to his feet. "You're lucky Evans was here, Snivellus." "I don't need help from filthy little mudbloods like her." Lily blinked. "Fine," she said coldly. "I won't bother in future, and I'd wash your pants if I was you, Snivellus." "Apologise to Evans," James roared at Snape. His wand pointed threateningly at him. "I don't want you to make him apologise," Lily shouted, rounding on James. "You're as bad as he is." "What?" yelped James. "I'd never call you a... you know what. Messing up your hair because you think it looks cool, to look like you just got off your broomstick, showing off with your stupid snitch, walking down corridors and hexing anyone who annoys you just because you can. I'm surprised your broomstick can get off the ground with that fat head on it. You make me sick." She turned on her heel and hurried away. "Evans!" James shouted after her. "Hey, Evans!" But she didn't look back. "What is it with her?" said James, trying and failing to look as though this was a throwaway question of no real importance to him. "Reading between the lines, I'd say she thinks you're a bit conceited, mate," said Sirius. "Right," said James, who looked furious now. "Right." There was another flash of light, and Snape was once again hanging upside down in the air. "Who wants to see me take off Snively's pants?" But whether James really did take off Snape's pants, Harry never found out. A hand had closed tight over his upper arm, closed with a pincer-like grip. Wincing, Harry looked around to see who had had hold of him, and saw, with a thrill of horror, a fully grown, adult-sized Snape standing right beside him, white with rage. "Having fun?" Harry felt himself rising into the air. The summer's day evaporated around him. He was floating upwards through icy blackness, Snape's hand still tight upon his upper arm. Then, with a swooping feeling, as though he had turned head over heels in midair, his feet hit the stone floor of Snape's dungeon, and he was standing again beside the pensieve on Snape's desk in the shadowy, present-day potions master study. "So," said Snape, gripping Harry's arm so tightly, Harry's hand was starting to feel numb. "So, been enjoying yourself, Potter?" No, said Harry, trying to free his arm. It was scary. Snape's lips were shaking. His face was white. His teeth were barred. "Amusing man, your father, wasn't he?" said Snape, shaking Harry so hard his glasses slipped down his nose. "I didn't." Snape threw Harry from him with all his might. Harry fell hard onto the dungeon floor. "You will not tell anybody what you saw," Snape bellowed. "No," said Harry, getting to his feet as far from Snape as he could. "No, of course I would." "Get out! Get out! I don't want to see you in my office ever again!" And as Harry hurtled towards the door, a jar of dead cockroaches exploded over his head. He wrenched the door open and flew along the corridor, stopping only when he had put 3 floors between himself and Snape. There, he leaned against the wall, panting and rubbing his bruised arm. He had no desire at all to return to Gryffindor Tower so early, nor to tell Ron and Hermione what he had just seen. What was making Harry feel so horrified and unhappy was not being shouted at or having jars thrown at him. It was that he knew how it felt to be humiliated in the middle of a circle of onlookers, knew exactly how Snape had felt as his father had taunted him, and that judging from what he had just seen, his father had been every bit as arrogant as Snape had always told him. Chapter 29. Careers Advice. "But why haven't you got any occlumency lessons anymore?" said Hermione, frowning. "I've told you," Harry muttered. "Snape reckons I can carry on by myself now I've got the basics." "So you stopped having funny dreams?" said Hermione sceptically. "Pretty much," said Harry, not looking at her. "Well, I don't think Snape should stop until you're absolutely sure you can control them," said Hermione indignantly. "Harry, I think you should go back to him and ask." "No," said Harry forcefully. "Just drop it, Hermione, okay?" It was the first day of the Easter holidays, and Hermione, as was her custom, had spent a large part of the day drawing up revision timetables for the 3 of them. Harry and Ron had let her do it. It was easier than arguing with her, and, in any case, they might come in useful. Ron had been startled to discover there were only 6 weeks left until their exams. "How can that come as a shock?" Hermione demanded, as she tapped each little square on Ron's timetable with her wand so that it flashed a different colour according to its subject. "I don't know," said Ron. "There's been a lot going on." "Well, there you are," she said, handing him his timetable. "If you follow that, you should be fine." Ron looked down at it gloomily, but then brightened. "You've given me an evening off every week." "That's for Quidditch practice," said Hermione. The smile faded from Ron's face. "What's the point?" he said. "We've got about as much chance of winning the Quidditch Cup this year as Dad's got of becoming Minister for Magic." Hermione said nothing. She was looking at Harry, who was staring blankly at the opposite wall of the common room, while Crookshanks pawed at his hand, trying to get his ear scratched. "What's wrong, Harry?" "What?" he said quickly. Nothing." He seized his copy of Defensive Magical Theory and pretended to be looking something up in the index. Crookshanks gave him up as a bad job and slunk away under Hermione's chair. "I saw Jo earlier," said Hermione tentatively. "She looked really miserable too. Have you two had a row again?" "What? Oh, yeah, we have," said Harry, seizing gratefully on the excuse. "What about?" "That sneak friend of hers, Marietta," said Harry. "Yeah, well, I don't blame you," said Ron angrily, setting down his revision timetable. "If it hadn't been for her..." Ron went on into a rant about Marietta Edgecombe, which Harry found helpful. All he had to do was look angry and nod, and say yeah, and that's right, whenever Ron drew breath, leaving his mind free to dwell, ever more miserably, on what he had seen in the pensieve. He felt as though the memory of it was eating him from the inside. He had been so sure his parents were wonderful people that he had never had the slightest difficulty in disbelieving the aspirations Snape cast on his father's character. Hadn't people like Hagrid and Sirius told Harry how wonderful his father had been? "Yeah, well, look what Sirius was like himself," said a nagging voice inside Harry's head. "He was as bad, wasn't he?" Yes. He had once overheard Professor McGonagall saying that his father and Sirius had been troublemakers at school, but she had described them as forerunners of the Weasley twins, and Harry could not imagine Fred and George dangling someone upside down for the fun of it. Not unless they really loathed them. Perhaps Malfoy, or somebody who really deserved it. Harry tried to make a case for Snape having deserved what he had suffered at James's hand, but hadn't Lily asked, "What's he done to you?" And hadn't James replied, "It's more the fact that he exists, if you know what I mean." Hadn't James started it all simply because Sirius said he was bored? Harry remembered Lupin saying back in Grimmauld Place that Dumbledore had made him prefect in the hope that he would be able to exercise some control over James and Sirius. But in the Pensieve, he had sat there and let it all happen. Harry kept reminding himself that Lydia had intervened. His mother had been decent, yet the memory of the look on her face as she had shouted at James disturbed him quite as much as anything else. She had clearly loathed James, and Harry simply could not understand how they could have ended up married. Once or twice, he even wondered whether James had forced her into it. For nearly 5 years, the thought of his father had been a source of comfort, of inspiration. Whenever someone had told him he was like James, he had glowed with pride inside. And now he felt cold and miserable at the thought of him. The weather grew breezier, brighter and warmer as the Easter holidays passed. But Harry, along with the rest of the 5th and 7th years, was trapped inside, revising. Traipsing back and forth in the library, Harry pretended his bad mood had no other cause but the approaching exams, and as his fellow Gryffindors were sick of studying themselves, his excuse went unchallenged. "Harry, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" "Huh?" He looked round. Ginny Weasley, looking very windswept, had joined him at the library table, where he had been sitting alone. It was late on Sunday evening. Hermione had gone back to Gryffindor Tower to revise ancient runes, and Ron had Quidditch practice. "Oh, hi," said Harry, pulling his books towards him. "How come you're not at practice?" "It's over," said Ginny. "Ron had to take Jack Slopper up to the hospital wing." "Why?" "Well, we're not sure, but we think he knocked himself out with his own bat." She sighed heavily. "Anyway, a package just arrived. It's only just got through Umbridge's new screening process." She hoisted a box wrapped in brown paper onto the table. It had clearly been unwrapped and carelessly rewrapped. There was a scribbled note across it in red ink, reading, "Inspected and passed by the Hogwarts High Inquisitor." "It's Easter eggs from Mum," said Jenny. "There's one for you. There you go." She handed him a handsome chocolate egg, decorated with small ice snitches and, according to the packaging, containing a bag of fizzing Whizbees. Harry looked at it for a moment, then, to his horror, felt a lump rise in his throat. "Are you okay, Harry?" Ginny asked quietly. "Yeah, I'm fine," said Harry gruffly. The lump in his throat was painful. He did not understand why an Easter egg should have made him feel like this. "You seem really down lately," Ginny persisted. "You know, I'm sure if you just talk to Cho." "It's not Cho I want to talk to," said Harry briskly. "Who is it then?" asked Ginny. He glanced around to make sure nobody was listening. Madam Pince was several shelves away, stamping out a pile of books from a frantic-looking Hannah Abbott. "I wish I could talk to Sirius," he muttered, "but I know I can't." More to give himself something to do than because he really wanted any, Harry unwrapped his Easter egg, broke off a large bit, and put it into his mouth. "Well," said Ginny slowly, helping herself to a bit of egg too, "if you really want to talk to Sirius, I expect we could think of a way to do it." "Come on," said Harry hopelessly, "with Umbridge policing the fires and reading all our mail." "The thing about growing up with Fred and George," said Ginny thoughtfully, "is that you sort of start thinking anything's possible if you've got enough nerve." Harry looked at her. Perhaps it was the effect of the chocolate. Lupin had always advised eating some after encounters with Dementors, or simply because he had finally spoken aloud the wish that had been burning inside him for a week, but he felt a bit more hopeful. "What do you think you are doing?" "Oh, damn," whispered Ginny, jumping to her feet. "I forgot." Madam Pince was swooping down on them, her shriveled face contorted with rage. "Chocolate in the library?" she screamed. "Out! Out! Out!" And whipping out her wand, she caused Harry's books, bag and ink bowl to chase him and Ginny from the library, whacking them repeatedly over the head as they ran. As though to underline the importance of their upcoming examinations, a batch of pamphlets, leaflets and notices concerning various wizarding careers appeared on the tables in Gryffindor Tower shortly before the end of the holidays, along with yet another notice on the board, which read, "Careers Advice. All 5th years are required to attend a short meeting with their head of house during the first week of the summer term to discuss their future careers. Times of individual appointments are listed below." Harry looked down the list and found that he was expected in Professor McGonagall's office at 2:30 on Monday, which would mean missing most of divination. He and the other 5th years spent a considerable part of the final weekend of the Easter break, reading all the careers information that had been left there for their perusal. "Well, I don't fancy healing," said Ron, on the last evening of the holidays. He was immersed in a leaflet that carried the crossed bone and wand emblem of St. Mungo's on its front. "It says he need at least an E at Newt level in potions, herbology, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts. I mean, blimey, Don't want much, do they? Well, it's a very responsible job, isn't it? Said Hermione absently. She was poring over a bright pink and orange leaflet that headed, So you think you'd like to work in Muggle relations? You don't seem to need many qualifications to liaise with Muggles. All they want is an hour in Muggle studies. Much more important is your enthusiasm, patience, and a good sense of fun. You need more than a good sense of fun to liaise with my uncle, said Harry darkly. Good sense of when to duck, more like. He was halfway through a pamphlet on wizard banking. Listen to this. Are you seeking a challenging career involving travel, adventure, and substantial, danger-related treasure bonuses? Then consider a position with Gringotts Wizarding Bank. We are currently recruiting curse breakers for thrilling opportunities abroad. They want arithmetic, though. You could do it, Hermione. I don't much fancy banking, said Hermione vaguely, now immersed in, Have you got what it takes to train security trolls? Hey, said a voice in Harry's ear. He looked around. Fred and George had come to join them. Ginny's had a word with us about you, said Fred, stretching out his legs on the table in front of them and causing several booklets on careers with the Ministry of Magic to slide off onto the floor. She says you need to talk to Sirius. What? Said Hermione sharply, freezing with her hand halfway towards picking up. Make a bang at the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Yeah, said Harry, trying to sound casual. Yeah, I thought I'd like... Don't be so ridiculous, said Hermione, straightening up and looking at him as though she could not believe her eyes. With Umbridge groping around in the fires and frisking all the owls? Well, we think we can help find a way around that, said George, stretching and smiling. It's a simple matter of causing a diversion. Now, you might have noticed that we have been rather quiet on the mayhem front during the Easter holidays. What was the point, we asked ourselves, of disrupting leisure time, continued Fred. No point at all, we answered ourselves. And of course, we'd have messed up people's revision too, which would have been the very last thing we want to do. He gave Hermione a sanctimonious little nod. She looked rather taken aback by his thoughtfulness. But it's business as usual from tomorrow, Fred continued briskly. And if we're going to be causing a bit of an uproar, why not do it so Harry can have his chat with Sirius? Yes, but still, said Hermione, with an air of explaining something very simple to somebody very obtuse. Even if you do cause a diversion, how is Harry supposed to talk to him? Umbridge's office, said Harry quietly. He had been thinking about it for a fortnight, and could come up with no alternative. Umbridge herself had told him that the only fire that was not being watched was her own. Are you insane? Said Hermione in a hushed voice. Ron had lowered his leaflet on jobs in the cultivated fungus trade, and was watching the conversation waringly. I don't think so, said Harry shrugging. And how are you going to get there in the first place? Harry was ready for this answer. Sirius's knife, he said. Excuse me? Christmas before last, Sirius gave me a knife that will open any lock, said Harry. So even if she's bewitched the door, so that Alohomora doesn't work, which I bet she has. What do you think about this? Hermione demanded of Ron. And Harry was reminded irresistibly of Mrs. Weasley, appealing to her husband during Harry's first dinner in Grimmauld Place. I don't know, said Ron, looking alarmed at being asked to give an opinion. If Harry wants to do it, it's up to him, isn't it? Spoken like a true friend, and Weasley, said Fred, clapping Ron hard on the back. Right then, we're thinking of doing it tomorrow, just after lessons, because it should cause maximum impact if everybody's in the corridors. Harry, we'll set it off in the East Wing somewhere. Draw her right away from her own office. I reckon we should be able to guarantee you, 20 minutes? He said, looking at George. Easy, said George. What sort of diversion is it? Asked Ron. You'll see, little bro, said Fred, as he and George got up again. At least, you will if you trot along to Gregory the Smarmy's corridor round about 5 o'clock tomorrow. Harry awoke very early the next day, feeling almost as anxious as he had done the morning of his disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic. It was not only the prospect of breaking into Umbridge's office and using their fire to speak to Sirius that was making him feel so nervous, though that was certainly bad enough. Today also happened to be the first time Harry would be in close proximity to Snape since Snape had thrown him out of his office. After lying in bed for a while, thinking about the day ahead, Harry got up very quietly and moved across to the window beside Neville's bed and stared out on a truly glorious morning. The sky was a clear, misty, opalescent blue. Directly ahead of him, Harry could see the towering beech tree, below which his father had once tormented Snape. He was not sure what Sirius could possibly say to him that would make up for what he had seen in the Pensieve, but he was desperate to hear Sirius's own account of what had happened, to know of any mitigating factors that there might have been, any excuse at all for his father's behaviour. Something caught Harry's attention. Movement on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry squinted in the sun and saw Hagrid emerging from between the trees. He seemed to be limping. As Harry watched, Hagrid staggered to the door of his cabin and disappeared inside it. Harry watched the cabin for several minutes. Hagrid did not emerge again, but smoke furled from the chimney, so Hagrid could not be so badly injured that he was unequal to stoking the fire. Harry turned away from the window, headed back to his trunk, and started to dress. With the prospect of forcing entry into Umbridge's office ahead, Harry had never expected the day to be a restful one, but he had not reckoned on Hermione's almost continual attempts to dissuade him from what he was planning to do at 5 o'clock. For the first time ever, she was at least as inattentive to Professor Binns in history and magic as Harry and Ron were, keeping up a stream of whispered admonitions that Harry tried very hard to ignore. And if she does catch you there, apart from being expelled, she'll be able to guess you've been talking to Snuffles, and this time, I expect she'll force you to drink Veritaserum and answer her questions. Hermione, said Ron in a low and indignant voice, are you going to stop telling Harry off and listen to Binns, or am I going to have to take my own notes? You take notes for a change, it won't kill you. By the time they reached the dungeons, neither Harry nor Ron was speaking to Hermione. Undeterred, she took advantage of their silence to maintain an uninterrupted flow of dire warnings, all uttered under her breath in a vehement hiss that caused Seamus to waste 5 whole minutes checking his cauldron for leaks. Snape, meanwhile, seemed to have decided to act as though Harry was invisible. Harry was, of course, well used to this tactic, as it was one of Uncle Vernon's favourites, and on the whole, he was grateful to have suffered nothing worse. In fact, compared to what he usually had to endure from Snape, in the way of taunts and snide remarks, he found the new approach something of an improvement, and was pleased to find that when left well alone, he was able to concoct an invigoration draught quite easily. At the end of the lesson, he scooped some of the potion into a flask, corked it, and took it up to Snape's desk for marking, feeling that he might at least have scraped an E. He had just turned away when he heard a smashing noise. Malfoy gave a gleeful yell of laughter. Harry whipped around. His potion sample lay in pieces on the floor, and Snape was watching him with a look of gloating pleasure. Whoops, he said softly. Another 0 then, Potter. Harry was too incensed to speak. He strode back to his cauldron, intending to fill another flask and force Snape to mark it, but saw to his horror that the rest of the contents had vanished. I'm sorry, said Hermione, with her hands over her mouth. I'm really sorry, Harry. I thought you had finished, so I cleared up. Harry could not bring himself to answer. When the bell rang, he hurried out of the dungeon without a backwards glance, and made sure that he found himself a seat between Neville and Seamus for lunch, so that Hermione could not start nagging him again about using Umbridge's office. He was in such a bad mood by the time he had got to divination that he had quite forgotten his careers appointment with Professor McGonagall, remembering it only when Ron had asked him why he wasn't in her office. He hurtled back upstairs and arrived out of breath, only a few minutes late. Sorry, Professor, he panted as he closed the door. I forgot. No matter, Potter, she said briskly, but as she spoke, somebody else sniffed from the corner. Harry looked around. Professor Umbridge was sitting there, a clipboard on her knee, a fussy little pie frill around her neck, and a small, horrible, smug smile on her face. Sit down, Potter, said Professor McGonagall tersely. Her hand shook slightly as she shuffled the many pamphlets littering her desk. Harry sat down with his back to Umbridge, and did his best to pretend he could not hear the scratching of her quill on her clipboard. Well, Potter, this meeting is to talk over any career ideas you might have, and to help you decide which subjects you should continue in the 6th and 7th years, said Professor McGonagall. Have you had any thoughts about what you would like to do when you leave Hogwarts? Said Harry. He was finding the scratching noise from behind him very distracting. Yes, Professor McGonagall prompted Harry. Well, I thought of maybe becoming an Auror, Harry mumbled. You need to get top grades for that, said Professor McGonagall, extracting a small, dark leaflet from under the mass of her desk and opening it. They ask for a minimum of 5 newts, and nothing under exceeds expectations grade, I see. Then you would be required to undergo a stringent series of character and aptitude tests at the Auror office. It's a difficult career path, Potter. They only take the best. In fact, I don't think anybody has been taken on in the last 3 years. At this moment, Professor Umbridge gave a very tiny cough, as though she was trying to see how quietly she could do it. Professor McGonagall ignored her. You want to know which subject you ought to take, I suppose? She went on, talking a little louder than before. Yes, said Harry. Defense against the dark arts, I suppose. Naturally, said Professor McGonagall crisply. I would also advise... Professor Umbridge gave another cough, a little more audible this time. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes for a moment, opened them again, and continued as though nothing had happened. I would also advise transfiguration, because Aurors frequently need to transfigure or untransfigure in their work. And I ought to tell you now, Potter, I do not accept students into my NEWT classes unless they have achieved exceeds expectations or higher at ordinary wizarding level. I'd say you're averaging acceptable at the moment, so you'll need to put in some good hard work before the exams to stand a chance of continuing. Then you ought to do charms. Also useful. And potions. Yes, Potter. Potions, she added, with a merest flicker of a smile. Poisons and antidotes are essential study for auras, and I must tell you that Professor Snape absolutely refuses to take students who get anything other than outstanding in their hours. So, Professor Umbridge gave her most pronounced cough yet. May I offer you a cough drop, Dolores? Professor McGonagall asked curtly, without looking at Professor Umbridge. Oh, no thank you very much, said Umbridge, with that simpering laugh Harry hated so much. I just wondered whether I could make the teeniest interruption, Minerva. I dare say you'll find you can, said Professor McGonagall through tightly gritted teeth. I was just wondering whether Mr. Potter has quite the temperament for an aura, said Professor Umbridge sweetly. Were you? Said Professor McGonagall hotly. Well, Potter, she continued, as though there had been no interruption. If you are serious in this ambition, I would advise you to concentrate hard on bringing your transfiguration and potions up to scratch. I see Professor Flitwick has graded you between acceptable and exceeds expectations for the last 2 years, so your charm work seems satisfactory. As for defense against the dark arts, your marks have been generally high. Professor Lupin in particular thought you... Are you quite sure you wouldn't like a cough drop, Dolores? Oh, no need, thank you, Minerva, simpered Professor Umbridge, who had just coughed her loudest yet. I was just concerned that you might not have Harry's most recent Defense of Dark Arts marks in front of you. I'm quite sure I slipped in a note. What? This thing? Said Professor McGonagall, in a tone of revulsion, as she pulled out a sheet of pink parchment from between the leaves of Harry's folder. She glanced down it, her eyebrows slightly raised, then placed it back into her folder without comment. Yes, as I was saying, Potter, Professor Lupin thought you showed a pronounced aptitude for the subject, and obviously for an aura. Did you not understand my note, Minerva? In honeyed tones, quite forgetting to cough. Of course I understood it, said Professor McGonagall, her teeth clenched so tightly the words came out a little muffled. Well then, I am confused. I'm afraid I don't quite understand how you can give Mr. Potter false hope that... False hope, repeated Professor McGonagall, still refusing to look round at Professor Umbridge. He has achieved high marks in all his Defense Against the Dark Arts tests. I am terribly sorry to have to contradict you, Minerva, but as you will see from my note, Harry has been achieving very poor results in classes with me. I should have made my meaning plainer, said Professor McGonagall, turning at last to look at Umbridge directly in the eyes. He has achieved high marks in all Defense of the Dark Arts tests, set by a competent teacher. Professor Umbridge's smile vanished as suddenly as a bulb blowing. She sat back in her chair, turned a sheet on her clipboard, and began scribbling very fast indeed, her bulging eyes rolling from side to side. Professor McGonagall turned back to Harry, her thin nostrils flared, her eyes burning. Any questions, Potter? Yes, said Harry. What sort of character and aptitude test does the Ministry do on you, if you get enough newts? Well, you'll need to demonstrate the ability to react well to pressure, and so forth, said Professor McGonagall. Perseverance and dedication, because aura training takes a further 3 years, not to mention very high skills in practical defense. It'll mean a lot more study, even after you've left school. So unless you're prepared to... I think you'll also find, said Umbridge, her voice very cold now, that the Ministry looks into the records of those applying to be auras, their criminal records. Unless you're prepared to take even more exams after Hogwarts, you should really look at another... Which means that this boy has every chance of becoming an aura, as Dumbledore has, of ever returning to this school. A very good chance, then, said Professor McGonagall. Potter has a criminal record, said Umbridge loudly. Potter has been cleared of all charges, said McGonagall, even more loudly. Professor Umbridge stood up. She was so short that this did not make a great deal of difference, but her fussy, simpering demeanour had given place to a hard fury that made her broad, flabby face look oddly sinister. Potter has no chance whatsoever of becoming an aura. Professor McGonagall got to her feet too, and in her case, this was a much more impressive move. She towered over Professor Umbridge. Potter, she said in ringing tones, I will assist you to become an aura if it is the last thing I do. If I have to coach you nightly, I will make sure that you achieve the required results. The Minister for Magic will never employ Harry Potter, said Umbridge, her voice rising furiously. There may well be a new Minister for Magic by the time Potter is ready to join, shouted Professor McGonagall. Aha! Shrieked Professor Umbridge, pointing a stubby finger at McGonagall. Yes, 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 of course. That's what you want, isn't it, Minerva McGonagall? You want Cornelius Fudge replaced by Albus Dumbledore. You think you'll be where I am, don't you? Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and Headmistress to boot. You are raving, said Professor McGonagall, superbly disdainful. Potter, that concludes our careers consultation. Harry swung his bag over his shoulder and hurried out of the room, not daring to look at Professor Umbridge. He could hear her and Professor McGonagall continuing to shout at each other all the way back along the corridor. Professor Umbridge was still breathing as though she had just run a race when she strode into the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson that afternoon. I hope you thought better of what you planned to do, Harry, whispered Hermione, the moment they opened their books to Chapter 34, Non-Retaliation and Negotiation. Umbridge looks like she's in a really bad mood already. Every now and then, Umbridge shot glowering looks over at Harry, who kept his head down, staring at defensive magical theory, his eyes unfocused, thinking. He could just imagine Professor McGonagall's reaction if he was caught trespassing in Professor Umbridge's office mere hours after she had vouched for him. There was nothing to stop him simply going back to Gryffindor Tower and hoping that some time during the next summer holidays he would have a chance to ask Sirius about the scene he had witnessed in the Pensieve. Nothing, except that the thought of taking this sensible course of action made him feel as though a lead weight had dropped into his stomach. And then there was the matter of friend George, whose diversion was already planned, not to mention the knife Sirius had given him, which was currently residing in his school bag, along with his father's old invisibility cloak. But the fact remained that if he was caught, Dumbledore sacrificed himself to keep you in the school, Harry, whispered Hermione, raising the book to hide her face from Umbridge. And if you get thrown out today, it'll all have been for nothing. He could abandon the plan and simply learn to live with the memory of what his father had done on a summer's day more than 20 years ago. And then he remembered Sirius in the fire upstairs in the Gryffindor common room. You're less like your father than I thought. The risk would have been what made it fun for James. But did he want to be like his father anymore? Harry, don't do it. Please don't do it, Hermione said in anguished tones as the bell rang at the end of the class. He did not answer. He did not know what to do. Ron seemed determined to give neither his opinion nor his advice. He would not look at Harry, though when Hermione opened her mouth to try dissuading Harry some more, he said in a low voice, Give it a rest, okay? He can make up his own mind. Harry's heart beat very fast as he left the classroom. He was halfway along the corridor outside when he heard the unmistakable sounds of a diversion going off in the distance. There were screams and yells reverberating from somewhere above them. People exiting the classrooms all around Harry were stopping in their tracks and looking up at the ceiling fearfully. Umbridge came pelting out of her classroom as fast as her short legs could carry her. Pulling out her wand, she hurried off into the opposite direction. It was now or never. Harry, please, Hermione pleaded weakly. But he had made up his mind. Hitching his bag more securely onto his shoulder, he set off at a run, weaving in and out of students now hurrying in the opposite direction to see what all the fuss was about in the East Wing. Harry reached the corridor to Umbridge's office and found it deserted, dashing behind a large suit of armour whose helmet creaked around to watch him. He pulled open his bag, seized Sirius's knife, and donned the invisibility cloak. He then crept slowly and carefully back from behind the suit of armour and along the corridor until he reached Umbridge's door. He inserted the blade of the magical knife into the crack around it and moved it gently up and down, then withdrew it. There was a tiny click and the door swung open. He ducked inside the office, closed the door quickly behind him, and looked around. Nothing was moving except the horrible kittens that were frolicking on the wall plates above the confiscated broomsticks. Harry pulled off his cloak and, striding over to the fireplace, found what he was looking for within seconds, a small box containing glittering flue powder. He crouched down in front of the empty grate, his hands shaking. He had never done this before, though he thought he knew how it must work. Sticking his head into the fireplace, he took a large pinch of powder and dropped it onto the logs stacked neatly beneath him. They exploded at once in emerald green flames. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry said loudly and clearly. It was one of the most curious sensations he had ever experienced. He had travelled by flue powder before, of course, but then it had been his entire body that had spun around and around in the flames, through the network of wizarding fireplaces that stretched out over the country. This time, his knees remained firm upon the cold floor at Umbridge's office, and only his head hurtled through the emerald fire. And then, as abruptly as it had begun, the spinning stopped. Feeling rather sick, as though he was wearing an exceptionally hot muffler around his head, Harry opened his eyes to find he was looking up out of the kitchen fireplace at the long, wooden table, where a man sat poring over a piece of parchment. Sirius? The man jumped and looked around. It was not Sirius, but Lupin. "Harry," he said, looking thoroughly shocked. What's happening? Is everything all right?" "Yeah," said Harry. "I was just wondering. I just fancied a chat with Sirius." "I'll call him," said Lupin, getting to his feet, still looking perplexed. "He went upstairs to look for Creature. He seems to be hiding in the attic again." And Harry saw Lupin hurry out of the kitchen. Now he was left with nothing to look at but the chair and table legs. He wondered why Sirius had never mentioned how very uncomfortable it was to speak out of the fire. His knees were already objecting painfully to their prolonged contact with Umbridge's hard stone floor. Lupin returned with Sirius at his heels moments later. "What is it?" said Sirius urgently, sweeping his long dark hair out of his eyes and dropping to the ground in front of the fire, so he and Harry were on a level. Lupin knelt down too, looking very concerned. "Are you all right? Do you need help?" "No," said Harry. "It's nothing like that. I just wanted to talk. About my dad." They exchanged a look of great surprise, but Harry did not have time to feel awkward or embarrassed. His knees were becoming sorer by the second, and he guessed 5 minutes had already passed from the start of the diversion. George had only guaranteed him 20. He therefore plunged immediately into the story of what he had seen in the Pensieve. When he had finished, neither Sirius nor Lupin spoke for a moment. Then Lupin said quietly, "I wouldn't like you to judge your father on what you saw there, Harry. He was only 15. "I'm 15, said Harry heatedly. "Look, Harry," said Sirius placidly. "James and Snape hated each other from the moment they set eyes on each other. It was just one of those things. You can understand that, can't you?" "I think James was everything Snape wanted to be. He was popular. He was good at Quidditch. Good at pretty much everything. And Snape was just this little oddball who was up to his eyes in the dark arts. And James, whatever else he may have appeared to you, Harry, always hated the dark arts." "Yeah," said Harry. "But he just attacked Snape for no good reason. Just because you said you were bored." He finished, with a slightly apologetic tone in his voice. "I'm not proud of it," said Sirius quickly. Lupin looked sideways at Sirius, then said, "Look, Harry, what you got to understand is that your father and Sirius were the best in the school at whatever they did. Everyone thought they were the height of cool. If they sometimes got a bit carried away." "If we were sometimes arrogant little Burks, you mean," said Sirius. Lupin smiled. "He kept messing up his hair," said Harry in a pained voice. Sirius and Lupin laughed. "I've forgotten he used to do that," said Sirius affectionately. "Was he playing with a snitch?" said Lupin eagerly. "Yeah," said Harry, watching uncomprehendingly at Sirius, as Sirius and Lupin beamed reminiscently. "Well, I thought he was a bit of an idiot." "Of course he was a bit of an idiot," said Sirius bracingly. "We were all idiots. Well, not Mooney so much," he said fairly, looking at Lupin. But Lupin shook his head. "Did I ever tell you to lay off Snape?" he said. "Did I ever have the guts to tell you I thought you were out of order?" "Yeah, well," said Sirius, "you made us feel ashamed of ourselves sometimes. That was something." "And," said Harry dodgily, determined to say everything that was on his mind now he was here, "he kept looking over at the girls by the lake, hoping they were watching him." "Oh, well, he always made a fool of himself whenever Lily was around," said Sirius, shrugging. "He couldn't stop himself showing off whenever he got near her." "How come she married him?" Harry asked miserably. "She hated him." "Nah, she didn't," said Sirius. "She started going out with him in the 7th year," said Lupin. "Once James had deflated his head a bit," said Sirius, "and stopped hexing people just for the fun of it," said Lupin. "Even Snape," said Harry. "Well," said Lupin slowly, "Snape was a special case. I mean, he never lost an opportunity to curse James, so you couldn't really expect James to take that lying down, could you? And my mum was okay with that. She didn't know too much about it, to tell you the truth," said Sirius. "I mean, James didn't take Snape on dates with her and jinx him in front of her, did he?" Sirius frowned at Harry, who was still looking unconvinced. "Look," he said, "your father was the best friend I'd ever had, and he was a good person. A lot of people are idiots at the age of 15. He grew out of it." "Yeah, okay," said Harry heavily. "I just never thought I'd feel so sorry for Snape." "Now you mention it," said Lupin, a faint crease between his eyebrows. "How did Snape react when he found out you'd seen all this?" "He told me he'd never teach me occlumency again," said Harry indifferently. "Like that's a big disappointment." "He what?" shouted Sirius, causing Harry to jump and inhale a mouthful of ashes. "Are you serious, Harry?" said Lupin quickly. "He stopped giving you lessons?" "Yeah," said Harry, surprised at what he'd considered a great overreaction. "But it's okay. I don't care. It's a bit of a relief to tell you the—" "I'm coming up there to have a word with Snape," said Sirius forcefully, and he actually made to stand up, but Lupin wretched him back down again. "If anyone's going to tell Snape, it'll be me," he said firmly. "But Harry, first of all, you're to go back to Snape and tell him that on no account is he to stop giving you lessons when Dumbledore hears." "I can't tell him that. He'd kill me," said Harry, outraged. "You didn't see him when we got out of the Pensieve." "Harry, there is nothing so important as you learning occlumency," said Lupin sternly. "Do you understand me? Nothing." Okay, said Harry, thoroughly discomposed, not to mention annoyed. I'll try and say something to him, but it won't be." He fell silent. He could hear distant footsteps. "Is that creature coming downstairs?" "No," said Sirius, glancing behind him. "It must be somebody on your end." Harry's heart skipped several beats. "I'd better go," he said hastily, and pulled his head backwards at a Grimmauld Place fire. For a moment, his head seemed to be revolving on his shoulders. Then he found himself keeling in front of Umbridge's fire, with it firmly back on, and watching the emerald flames flicker and die. Quickly, quickly!" he heard a wheezy voice mutter right outside the door. "Ah, she left it open." Harry dived for the invisibility cloak, and had just managed to pull it back over himself when Filch burst into the office. He looked absolutely delighted about something, and was talking to himself feverishly as he crossed the room, pulled open a drawer in Umbridge's desk, and began rifling through the papers inside it. Approval for whipping! Approval for whipping! I can do it at last! They've had it coming to them for years!" He pulled out a piece of parchment, kissed it, then shuffled rapidly back out the door, clutching it to his chest. Harry leapt to his feet and, making sure he had his bag and that his invisibility cloak was completely covering him, he wrenched open the door and hurried out of the office after Filch, who was hobbling along faster than Harry had ever seen him go. Once landing down from Umbridge's office, Harry thought it was safe to become visible again. He pulled off the cloak, shoved it in his bag, and hurried onwards. There was a great deal of shouting and movement coming from the entrance hall. He ran down the marble staircase and found what looked like most of the school assembled there. It was like the night when Trelawney was being sacked. Students were standing all around the walls in a great ring. Some of them, Harry noticed, covered in a substance which looked very like stinksap. Teachers and ghosts were also in the crowd. Prominent among the onlookers were members of the inquisitorial squad, who were all looking exceptionally pleased with themselves, and Peeves, who was bobbing overhead, gazed down at Fred and George, who stood in the middle of the floor with the unmistakable look of two people who had just been cornered. "So," said Umbridge triumphantly. Harry realised she was standing just a few stairs in front of him, once more looking down upon her prey. "So, you think it is amusing to turn a school corridor into a swamp, do you?" "Pretty amusing, yeah," said Fred, looking up at her without the slightest sign of fear. Filch elbowed his way closer to Umbridge, almost crying with happiness. "I've got the form, headmistress," he said hoarsely, waving the piece of parchment Harry had just seen him take from her desk. "I've got the form, and I've got the whips waiting. Oh, let me do it now." "Very good, Argus," she said. "You two," she went on, gazing down at Fred and George, "are about to learn what happens to wrongdoers in my school." "You know what?" said Fred. "I don't think we are." He turned to his twin. "George," said Fred, "I think we've outgrown full-time education." "Yeah, I've been feeling that way myself," said George lightly. "Time to test our talents in the real world, do you reckon?" asked Fred. "Definitely," said George. And before Umbridge could say a word, they raised their wands and said together, "Accio brooms!" Harry heard a loud crash somewhere in the distance. Looking to his left, he ducked just in time. Fred and George's broomsticks, one still trailing the heavy chain and iron peg with which Umbridge had fastened them to the wall, were hurtling along the corridor towards their owners. They turned left, streaked down the stairs, and stopped sharply in front of the twins, the chain clattering loudly on the flagstone floor. "We won't be seeing you," Fred told Professor Umbridge, swinging his leg over his broomstick. "Yeah, don't bother to keep in touch," said George, mounting his own. Fred looked around at the assembled students, at the silent, watchful crowd. "If anyone fancies buying a portable swamp, as demonstrated upstairs, come to number 93, Diagon Alley, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes," he said in a loud voice. "Our new premises. Special discounts to Hogwarts students who swear they're going to use our products to get rid of this old bat," added George, pointing at Professor Umbridge. "Stop them!" shrieked Umbridge, but it was too late. As the inquisitorial squad closed in, Fred and George kicked off from the floor, shooting 15 feet into the air, the iron pegs swinging dangerously below. Fred looked across the hall at the poltergeist bobbing on his level above the crowd. "Give her hell from us, Peeves!" And Peeves, who Harry had never seen take an order from a student before, swept his belled hat from his head and sprang to a salute as Fred and George wheeled about to the simultaneous applause from the students below and sped out of the open front doors into the glorious sunset. Chapter 30. Grawp. The story of Fred and George's flight to freedom was retold so often over the next few days that Harry could tell it would soon become the stuff of Hogwarts legend. Within a week, even those who had been eyewitnesses were half convinced they had seen the twins dive-bomb Umbridge on their brooms and pelt her with dung bombs before zooming out of the doors. In the immediate aftermath of their departure, there was a great wave of talk about copying them. Harry frequently heard students saying things like, "Honestly, some days I just feel like jumping on my broom and leaving this place." Or else, "One more lesson like that and I might just have to do a Weasley." Fred and George had made sure nobody was likely to forget them too soon. For one thing, they had not left instructions on how to remove the swamp that now filled the corridor on the 5th floor of the East Wing. Umbridge and Filch had been observed trying different means of removing it, but without success. Eventually, the area was roped off and Filch, gnashing his teeth furiously, was given the task of punting students across it to their classrooms. Harry was certain that teachers like McGonagall or Flitwick could have removed the swamp in an instant, but, just as in the case of Fred and George's wildfire whiz-bangs, they seemed to prefer to watch Umbridge struggle. Then there were the two large broom-shaped holes in Umbridge's office door, through which Fred and George's clean sweeps had smashed to rejoin their masters. Filch fitted a new door and removed Harry's firebolt to the dungeons where, it was rumoured, Umbridge had set an armed security troll to guard it. However, her troubles were far from over. Inspired by Fred and George's example, a great number of students were now vying for the newly vacant positions of troublemakers in chief. In spite of the new door, somebody managed to slip a hairy snouted niffler into Umbridge's office, which promptly tore the place apart in its search for shiny objects, leapt on Umbridge when she entered, and tried to gnaw the rings off her stubby fingers. Dung bombs and stink pellets were dropped so frequently in the corridors that it became the new fashion for students to perform bubblehead charms on themselves before leaving lessons, which ensured them a supply of fresh air, even though it gave them all the peculiar appearance of wearing upside-down goldfish bowls on their heads. Filch prowled the corridors with a horsewhip ready in hand, desperate to catch miscreants. But the problem was that there were now so many of them, he never knew which way to turn. The Inquisitorial Squad was attempting to help him, but odd things kept happening to its members. Warrington of the Slytherin Quidditch team reported to the hospital wing with a horrible skin complaint that made him look as though he had been coated in cornflakes. Pansy Parkinson, to Hermione's delight, missed all her lessons the following day as she had sprouted antlers. Meanwhile, it became clear just how many skiving snack boxes Fred and George had managed to sell before leaving Hogwarts. Umbridge only had to enter her classroom for the students assembled there to faint, vomit, develop dangerous fevers, or else spout blood from both their nostrils. Shrieking with rage and frustration, she attempted to trace the mysterious symptoms to their source, but the students told her stubbornly that they were suffering from Umbridgeitis. After putting 4 successive classes in detention and failing to discover their secret, she was forced to give up and allow the bleeding, swooning, sweating and vomiting students to leave her classes in droves. But not even the users of the snack boxes could compete with the master of chaos, Peeves, who seemed to have taken Fred's parting words deeply to heart. Cackling madly, he soared through the school, upending tables, bursting out of blackboards, toppling statues and vases. Twice he shot Miss Norris inside a suit of armour, from which she was rescued, yowling loudly, by the furious caretaker. Peeves smashed lanterns and snuffed out candles, juggled burning torches over the heads of screaming students, caused neatly stacked piles of parchment to topple into fires or out of windows, flooded the 2nd floor when he pulled off the taps in the bathrooms, dropped a bag of tarantulas in the middle of the Great Hall during breakfast, and, whenever he fancied a break, spent hours at a time floating along after Umbridge and blowing loud raspberries every time she spoke. None of the staff but Filch seemed to be stirring themselves to help her. Indeed, a week after Fred and George's departure, Harry witnessed Professor McGonagall walking right past Peeves, who was determinedly loosening a crystal chandelier, and could have sworn he had heard her tell the poltergeist out of the corner of her mouth, "It unscrews the other way." To cap matters, Montague had still not recovered from his sojourn in the toilet. He remained confused and disorientated, and his parents were to be observed one Tuesday morning, striding up the front drive, looking extremely angry. "Should we say something?" said Hermione in a worried voice, pressing her cheek against the charm's window, so that she could see Mr. and Mrs. Montague marching inside. "About what happened to him, in case it helps Madame Pomfrey cure him." "Course not. He'll recover," said Ron indifferently. "Anyway, more trouble for Umbridge, isn't it?" said Harry in a satisfied voice. He and Ron both tapped the teacups they were supposed to be charming with their wands. Harry sprouted 4 very short legs that could not reach the desk, and wriggled pointlessly in mid-air. Ron's grew 4 very thin, spindly legs that hoisted the cup off the desk with great difficulty, trembled for a few seconds, then folded, causing the cup to crack into 2. "Reparo," said Hermione quickly, mending Ron's cup with a wave of her wand. "That's all very well, but what if Montague's permanently injured?" "Who cares?" said Ron irritably, while his teacup stood up drunkenly again, trembling violently at the knees. "Montague shouldn't have tried to take all those points from Gryffindor, should he? If you want to worry about anyone, Hermione, worry about me." "You," she said, catching her teacup as it scampered happily away across the desk on 4 sturdy little willow pattern legs, and replacing it in front of her. "Why should I be worried about you?" "When Mum's next letter finally gets through Umbridge's screening process," said Ron bitterly, now holding up his cup, while its frail legs tried feebly to support its weight, "I'm going to be in deep trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if she sent another howler." "But it'll be my fault Fred and George left. You wait," said Ron darkly. "She'll say I should have stopped them leaving. I should have grabbed the ends of their brooms and hung on or something. Yeah, it'll be all my fault." "Well, if she does say that, it'll be very unfair. You couldn't have done anything, but I'm sure she won't. I mean, if it's really true they've got premises in Diagon Alley, they must have been planning this for ages." "Yeah, but that's another thing. How did they get these premises?" said Ron, hitting his teacup so hard with his wand that its legs collapsed again and it lay twitching before him. "It's a bit dodgy, isn't it? They'll need loads of galleons to afford the rent on a place in Diagon Alley. She'll want to know what they've been up to get their hands on that sort of gold." "Well, yes, that's occurred to me too," said Hermione, allowing her teacup to jog in neat little circles around Harry's, whose stubbly little legs were still unable to touch the desktop. "I've been wondering whether Mundungus has persuaded them to sell stolen goods or something awful." "He hasn't," said Harry curtly. "How do you know?" said Ron and Hermione together. "Because—" Harry hesitated, but the moment to confess finally seemed to have come. There was no good to be gained in keeping silent, if it meant anyone suspected that Fred and George were criminals. "Because they got the gold from me. I gave them my Triwizard winnings last June." There was a shocked silence. Then Hermione's teacup jogged right over the edge of the desk and smashed to the floor. "Oh, Harry, you didn't," she said. "Yes, I did," said Harry mutinously. "And I don't regret it either. I didn't need the gold, and they'll be great at running a joke shop." "But this is excellent," said Ron, looking thrilled. "It's all your fault, Harry. Mum can't blame me at all. Can I tell her?" "Yeah, I suppose you'd better," said Harry dully, "especially if she thinks they're receiving a stolen cauldrons or something." Hermione said nothing at all for the rest of the lesson, but Harry had a shrewd suspicion that her self-restraint was bound to crack before long. Sure enough, once they had left the castle for a break and were standing around in the weak May sunshine, she fixed Harry with a beady eye and opened her mouth with a determined air. Harry interrupted her before she could even get started. "It's no good nagging me. It's done," he said firmly. "Fred and George got the gold, spent a good bit of it too, by the sounds of it, and I can't get it back from them, and I don't want to. So save your breath, Hermione." "I wasn't going to say anything about Fred and George," she said in an injured voice. Ron snorted disbelievingly, and Hermione threw him a very dirty look. "No, I wasn't," she said angrily. "As a matter of fact, I was going to ask Harry when he's going to go back to Snape and ask for more occlumency lessons." Harry's heart sank. Once he had exhausted the subject of Fred and George's dramatic departure, which admittedly had taken many hours, Ron and Hermione had wanted to hear news of Sirius. As Harry had not confided in them the reason he wanted to talk to Sirius in the first place, it had been hard to think of what to tell them. He had ended up saying, truthfully, that Sirius wanted Harry to resume occlumency lessons. He had been regretting this ever since. Hermione would not let the subject drop, and kept reverting to it when Harry least expected it. "You can't tell me you stopped having funny dreams," Hermione said now, "because Ron told me you were muttering in your sleep again last night." Harry threw Ron a furious look. Ron had the grace to look ashamed of himself. "You were only muttering a bit," he mumbled apologetically. "Something about just a bit further." "I dreamed I was watching you lot play Quidditch," Harry lied brutally. "I was trying to get you to stretch out a bit further to grab the quaffle." Ron's ears went red. Harry felt a kind of vindictive pleasure. He had not, of course, dreamed anything of the sort. Last night, he had once again made the journey along the Department of Mysteries corridor. He had passed through the circular room, then the room full of clicking and dancing light, until he found himself again inside the cavernous room, full of shelves, on which were ranged dusty glass spheres. Harry hurried straight towards row number 97, turned left, and ran along it. It had probably been then when he had spoken aloud, just a bit further, for he had felt his conscience self-struggling to wait, and before he had reached the end of the row, he had found himself lying in bed again, gazing up at the canopy of his four-poster. "You are trying to block your mind, aren't you?" said Hermione. looking beadily at Harry. "You are keeping going with your occlumency?" "Of course I am," said Harry, trying to sound as though this question was insulting, but not quite meeting our eye. The truth was, he was so intensely curious about what was hidden in that room full of dusty orbs, that he was quite keen for the dreams to continue. The problem was, with just under a month to go until the exams, and every free moment devoted to revision, his mind seemed to be so saturated with information that when he went to bed, he found it very difficult to get to sleep at all. And when he did, his overwrought brain presented him most nights with stupid dreams about the exams. He also suspected that part of his mind, the part that often spoke in Hermione's voice, now felt guilty of the occasions. It strayed down that corridor, ending in the black door, and sought to wake him before he could reach the journey's end. "You know," said Ron, whose ears were still flaming red, "if Montague doesn't recover before Slytherin play Hufflepuff, we might be in a chance of winning the cup." "Yeah, I suppose so," said Harry, glad of a change of subject. "I mean, we've won one, lost one. If Slytherin lose to Hufflepuff next Saturday..." "Yeah, that's right," said Harry, losing track of what he was agreeing to. Cho Chang had just walked across the courtyard, determinedly not looking at him. The final match of Quidditch season, Gryffindor vs Ravenclaw, was to take place on the last weekend of May. Although Slytherin had been narrowly defeated by Hufflepuff in their last match, Gryffindor were not daring to hope for victory, due mainly, though of course nobody said it to him, to Ron's abysmal goalkeeping record. He, however, seemed to have found a new optimism. "I mean, I can't get any worse, can I?" he told Harry and Hermione, grimly over breakfast on the morning of the match. "Nothing to lose now, is there?" "You know," said Hermione, as she and Harry walked down to the pitch a little later in the midst of a very excitable crowd, "I think Ron might do better without Fred and George around. They never exactly gave him a lot of confidence." Luna Lovegood overtook them, with what appeared to be a live eagle perched on top of her head. "Oh gosh, I forgot," said Hermione, watching the eagle flapping its wings as Luna walked searingly past a group of cackling and pointing Slytherins. "Cho will be playing, won't she?" Harry, who had not forgotten this, merely grunted. They found seats in the second topmost row of the stands. It was a fine, clear day. Ron could not wish for better, and Harry found himself hoping against hope that Ron would not give the Slytherins cause for more rousing choruses of "Weasley is our king." Lee Jordan, who had been very dispirited since Fred and George had left, was commentating as usual. As the team zoomed out to the pitch, he named the players with something less than his usual gusto. "Bradley, Davis, Chang," he said, and Harry felt his stomach perform. Less of a backflip, more of a feeble lurch as Cho walked out onto the pitch, her shiny black hair rippling in the slight breeze. He was not sure what he wanted to happen anymore, except that he could not stand any more rows. Even the sight of her chatting animatedly to Roger Davis as they prepared to mount their brooms caused him only a slight twinge of jealousy. "And they're off," said Lee. "And Davis takes the quaffle immediately. Ravenclaw Captain Davis with the quaffle. He dodges Johnson. He dodges Bell. He dodges Spinnett as well. He's going straight for goal. He's going to shoot and... Lee swore very loudly. "And he scored!" Harry and Hermione groaned with the rest of the Gryffindors. Predictably, horribly, the Slytherins on the other side of the stands began to sing. "Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring." "Harry," said a hoarse voice in Harry's ear. "Hermione." Harry looked around and saw Hagrid's enormous bearded face sticking between the seats. Apparently he had squeezed his way all along the row behind. For the first and second years he had just passed had a ruffled, flattened look about them. For some reason, Hagrid was bent double as though anxious not to be seen, though he was still at least 4 feet taller than anybody else. "Listen," he whispered. "Can you come with me? Now, while everyone's watching the match?" Can't it wait, Hagrid?" asked Harry. "Till the match is over." "No," said Hagrid. "No, Harry. It's got to be now. While everyone's looking the other way. Please." Hagrid's nose was gently dripping blood. His eyes were both blackened. Harry had not seen him this close up since his return to school. He looked utterly woebegone. "Course," said Harry at once. "Course we'll come." He and Hermione edged back along the row of their seats, causing much grumbling among the students, who had to stand up for them. The people in Hagrid's row were not complaining, merely attempting to make themselves as small as possible. "I appreciate this, you two. I really do," said Hagrid, as they reached the stairs. He kept looking around nervously as they descended towards the lawn below. "I just hope she doesn't notice us going." "You mean Umbridge?" said Harry. "She won't. She's got a whole inquisitorial squad sitting with her. Didn't you see? She must be expecting trouble at the match." "Yeah, well, a bit of trouble wouldn't hurt," said Hagrid, pausing to peer around the edge of the stands to make sure the stretch of lawn between there and his cabin was deserted. "Give us more time." "What is it, Hagrid?" said Hermione, looking up at him with a concerned expression on her face as they hurried across the grass towards the edge of the forest. "You'll see in a mo," said Hagrid, looking over his shoulder as a great roar rose from the stands behind them. "Hey, did someone just score?" "It'll be Ravenclaw," said Harry heavily. "Good," said Hagrid distractedly. "That's good." They had to jog to keep up with him as he strode across the lawn, looking around with every other step. When they reached his cabin, Hermione turned automatically left towards the front door. Hagrid, however, walked straight past it into the shade of the trees on the outermost edge of the forest, where he picked up a crossbow that was leaning up against a tree. When he realised they were no longer with him, he turned. "We're going in here," he said, jerking his shaggy head behind him. "Into the forest?" said Hermione, perplexed. "Yeah," said Hagrid. "Come on now, quick, before we're spotted." Harry and Hermione looked at each other, then ducked into the cover of the trees behind Hagrid, who was already striding away from them into the green gloom, his crossbow over his arm. Harry and Hermione ran to catch up with him. "Hagrid, why are you armed?" said Harry. "Just a precaution," said Hagrid, shrugging his massive shoulders. "You didn't bring your crossbow the day you showed us the Thestrals," said Hermione timidly. "Nah, well, we weren't going in so far then," said Hagrid. "And anyway, that was before Firenze left the forest, wasn't it?" "Why does Firenze leaving make a difference?" asked Hermione curiously. "'Cause the other centaurs are good and riled at me, that's why," said Hagrid quietly, glancing around. "They used to be, well, you couldn't call them friendly, but we got on all right. Kept themselves to themselves, but always turned up if I wanted a word. Not anymore." He sighed deeply. "Firenze said they're angry because he went to work for Dumbledore," Harry said, tripping on a protruding root because he was busy watching Hagrid's profile. "Yeah," said Hagrid heavily. "Well, angry doesn't cover it. Ruddy livid. If I hadn't stepped in, I reckon they would have kicked Firenze to death." "They attacked him," said Hermione, sounding shocked. "Yep," said Hagrid gruffly, forcing his way through several low-hanging branches. "He had half the herd onto him." "And you stopped it," said Harry, amazed and impressed. "By yourself?" "Course I did. Couldn't stand by and watch him kill him, could I?" said Hagrid. "Lucky I was passing, really. And I would have thought Firenze might have remembered that before he started sending me stupid warnings," he added hotly and unexpectedly. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, startled, but Hagrid, scowling, did not elaborate. "Anyway," he said, breathing a little more heavily than usual. "Since then, the other centaurs have been livid with me, and the trouble is, they got a lot more of an influence in the forest. Cleverest creatures in here." "Is that why we're here, Hagrid?" asked Hermione. "The centaurs?" "Ah, no," said Hagrid, shaking his head dismissively. "No, it's not them. Well, of course they could complicate the problem, yeah, but you'll see what I mean in a bit." On this incomprehensible note, he fell silent and forged a little ahead, taking one stride for every three of theirs, so that they had great trouble keeping up with him. The path was becoming increasingly overgrown, and the trees grew so closely together as they walked further and further into the forest that it was as dark as dusk. They were soon a long way past the clearing where Hagrid had shown them the Thestrals, but Harry felt no sense of unease until Hagrid stepped unexpectedly off the path and began wending his way in and out of the trees towards the dark heart of the forest. "Hagrid!" said Harry, finding his way through the thickly knotted brambles, over which Hagrid had stepped with ease, and remembering very vividly what had happened to him on the other occasion he had stepped off the forest path. "Where are we going?" "Bit further," said Hagrid over his shoulder. "Come on, Harry, we need to keep together now." It was a great struggle to keep up with Hagrid, what with branches and thickets of thorn through which Hagrid marched as easily as it was cobwebs, but which snagged Harry and Hermione's robes, frequently entangling them so severely that they had to stop for minutes at a time to free themselves. Harry's arms and legs were soon covered in small cuts and scratches. They were so deep in the forest now that sometimes all Harry could see of Hagrid in the gloom was a massive dark shape ahead of him. Any sound seemed threatening in the muffled silence. The breaking of a twig echoed loudly, and the tiniest rustle of movement, even though it might have been made by an innocent sparrow, caused Harry to peer through the gloom for a culprit. It occurred to him that he had never managed to get this far into the forest without meeting some kind of creature. Their absence struck him as rather ominous. "Hagrid, would it be all right if we lit our wands?" said Hermione quietly. All right," Hagrid whispered back. "In fact..." He stopped suddenly and turned around. Hermione walked right into him and was knocked over backwards. Harry caught her just before she hit the forest floor. "Maybe we best just stop moving for a moment, so I can..." fill you in, said Hagrid. Before we get there, like. Good, said Hermione, as Harry set her back on her feet. They both murmured, Lumos, and their wand tips ignited. Hagrid's face swam through the gloom by the light of the two wavering beams, and Harry saw again that he looked nervous and sad. Right, said Hagrid. Well, see, the thing is... He took a great breath. Well, there's a good chance I'm going to be getting a sack any day now, he said. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, then back at him. But you've lasted this long, Hermione said tentatively. What makes you think... Umbridge reckons it was me that put that niffler in her office. And was it? Said Harry, before he could stop himself. No, it ruddy well wasn't, said Hagrid indignantly. Only anything to do with magical creatures, and she thinks it's got something to do with me. You know she's been looking for a chance to get rid of me ever since I got back. I don't want to go, of course, but if it wasn't for, well, the special circumstances I'm about to explain to you, I'd leave right now before she gets the chance to do it in front of the whole school, like she did with Trelawney. Harry and Hermione both made noises of protest, but Hagrid overrode them with a wave of one of his enormous hands. It's not the end of the world. I'll be able to help Dumbledore once I'm out of here. I can be useful to the Order, and you lot will have Grumbly Plank. You'll get through your exams fine. His voice trembled and broke. Don't worry about me, he said hastily, as Hermione made to pat his arm. He pulled his enormous spotted handkerchief from the pocket of his waistcoat and mopped his eyes with it. Look, I wouldn't be telling you this if I didn't have to. See, if I go, well, I couldn't leave without telling someone, because I'll need you two to help me, and Ron if he's willing. Of course we'll help you, said Harry at once. What do you want us to do? Hagrid gave a great sniff and patted Harry wordlessly on the shoulder with such force, Harry was knocked sideways into a tree. I knew you'd say yes, said Hagrid into his handkerchief, but I won't never forget. Well, come on, just a little further. Through here. Watch yourselves now. There's nettles. They walked on in silence for another 15 minutes. Harry had opened his mouth to ask how much further they had to go, when Hagrid threw out his right arm to signal they should stop. Really easy, he said softly. Very quiet now. They crept forwards, and Harry saw they were facing a large, smooth mound of earth, nearly as tall as Hagrid that he thought, with a jolt of dread, was sure to be the lair of some enormous animal. Trees had been ripped up at the roots, all around the mound, so that it stood on a bare patch of ground surrounded by heaps of trunks and boughs that formed a kind of fence or barricade, behind which Harry, Hermione and Hagrid now stood. Sleeping, breathed Hagrid. Sure enough, Harry could hear a distant, rhythmic rumbling, which sounded like a pair of enormous lungs at work. He glanced sideways at Hermione, who was gazing at the mound, with her mouth slightly open. She looked utterly terrified. Hagrid, she said in a whisper, barely audible over the sound of the sleeping creature. Who is he? Harry found this an odd question. What is it? Was the one he was planning on asking. Hagrid, you told us, said Hermione, her wand now shaking in her hand. You told us none of them wanted to come. Harry looked from her to Hagrid, and then, as realization hit him, he looked back at the mound with a small gasp of horror. The great mound of earth, on which he, Hermione and Hagrid could easily have stood, was moving slowly up and down in time with the deep, grunting breathing. It was not a mound at all. It was a curved back of what was clearly... Well, no, he didn't want to come, said Hagrid, sounding desperate. But I had to bring him, Hermione. I had to. But why? Asked Hermione, who sounded as though she wanted to cry. Why? What? Oh, Hagrid. I knew if I just got him back, said Hagrid, sounding close to tears himself, and taught him a few manners, I'd be able to take him outside and show everyone he's harmless. Harmless? Said Hermione shrilly, and Hagrid made frantic hushing noises with his hands as the enormous creature before them grunted loudly and shifted in its sleep. He's been hurting you all this time, hasn't he? That's why you've got all these injuries. He don't know his own strength, said Hagrid earnestly, and he's getting better. He's not fighting so much anymore. So this is why you took 2 months to get home, said Hermione distractedly. Oh, Hagrid, why did you bring him back if he didn't want to come? Wouldn't he have been happier with his own people? They were bullying him, Hermione, because he's so small, said Hagrid. Small? Said Hermione. Small? Hermione, I couldn't leave him, said Hagrid, tears now trickling down his bruised face into his beard. See, he's my brother. Hermione simply stared at him, her mouth open. Hagrid, when you say brother, said Harry slowly, do you mean... Well, half-brother, amended Hagrid. Turns out my mother took up with another giant when she left me dad, and she went and had Grawp here." "Grawp?" said Harry. "Yeah. Well, that's what it sounds like when he says his name," said Hagrid anxiously. "He don't speak a lot of English. I've been trying to teach him. Anyway, she don't seem to have liked him much more than she'd like me. See, with giantesses, what counts is producing good big kids. And he's always been a bit on the runty side of things for a giant. Only 16 foot. "Oh yes, tiny," said Hermione, with a great hysterical sarcasm. "Absolutely minuscule. He's been kicked around by all of them. I just couldn't leave him." "Did Madame Maxime want you to bring him back?" asked Harry. She could see it was right important to me," said Hagrid, twisting his enormous hands. But she got a bit tired of him after a while, I must admit. So we split up on the journey home. She promised not to tell anyone, though." "How on earth did you get him back without anyone noticing?" said Harry. "Well, that's why it took me so long, see?" said Hagrid. "Could only travel by night, and through wild country and stuff. Of course, he covers the ground pretty quick when he wants to, but he kept wanting to go back." "Oh, Hagrid, why on earth didn't you let him?" said Hermione, flopping down onto a ripped-up tree and burying her face in her hands. "What do you think you're going to do with a violent giant who doesn't even want to be here?" "Well now, violent, that's a bit harsh," said Hagrid, still twisting his hands agitatedly. "I'll admit, he might have taken a couple of swings at me when he's been in a bit of a bad mood, but he's getting better, loads better, settling down well." "What are those ropes for then?" Harry asked. He had just noticed ropes thick as saplings, stretching from around the largest trunks of the nearby trees towards the place where Grawp lay curled on the ground with his back to them. "You have to keep him tied up," said Hermione faintly. "Well, yeah," said Hagrid, looking anxious. "See, it's like I say, he doesn't really know his own strength." Harry understood now why there had been such a suspicious lack of any other living creature in this part of the forest. "So what is it you want Harry, Ron and me to do?" Hermione asked apprehensively. "Look after him," said Hagrid croakily, "after I'm gone." Harry and Hermione exchanged miserable looks, Harry uncomfortably aware that he had already promised Hagrid that he would do whatever he asked. "What does that involve exactly?" Hermione inquired. "Not food or anything," said Hagrid eagerly. "He can get his own food, no problem. Birds and deer and stuff. No, it's company he needs. I just need to know someone was carrying on trying to help him, teaching him, you know." Harry said nothing, but turned to look back at the gigantic form lying asleep on the ground in front of them. Unlike Hagrid, who simply looked like an oversized human, Grawp looked strangely misshapen. What Harry had taken to be a vast mossy boulder to the left of the great earthen mound, he now recognised as Grawp's head. It was much larger in proportion to the body than a human head, and was almost perfectly round and covered with tightly curling, close-growing hair, the colour of bracken. The rim of a single large, fleshy ear was visible on top of the head, which seemed to sit, rather like Uncle Vernon's, directly upon the shoulders with little or no neck in between. The back, under what looked like a dirty brownish smock, comprised of animal skins sewn roughly together, was very broad, and as Grawp slept, it seemed to strain a little at the rough seams of his skins. The legs were curled up under the body. Harry could see the soles of enormous, filthy bare feet, large as sledges, resting one on top of the other on the earthy forest floor. "You want us to teach him?" Harry said in a hollow voice. He now understood what Firenze's warning had meant. His attempt is not working. He would do better to abandon it. Of course the other creatures who lived in the forest would have heard Hagrid's fruitless attempts to teach Grawp English. "Yeah, even if it's just to talk to him for a bit," said Hagrid hopefully. "'Cause I reckon, if he can talk to people, he'll understand more." Harry looked at Hermione, who peered back at him from between the fingers over her face. "Kinda makes you wish we had Norbert back, doesn't it?" he said, and she gave a very shaky laugh. "Yeah, you'll do it then," said Hagrid, who did not seem to have caught what Harry had just said. "Well," said Harry, already bound by his promise, "we'll try, Hagrid." "I knew I could count on you, Harry," Hagrid said, beaming in a very watery way and dabbing at his face with his handkerchief. "I don't want you to put yourselves out too much. Like, I know you've got exams. If you could just nip down here in your invisibility cloak once a week and have a nice little chat with him. I'll wake him up, then introduce you." "What? No," said Hermione, jumping up. "Hagrid, no, don't wake him. Really, we don't need—" But Hagrid had already stepped over the great tree trunk in front of them and was proceeding towards Grawp. When he was about 10 feet away, he lifted a long, broken bough from the ground, smiled reassuringly over his shoulder at Harry and Hermione, then poked Grawp hard in the middle of the back with the end of the bough. The giant gave a roar that echoed through the silent forest. Birds in the treetops overhead rose twittering from their perches and soared away. In front of Harry and Hermione, meanwhile, the gigantic Grawp was rising from the ground, which shuddered as he placed an enormous hand upon it to push himself up to his knees. He turned his head to see who and what had disturbed him. "All right, Grawpy," said Hagrid in a would-be cheery voice, backing away with the long bow raised, ready to poke Grawp again. "Had a nice sleep, eh?" Harry and Hermione retreated as far as they could, while still keeping the giant within their sights. Grawp knelt down between two trees he had not yet uprooted. They looked up into his star-lingering huge face, that resembled a grey, full moon, swimming in the gloom of the clearing. It was as though the features had been hewn onto a great stone ball. The nose was stubbly and shapeless, the mouth lopsided and full of misshapen yellow teeth, the size of half bricks. The eyes, small by giant standards, were a muddy greenish brown, and just now were half gummed together with sleep. Grawp raised dirty knuckles, each as big as a cricket ball, to his eyes, rubbed vigorously, then, without warning, pushed himself to his feet with surprising speed and agility. "Oh my!" Harry heard Hermione squeal terrified beside him. The trees to which the other ends of the ropes around Grawp's wrists and ankles were attached creaked ominously. He was, as Hagrid said, at least 16 feet tall. Gazing blearily around, Grawp reached out a hand the size of a beach umbrella, seized the bird's nest from the upper branches of a towering pine, and turned it upside down with a roar of apparent displeasure that there was no bird in it. Eggs fell like grenades towards the ground, and Hagrid threw his arms over his head to protect himself. "Anyway, Grawpy," shouted Hagrid, looking up apprehensively in case of further falling eggs, "I brought some friends to meet you. Remember when I said I might have to go on a little trip and leave them to look after you for a bit? Remember that, Grawpy?" But Grawp merely gave another low roar. It was hard to say whether he was listening to Hagrid, or whether he even recognised the sounds Hagrid was making as speech. He had now seized the top of the pine tree and was pulling it towards him, evidently for the simple pleasure of seeing how far it would spring back when he had let go. "Now, Grawpy, don't do that," shouted Hagrid. "That's how you ended up pulling up the others." And sure enough, Harry could see the earth around the tree's roots beginning to crack. "I got company for you," Hagrid shouted. "Company, see? Look down, you big buffoon. I brought you some friends." "Oh, Hagrid, don't," moaned Hermione. But Hagrid had already raised the bow again and gave Grawp's knee a sharp poke. The giant let go at the top of the tree, which swayed alarmingly and deluged Hagrid with a rain of pine needles, and looked down. "This," said Hagrid, hastening over to where Harry and Hermione stood, "is Harry Grawp, Harry Potter. He might be coming to visit you if I have to go away. Understand?" The giant had only just realised that Harry and Hermione were there. They watched, in great trepidation, as he lowered his huge boulder of a head so that he could peer blearily at them. "And this is Hermione, see? Her..." Hagrid hesitated. Turning to Hermione, he said, "Would you mind if he called you Hermy, Hermione? Only, it's a difficult name for him to remember." "No, not at all," squeaked Hermione. "This is Hermy Grawp, and she's going to be coming and all. Isn't that nice, eh? 2 friends for you to... Grawpy, no!" Grawp's hand had shot out of nowhere towards Hermione. Harry seized her and pulled her backwards behind the tree, so that Grawp's fist scraped the trunk, but closed on thin air. "Bad boy, Grawpy," they heard Hagrid yelling, as Hermione clung to Harry behind the tree, shaking and whimpering. "Very bad boy. You don't grab. Ouch!" Harry poked his head out from around the trunk and saw Hagrid lying on his back, his hand over his nose. Grawp, apparently losing interest, had straightened up and was again edging and pulling back the pine as far as it would go. "Right," said Hagrid thickly, getting up with one hand, pinching his bleeding nose, and the other grasping his crossbow. "Well, there you are. You met him, and now he'll know you when you come back. Yeah, well..." He looked up at Grawp, who was now pulling back the pine with an expression of detached pleasure on his boulderish face. The roots were creaking as he ripped them back away from the ground. "Well, I reckon that's enough for one day," said Hagrid. "Well, we'll go back now, shall we?" Harry and Hermione nodded. Hagrid shouldered his crossbow again, still pinching his nose, led the way into the trees. Nobody spoke for a while, not even when they heard the distant crash that meant Grawp had pulled out the pine at last. Hermione's face was pale and set. Harry could not think of a single thing to say. What on earth was going to happen when somebody found out that Hagrid had hidden Grawp in the Forbidden Forest? And he had promised that he, Ron and Hermione, would continue Hagrid's totally pointless attempts to civilize the giant. How could Hagrid, even with his immense capacity to delude himself that fanged monsters were lovably harmless, fool himself that Grawp would ever be fit to mix with humans? "Hold it," said Hagrid abruptly, just as Harry and Hermione were struggling through a patch of thick knot grass behind him. He pulled an arrow out of his quiver, over his shoulder, and fitted it into the crossbow. Harry and Hermione raised their wands. Now that they had stopped walking, they too could hear movement close by. "Oh, blimey," said Hagrid quietly. "I thought we told you, Hagrid," said a deep male voice, "that you are no longer welcome here." A man's naked torso seemed for an instant to be floating towards them through the dappled green half-light. Then they saw that his waist ran smoothly into a horse's chestnut body. This centaur had a proud, high cheekbone face and long black hair. Like Hagrid, he was armed. A quiver full of arrows and a longbow was slung over his shoulders. "How are you, Megorian?" said Hagrid wearily. The trees behind the centaur rustled, and 4 or 5 more centaurs emerged behind him. Harry recognised the black-bodied and bearded Bane, whom he had met nearly 4 years ago on the same night he had met Firenze. Bane gave no sign he had ever seen Harry before. "So," he said, with a nasty inflection in his voice, before turning immediately to Megorian, "we agreed, I think, what we would do if this human ever showed his face in the forest again." "This human now, am I?" said Hagrid testily. "Just for stopping all of you for committing murder?" "You ought to not have meddled, Hagrid," said Megorian. "Our ways are not yours, nor are our laws. Firenze has betrayed and dishonoured us." "I don't know how you work that out," said Hagrid impatiently. "He's done nothing except help Albus Dumbledore." "Firenze has entered into servitude to humans," said a grey centaur with a hard, deeply lined face. "Servitude?" said Hagrid scathingly. "He's doing Dumbledore a favour is all." "He is peddling our knowledge and secrets among humans," said Megorian quietly. "There can be no return for such disgrace." "If you say so," said Hagrid shrugging. "But personally, I think you're making a big mistake." "As are you, human," said Bane, "coming back into our forest when we warned you." "Now, you listen to me," said Hagrid angrily. "I'll have less of the our forest. It's not up to you who comes and goes in here." "No more is it up to you, Hagrid," said Megorian smoothly. "I shall let you pass today, because you are accompanied by your young—" "They're not he's," interrupted Bane contemptuously. "Students, Megorian, from up at the school. They have probably already profited from the traitor Firenze's teachings." "Nevertheless," said Megorian calmly, "the slaughter of fowls is a terrible crime. We do not touch the innocent. Today, Hagrid, you pass. Henceforth, stay away from this place. You forfeited the friendship of the centaurs when you helped the traitor Firenze escape us." "I won't be kept out of the forest by a bunch of old mules like you," said Hagrid loudly. "Hagrid," said Hermione in a high-pitched and terrified voice, as both Bane and the grey centaur pawed at the ground. "Let's go. Please, let's go." Hagrid moved forwards, but his crossbow was still raised, and his eyes were still fixed threateningly upon Megorian. "We know what you are keeping in the forest, Hagrid," Megorian called after them, as the centaur slipped out of sight. "And our tolerance is waning." Hagrid turned and gave every expression of wanting to walk straight back to Megorian. "You'll tolerate him as long as he's here. It's as much his forest as it is yours," he yelled, as Harry and Hermione both pushed with all their might against Hagrid's moleskin waistcoat in an effort to keep him moving forwards. Still scowling, he looked down. His expression changed to mild surprise at the sight of them both pushing him. He seemed not to have felt it. "Calm down, you two," he said, turning to walk on while they panted along behind him. "Ruddy old mules, though, eh?" "Hagrid," said Hermione breathlessly, skirting the patch of nettles they had passed on their way there. "If the centaurs don't want humans in the forest, it doesn't really look as though Harry and I will be able—" "Ah, you heard what they said," said Hagrid dismissively. "They wouldn't hurt fowls. I mean, kids. Anyway, we can't let ourselves be pushed around by that lot." "Nice try," Harry murmured to Hermione, who looked crestfallen. At last, they rejoined the path and, after another 10 minutes, the trees began to thin. They were able to see patches of clear blue sky again, and, in the distance, the defiant sounds of cheering and shouting. "Was that another goal?" asked Hagrid, pausing in the shelter of the trees as the Quidditch stadium came into view. "Or do you reckon the match is over?" "I dunno," said Hermione miserably. Harry saw that she looked much worse for wear. Her hair was full of twigs and leaves. Her robes were ripped in several places, and there were numerous scratches on her face and arms. He knew he must look a little better. "I reckon it's over, you know," said Hagrid, still squinting towards the stadium. "Look, there's people coming out already. If you do hurry, you'll be able to blend in the crowd, and no one will ever know you weren't there." "Good idea," said Harry. "Well, see you later then, Hagrid." "I don't believe him," said Hermione in a very unsteady voice. The moment they were out of earshot of Hagrid. "I don't believe him. I really don't believe him." "Calm down," said Harry. "Calm down," she said feverishly. A giant in the forest, and we're supposed to give him English lessons. Always assuming, of course, we can get past the herd of murderous centaurs on the way in and out. I don't believe him." "We haven't got to do anything yet," Harry tried to reassure her in a quiet voice, as he joined a stream of jabbering Hufflepuffs, heading back towards the castle. "He's not asking us to do anything unless he gets chucked out, and that might not even happen." "Oh, come off it, Harry," said Hermione angrily, stopping dead in her tracks, so that people behind had to swerve around her. "Of course he's going to be chucked out, and, to be perfectly honest, after what we've just seen, who can blame Umbridge?" There was a pause, in which Harry glared at her, and her eyes filled slowly with tears. "You didn't mean that," said Harry quietly. "No, well, all right, I didn't," she said, wiping her eyes angrily. "But why does he have to make life so difficult for himself? For us? I don't know. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. He didn't let the quaffle in. Weasley is our king. I'd wish they stopped singing that stupid song," said Hermione miserably. "Haven't they gloated enough?" A great tide of students was moving up the sloping lawns from the pitch. "Oh, let's get in before we have to meet the Slytherins," said Hermione. "Weasley can save anything. He never leaves a single ring. That's why Gryffindors always sing, 'Weasley is our king.'" "Hermione," said Harry slowly. The song was growing louder, but it was issuing not from a crowd of green and silver-clad Slytherins, but from a mass of red and gold moving slowly towards the castle, bearing a solitary figure upon its many shoulders. "Weasley is our king! Weasley is our king! He didn't let the quaffle in! Weasley is our king!" "No," said Hermione in a hushed voice. "Yes," said Harry loudly. "Harry! Hermione!" yelled Ron, waving the silver Quidditch cup in the air and looking quite beside himself. "We did it! We won!" They beamed up at him as he passed. There was a scrum at the door of the castle, and Ron's head got rather badly bumped onto the lintel. But nobody seemed to want to put him down. Still singing, the crowd squeezed itself into the entrance hall and out of sight. Harry and Hermione watched them go, beaming, until the last echoing strains of "Weasley is our king" died away. Then they turned to each other, their smiles fading. "We'll save our news till tomorrow, shall we?" said Harry. "Yes, all right," said Hermione wearily. "I'm not in any hurry." They climbed the steps together. At the front doors, both instinctively looked back at the Forbidden Forest. Harry was not sure whether or not it was his imagination, but he rather thought he saw a small cloud of birds erupting into the air over the treetops in the distance, almost as though the tree in which they had been nesting had just been pulled up by its roots. Chapter 31. Owls. Ron's euphoria at helping Gryffindor escape the Quidditch Cup was such that he couldn't settle to anything the next day. All he wanted to do was talk over the match, so Harry and Hermione found it very difficult to find an opening in which to mention Grawp. Not that either of them tried very hard. Neither was keen to be the first to bring Ron back to reality in quite such a brutal fashion. As it was another fine, warm day, they persuaded him to join them in revising under the beech tree at the edge of the lake, where they had less of a chance of being overheard than in the common room. Ron was not particularly keen on this idea at first. He was thoroughly enjoying being patted on the back by every Gryffindor who walked past his chair, not to mention the occasional outbursts of "Weasley is our king," but after a while he agreed that some fresh air might do him some good. They spread their books out in the shade of the beech tree and sat down while Ron talked them through his first save of the match, for what felt like the dozenth time. "Well, I mean, I'd already let in that one of Davy's, so I wasn't feeling all that confident. But I don't know. When Bradley came towards me, just out of nowhere, I thought, you can do this. And I had about a second to decide which way to fly, you know, because he looked like he was aiming for the right goal hoop. My right, obviously. He's left. But I had a funny feeling that he was fainting, and so I took a chance and flew left. He's right, I mean. And, well, you saw what happened, he concluded modestly, sweeping his hair back quite unnecessarily, so that it looked interestingly windswept, and glancing around to see whether the people nearest to them, a bunch of gossiping third-year Hufflepuffs, had heard him. And then, when Chambers came at me about 5 minutes later... What? Ron asked, having stopped mid-sentence at the look on Harry's face. Why are you grinning? I'm not, said Harry quickly, and looked down at his transfiguration notes, attempting to straighten his face. The truth was that Ron had just reminded Harry forcibly of another Gryffindor Quidditch player, who had once sat rumpling his hair under this very tree. I'm just glad we won, that's all. Yeah, said Ron slowly, savouring the words. We won. Did you see the look on Chang's face when Ginny got the snitch right from under her nose? I suppose she cried, did she? Said Harry bitterly. Well, yeah, more out of temper than anything, though. Ron frowned slightly. But you saw her chuck her broom away when she got back to the ground, didn't you? Said Harry. Well, actually, no, Ron, said Hermione, with a heavy sigh, putting down her book and looking at him apologetically. As a matter of fact, the only bit of the match Harry and I saw was Davy's first goal. Ron's carefully ruffled hair seemed to wilt with disappointment. You didn't watch, he said faintly, looking from one to the other. You didn't see me make any of those saves. Well, no, said Hermione, stretching out a placatory hand towards him. But Ron, we didn't want to leave. We had to. Yeah, said Ron. His face was growing rather red. How come? It was Hagrid, said Harry. He decided to tell us why he's been covered in injuries ever since he got back from the Giants. He wanted us to go into the forest with him. We had no choice. You know how he gets. Anyway, the story was told within 5 minutes, by the end of which Ron's indignation had been replaced by a look of total incredulity. He brought one back and hid it in the forest. Yep, said Harry firmly. No, said Ron, as though by saying this it would make it untrue. No, he can't have. Well, he has, said Hermione firmly. Grew up's about 16 feet tall, enjoys ripping up 20-foot pine trees, and knows me, she snorted, as Hermie. Ron gave a nervous laugh. And Hagrid wants us to... Teach him English, yeah, said Harry. He's lost his mind, said Ron, in an almost awed voice. Yes, said Hermione irritably, turning a page of intermediate transfiguration and glaring at a series of diagrams, showing an owl turning into a pair of opera glasses. Yes, I'm starting to think he has. But, unfortunately, he made Harry and me promise. Well, you're just going to have to break your promise, that's all, said Ron firmly. I mean, come on, we've got exams, and we're about that far. He held up his hand to show thumb and forefinger almost touching. From being chucked out as it is. And anyway, remember Norbert? Remember Aragog? Have we ever come off better for mixing with any of Hagrid's monster mates? I know, it's just that... We promised, said Hermione, in a small voice. Ron smoothed his hair flat again, looking preoccupied. Well, he sighed, Hagrid hasn't been sacked yet, has he? He's hung on this long. Maybe he'll hang on to the end of term, and we won't have to go anywhere near Grawp. The castle grounds were gleaming in the sunlight, as though freshly painted. The cloudless sky smiled at itself in the smoothly sparkling lake. The satin green lawns rippled occasionally in a gentle breeze. June had arrived, but to the fifth years, this meant only one thing. Their hours were upon them at last. The teachers were no longer setting them homework. Lessons were devoted to revising those topics the teachers thought were most likely to come up in the exams. The purposeful, feverish atmosphere drove nearly everything but the owls from Harry's mind, though he did wonder occasionally during potions lessons whether Lupin had ever told Snape that he must continue giving Harry occlumency tuition. If he had, then Snape had ignored Lupin as thoroughly as he was ignoring Harry. This suited Harry very much. He was quite busy and tense enough about extra classes with Snape, and to his relief, Hermione was much too preoccupied these days to badger him about occlumency. She was spending a lot of her time muttering to herself, and had not laid out any elf clothes for days. She was not the only person acting oddly as the owls drew steadily nearer. Ernie Macmillan had developed an irritating habit of interrogating people about their revision practices. How many hours do you think you're doing a day? He demanded of Harry and Ron as they queued outside Herbology, a manic gleam in his eyes. I don't know, said Ron. A few? More or less than 8. Less, I suppose, said Ron, looking slightly alarmed. I'm doing 8, said Ernie, puffing out his chest. 8 or 9. I'm getting about an hour in before breakfast every day. 8's my average. I can do 10 on a good weekend day. I did 9.5 on Monday. Not so good on Tuesday. Only 7.25. Then on Wednesday. Harry was deeply thankful that Professor Sprout ushered them into the greenhouse free at that point, forcing Ernie to abandon his recital. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy had found a different way to induce panic. Of course, it's not what you want to know, he was heard to tell Crabbe and Goyle, loudly outside potions a few days before the exams was to start. It's who you know. Now, Father's been friendly with the head of the Wizarding Examination Authority for years. Old Griselda Marchbanks. We've had her around for dinner and everything. Do you think that's true? Hermione whispered in alarm to Harry and Ron. Nothing we can do about it if it is, said Ron gloomily. I don't think it's true, said Neville quietly from behind them, because Griselda Marchbanks is a friend of my Gran's, and she's never mentioned the Malfoys. What's she like, Neville? Asked Hermione at once. Is she strict? Bit like Gran, really, said Neville in a subdued voice. Knowing her won't hurt your chances, though, will it? Ron told him encouragingly. Oh, I don't think it'll make any difference, said Neville, still more miserably. Gran's always telling Professor Marchbanks I'm not as good as my dad. Well, you saw what she's like at St. Mungo's. Neville looked fixedly at the floor. Harry, Ron and Hermione glanced at each other, but didn't know what to say. It was the first time Neville had acknowledged that they had met at the Wizarding Hospital. Meanwhile, a flourishing black market trade in aids to concentration, mental agility, and wakefulness had sprung upon the 5th and 7th years. Harry and Ron were much tempted by the bottle of Baruffio's brain elixir offered to them by Ravenclaw's 6th year, Eddie Carmichael, who swore it was solely responsible for the 9 outstanding owls he had gained the previous summer, and was offering a whole pint for a mere 12 galleons. Ron assured Harry that he would reimburse him for his half the moment he left Hogwarts and got a job, but before they could close the deal, Hermione had confiscated the bottle from Carmichael and poured the contents down the toilet. Hermione, we wanted to buy that, shouted Ron. Don't be stupid, she snarled. You might as well take Harold Dingle's powdered dragon claw and have done with it. Dingle's got powdered dragon claw, said Ron eagerly. Not anymore, said Hermione. I confiscated that too. None of these things actually work, you know. Dragon claw does work, said Ron. It's supposed to be incredible. Really gives your brain a boost. You come over all cunning for a few hours. Hermione, let me have a pinch. Go on. It can't hurt. This stuff can, said Hermione grimly. I've had a look at it, and it's actually dried doxy droppings. This information took the edge off Harry and Ron's desire for brain stimulants. They received their examination timetables and details of the procedure for owls during their next transfiguration lesson. As you can see, Professor McGonagall told the class, as they copied down the dates and times of their exams from the blackboard, your owls are spread over 2 successive weeks. You will sit the theory papers in the mornings and the practice in the afternoons. Your practical astronomy examination will, of course, take place at night. Now, I must warn you that most of the stringent anti-cheating charms have been applied to your examination papers. Auto-answer quills are banned from the examination hall, as are remembrals, detachable cripping cuffs, and self-correcting ink. Every year, I am afraid to say, seems to harbour at least one student who thinks that he or she can get around the Wizarding Examination Authority's rules. I can only hope that it is nobody in Gryffindor. Our new head mistress, Professor McGonagall pronounced the word with the same look on her face that Aunt Petunia had whenever she was contemplating a particularly stubborn bit of dirt, has asked the heads of house to tell their students that cheating will be punished most severely, because of course, your examination results will reflect upon the headmistress's new regime at the school. Professor McGonagall gave a tiny sigh. Harry saw the nostrils of her sharp nose flare. However, that is no reason not to do your very best. You have your own futures to think about. Please, Professor, said Hermione, her hand in the air. When will we find out our results? An owl will be sent to you sometime in July, said Professor McGonagall. Excellent, said Dean Thomas in an audible whisper. So we don't have to worry about it till the holidays. Harry imagined sitting in his bedroom in Privet Drive in 6 weeks' time, waiting for his owl results. Well, he thought, at least he would be sure of one bit of post that summer. Their first examination, Theory of Charms, was scheduled for Monday morning. Harry agreed to test Hermione after lunch on Sunday, but regretted it almost at once. She was very agitated and kept snatching the book back from him to check that she had got the answer completely right. finally hitting him hard on the nose with the sharp edge of achievements in charming. "Why don't you just do it yourself?" he said firmly, handing the book back to her, his eyes watering. Meanwhile, Ron was reading 2 years' worth of charms notes, with his fingers in his ears, lips moving soundlessly. Seamus Finnegan was lying flat on his back on the floor, reciting the definition of a substantive charm, while Dean checked it against the Standard Book of Spells Grade 5. And Parvati and Lavender, who were practicing basic locomotion charms, were making their pencil cases race against each other around the edge of the table. Dinner was a subdued affair that night. Harry and Ron did not talk much, but ate with gusto, having studied hard all day. Hermione, on the other hand, kept putting down her knife and fork and diving under the table for a bag, from which she would seize a book to check some fact or figure. Ron was just telling her that she ought to eat a decent meal, or she would not sleep that night, when her fork slid from her limp fingers and landed with a loud tinkle on her plate. "Oh my goodness," she said faintly, staring into the entrance hall. "Is that them? Is that the examiners?" Harry and Ron whipped around on their bench. Through the doors to the great hall, they could see Umbridge standing with a small group of ancient-looking witches and wizards. Umbridge, Harry was pleased to see, looked rather nervous. "Shall we go and have a closer look?" said Ron. Harry and Hermione nodded, and they hastened towards the double doors into the entrance hall, slowing down as they stepped over the threshold to walk steadily past the examiners. Harry thought Professor Marchbanks must be the tiny, stooped witch with a face so lined it looked as though it had been draped in cobwebs. Umbridge was speaking to her deferentially. Professor Marchbanks seemed to be a little deaf. She was answering Professor Umbridge very loudly, considering they were only a foot apart. Journey was fine. We've made it plenty of times before," she said impatiently. "Now, I haven't heard from Dumbledore lately," she added, peering around the hall, as though hopeful he might suddenly emerge from a broom cupboard. "No idea where he is, I suppose?" "None at all," said Umbridge, shooting a malevolent look at Harry, Ron and Hermione, who were now dawdling around the foot of the stairs as Ron pretended to do up his shoelace. "But I dare say the Ministry of Magic will track him down soon enough." "I doubt it," shouted tiny Professor Marchbanks. "Not if Dumbledore doesn't want to be found. I should know. Examined him personally in Transfiguration and Charms when he did Newts. Did things with a wand I'd never seen before. Yes, well," said Umbridge, as Harry, Ron and Hermione dragged their feet up the marble staircase as slowly as they dared. "Let me show you to the staff room. I dare say you'd like a cup of tea after your journey." It was an uncomfortable sort of evening. Everybody was trying to do last-minute revising, but nobody seemed to be getting very far. Harry went to bed early, but then lay awake for what felt like hours. He remembered his careers consultation and McGonagall's furious declaration that she would help him become an Auror if it was the last thing she did. He wished he had expressed a more achievable ambition now that exam time was here. He knew he was not the only one lying awake, but none of the others in the dormitory spoke, and finally, one by one, they fell asleep. None of the fifth years talked very much at breakfast the next day either. Parvati was practicing incantations under her breath, while a salt cellar in front of her twitched. Hermione was rereading Achievements in Charming so fast that her eyes appeared blurred, and Neville kept dropping his knife and fork and knocking over the marmalade. Once breakfast was over, the 5th and 7th years milled around in the entrance hall, while the other students went off to lessons. Then, at 9:30, they were called forwards class by class to re-enter the great hall, which had been rearranged exactly as Harry had seen it in the Pensieve when his father, Sirius and Snape had been taking their owls. The 4 house tables had been removed and replaced instead with many tables for one, all facing the staff table end of the hall where Professor McGonagall stood. When they were all seated and quiet, she said, "You may begin," and turned over an enormous hourglass on the desk beside her, on which there was also spare quills, ink bottles, and rolls of parchment. Harry turned over his paper, his heart thumping hard. 3 rows to his right, and 4 seats ahead, Hermione was already scribbling, and lowered his eyes to the first question. A. Give the incantation, and B. Describe the wand movement required to make objects fly. Harry had a fleeting memory of a club soaring high into the air and landing loudly on the fixed skull of a troll. Smiling slightly, he bent over the paper and began to write. "Well, it wasn't too bad, was it?" asked Hermione anxiously in the entrance hall 2 hours later, still clutching the exam paper. I'm not sure I did myself justice on the cheering charms. I just ran out of time. Did you put in the counter charm for hiccups? I wasn't sure whether I ought to. It felt like too much. And on question 23, Hermione, said Ron sternly, we've been through this before. We're not going through every exam afterwards. It's bad enough doing them once. The fifth years ate lunch with the rest of the school. The 4 house tables had reappeared for the lunch hour. Then they trooped off into the small chamber beside the Great Hall, where they were to wait until called for their practical examination. As small groups of students were called forwards in alphabetical order, those left behind muttered incantations and practiced wand movements, occasionally poking each other in the back or eye by mistake. Hermione's name was called. Trembling, she left the chamber with Anthony Goldstein, Gregory Goyle, and Daphne Greengrass. Students who had already been tested did not return afterwards, so Harry and Ron had no idea how Hermione had done. She'll be fine. Remember she got 112% on one of our charms tests, said Ron. 10 minutes later, Professor Flitwick called. Parkinson, Pansy, Patil Padmil, Patil Pavati, Potter Harry. Good luck, said Ron quietly. Harry walked into the Great Hall, clutching his wand so tightly his hands shook. Professor Tofty is free, Potter, squeaked Professor Flitwick, who was standing just inside the door. He pointed Harry towards what looked like the very oldest and boldest examiner who was sitting behind a small table in the far corner, a short distance from Professor Marchbanks, who was halfway through testing Draco Malfoy. Potter, is it? Said Professor Tofty, consulting his notes and peering over his pince nez at Harry as he approached. The famous Potter! Out of the corner of his eye, Harry distinctly saw Malfoy throwing a scathing look over at him. The wineglass Malfoy had been levitating, fell to the floor and smashed. Harry could not suppress a grin. Professor Tofty smiled back at him encouragingly. That's it, he said in his quivering old voice. No need to be nervous. Now, if I could ask you to take this egg cup and make it do some cartwheels for me. On the whole, Harry thought it went rather well. His levitation charm was certainly much better than Malfoy's had been, though he wished he had not mixed up the incantations for colour change and growth charms, so that the rat was supposed to be turning orange, swelled shockingly, and was the size of a badger before Harry could rectify his mistake. He was glad Hermione had not been in the hall at the same time, and neglected to mention it to her afterwards. He could tell Ron though. Ron had caused the dinner plate to mutate into a large mushroom and had no idea how it had happened. There was no time to relax that night. They went straight to the common room after dinner and submerged themselves in revision for Transfiguration the next day. Harry went to bed with his head buzzing with complex spell models and theories. He forgot the definition of a switching spell during his written paper the next morning, but thought his practical could have been a lot worse. At least he managed to vanish the whole of his iguana, whereas poor Hannah Abbott lost her head completely at the next table and somehow managed to multiply a ferret into a flock of flamingos, causing the examination to be halted for 10 minutes while the birds were captured and carried out of the hall. They had their herbology exam on Wednesday. Other than a small bite from a fanged granium, Harry felt he had done reasonably well. And then, on Thursday, defence against dark arts. Here, for the first time, Harry felt sure he had passed. He had no problem with any of the written questions, and took particular pleasure during the practical examination in performing all the counter-jinxes and defensive spells right in front of Umbridge, who was watching coolly from near the doors into the entrance hall. Oh, bravo! Cried Professor Tofty, who was examining Harry again, when Harry demonstrated a perfect boggart banishing spell. Very good indeed. Well, I think that's all, Potter, unless... He leaned forwards a little. I heard from my dear friend Tiberius Ogden that you can produce a Patronus. For a bonus point? Harry raised his wand, looked directly at Umbridge, and imagined her being sacked. Expecto Patronum! His silver stag erupted from the end of his wand and cantered the length of the hall. All of the examiners looked around to watch its progress, and when it dissolved into silver mist, Professor Tofty clapped his veined and knotted hands enthusiastically. Excellent, he said. Very well, Potter. You may go. As Harry passed Umbridge beside the door, their eyes met. There was a nasty smile playing around her wide, slack mouth, but he did not care. Unless he was very much mistaken, and he was not planning on telling anybody in case he was. He had just achieved an outstanding owl. On Friday, Harry and Ron had a day off, while Hermione sat her Ancient Runes exam, and as they had the whole weekend in front of them, they permitted themselves a break from revision. They stretched and yawned beside the open window, through which warm summer air was wafting as they played wizard chess. Harry could see Hagrid in the distance, teaching a class on the edge of the forest. He was trying to guess what creatures they were examining. He thought it must be unicorns, because the boys seemed to be standing back a little when the portrait hole opened and Hermione came clambering in, looking thoroughly bad-tempered. "How are the runes?" said Ron, yawning and stretching. "I mistranslated Ewaz," said Hermione furiously. "It means partnership, not defence. I mixed it up with Ezwaz." "Oh well," said Ron lazily. "That's only one mistake, isn't it? You'll still get—" "Oh, shut up," said Hermione angrily. "It could be the one mistake that makes the difference between a pass and a fail. And what's more, someone's put another niffler in Umbridge's office. I don't know how they got it through the new door, but I just walked past there and Umbridge is shrieking her head off. By the sound of it, it had tried to chew a chunk out of her leg." "Good," said Harry and Ron together. "It's not good," said Hermione hotly. "She thinks it's Hagrid's doing, remember? And we do not want Hagrid chucked out." "He's teaching at the moment. She can't blame him," said Harry, gesturing out the window. "Oh, you're so naive sometimes, Harry. You really think Umbridge will wait for proof?" said Hermione, who seemed determined to be in a towering temper, and she swept off towards the girls' dormitories, banging the door behind her. "Such a lovely, sweet-tempered girl," said Ron, very quietly, putting his queen forward to beat up one of Harry's knights. Hermione's bad mood persisted for most of the weekend, though Harry and Ron found it quite easy to ignore, as they spent most of Saturday and Sunday revising for potions on Monday, the exam which Harry had been looking forward to least, and which would be the downfall of his ambitions to become an Auror. Sure enough, he found the written paper difficult. Though he thought he might have got full marks on the question about Polyjuice Potion, he could describe its effects accurately, having taken it illegally in his second year. The afternoon practical was not as dreadful as he had expected it to be. With Snape absent from the proceedings, he found that he was much more relaxed than he usually was while making potions. Neville, who was sitting very near Harry, also looked happier than Harry had ever seen him during a potions class. When Professor Marchbanks said, "Step away from your cauldrons, please. The examination is over," Harry corked his sample flask, feeling that he might not have achieved a good grade, but he had, with luck, avoided a fail. "Only 4 exams left," said Parvati Patel worryingly, as he headed back to Gryffindor Common Room. "Only?" said Hermione snappishly. I've got arithmetic, and it's probably the toughest subject there is." Nobody was foolish enough to snap back. She was unable to vent her spleen on any of them, and was reduced to telling off some first years for giggling too loudly in the common room. Harry was determined to perform well in Tuesday's Care of Magical Creatures exam, so as not to let Hagrid down. The practical examination took place in the afternoon on the lawn at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where students were required to correctly identify the Gnawl hidden among the dozen hedgehogs. The trick was to offer them all milk in turn. Gnawls, highly suspicious creatures, whose quills had many magical properties, generally went berserk at what they saw as an attempt to poison them. Then, demonstrate correct handling of a bowtruckle, feeding clean out a fire crab without sustaining serious burns, and choose, from a wide selection of food, the diet they would give a sick unicorn. Harry could see Hagrid watching anxiously out of his cabin window, when Harry's examiner, a plump little witch this time, smiled at him and told him he could leave. Harry gave Hagrid a fleeting thumbs up before heading back to the castle. The astronomy theory paper on Wednesday morning went well enough. Harry was not convinced he had the names of all of Jupiter's moons right, but was at least confident that none of them were inhabited by mice. They had to wait until evening for their practical astronomy. The afternoon was devoted instead to divination. Even by Harry's low standards in divination, the exam went very badly. He might as well have tried to see moving pictures on a desktop as in the stubbornly black crystal balls. He lost his head completely during tea leaf reading, saying it looked to him as though Professor Marchbanks would shortly be meeting a round, dark, soggy stranger, and rounded off the whole fiasco by mixing up the life and headlines on her palm and informing her that she ought to have died the previous Tuesday. "Well, we were always going to fail that one," said Ron gloomily, as they ascended the marble staircase. He had just made Harry feel rather better by telling him how he had told the examiner in detail about the ugly man with a wart on his nose in his crystal ball, only to look up and realise he had been describing his examiner's reflection. "We shouldn't have taken that stupid subject in the first place," said Harry. "Still, at least we can give it up now." "Yeah," said Harry. "No more pretending we care what happens when Jupiter and Uranus get too friendly. And from now on, I don't care if my tea leaves spell die, Ron, die. I'm just chucking them away in the bin where they belong." Harry laughed just as Hermione came running up behind them. He stopped laughing at once, in case it annoyed her. "Well, I think I've done all right in arithmetic," she said, and Harry and Ron both sighed with relief. "Just time for a quick look over our star charts before dinner then." When they reached the top of the astronomy tower at 11 o'clock, they found a perfect night for stargazing, cloudless and still. The grounds were bathed in silvery moonlight, and there was a slight chill in the air. Each of them set up on his or her telescope and, when Professor Marchbanks gave the word, proceeded to fill in the blank star chart they had been given. Professor Marchbanks and Tofty strolled among them, watching as they entered the precise positions of the stars and planets they were observing. All was quiet, except for the rustle of parchment, the occasional creak of a telescope as it was adjusted on its stand, and the scribble of many quills. Half an hour passed, then an hour. The little squares of reflected gold light flickering on the ground below started to vanish as lights in the castle windows were extinguished. As Harry completed the constellation Orion on his chart, however, the front doors of the castle opened directly below the parapet where he was standing, so that the light spilled down the stone steps. Harry glanced down as he made a slight adjustment to the position of his telescope, and saw 5 or 6 elongated shadows moving over the brightly lit grass before the doors swung shut, and the lawn became a sea of darkness once more. Harry put his eye back to his telescope and refocused it, now examining Venus. He looked down at his chart to enter the planet there, but something distracted him. Pausing, with his quill suspended over the parchment, he squinted down into the shadowy grounds and saw half a dozen figures walking over the lawn. If they had not been moving, and the moonlight had not been gilding the tops of their heads, they would have been indistinguishable from the dark ground on which they walked. Even at this distance, Harry had a funny feeling he recognised the walk of the squattish of them, who seemed to be leading the group. He could not think why Umbridge would be taking a stroll outside after midnight, much less accompanied by 5 others. Then somebody coughed behind him, and he remembered that he was halfway through an exam. He had quite forgotten Venus's position. Jamming his eye in his telescope, he found it again, and was once more about to enter it on his chart, when, alert from any odd sound, he heard a distant knock which echoed through the deserted grounds, followed immediately by the muffled barking of a large dog. He looked up, his heart hammering. There were lights on in Hagrid's windows, and the people he had observed, crossing the lawn, were now silhouetted against them. The door opened, and he distinctly saw 6 sharply defined figures walk over the threshold. The door closed again, and there was silence. Harry felt very uneasy. He glanced around to see whether Ron or Hermione had noticed what he had, but Professor Marchbanks came walking behind him at that moment, and, not wanting to look as though he was sneaking looks at anyone else's work, Harry hastily bent over his star chart and pretended to be adding notes to it, while really peering over the top of the parapet towards Hagrid's cabin. Figures were now moving across the cabin windows, temporarily blocking the light. He could feel Professor Marchbanks' eyes on the back of his neck, and pressed his eye again to his telescope, staring up at the moon, though he had marked its position an hour ago. But as Professor Marchbanks moved on, he heard a roar from the distant cabin that echoed through the darkness right at the top of the astronomy tower. Several of the people around Harry ducked out from behind their telescopes and peered instead in the direction of Hagrid's cabin. Professor Tofty gave another dry little cough. "Try and concentrate now, boys and girls," he said softly. Most people returned to their telescopes. Harry looked to his left. Hermione was gazing transfixed at Hagrid's cabin. 20 minutes to go," said Professor Tofty. Hermione jumped and returned at once to her star chart. Harry looked down at his own and noticed that he had mislabeled Venus as Mars. He bent to correct it. There was a loud bang from the grounds. Several people cried, "Ouch!" when they poked themselves in the face with the ends of their telescopes, as they hastened to see what was going on below. Hagrid's door had burst open, and by the light flooding out of the cabin, they saw him quite clearly. A massive figure roaring and brandishing his fists, surrounded by 6 people, all of whom, judging by the tiny threads of red light they were casting in his direction, seemed to be attempting to stun him. "No!" cried Hermione. "My dear," said Professor Tofty in a scandalised voice, "this is an examination!" But nobody was paying the slightest attention to their star charts anymore. Jets of red light were still flying about beside Hagrid's cabin, yet somehow they seemed to be bouncing off him. He was still upright and still, as far as Harry could see, fighting. Cries and yells echoed across the grounds. A man yelled, "Be reasonable, Hagrid!" Hagrid roared, "Reasonable be damned! You won! Take me like this, Dawlish!" Harry could see the tiny outline of Fang, attempting to defend Hagrid, leaping repeatedly at the wizards surrounding him, until a stunning spell caught him, and he fell to the ground. Hagrid gave a howl of fury, lifted the culprit bodily from the ground, and threw him. The man flew what looked like 10 feet, and did not get up again. Hermione gasped, both hands over her mouth. Harry looked around at Ron, and saw that he too was looking scared. None of them had ever seen Hagrid in a real temper before. "Look!" squealed Parvati, who was leaning over the parapet and pointing to the foot of the castle where the front doors had opened again. More light was spilling out to the dark lawn, and a single long black shadow was now rippling across the lawn. "Now really," said Professor Tofty anxiously. "Only 16 minutes left, you know." But nobody paid them the slightest attention. They were watching the person now sprinting towards the battle outside Hagrid's cabin. "How dare you!" the figure shouted as she ran. "How dare you!" "It's McGonagall," whispered Hermione. "Leave him alone! Alone, I say!" said Professor McGonagall's voice through the darkness. "On what grounds are you attacking him? He has done nothing to warrant such." Hermione, Parvati and Lavender all screamed. The figures around the cabin had shot no fewer than 4 stunners at Professor McGonagall. Halfway between cabin and castle, the red beams collided with her. For a moment, she looked luminous and glowed an eerie red. Then she lifted right off her feet, landed hard on her back, and moved no more. "Galloping gargoyles!" shouted Professor Tofty, who also seemed to have forgotten the exam completely. "Not so much as a warning! Outrageous behaviour!" "Cowards!" bellowed Hagrid. His voice carried clearly to the top of the tower, and several lights flickered back on inside the castle. "Ruddy cowards! Have some of that! And that!" "Oh my!" gasped Hermione. Hagrid took 2 massive swipes at his closest attackers. Judging by their immediate collapse, they had been knocked cold. Harry saw Hagrid double over, and thought he had finally been overcome by a spell. But on the contrary, the next moment, Hagrid was standing again, with what appeared to be a sack on his back. Then Harry realised that Fang's limp body was draped around his shoulders. "Get him! Get him!" screamed Umbridge, but her remaining helper seemed highly reluctant to go within reach of Hagrid's fists. Indeed, he was backing away so fast, he tripped over one of his unconscious colleagues and fell over. Hagrid had turned and began to run with Fang still hung around his neck. Umbridge sent one last stunning spell after him, but it missed, and Hagrid, running full pelt towards the distant gates, disappeared into the darkness. There was a long minute's quivering silence as everybody gazed open-mouthed into the grounds. Then Professor Tofty's voice said feebly, 5 minutes to go, everybody." Though he had only filled in 2/3 of his chart, Harry was desperate for the exam to end. When it came at last, he, Ron and Hermione forced their telescopes haphazardly back into their holders and dashed back down the spiral staircase. None of the students were going to bed. They were all talking loudly and excitedly at the foot of the stairs about what they had witnessed. "That evil woman!" gasped Hermione, who seemed to have difficulty talking due to rage. "Trying to sneak up on Hagrid in the dead of night. She clearly wanted to avoid another scene like Trelawney's," said Ernie Macmillan sagely, squeezing over to join them. "Hagrid did well, didn't he?" said Ron, who looked more alarmed than impressed. "How come all the spells bounced off him?" "It'll be his giant's blood," said Hermione shakingly. "It's very hard to stun a giant. They're like trolls. Really tough. But poor Professor McGonagall. 4 stunners straight to the chest. And she's not exactly young, is she?" "Dreadful, dreadful," said Ernie, shaking his head pompously. "Well, I'm off to bed. Night all." People around them were drifting away, still talking excitedly about what they had just seen. "At least he didn't get to take Hagrid off to Azkaban," said Ron. "I suspect he's gone to join Dumbledore, hasn't he?" "I suppose so," said Hermione, who looked tearful. "Oh, this is awful. I really thought Dumbledore would be back before long, but now we've lost Hagrid too." They traced back to the Gryffindor common room to find it full. The commotion out in the grounds had woken several people who had hastened to rouse their friends. Seamus and Dean, who had arrived ahead of Harry, Ron and Hermione, were now telling everyone what they had seen and heard from the top of the astronomy tower. "But why sack Hagrid now?" asked Angelina Johnson, shaking her head. "It's not like Trelawney. He's been teaching much better than usual this year." "Umbridge hates part humans," said Hermione bitterly, flopping down into an armchair. "She was always going to try and get Hagrid out, and she thought Hagrid was putting nifflers in her office," piped up Katie Bell. "Oh, blimey," said Lee Jordan, covering his mouth. "It's me who's been putting the nifflers in her office. Fred and George left me a couple. I've been levitating them right through a window." "She'd have sacked him anyway," said Dean. "He was too close to Dumbledore." "That's true," said Harry, sinking into an armchair beside Hermione. I just hope Professor McGonagall's all right, said Lavender tearfully. They carried her back up to the castle. We watched through the dormitory window, said Colin Creevy. She didn't look very well. Madame Pomfrey will sort her out, said Alicia Spinnet firmly. She's never failed yet. It was nearly 4 a.m. before the common room cleared. Harry felt wide awake. The image of Hagrid sprinting away into the dark was haunting him. He was so angry with Umbridge, he could not think of a punishment bad enough for her, though Ron's suggestion of having her fed to a box of starving blast-ended scroots had its merits. He fell asleep contemplating hideous revenges, and arose from bed 3 hours later feeling distinctly unrested. Their final exam, History and Magic, was not to take place until that afternoon. Harry would very much have liked to go back to bed after breakfast, but he had been counting on the morning for a spot a last-minute revision. So instead, he sat with his head in his hands by the common room window, trying hard not to doze off as he read through some of the 3.5 feet high stack of notes that Hermione had lent him. The fifth years entered the Great Hall at 2 o'clock and took their places in front of their face-down examination papers. Harry felt exhausted. He just wanted this to be over, so that he could go and sleep. Then tomorrow, he and Ron were going to go down to the Quidditch pitch. He was going to have to fly on Ron's broom and savour their freedom from revision. Turn over your papers, said Professor Marchbanks from the front of the hall, flickering over the giant hourglass. You may begin. Harry stared fixedly at the first question. It was several seconds before it occurred to him that he had not taken in a word of it. There was a wasp, buzzing distractingly against one of the high windows. Slowly, tortuously, he at last began to write an answer. He was finding it very difficult to remember the names and kept confusing dates. He simply skipped question 4. In your opinion, did wand legalization contribute to, or lead to better control of, goblin riots of the 18th century? Thinking that he could go back to it if he had time at the end. He had a stab at question 5. How was the statute to secrecy breached in 1949, and what measures were introduced to prevent a recurrence? But he had a nagging suspicion that he had missed several important points. He had a feeling vampires had to come into the story somewhere. He looked ahead for a question he could definitely answer, and his eyes alighted upon number 10. Describe the circumstances that led to the formation of the International Confederation of Wizards, and explain why the Warlocks of Liechtenstein refused to join. I know this, Harry thought, though his brain felt torpid and slack. He could visualize a heading, in Hermione's handwriting, the formation of the International Confederation of Wizards. He had read those notes only this morning. He began to write, looking up now and again to check the large hourglass on the desk beside Professor Marchbanks. He was sitting right behind Parvati Patel, whose long hair fell below the back of her chair. Once or twice he found himself staring at the tiny golden lights that glistened in it when she moved her head slightly, and had to give his own head a little shake to clear it. The first supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards was Pierre Bonacard, but his appointment was contested by the wizarding community of Liechtenstein because, all around Harry, quills were scratching on parchment like scurrying, burrowing rats. The sun was very hot on the back of his head. What was it that Bonacard had done to offend the wizards of Liechtenstein? Harry had a feeling it had something to do with trolls. He gazed blankly at the back of Parvati's head again. If he could only perform legitimacy and open a window in the back of her head and see what it was about trolls that caused the breach between Pierre Bonacard and Liechtenstein. Harry closed his eyes and buried his face in his hands so that the glowing red of his eyelids grew dark and cool. Bonacard had wanted to stop troll hunting and give the trolls right, but Liechtenstein was having problems with a tribe of particularly vicious mountain trolls. That was it! He opened his eyes. They stung and watered at the sight of blazing white parchment. Slowly, he wrote 2 lines about the trolls, then read through what he had done so far. It did not seem very informative or detailed, yet he was sure Hermione's notes on the Confederation had gone on for pages and pages. He closed his eyes again, trying to see them, trying to remember. The Confederation had met for the first time in France. Yes, he had written that already. Goblins had tried to attend and been ousted. He had written that too. And nobody from Liechtenstein had wanted to come. Think, he told himself, his face in his hands, while all around him, quills scratched out never-ending answers, and sand trickled through the hourglass at the front. He was walking along the cool, dark corridor to the Department of Mysteries again, walking with a firm and purposeful tread, breaking occasionally into a run, determined to reach his destination at last. The black door swung open for him as usual, and here he was, in the circular room with its many doors. Straight across the stone floor and through the second door. Patches of dancing light on the walls and floor and that odd, mechanical clicking. But no time to explore. He must hurry. He jogged the last few feet to the third door, which swung open just like the others. Once again, he was in the cathedral-sized room full of shelves and glass spheres. His heart was beating very fast now. He was going to get there this time. When he reached number 97, he turned left and hurried along the aisle between the two rows. But there was a shape on the floor at the very end, a black shape, moving on the floor like a wounded animal. Harry's stomach contracted with fear, with excitement. A voice issued from his own mouth, a high, cold voice, empty of any human kindness. "Take it for me. Lift it down now. I cannot touch it, but you can." The black shape on the floor shifted a little. Harry saw a long-fingered, white hand clutching a wand rise at the end of his own arm. Heard the high, cold voice say, "Crucio!" The man on the floor let out a scream of pain, attempted to stand but fell back, writhing. Harry was laughing. He raised his wand, the curse lifted, and the figure groaned and became motionless. "Lord Voldemort is waiting." Very slowly, his arms trembling, the man on the ground raised his shoulders a few inches and lifted his head. His face was bloodstained and gaunt, twisted in pain, yet rigid with defiance. "You'll have to kill me," whispered Sirius. "Undoubtedly, I shall in the end," said the cold voice. "But you will fetch it for me first, Black. You think you have felt pain thus far? Think again. We have hours ahead of us, and nobody to hear you scream." But somebody screamed as Voldemort lowered his wand again. Somebody yelled and fell sideways off a hot desk onto the cold stone floor. Harry awoke as he hit the ground, still yelling, his scar on fire, as the great hall erupted all around him. Chapter 32. Out of the Fire. "I'm not going. I don't need the hospital wing. I don't want..." He was gibbering as he tried to pull away from Professor Tofty, who was looking at Harry with much concern after helping him out into the entrance hall, with the students all around them staring. I'm fine, sir," Harry stammered, wiping the sweat from his face. "Really, I just fell asleep. Had a nightmare." "Pressure of examinations," said the old wizard sympathetically, patting Harry shakily on the shoulder. "It happens, young man. It happens. Now, a cooling drink of water, and perhaps you will be ready to return to the Great Hall. The examination is nearly over, but you may be able to round off your last answer nicely." "Yes," said Harry widely. No. I've done as much as I can, I think." Very well," said the old wizard gently. "I shall go and collect your examination paper, and I suggest that you go and have a nice lie down." "I'll do that," said Harry, nodding vigorously. "Thanks very much." The second that old man's heels disappeared over the threshold into the great hall, Harry ran up the marble staircase, hurtled along the corridors so fast the portraits he passed muttered reproaches, up more flights of stairs, and finally burst like a hurricane through the double doors of the hospital wing, causing Madame Pomfrey, who had been spooning some bright blue liquid into Montague's open mouth, to shriek in alarm. "Potter, what do you think you're doing?" "I need to see Professor McGonagall," gasped Harry, the breath tearing his lungs. "Now! It's urgent!" "She's not here, Potter," said Madame Pomfrey sadly. "She was transferred to St. Mungo's this morning. 4 stunning spells straight to her chest at her age. It's a wonder they didn't kill her. She's gone," said Harry, shocked. The bell rang just outside the dormitory, and he heard the usual distant rumbling of students starting to flood out into the corridors above and below him. He remained quite still, looking at Madame Pomfrey. Terror was rising inside him. There was nobody left to tell. Dumbledore had gone. Hagrid had gone. But he had always expected Professor McGonagall to be there. Irascible and inflexible, perhaps, but always dependable, solidly present. "I don't wonder you're shocked, Potter," said Madame Pomfrey, with a kind of fierce approval in her face. "As if one of them could have stunned Minerva McGonagall face on by daylight. Cowardice. That's what it is. Despicable cowardice. If I wasn't worried what would happen to you students without me, I'd resign in protest." "Yes," said Harry blankly. He strode blindingly from the hospital wing into the teeming corridor where he stood, buffeted by the crowd, panic expanding inside him like poisonous gas, so that his head swam and he could not think what to do. "Run, Hermione," said a voice in his head. He was running again, pushing students out of his way, oblivious to their angry protests. He sprinted back down 2 floors and was at the top of the marble staircase when he saw them hurrying towards him. "Harry," said Hermione at once, looking very frightened. "What happened? Are you all right? Are you ill?" "Where have you been?" demanded Ron. "Come with me," Harry said quickly. "Come on, I've got to tell you something." He led them along the first corridor, peering through doorways, and at last found an empty classroom into which he dived, closing the door behind Ron and Hermione the moment they were inside, and leaned against it facing them. "Voldemort's got Sirius." "What? How'd you—" "Saw it, just now, when I fell asleep in the exam." But where? How?" said Hermione, whose face was white. "I don't know how," said Harry, "but I know exactly where. There's a room in the Department of Mysteries, full of shelves covered in these little glass balls, and they're at the end of row 97. He's trying to use Sirius to get whatever it is he wants from in there. He's torturing him. Says he'll end by killing him." Harry found his voice was shaking, as were his knees. He moved over to a desk and sat down on it, trying to master himself. "How are you going to get there?" he asked them. There was a moment's silence. Then Ron said, Get there? Get to the Department of Mysteries, so we can rescue Sirius," Harry said loudly. "But, Harry," said Ron weakly. What? What?" said Harry. He could not understand why they were both gaping at him, as though he was asking them something unreasonable. "Harry," said Hermione in a rather frightened voice. How did Voldemort get into the Ministry of Magic without anybody realizing he was there?" "How do I know?" bellowed Harry. "The question is, how are we going to get in there?" "But, Harry, think about this," said Hermione, taking a step towards them. "It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Ministry of Magic must be full of workers. How would Voldemort and Sirius have got in without being seen? Harry, they're probably the 2 most wanted wizards in the world. You think they could have got into a building full of auras undetected?" "I don't know. Voldemort used an invisibility cloak or something," Harry shouted. "Anyway, the Department of Mysteries has always been completely empty whenever I've been." "You've never been there, Harry," said Hermione quietly. "You've dreamed about the place. That's all." "They're not normal dreams," Harry shouted in her face, standing up and taking a step closer to her in turn. He wanted to shake her. "How do you explain Ron's dad then? What was that all about? How come I knew what happened to him?" "He's got a point," said Ron quietly, looking at Hermione. But this is just so unlikely," said Hermione desperately. "Harry, how on earth could Voldemort have got hold of Sirius when he's in Grimmauld Place all the time?" "Sirius might have cracked and just wanted some fresh air," said Ron, sounding worried. "He's been desperate to get out of that house for ages." "But why?" Hermione persisted. "Why on earth would Voldemort want to use Sirius to get the weapon? Or whatever the thing is?" "I don't know. There could be loads of reasons," Harry yelled at her. "Maybe Sirius is just someone Voldemort doesn't care about seeing hurt." "You know what? I've just thought of something," said Ron, in a hushed voice. "Sirius's brother was a Death Eater, wasn't he? Maybe he told Sirius the secret of how to get the weapon." "Yeah, and that's why Dumbledore's been so keen to keep Sirius locked up all the time," said Harry. "Look, I'm sorry," cried Hermione, "but neither of you is making sense, and we've got no proof of any of this. No proof Voldemort and Sirius are even there." "Hermione, Harry's seen them," said Ron, rounding on her. "Okay," she said, looking frightened, yet determined. "I've just got to say this." "What?" This isn't a criticism, Harry, but you do, sort of, don't you think you've got a bit of a saving people thing?" she said. He glared at her. "And what's that supposed to mean, a saving people thing?" "Well, She looked more apprehensive than ever. Last year, for instance, in the lake, during the tournament, you shouldn't have. You didn't need to save that little Delacour girl. You got a bit carried away." A wave of hot, prickly anger swept through Harry's body. How could she remind him of that blunder now? It was really great of you and everything," said Hermione quickly, looking positively petrified at the look on Harry's face. "Everybody thought it was a wonderful thing to do." "That's funny," said Harry in a trembling voice, "because I definitely remember Ron saying I'd wasted my time acting the hero. Is that what you think this is? You reckon I want to act the hero again?" No, said Hermione, looking aghast. "That's not what I meant at all." "Well, spit out whatever you've got to say, because we're wasting time here," Harry shouted. "I'm trying to say, Voldemort knows you, Harry. He took Ginny down into the Chamber of Secrets to lure you there. It's the kind of thing he does." He knows you're the sort of person who'd go to Sirius's aid. What if he's just trying to get you into the Department of Hermione, it doesn't matter if he's done it to get me there or not. They've taken McGonagall to St. Mungo's. There isn't anyone from the Order left at Hogwarts who we can tell. And if we don't go, Sirius is dead. But Harry, what if your dream was just that? A dream? Harry let out a roar of frustration. Hermione actually stepped back from him, looking alarmed. You don't get it, Harry shouted at her. I'm not having nightmares. I'm not just dreaming. What do you think all this occlumency was for? Why do you think Dumbledore wanted me prevented from seeing these things? Because they're real, Hermione. Sirius is trapped. I've seen him. Voldemort's got him, and no one else knows. And that means we're the only ones who can save him. And if you don't want to do it, fine. But I'm going. Understand? And if I remember rightly, you didn't have a problem with my saving people thing when it was you I was saving from the Dementors. Or, he rounded on Ron, when it was your sister I was saving from the Basilisk. I never said I had a problem, said Ron heatedly. But Harry, you've just said it, said Hermione fiercely. Dumbledore wanted you to learn to shut these things out of your mind. If you'd done occlumency properly, you'd never have seen this. If you think I'm just going to act like I haven't seen. Sirius told you there was nothing more important than learning to close your mind. Well, I'd expect he'd say something different if he knew what I'd just... The classroom door opened. Harry, Ron and Hermione whipped around. Ginny walked in, looking curious, followed by Luna, who, as usual, looked as though she had drifted in accidentally. Hi, said Ginny uncertainly. We recognise Harry's voice. What are you yelling about? Never you mind, said Harry roughly. Ginny raised her eyebrows. There's no need to take that tone with me, she said coolly. I was only wondering whether I could help. Well, you can't, said Harry shortly. You're being rather rude, you know, said Luna serenely. Harry swore and turned away. The very last thing he wanted now was a conversation with Luna Lovegood. Wait, said Hermione suddenly. Wait, Harry, they can help. Harry and Ron looked at her. Listen, she said urgently. Harry, we need to establish whether Sirius has really left headquarters. I told you, I saw. Harry, I'm begging you, please, said Hermione desperately. Please, let's just check Sirius isn't home before we go charging off to London. If we find out he's not there, then I swear we won't try and stop you. I'll come. I'll do whatever it takes to try and save him. Sirius is being tortured now, shouted Harry. We haven't got time to waste. But if this is a trick of Voldemort's, Harry, we've got to check. We've got to. How? Harry demanded. How are we going to check? We'll have to use Umbridge's fire and see if we can contact him, said Hermione, who looked positively terrified at the thought. We'll draw Umbridge away again, but we'll need lookouts, and that's where we can use Ginny and Luna. Though clearly struggling to understand what was going on, Ginny said immediately, Yeah, we'll do it. And Luna said, When you say Sirius, are you talking about Stubby Boardman? Nobody answered her. Okay, Harry said aggressively to Hermione. Okay, if you can think of a way of doing this quickly, I'm with you. Otherwise, I'm going to the Department of Mysteries right now. The Department of Mysteries, said Luna, looking mildly surprised. But how are you going to get there? Again, Harry ignored her. Right, said Hermione, twisting her hands together and pacing up and down between the desks. Right. Well, one of us has to go and find Umbridge and send her off in the wrong direction. Keep her away from our office. They could tell her, I don't know, that Peeves is up to something awful as usual. I'll do it, said Ron at once. I'll tell her Peeves is smashing up the Transfiguration department or something. It's miles away from our office. Come to think of it, I could probably persuade Peeves to do it if I met him on the way. It was a mark of the seriousness of the situation that Hermione made no objection to the smashing up of the Transfiguration department. Okay, she said, her brow furrowed, as she continued to pace. Now, we need to keep students right away from our office while we force entry, or some Slytherin's bound to go and tip her off. Luna and I can stand at either end of the corridor, said Ginny promptly, and warn people not to go down there because someone's let off a load of Garrett gas. Hermione looked surprised at the readiness with which Ginny had come up with this lie. Ginny shrugged and said, Fred and George were planning to do it before they left. Okay, said Hermione. Well then, Harry, you and I will be under the invisibility cloak, and we'll sneak into the office, and you can talk to Sirius. He's not there, Hermione. I mean, you can check whether Sirius is home or not while I keep watch. I don't think you should be in there alone. Lee's already proved the window's a weak spot, sending those nifflers through it. Even through his anger and impatience, Harry recognised Hermione's offer to accompany him into Umbridge's office as a sign of solidarity and loyalty. Okay, thanks, he muttered. Right. Well, even if we all do that, I don't think we're going to be able to bank on more than 5 minutes, said Hermione, looking relieved that Harry seemed to have accepted the plan. Not with Filch and the wretched inquisitorial squad floating around. 5 minutes will be enough, said Harry. Come on, let's go. Now? Said Hermione, looking shocked. Of course now, said Harry angrily. What did you think? We're going to wait until after dinner or something? Hermione, Sirius is being tortured right now. Oh, all right, she said desperately. You go and get the invisibility cloak, and we'll meet you at the end of Umbridge's corridor, okay? Harry didn't answer, but flung himself out of the room and began to fight his way through the milling crowds outside. 2 floors up, he met Seamus and Dean, who held him joyfully, and told him they were planning a dusk till dawn end of exam celebration in the common room. Harry barely heard them. He scrambled through the portrait hole while they were still arguing about how many black market butterbeers they would need, and was climbing back out of it, the invisibility cloak and Sirius's knife secure in his bag, before they had noticed he'd even left them. Harry, do you want to chip in a couple of galleons? Harold Dingle reckons he could sell us some fire whiskey. But Harry was already tearing away back down the corridor, and a couple of minutes later was jumping the last few stairs to join Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Luna, who were huddled together at the end of Umbridge's corridor. Got it, he panted. Ready to go then? All right, whispered Hermione, as a gang of loud sixth years passed them. So, Ron, you go and head Umbridge off. Ginny, Luna, if you can start moving people out of the corridor, Harry and I will get the cloak on and wait until the coast is clear. Ron strode off, his bright red hair visible right at the end of the passage. Meanwhile, Ginny's equally vivid head bobbed between the jostling students surrounding them in the other direction, trailed by Luna's blonde one. Get over here, muttered Hermione, tugging at Harry's wrist and pulling him back into the recess where the ugly stone head of a medieval wizard stood, muttering to itself on a column. Are you sure you're okay, Harry? You're still very pale. I'm fine, he said shortly, tugging the invisibility cloak from out of his bag. In truth, his skull was aching, but not so badly that he thought Voldemort had yet dealt with Sirius a fatal blow. It had hurt much worse than this when Voldemort had been punishing Avery. Here, he said. He threw the invisibility cloak over both of them, and they stood listening carefully over the Latin mumblings of the bust in front of them. You can't come down here, Ginny was calling to the crowd. No, sorry, you're going to have to go round by the swivelling staircase. Someone's let off some Garrett and gas just along here. They could hear people complaining. One shorty voice said, I can't see no gas. That's because it's colourless, said Ginny in a convincingly exasperated voice. But if you want to walk through it, carry on. Then we'll have your body as proof for the next idiot who doesn't believe us. Slowly, the crowd thinned. The news about the Garrett and gas seemed to have spread. People were not coming this way anymore. When at last the surrounding area was quite clear, Hermione said quietly, I think that's as good as we're going to get, Harry. Come on, let's do it. They moved forwards, covered by the cloak. Luna was standing with her back to them at the far end of the corridor. As they passed Ginny, Hermione whispered, Good one. Don't forget the signal. What's the signal? Muttered Harry, as they approached Umbridge's door. A loud chorus of, Weasley is our king, if they see Umbridge coming, replied Hermione, as Harry inserted the blade of Sirius's knife in the crack between the door and the wall. The lock clicked open, and they entered the office. The garish kittens were basking in the late afternoon sunshine that was warming their plates, but otherwise, the office was as still and unoccupied as last time. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. I thought she might have added extra security after the second Niffler. They pulled off the cloak. Hermione hurried over to the window and stood at her sight, peering down to the grounds with her wand out. Harry dashed over to the fireplace, seized a pot of flue powder, and threw a pinch into the grate, causing emerald flames to burst into life there. He knelt down quickly, thrust his head into the dancing fire, and cried, Number 12, Grimmauld Place! His head began to spin, as though he had just got off a fairground ride, though his knees remained firmly planted on the cold office floor. He kept his eyes screwed up against the whirling ash, and when the spinning stopped, he opened them to find himself looking out at the long, cold kitchen of Grimmauld Place. There was nobody there. He'd expected this, yet was not prepared for the molten wave of dread and panic that seemed to burst through his stomach at the sight of the deserted room. Sirius! He shouted. Sirius! Are you there? His voice echoed around the room, but there was no answer, except a tiny, scuffing sound to the right of the fire. Who's there? He called, wondering whether it was just a mouse. Creature the house elf crept into view. He looked highly delighted about something, though he seemed to have recently sustained a nasty injury to both hands, which were heavily bandaged. It's the Potter boy's head in the fire, Creature informed the empty kitchen, stealing furtive, oddly triumphant glances at Harry. What has he come for? Creature wonders. Where's Sirius, Creature? Harry demanded. The house elf gave a wheezy chuckle. Master has gone out, Harry Potter. Where's he gone? Where's he gone, Creature? Creature merely cackled. I'm warning you, said Harry, fully aware that his scope of inflicting punishment upon Creature was almost non-existent in this position. What about Lupin? Mad Eye? Are any of them there? Nobody here but Creature, said the elf gleefully, and turning away from Harry, he began to walk slowly towards the door at the end of the kitchen. Creature thinks he will have a little chat with his mistress now. Yes, he hasn't had a chance in a long time. Creature's master has been keeping him away from her. Where has Sirius gone? Harry yelled after the elf. Creature, has he gone to the Department of Mysteries? Creature stopped in his tracks. Harry could just make out the back of his bald head through the forest of chair legs before him. Master does not tell poor Creature where he is going, said the elf quietly. But you know, shouted Harry. Don't you? You know where he is. There was a moment's silence. Then the elf let out his loudest cackle yet. Master will not come back from the Department of Mysteries, he said gleefully. Creature and his mistress are alone again. And he scurried forwards and disappeared through the door to the hall. You! But before he could utter a single curse or insult, Harry felt a great pain on the top of his head. He inhaled a lot of ash, and choking, found himself being dragged backwards through the flames, until with a horrible abruptness, he was staring up into the wide, pallid face of Professor Umbridge, who had dragged him backwards out of the fire by the hair, and was now bending his neck back as far as it would go, as though she was going to slit his throat. You think, she whispered, bending Harry's neck back even further, so that he was looking up at the ceiling, that after 2 nifflers, I was going to let one more foul, scavenging little creature enter my office without my knowledge? I had stealth censoring spells placed all around my doorway after the last one got in. You foolish boy, take his wand, she barked at someone he could not see, and he felt a hand grope inside the chest pocket of his robes and removed the wand. Hers too! Harry heard a scuffle over by the door, and knew Hermione had also had her wand wrested from her. I want to know why you are in my office, said Umbridge, shaking the fist clutched in his hair so he staggered. I was trying to get my firebolt, Harry croaked. Liar! She shook his head again. Your firebolt is under strict guard in the dungeons, as you very well know, Potter. You had your head in my fire. With whom have you been communicating? No one, said Harry, trying to pull away from her. He felt several hairs part company with his scalp. Liar, shouted Umbridge. She threw him from her, and he slammed into the desk. Now he could see Hermione pinned against the wall by Millicent Bulstrode. Malfoy was leaning on the windowsill, smirking, as he threw Harry's wand into the air one-handed and caught it again. There was a commotion outside, and several large Slytherins entered, each gripping Ron, Ginny, Luna, and to Harry's bewilderment, Neville, who was trapped in a stranglehold by Crabbe, and looked in immediate danger of suffocation. All 4 of them had been gagged. Got 'em all, said Warrington, shoving Ron roughly forwards into the room. That one, he poked a thick finger at Neville, tried to stop me from taking her. He pointed at Ginny, who was trying to kick the shins of the large Slytherin girl holding her. So I brought him along too. Good, said Umbridge, watching Ginny's struggles. Well, it looks as though Hogwarts will shortly be a Weasley-free zone, doesn't it? Malfoy laughed loudly and psychopathically. Umbridge gave a wide, complacent smile and settled herself into a chintz-covered armchair, blinking up at the captives like a toad in a flower bed. So, Potter, she said, you stationed lookouts around my office, and you sent this buffoon, she nodded at Ron. Malfoy laughed even louder. To tell me the poltergeist was wreaking havoc in the Transfiguration department, when I knew perfectly well that he was busy smearing ink on the eyepieces of all the school telescopes, Mr. Filch having just informed me so. Clearly, it is very important for you to talk to somebody. Was it Albus Dumbledore, or the half-breed Hagrid? I doubt it was Minerva McGonagall. I hear she is still too ill to talk to anyone. Malfoy and a few of the other members of the Inquisitorial squad laughed some more at that. Harry found he was so full of rage and hatred he was shaking. It's none of your business who I talk to, he snarled. Umbridge's slack face seemed to tighten. Very well, she said in the most dangerous and falsely sweet voice. Very well, Mr. Potter. I offered you a chance to tell me freely. You refused. I have no alternative but to force you. Draco, fetch Professor Snape. Malfoy stowed Harry's wand inside his robes and left the room smirking. But Harry hardly noticed. He had just realised something. He could not believe he had been so stupid as to forget it. He had thought that all the members of the Order, all those who could help him save Sirius, were gone. But he had been wrong. There was still a member of the Order of the Phoenix at Hogwarts. Snape. There was silence in the office, except for the fidgetings and scufflings resulting from the Slytherin's efforts to keep Ron and the others under control. Ron's lip was bleeding onto Umbridge's carpet as he struggled against Warrington's half Nelson. Ginny was still trying to stamp on the feet of the sixth-year girl, who had both her upper arms in a tight grip. Neville was turning steadily more purple in the face while tugging at Crabbe's arms, and Hermione was attempting, in vain, to throw Maleficent Bulstrode off her. Luna, however, stood limply by the side of her captor, gazing vaguely out of the window, as though rather bored by the proceedings. Harry looked back at Umbridge, who was watching him closely. He kept his face deliberately smooth and blank, as footsteps were heard in the corridor outside, and Draco Malfoy came back into the room, holding open the door for Snape. "You wanted to see me, Headmistress," said Snape, looking around at all the pairs of struggling students with an expression of complete indifference. "Ah, Professor Snape," said Umbridge, smiling widely and standing up again. "Yes, I would like another bottle of Veritaserum, as quick as you can, please." "You took my last bottle to interrogate Potter," he said, observing her coolly through his greasy curtains of black hair. "Surely you did not use it all. I told you that 3 drops would be sufficient." Umbridge flushed. "You can make some more, can't you?" she said, her voice becoming more sweetly girlish, as it always did when she was furious. "Certainly," said Snape, his lip curling. "It takes a full moon cycle to mature. I should have it ready for you in around a month." "A month?" squawked Umbridge, swelling toadishly. "A month? But I need it this evening, Snape. I just found Potter using my fire to communicate with a person, or persons unknown." "Really?" said Snape, showing his first faint sign of interest as he looked around at Harry. "Well, it doesn't surprise me. Potter has never shown much inclination to follow school rules." His cold, dark eyes were boring into Harry's, who met his gaze unflinchingly, concentrating hard on what he had seen in his dream, willing Snape to read it in his mind, to understand. "I wish to interrogate him," shouted Umbridge angrily, and Snape looked away from Harry, back into her furious, quivering face. "I wish you to provide me with a potion that will force him to tell me the truth." "I have already told you," said Snape smoothly, "that I have no further stocks of Veritaserum, unless you wish to poison Potter, and I assure you, I would have the greatest sympathy with you if you did. I cannot help you. The only trouble is that most venoms act too fast to give the victim much time for truth-telling." Snape looked back at Harry, who stared at him, frantic to communicate without words. "Voldemort's got Sirius in the Department of Mysteries," he thought desperately. "Voldemort's got Sirius." "You're on probation," shrieked Professor Umbridge, as Snape looked back at her, his eyebrows slightly raised. "You're being deliberately unhelpful. I expected better. Lucius Malfoy always speaks most highly of you. Now get out of my office." Snape gave her an ironic bow and turned to leave. Harry knew his last chance of letting the Order know what was going on was walking out the door. "He's got Padfoot!" he shouted. "He's got Padfoot at the place where it's hidden." Snape stood with his hand on Umbridge's door handle. "Padfoot?" cried Professor Umbridge, looking eagerly from Harry to Snape. "What is Padfoot? Where is it hidden? What does he mean, Snape?" Snape looked around at Harry. His face was inscrutable. Harry could not tell whether he had understood or not, but he did not dare speak more plainly in front of Umbridge. "I have no idea," said Snape coldly. "Potter, when I want nonsense shouted at me, I shall give you a babbling beverage. And Crabbe, loosen your hold a little. If Longbottom suffocates, it will mean a lot of tedious paperwork, and I am afraid I shall have to mention it on your reference if you ever apply for a job." He closed the door behind him with a snap, leaving Harry in a state of worse turmoil than before. Snape had been his very last hope. He looked at Umbridge, who seemed to be feeling the same way. Her chest was heaving with rage and frustration. "Very well," she said, and she pulled out her wand. "Very well. I am left with no alternative. This is more than a matter of school discipline. This is an issue of ministry security. Yes, yes." She seemed to be talking herself into something. She was shifting her weight nervously from foot to foot, staring at Harry, beating her wand against her empty palm, and breathing heavily. As he watched her, Harry felt horribly powerless without his own wand. "You are forcing me, Potter. I do not want to," said Umbridge, still moving restlessly on the spot. "But sometimes circumstances justify the use. I am sure the minister will understand that I had no choice." Malfoy was watching her with a hungry expression on his face. "The Cruciatus curse ought to loosen your tongue," said Umbridge quietly. No, shrieked Hermione. Professor Umbridge, it's illegal. But Umbridge took no notice. There was a nasty, eager, excited look on her face that Harry had never seen before. She raised her wand. The Minister wouldn't want you to break the law, Professor Umbridge, cried Hermione. What Cornelius doesn't know won't hurt him, said Umbridge, who was now panting slightly as she pointed her wand at different parts of Harry's body in turn, apparently trying to decide where it would hurt most. He never knew I ordered the Mentors to go after Potter last summer, but he was delighted to be given the chance to expel him all the same. It was you, gasped Harry. You sent the Dementors after me. Somebody had to act, breathed Umbridge, as her wand came to a resting point directly at Harry's forehead. They were all bleating about silencing you somehow, discrediting you. But I was the only one who actually did something about it. Only you wriggled out of that one, didn't you, Potter? Not today, though. Not now. And taking a deep breath, she cried, Crush, no! Shouted Hermione, in a cracked voice from behind Maleficent Bulstrode. No, Harry, we'll have to tell her. No way, yelled Harry, staring at the little of Hermione he could see. We'll have to, Harry. She'll force it out of you anyway. What's the point? And Hermione began to cry weakly into the back of Maleficent Bulstrode's robes. Maleficent stopped trying to squish her against the wall immediately and dodged out of her way looking disgusted. Well, 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 said Umbridge, looking triumphant. Little Miss Question-All is going to give us some answers. Come on then, girl. Come on. No, shouted Ron through his gag. Ginny was staring at Hermione as though she had never seen her before. Neville, still choking for breath, was gazing at her too. But Harry had just noticed something. Though Hermione was sobbing desperately into her hands, there was no trace of a tear. I'm sorry, everyone, said Hermione, but I can't stand it. That's right, girl, said Umbridge, seizing Hermione by the shoulders, thrusting her into the abandoned chintz chair and leaning over her. Now then, with whom was Potter communicating just now? Well, gulped Hermione into her hands. Well, he was trying to speak to Professor Dumbledore. Ron froze, his eyes wide. Ginny stopped trying to stamp on her slithering captor's toes, and even Luna looked mildly surprised. Fortunately, the attention of Umbridge and her minions was focused too exclusively upon Hermione to notice these suspicious signs. Dumbledore? Said Umbridge eagerly. You know where Dumbledore is, then? Well, no, sobbed Hermione. We've tried the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, and the Three Broomsticks, and even the Hog's Head. Idiot girl. Dumbledore won't be sitting in a pub when the whole ministry's looking for him, shouted Umbridge, disappointment etched in every sagging line of her face. But we needed to tell him something important, wailed Hermione, holding her hands more tightly over her face. Not, Harry knew, out of anguish, but to disguise the continued absence of tears. Yes, said Umbridge with a sudden resurgence of excitement. What was it you wanted to tell him? We wanted to tell him it's ready, choked Hermione. What's ready? Demanded Umbridge. And now she grabbed Hermione's shoulder again and shook her slightly. What's ready, girl? The weapon, said Hermione. Weapon? Weapon? Said Umbridge, and her eyes seemed to pop with excitement. You have been developing some method of resistance? A weapon you could use against the Ministry? On Professor Dumbledore's orders, of course. Yes, gasped Hermione, but he had to leave before it was finished, and now we've finished it for him, and we can't find him to tell him. What kind of weapon is it? Said Umbridge harshly, her stubby hands still tight on Hermione's shoulders. We don't really understand it, said Hermione, sniffling loudly. We just did what Professor Dumbledore told us to do. Umbridge straightened up, looking exultant. Lead me to the weapon, she said. I'm not showing them, said Hermione shrilly, looking around at the Slytherins through her fingers. It is not for you to set conditions, said Professor Umbridge harshly. Fine, said Hermione, now sobbing into her hands again. Fine. Let them see it. I hope they use it on you. In fact, I wish you'd invite loads and loads of people to come and see. That would serve you right. Oh, I'd love to see it if the whole school knew where it was and how to use it. And then if you annoy any of them, they'll be able to sort you out. These words had a powerful impact on Umbridge. She glanced swiftly and suspiciously around at her inquisitorial squad, her bulging eyes resting for a moment on Malfoy, who was too slow to disguise the look of eagerness and greed that had appeared on his face. Umbridge contemplated Hermione for another long moment, then spoke in what she clearly thought was a motherly voice. All right, dear. Let's make it just you and me, and we'll take Potter too, shall we? Get up now. Professor, said Malfoy eagerly.
Professor Umbridge, I think some of the squad should go with you to take a look at it. I am a fully qualified ministry official, Malfoy. Do you really think I cannot manage 2 wandless teenagers alone? Asked Umbridge sharply. In any case, it does not sound as though this weapon is something that school children should see. You will remain here until I return, and make sure none of these, she gestured around at Ron, Ginny, Neville and Luna, escape. All right, said Malfoy, looking sulky and disappointed. And you two go ahead of me, and show me the way, said Umbridge, pointing at Harry and Hermione with her wand. Lead on.
Chapter 33. Fight and Flight. Harry had no idea what Hermione was planning, or even whether she had a plan. He walked half a pace behind her as they headed down the corridor outside Umbridge's office, knowing it would look very suspicious if he appeared not to know where he was going. He did not dare attempt to talk to her. Umbridge was walking so closely behind them that he could hear her ragged breath. Hermione led the way down the stairs into the entrance hall. The din-of-loud voices and the clatter of cutlery on plates echoed from out of the double doors to the great hall. It seemed incredible to Harry that 20 feet away were people who were enjoying dinner, celebrating the end of exams, not a care in the world. Hermione walked straight out of the oak front doors and down the stone steps into the balmy evening air. The sun was falling towards the top of the trees in the Forbidden Forest now, and as Hermione marched purposely across the grass, Umbridge jogging to keep up, their long, dark shadows rippled over the grass behind them like cloaks. It's hidden in Hagrid's hut, is it? Said Umbridge eagerly in Harry's ear. Of course not, said Hermione scathingly. Hagrid might have set it off accidentally. Yes, said Umbridge, whose excitement seemed to be mounting. Yes, he would have done, of course, the great half-breed oaf. She laughed. Harry felt a strong urge to swing around and seize her by the throat, but resisted. His skull was throbbing in the soft evening air, but it had not yet burnt white hot, as he knew it would if Voldemort had moved in for the kill. Then, where is it? Asked Umbridge, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice, as Hermione continued to stride towards the forest. In there, of course, said Hermione, pointing into the dark trees. It had to be somewhere. The students weren't going to find it accidentally, didn't it? Of course, said Umbridge, though she sounded a little apprehensive now. Of course. Very well then. You two stay ahead of me. Can we have your wand then, if we're going first? Harry asked her. No, I don't think so, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge sweetly, poking him in the back with it. The ministry places a rather higher value on my life than yours, I'm afraid. As they reached the cool shade of the first trees, Harry tried to catch Hermione's eye. Walking into the forest without wands seemed to him to be more foolhardy than anything they had done so far this evening. She, however, merely gave Umbridge a contemptuous glance and plunged straight into the trees, moving at such a pace that Umbridge, with her shorter legs, had difficulty in keeping up. Is it very far in? Umbridge asked, as her robe ripped on a bramble. Oh yes, said Hermione. Yes, it's well hidden. Harry's misgivings increased. Hermione was not taking the path they had followed to visit Grawp, but the one he followed 3 years ago to the lair of the monster Aragog. Hermione had not been with him on that occasion. He doubted she had had any idea the danger lay at the end of it. Are you sure this is the right way? He asked her pointedly. Oh yes, she said in a steely voice, crashing through the undergrowth with what he thought was a woolly, unnecessary amount of noise. Behind them, Umbridge tripped over a falling sapling. Neither of them paused to help her up again. Hermione merely strode on, calling loudly over her shoulder. It's a bit further in. Hermione, keep your voice down, Harry muttered, hurrying to catch up with her. Anything could be listening in here. I want us heard, she answered quietly, as Umbridge jogged noisily after them. You'll see. They walked on for what seemed a long time, until they were once again so deep into the forest that the dense tree canopy blocked out all light. Harry had the feeling he had had before in the forest, one of being watched by unseen eyes. How much further? Demanded Umbridge angrily from behind him. Not far now, shouted Hermione, as they emerged into a dim, dank clearing. Just a little bit. An arrow flew through the air and landed with a menacing thud in the tree just over her head. The air was suddenly full of the sound of hooves. Harry could feel the forest floor trembling. Umbridge gave a little scream and pushed him in front of her like a shield. He wrenched himself free of her and turned. Around 50 centaurs were emerging on every side, their bows raised and loaded, pointing at Harry, Hermione and Umbridge. They backed slowly into the centre of the clearing, Umbridge uttering odd little whimpers of terror. Harry looked sideways at Hermione. She was wearing a triumphant smile. Who are you? Said a voice. Harry looked left. The chestnut-bodied centaur called Megorian was walking towards them out of the circle. His bow, like those of the others, was raised. On Harry's right, Umbridge was still whimpering, her wand trembling violently as she pointed it at the advancing centaur. "I asked you who you are, human," said Megorian roughly. "I am Dolores Umbridge," said Umbridge in a high-pitched, terrified voice, "Senior Undersecretary to the Ministry for Magic and Head Mistress and High Inquisitor of Hogwarts." "You are from the Ministry of Magic?" said Megorian, as many of the centaurs in the surrounding circle shifted restlessly. "That's right," said Umbridge, in an even higher voice. "So be very careful. By the laws laid down by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, any attack by half-breeds such as yourselves on a human..." "What did you call us?" shouted a wild-looking black centaur, whom Harry recognised as Bane. There was a great deal of angry muttering and tightening of bowstrings around them. "Don't call them that," Hermione said furiously, but Umbridge did not appear to have heard her. Still pointing her shaking wand at Megorian, she continued. "Law 15b states clearly that any attack by a magical creature who is deemed to have near-human intelligence and therefore considered responsible for its actions..." "Near-human intelligence?" repeated Megorian, as Bane and several others roared with rage and pawed the ground. "We consider that a great insult, human. Our intelligence, thankfully, far outstrips your own." "What are you doing in our forest?" bellowed the hard-faced grey centaur Harry and Hermione had seen on their last trip into the forest. "Why are you here?" "Your forest?" said Umbridge, shaking now, not only with fright, but also, it seemed, with indignation. "I would remind you that you live here only because the Ministry of Magic permits you certain areas of land." An arrow flew so close to her head that it caught her mousy hair in passing. She let out an ear-splitting scream and threw her hands over her head, while some of the centaurs bellowed their approval and others laughed raucously. The sound of their wild, neighing laughter echoed around the dimly lit clearing, and the sight of their pouring hooves was extremely unnerving. "Whose forest is it now, human?" bellowed Bane. "Filthy half-breeds!" she screamed, her hands still tight over her head. "Beasts! Uncontrolled animals!" "Be quiet!" shouted Hermione, but it was too late. Umbridge pointed her wand at Megorian and screamed, "Incarcerus!" Ropes flew out in mid-air like thick snakes, wrapping themselves tightly around the centaur's torso and trapping his arms. He gave a cry of rage and reared on his hind legs, attempting to free himself while the other centaurs charged. Harry grabbed Hermione and pulled her to the ground. Face down on the forest floor, he knew a moment of terror as hooves thundered around him, but the centaurs leapt over and around them, bellowing and screaming with rage. "No!" he heard Umbridge shriek. "No! I am Senior Undersecretary! You cannot unhand me, you animals! No!" Harry saw a flash of red light and knew she had attempted to stun one of them. Then she screamed very loudly, lifting his head a few inches. Harry saw that Umbridge had been seized from behind by Bane and lifted high into the air, wriggling and yelling with fright. Her wand fell from her hand to the ground, and Harry's heart leapt. If he could just reach it. But as he stretched out a hand towards it, a centaur's hoof descended upon the wand and it broke cleanly in half. "Now!" roared a voice in Harry's ear, and a thick hairy arm descended from thin air and dragged him upright. Hermione, too, had been pulled to her feet. Over the plunging, many-coloured backs and heads of the centaurs, Harry saw Umbridge being borne away through the trees by Bane. Screaming non-stop, her voice grew fainter and fainter, until they could no longer hear it over the trampling of hooves surrounding them. "And these?" said the hard-faced, grey centaur holding Hermione. "They are young," said a slow, doleful voice from behind Harry. "We do not attack fowls." "They brought her here, Ronan," replied the centaur, who had such a firm grip on Harry. "They are not so young. He is nearing manhood, this one." He shook Harry by the neck of his robes. "Please," said Hermione breathlessly. "Please don't attack us. We don't like her. We aren't Ministry of Magic employees. We only came in here because we hoped you'd drive her off for us." Harry knew at once, from the look on the face of the grey centaur holding Hermione, that she had made a terrible mistake in saying this. The grey centaur threw back his head, his back legs stamping furiously, and bellowed, "You see, Ronan? They already have the arrogance of their kind. So we were to do their dirty work, were we, human girl? We were to act as your servants, drive away your enemies like obedient hounds?" "No," said Hermione in a horror-struck squeak. "Please, I didn't mean that. I just hoped you'd be able to help us." But she seemed to be going from bad to worse. "We do not help humans," snarled the centaur holding Harry, tightening his grip and rearing a little at the same time, so that Harry's feet left the ground momentarily. "We are a race apart and proud to be so.
We will not permit you to walk from here, boasting that we did your bidding. We're not going to say anything like that, Harry shouted. We know you didn't do what you did because we wanted you to. But nobody seemed to be listening to him. A bearded centaur towards the back of the crowd shouted, They came here unasked. They must pay the consequences. A roar of approval met these words, and a dun-coloured centaur shouted, They can join the woman. You said you didn't hurt the innocent, shouted Hermione, real tears sliding down her face now. We haven't done anything to hurt you. We haven't used wands or threats. We just want to go back to school. Please let us go back. We are not all like the traitor Firenze, human girl, shouted the grey centaur, to more neighing roars of approval from his fellows. Perhaps you thought us pretty talking horses. We are an ancient people who will not stand wizard invasions and insults. We do not recognise your laws. We do not acknowledge your superiority. We are... But he did not hear what else centaurs were, for at that moment there came a crashing noise on the edge of the clearing so loud that all of them, Harry, Hermione, and the 50 or so centaurs filling the clearing, looked around. Harry's centaur let him fall to the ground again as his hands flew to his bow and a quiver of arrows. Hermione had been dropped too, and Harry hurried towards her, as two thick tree trunks parted ominously, and the monstrous form of Grawp the giant appeared in the gap. The centaurs nearest to him backed into those behind. The clearing was now a forest of bows and arrows waiting to be fired, all pointing upwards at the enormous greyish face, now looming over them from just beneath the thick canopy of branches. Grawp's lopsided mouth was gaping stupidly. They could see his brick-like yellow teeth, glimmering in the half-light, his dull sludge-coloured eyes narrowed as he squinted down at the centaurs at his feet. Broken ropes trailed from both ankles. He opened his mouth even wider. Hagar! Harry did not know what Hagar meant, or what language it was from, nor did he much care. He was watching Grawp's feet, which were almost as long as Harry's whole body. Hermione gripped his arm tightly. The centaurs were quite silent, staring up at the giant whose round head moved from side to side as he continued to peer amongst them, as though looking for something he had dropped. Hagar! He said again, more insistently. Get away from here, giant, called Megorian. You are not welcome among us. These words seemed to make no impression whatsoever on Grawp. He stooped a little. The centaur's arms tensed on their bows, then bellowed, Hagar! A few of the centaurs looked worried now. Hermione, however, gave a gasp. Harry, she whispered, I think he's trying to say Hagrid. At this precise moment, Grawp caught sight of them, the only two humans in a sea of centaurs. He lowered his head another foot or so, staring intently at them. Harry could feel Hermione shaking as Grawp opened his mouth wide again and said, in a deep, rumbling voice, Hurt me? Goodness, said Hermione, gripping Harry's arm so tightly it was now growing numb, and looking as though she was about to faint. He remembered. Hermie, roared Grawp. Where, Hagar? I don't know, squealed Hermione, terrified. I'm sorry, Grawp. I don't know. Grawp want Hagar. One of the giant's massive hands reached down. Hermione let out a real scream, ran a few steps backwards and fell over. Wandless, Harry braced himself to punch, kick, bite, or whatever else it took, as the hand swooped towards him and knocked a snow-white centaur off his legs. It was what the centaurs had been waiting for. Grawp's outstretched fingers were a foot from Harry when 50 arrows soared through the air at the giant, peppering his enormous face, causing him to howl with pain and rage and straighten up, rubbing his face with his enormous hands, breaking off the arrow shafts, but forcing the arrowheads in still deeper. He yelled and stamped his enormous feet, and the centaurs scattered out of the way. Pebble-sized droplets of Grawp's blood showered Harry as he pulled Hermione to her feet, and the pair of them ran as fast as they could from the shelter of the trees. Once they looked back, Grawp was snatching blindly at the centaurs as blood ran down his face. They were retreating in disorder, galloping away through the trees on the other side of the clearing. Harry and Hermione watched Grawp give another roar of fury and plunge after them, smashing more trees aside as he went. Oh no, said Hermione, quaking so badly that her knees gave way. Oh, that was horrible, and he might kill them all. I'm not that fussed, to be honest, said Harry bitterly. The sounds of galloping centaurs and the blundering giant grew fainter and fainter. As Harry listened to them, his scar gave another great throb, and a wave of terror swept over him. They had wasted so much time. They were even further from rescuing Sirius than they had been when he had had the vision. Not only had Harry managed to lose his wand, but they were stuck in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, with no means of transport whatsoever. Smart plan, he spat at Hermione, having to release some of his fury. Really smart plan. Where do we go from here? We need to get back up to the castle, said Hermione faintly. By the time we've done that, Sirius will probably be dead, said Harry, kicking a nearby tree in temper. A high-pitched chattering started overhead, and he looked up to see an angry bowtruckle flexing its long twig-like fingers at him. Well, we can't do anything without wands, said Hermione hopelessly, dragging herself up again. Anyway, Harry, how exactly were you planning to get all the way to London? Yeah, we were just wondering that, said a familiar voice from behind her. Harry and Hermione moved together instinctively and peered through the trees. Ron came into sight with Ginny, Neville and Luna hurrying along behind him. All of them looked a little worse for wear. There were several long scratches running the length of Ginny's cheek. A large, purple lump was swelling above Neville's right eye. Ron's lip was bleeding worse than ever, but all were looking rather pleased with themselves. So, said Ron, pushing aside a low-hanging branch and holding out Harry's wand. Had any ideas? How did you get away? Asked Harry in amazement, taking his wand from Ron. Couple of stunners, a disarming charm. Neville brought off a really nice little impediment jinx, said Ron erringly, now handing back Hermione's wand too. But Ginny was best. She got Malfoy, Bat Bogey Hex. It was superb. His whole face was covered in the great flapping wings. Anyway, we saw you out the window, heading into the forest and followed. What you done with Umbridge? She got carried away, said Harry, by a herd of centaurs. And they left you behind? Asked Ginny, looking astonished. No, they got chased off by Grawp, said Harry. Who's Grawp? Luna asked interestedly. Hagrid's little brother, said Ron promptly. Anyway, never mind that now. Harry, what did you find out in the fire? As you know who got Sirius, or... Yes, said Harry, as his scar gave another painful prickle. And I'm sure Sirius is still alive. But I can't see how we're going to get there to help him. They all fell silent, looking rather scared. The trouble facing them seemed insurmountable. Well, we'll have to fly, won't we? Said Luna, in the closest thing to a matter-of-fact voice Harry had ever heard her use. Okay, said Harry irritably, rounding on her. First of all, we aren't doing anything if you're including yourself in that. And second of all, Ron's the only one with a broomstick that isn't being guarded by the security troll, so... I've got a broom, said Ginny. Yeah, but you're not coming, said Ron angrily. Excuse me, but I care what happens to Sirius as much as you do, said Ginny, her jaw so set that her resemblance to Fred and George was suddenly striking. You're too... Harry began, but Ginny said fiercely, I'm 3 years older than you were when you fought you-know-who over the Philosopher's Stone, and it's because of me that Malfoy's stuck back in Umbridge's office, with giant flying bogies attacking him. Yeah, but... We were all in the DA together, said Neville quietly. It was all supposed to be about fighting you-know-who, wasn't it? And this is the first chance we've had to do something real. Or was that all just a game or something? No, of course it wasn't, said Harry impatiently. Then we should come too, said Neville simply. We want to help. That's right, said Luna, smiling happily. Harry's eyes met Ron's. He knew Ron was thinking exactly what he was. If he could have chosen any members of the DA, in addition to himself, Ron and Hermione, to join him in the attempt to rescue Sirius, he would not have picked Ginny, Neville or Luna. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, said Harry frustratedly, because we still don't know how to get there. I thought we'd settled that, said Luna maddeningly. We're flying. Look, said Ron, barely containing his anger. You might be able to fly without a broomstick, but the rest of us can't sprout wings whenever we... There are ways of flying other than broomsticks, said Luna serenely. I suppose we're going to ride on the back of Khaki Snorgle or whatever it is, Ron demanded. The crumpled horn Snorlax can't fly, said Luna in a dignified voice. But they can, and Hagrid said they're very good at finding places their riders are looking for. Harry whirled around. Standing between two trees, their white eyes gleaming eerily, were two Thestrals, watching the whispered conversations as though they understood every word. Yes, he whispered, moving towards them. They tossed their reptilian heads, throwing back long black manes, and Harry stretched out his hand eagerly and patted the nearest one's shiny neck. How could he have ever thought them ugly? Is it those mad horse things? Said Ron uncertainly, staring at the point slightly to the left of the Thestral Harry was patting. Those ones you can't see unless you watch someone snuff it. Yeah, said Harry. How many? Just 2. Well, we need 3, said Hermione, who was still looking a little shaken, but determined just the same. 4, Hermione, said Ginny, scouring. I think there are 6 of us, actually, said Luna calmly, counting. Don't be stupid. We can't all go, said Harry angrily. Look, you three, he pointed at Neville, Ginny and Luna. You're not involved in this. You're not. They burst into more protests. His scar gave another, more painful twinge. Every moment they delayed was precious. He did not have time to argue. Okay, fine. It's your choice, he said curtly. But unless we can find more Thestrals, you're not going to be able... Oh, more of them will come, said Ginny confidently, who, like Ron, was squinting in quite the wrong direction, apparently under the impression that she was looking at the horses. What makes you think that? Because in case you hadn't noticed, you and Hermione are both covered in blood, she said coolly. And we know Hagrid lures Thestrals with raw meat. That's probably why these two turned up in the first place. Harry felt a soft tug on his robes at that moment, and looked down to see the closest Thestral licking his sleeve, which was damp with Grawp's blood. Okay then, he said, a bright idea occurring. Ron and I will take these two, and go ahead. And Hermione can stay here with you three, and she will attract more Thestrals. I'm not staying behind, said Hermione furiously. There's no need, said Luna, smiling. Look, here come more now. You two must really smell. Harry turned. No fewer than 6 or 7 Thestrals were picking their way through the trees, their great leathery wings folded tight to their bodies, their eyes gleaming through the darkness. He had no excuse now. All right, he said angrily. Pick one and get on then. Chapter 34. The Department of Mysteries. Harry wound his hand tightly into the mane of the nearest Thestral, placed a foot on a stump nearby, and scrambled clumsily onto the horse's silken back. It did not object, but twisted its head around, fangs barred, and attempted to continue its eager licking of his robes. He found there was a way of lodging his knees behind the wing joint that made him feel more secure. Then looked around at the others. Neville had heaved himself onto the back of the next Thestral, and was now attempting to swing one short leg over the creature's back. Luna was already in place, sitting side saddle, and adjusting her robes as though she did this every day. Ron, Hermione and Ginny, however, were still standing motionless on the spot, open-mouthed and staring. What? He said. How are we supposed to get on? Said Ron faintly. When we can't see the things. Oh, it's easy, said Luna, sliding oblongly from her Thestral and marching over to him, Hermione and Ginny. Come here. She pulled them over to the other Thestrals, standing around, and one by one managed to help them onto the back of their mount. All three looked extremely nervous as she wound their hands into the horse's mane and told them to grip tightly before she got back on her own steed. This is mad, Ron murmured, moving his free hand gingerly up and down his horse's neck. Mad. If I could just see it. You better hope it stays invisible, said Harry darkly. We all ready then? They all nodded, and he saw 5 pairs of knees tighten beneath their robes. Okay. He looked down at the back of his Thestral's glossy black head and swallowed. Ministry of Magic. Visitors' entrance. London then, he said uncertainly. If you know where to go. For a moment, Harry's Thestral did nothing at all. Then, with a sweeping movement that nearly unseated him, the wings on either side extended. The horse crouched slowly, then rocketed upwards so fast and so steeply that Harry had to clench his arms and legs tightly around the horse to avoid sliding backwards over its bony rump. He closed his eyes and pressed his face down to the horse's silky mane as they burst through the topmost branches of the trees and soared out into a blood-red sunset. Harry did not think he had ever moved so fast. The Thestral streaked over the castle, its wide wings hardly beating. The cooling air was slapping Harry's face. Eyes screwed up against the rushing wind, he looked around and saw his 5 fellows soaring along behind him, each of them bent as low as possible into the neck of their Thestral to protect themselves from his slipstream. They were over the Hogwarts grounds. They had passed Hogsmeade. Harry could see mountains and gullies below them. As the daylight began to fail, Harry saw small collections of light as they passed over more villages. Then a winding road on which a single car was beetling its way home through the hills. This is bizarre, Harry barely heard Ron yell from somewhere behind him, and he imagined how it must feel to be speeding along at this height with no visible means of support. Twilight fell. The sky was turning to a light dusky purple, littered with tiny silver stars, and soon only the lights of Muggle towns gave them any clue of how far from the ground they were, or how very fast they were travelling. Harry's arms were wrapped tightly around his horse's neck as he wheeled it to go even faster. How much time had elapsed since he had seen Sirius lying on the Department of Mysteries floor? How much longer would Sirius be able to resist Voldemort? All Harry knew for sure was that his godfather
had neither done as Voldemort wanted, nor died, for he was convinced that either outcome would have caused him to feel Voldemort's jubilation, or fury, course through his own body, making his scar sear as painfully as it had on the night Mr. Weasley was attacked. On they flew, through the gathering darkness. Harry's face fell stiff and cold, his legs numb from gripping the Thestral's sides so tightly, but he did not dare shift his position, lest he slip. He was deaf from the thundering rush of air in his ears, and his mouth was dry and frozen from the cold night wind. He had lost all sense of how far they had come. All his faith was in the beast beneath him, still streaking purposely through the night air, barely flapping its wings as it sped ever onwards. If they were too late. He's still alive. He's still fighting. I can feel it. If Voldemort decided Sirius was not going to crack, I'd know. Harry's stomach gave a jolt. The Thestral's head was silently pointing towards the ground, and he actually slid forwards a few inches along its neck. They were descending at last. He thought he heard a shriek behind him, and twisted around dangerously, but could see no sign of a fallen body. Presumably, they had all received a shock from the change of direction, just as he had. And now, bright orange lights were growing larger and rounder on all sides. They could see the tops of buildings, streams of headlights like luminous insect eyes, squares of pale yellow that were windows. Quite suddenly, it seemed, they were hurtling towards the pavement. Harry gripped the Thestral with every last ounce of his strength, braced for a sudden impact, but the horse touched the dark ground as lightly as a shadow, and Harry slid from its back, looking around at the street where the overflowing skip still stood a short way from the vandalized telephone box. Both drained of colour in the flat orange glare of the streetlights. Ron landed a short way off and toppled immediately from his Thestral onto the pavement. "Never again," he said, struggling to his feet. He made as though to stride away from his Thestral, but, unable to see it, collided with its hindquarters and almost fell over again. "Never, ever again. That was the worst." Hermione and Ginny touched down on either side of him. Both slid off their mounts a little more gracefully than Ron, though with similar expressions of relief at being back on the firm ground. Neville jumped down, shaking, and Luna dismounted smoothly. "Where do we go from here, then?" she asked Harry in a politely interested voice, as though this was all rather an interesting day trip. "Over here," he said. He gave his Thestral a quick, grateful pat, then led the way quickly to the battered telephone box and opened the door. "Come on," he urged the others, as they hesitated. Ron and Ginny marched in obediently. Hermione, Neville and Luna squashed themselves in after them. Harry took one glance back at the Thestrals, now foraging for scraps of rotten food inside the skip, then forced himself into the box after Luna. "Whoever's nearest the receiver, dial 6242, he said. Ron did it, his arm bent bizarrely to reach the dial. As it wired back into place, the cool female voice sounded inside the box. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business." "Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger," Harry said very quickly. "Ginny Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood. We're here to save someone, unless your ministry can do it first." "Thank you," said the cool female voice. "Visitors, please take the badges and attach them to the front of your robes." Half a dozen badges slid out of the metal chute where return coins normally appeared. Hermione scooped them up and handed them mutely to Harry over Ginny's head. He glanced at the topmost one. "Harry Potter, Rescue Mission. Visitors to the Ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wands for registration at the security desk, which is located at the far end of the atrium." "Fine," Harry said loudly, as his scar gave another throb. "Now can we move?" The floor of the telephone box shuddered, and the pavement rose up past its glass windows. The scavenging Thestrals were sliding out of sight. Blackness closed over their heads, and with a dull grinding noise, they sank down into the depths of the Ministry of Magic. A chink of soft, golden light hit their feet, and, widening, rose up their bodies. Harry bent his knees, and held his wand as ready as he could in such cramped conditions as he peered through the glass to see whether anybody was waiting for them in the atrium. But it seemed to be completely empty. The light was dimmer than it had been by day. There were no fires burning under the mantelpieces set into the walls, but as the lift slid smoothly to a halt, he saw that golden symbols continued to twist sinuously in the dark blue ceiling. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant evening," said the woman's voice. The door of the telephone box burst open. Harry toppled out of it, followed by Neville and Luna. The only sound in the atrium was a steady rush of water from the golden fountain, where jets from the wands of the witch and wizard, the point of the centaur's arrow, the tip of the goblin's hat, and the house elf's ears continued to gush in the surrounding pool. "Come on," said Harry quietly, and the six of them sprinted off down the hall, Harry in the lead, past the fountain towards the desk where the watch wizard, who had weighed Harry's wand, had sat, and which was now deserted. Harry felt sure there ought to be a security person there. Sure their absence was an ominous sign, and his feelings of foreboding increased as they passed through the golden gates to the lifts. He pressed the nearest down button, and a lift clattered into sight almost immediately. The golden grills slid apart with a great echoing clanking, and they dashed inside. Harry stabbed the number 9 button. The grills closed with a bang, and the lift began to descend. Jangling and rattling. Harry had not realised how noisy the lifts were on the day he had come with Mr. Weasley. He was sure the din would raise every security person within the building. Yet, when the lift halted, the cool female voice said, "Department of Mysteries," and the grills slid open. They stepped out into the corridor where nothing was moving but the nearest torches, flickering in the rush of the air from the lift. Harry turned towards the plain black door. After months and months of dreaming about it, here he was at last. "Let's go," he whispered, and he led the way down the corridor. Luna right behind him, gazing around with her mouth slightly open. "Okay, listen," said Harry, stopping again, within 6 feet of the door. Maybe a couple of people should stay here as a lookout. And how are we going to let you know something's coming?" asked Ginny, her eyebrows raised. "You could be miles away." "We're coming with you, Harry," said Neville. "Let's get on with it," said Ron firmly. Harry still did not want to take them all with him, but it seemed he had no choice. He turned to face the door and walked forwards. Just as it had in his dreams, it swung open, and he marched forwards, leading the others over the threshold. They were standing in a large, circular room. Everything in here was black, including the floor and ceiling. Identical, unmarked, handleless black doors were set at intervals all around the black walls, interspersed with branches of candles whose flames burned blue. Their cool, shimmering light, reflected in the shining marble floor, made it look as though there was a dark water underfoot. "Someone shut the door," Harry muttered. He regretted giving this order the moment Neville had obeyed it. Without the long chink of light from the torch-lit corridor behind them, the place became so dark that for a moment the only things that they could see were the bunches of shivering blue flames on the walls and their ghostly reflections in the floor. In his dream, Harry had always walked purposely across this room to the door immediately opposite the entrance and walked on, but there were around a dozen doors here. Just as he was gazing ahead at the doors opposite him, trying to decide which one was the right one, there was a great rumbling noise, and the candles began to move sideways. The circular wall was rotating. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm, as though frightened the floor might move too, but it did not. For a few seconds, the blue flames around them were blurred to resemble neon lights as the walls sped around them. Then, quite as suddenly as it had started, the rumbling stopped, and everything became stationary once again. Harry's eyes had blue streaks burned into them. It was all he could see. "What was that about?" whispered Ron fearfully. "I think it was to stop us knowing which door we came in through," said Ginny in a hushed voice. Harry realised at once she was right. He could no sooner identify the exit door than locate an ant on a jet black floor. And the door through which they needed to proceed could be any one of the dozen around them. "How are we going to get back out?" said Neville uncomfortably. "Well, that doesn't matter now," said Harry forcefully, blinking, trying to ease the blue lines from his vision, and clutching his wand tighter than ever. "We won't need to get out until we've found Sirius." "Don't go calling for him, though," Hermione said urgently. But Harry had never needed her advice less. His instinct was to keep as quiet as possible. "Where do we go then, Harry?" Ron asked. "I don't," Harry began. He swallowed. "In the dreams, I went through the door at the end of the corridor from the lifts into the dark room. That's this one. And then I went through another door into a room that kind of glitters. We should try a few doors," he said hastily. "I'll know the right one when I see it. Come on." He marched straight at the door now facing him, the others following close behind him, set his left hand against its cool, shining surface, raised his wand ready to strike the moment it opened, and pushed. It swung open easily. After the darkness of the first room, the lamps hanging low on the golden chains from the ceiling gave the impression that this long rectangular room was much brighter, though there were no glittering, shimmering lights, as Harry had seen in his dream. The place was quite empty, except for a few desks and, in the very middle of the room, an enormous glass tank of deep green liquid, big enough for all of them to swim in. A number of pearly white objects were drifting around lazily in it. "What are those things?" whispered Ron. "Dunno," said Harry. "Are they fish?" breathed Ginny. "Aquavivius maggots," said Luna excitedly. "Dad said the Ministry was breeding." "No," said Hermione. She sounded odd. She moved forward to look at the sides of the tank. "They're brains." "Brains?" "Yes. I wonder what they're doing with them." Harry joined her at the tank. Sure enough, there could be no mistake now he saw them at close quarters. Glimmering eerily, they drifted in and out of sight in the depths of the green liquid, looking something like slimy cauliflowers. "Let's get out of here," said Harry. "This isn't right. We need to try another door." "There are doors here too," said Ron, pointing around the walls. Harry's heart sank. How big was this place? "In my dream, I went through that dark room into the second one," he said. "I think we should go back and try from there." So they hurried back into the dark circular room. The ghostly shapes of brains were now swimming before Harry's eyes, instead of the blue candle flames. "Wait," said Hermione sharply, as Luna made to close the door of the brain room behind them. "Flag rate!" She drew with her wand in midair, and a fiery X appeared on the door. No sooner had the door clicked shut behind them than there was a great rumbling, and once again the wall began to revolve very fast. But now there was a great red gold blur in amongst the faint blue, and, when all became still again, the fiery cross still burned, showing the door they had already tried. "Good thinking," said Harry. "Okay, let's try this one." Again, he strode directly at the door facing him and pushed it open, his wand still raised, the others at his heels. This room was larger than the last, dimly lit and rectangular, and the centre of it was sunken, forming a great stone pit some 20 feet deep. They were standing on the topmost tier of what seemed to be stone benches, running all around the room and descending into steep steps like an amphitheatre, or the courtroom in which Harry had been tried by the wizard gamut. Instead of a chain chair, however, there was a raised stone dais in the centre of the pit, on which stood a stone archway that looked so ancient, cracked and crumbling, that Harry was amazed the thing was still standing. Unsupported by any surrounding wall, the archway was hung with a tattered black curtain or veil which, despite the complete stillness of the cold surrounding air, was fluttering very slightly, as though it had just been touched. "Who's there?" said Harry, jumping down onto the bench below. There was no answering voice, but the veil continued to flutter and sway. "Careful," whispered Hermione. Harry scrambled down the benches one by one until he reached the stone bottom of the sunken pit. His footsteps echoed loudly as he walked slowly towards the dais. The pointed archway looked much taller from where he now stood than it had when he had been looking down onto it from above. Still the veil swayed gently, as though somebody had just passed through it. "Sirius?" Harry spoke again, but more quietly now that he was nearer. He had the strangest feeling that there was someone standing right behind the veil on the other side of the archway. Gripping his wand very tightly, he edged around the dais, but there was nobody there. All that could be seen on the other side was a tattered black veil. "Let's go," called Hermione from halfway up the stone steps. "This isn't right, Harry. Come on, let's go." She sounded scared, much more scared than she had in the room where the brain swam. Yet Harry thought the archway had a kind of beauty about it. Old though it was, the gently rippling veil intrigued him. He felt a very strong inclination to climb up on the dais and walk through it. "Harry, let's go, okay?" said Hermione more forcefully. "Okay," he said, but did not move. He had just heard something. There were faint whispering, murmuring voices coming from the other side of the veil. "What are you saying?" he said, very loudly, so that his words echoed all around the stone benches. "Nobody's talking, Harry," said Hermione, now moving over to him. "Someone's whispering behind there," he said, moving out of her reach and continuing to frown at the veil. "Is that you, Ron?" "I'm here, mate," said Ron, appearing around the other side of the archway. "Can't anyone else hear it?" Harry demanded, for the whispering and murmuring was becoming louder. Without really meaning to put it there, he found his foot on the dais. "I can hear them too," breathed Luna, joining them around the side of the archway and gazing at the swaying veil. "There are people in there." "What do you mean in there?" demanded Hermione, jumping down from the bottom step and sounding much angrier than the occasion warranted. "There isn't any in there. It's just an archway. There's no room for anybody in there. Harry, stop it. Come away." She grabbed his arm and pulled, but he resisted. "Harry, we're supposed to be here for Sirius," she said in a high-pitched, strained voice. Sirius, Harry repeated, still gazing, mesmerized, at the continuous swaying veil. Yeah. Something finally slid back into place in his brain. Sirius, captured, bound and tortured, and he was staring at this archway. He took several paces back from the dais and wrenched his eyes from the veil. Let's go, he said. That's what I've been trying to... Well, come on then, said Hermione, and she led the way back around the dais. On the other side, Ginny and Neville were staring, apparently entranced at the veil too. Without speaking, Hermione took hold of Ginny's arm. Ron grabbed Neville's, and they marched them firmly back to the lowest stone bench and clambered all the way back up to the door. What do you reckon that arch was? Harry asked Hermione as they regained the dark circular room. I don't know, but whatever it was dangerous, she said firmly, again inscribing a fiery cross on the door. Once more, the wall span and became still again. Harry approached another door at random and pushed. It did not move. What's wrong? Said Hermione. It's locked, said Harry, throwing his weight at the door, but it didn't budge. This is it then, isn't it? Said Ron excitedly, joining Harry in the attempt to force the door open. Bound to be. Get out of the way, said Hermione sharply. She pointed her wand at the place where a lock would have been on an ordinary door and said, Hello, Hamora. Nothing happened. Sirius's knife, said Harry. He pulled it out from inside his robes and slid it into the crack between the door and the wall. The others all watched eagerly as he ran it from top to bottom, withdrew it, and then flung his shoulder again at the door. It remained as firmly shut as ever. What was more, when Harry looked down at the knife, he saw the blade had melted. Right, we'll leave in that room, said Hermione decisively. But what if it's that one? Said Ron, staring at it with a mixture of apprehension and longing. It can't be. Harry could get through all the doors in his dream, said Hermione, marking the door with another fiery cross, as Harry replaced the now useless handle of Sirius's knife in his pocket. You know what could have been in there? Said Luna eagerly, as the wall started to spin again. Something blibbering, no doubt, said Hermione under her breath, and Neville gave a nervous little laugh. The wall slid to a halt, and Harry, with a feeling of increasing desperation, pushed the next door open. This is it! He knew at once by the beautiful, dancing, diamond-sparkling light. As Harry's eyes became unaccustomed to the brilliant glare, he saw clocks gleaming from every surface, large and small, grandfather and carriage, hanging in spaces between the bookcases or standing on desks, ranging the length of the room, so that a busy, relentless ticking filled the place like thousands of minuscule marching footsteps. The source of the dancing, diamond brilliant light was a towering crystal bell jar that stood at the far end of the room. This way! Harry's heart was pumping frantically now that he knew they were on the right track. He led the way down the narrow space between the lines of the desks, heading, as he had done in his dream, for the source of the light. The crystal bell jar, quite as tall as he was, that stood on a desk and appeared to be full of billowing, glittering wind. Oh, look, said Ginny, as they drew nearer, pointing at the very heart of the bell jug. Drifting along in the sparkling current inside was a tiny, jewel-bright egg. As it rose in the jar, it cracked open, and a hummingbird emerged, which was carried to the very top of the jar. But as it fell on the draught, its feathers became bedraggled and damp again, and by the time it had been borne back into the bottom of the jar, it had been enclosed once more in its egg. Keep going, said Harry sharply, because Ginny showed signs of wanting to stop and watch the egg's progress back into a bird. You dawdled enough by that old arch, she said crossly, but followed him, past the bell jar to the only door behind it. This is it, Harry said again, and his heart was now pumping so hard and fast, he felt it must interfere with his speech. It's through here! He glanced around at them. They all had their wands out, and looked suddenly serious and anxious. He looked back at the door and pushed. It swung open. They were there. They had found the place, high as a church, and full of nothing but towering shelves covered in small, dusty glass orbs. They glimmered dully in the light, issuing from more candle brackets set at intervals along the shelves. Like those in the circular room behind them, their flames were burning blue. The room was very cold. Harry edged forward and peered down one of the shadowy aisles between two rows of shelves. He could not hear anything, or see the slightest sign of movement. You said it was row 97, whispered Hermione. Yeah, breathed Harry, looking up at the end of the closest row. Beneath the branch of blue glowing candles, protruding from it, glimmered the silver figure 53. We need to go right, I think, whispered Hermione, squinting to the next row. Yes, that's 54. Keep your wands ready, Harry said softly. They crept forwards, glancing behind them as they went on down the long alleys of shelves, the further ends of which were in near total darkness. Tiny, yellowing labels had been stuck beneath each glass orb on the shelves. Some of them had a weird, liquid glow. Others were as dull and dark within as blown light bulbs. They passed row 84, 85. Harry was listening hard for the slightest sound of movement, but Sirius might be gagged now, or else unconscious, or, said an unbidden voice inside his head, he might already be dead. I'd have felt it, he told himself, his heart now hammering against his Adam's apple. I'd already know. 97, whispered Hermione. They stood grouped around the end of the row, gazing down the alley beside it. There was nobody there. He's right down at the end, said Harry, whose mouth had become slightly dry. You can't see properly from here. And he led them between the towering rows of glass balls, some of which glowed softly as they passed. He should be near here, whispered Harry, convinced that every step was going to bring the ragged form of Sirius into view on the darkened floor. Anywhere here, really close. Harry, said Hermione tentatively, but he did not want to respond. His mouth was very dry. Somewhere about here, he said. They reached the end of the row and emerged into more dim candlelight. There was nobody there. All was echoing, dusty silence. He might be, Harry whispered hoarsely, peering down the next alley. Or maybe... He hurried to look down the one beyond that. Harry, said Hermione again. What? He snarled. I don't think Sirius is here. Nobody spoke. Harry did not want to look at any of them. He felt sick. He did not understand why Sirius was not here. He had been here. This was where Harry, had seen him. He ran up the space at the end of the rows, staring down them. Empty aisle after empty aisle flickered past. He ran the other way, back past his staring companions. There was no sign of Sirius anywhere, nor any hint of a struggle. Harry, Ron called. What? He did not want to hear what Ron had to say. Did not want to hear Ron tell him he had been stupid, or suggest that they ought to go back to Hogwarts. But the heat was rising in his face, and he felt as though he would like to skulk down here in the darkness for a long while before facing the brightness of the atrium above and the others, accusing stares. Have you seen this? Said Ron. What? Said Harry, but eagerly this time. It had to be a good sign. It had to be a sign that Sirius had been there, a clue. He strode back to where they were all standing, a little way down row 97, but found nothing except Ron staring at one of the dusty glass spheres on the shelf. What? Harry repeated glumly. It's got your name on it, said Ron. Harry moved a little closer. Ron was pointing out one of the small glass spheres that glowed with a dull inner light, though it was very dusty and appeared not to have been touched for many years. My name, said Harry blankly. He stepped forwards. Not as tall as Ron. He had to crane his neck to read the yellowish label affixed to the shelf right beneath the dusty glass ball. In spidery writing was written a date of some 16 years previously, and below that, SPT to APWBD, Dark Lord, and Harry Potter? Harry stared at it. What is it? Ron asked, sounding unnerved. What's your name doing down here? He glanced along at the other labels on that stretch of shelf. I'm not here, he said, sounding perplexed. None of the rest of us are here. Harry, I don't think you should touch it, said Hermione sharply, as he stretched out his hand. Why not? He said. It's something to do with me, isn't it? Don't, Harry, said Neville silently. Harry looked at him. Neville's round face was shining slightly with sweat. He looked as though he could not take much more suspense. It's got my name on, said Harry, and feeling slightly reckless, he closed his fingers around the dusty ball's surface. He had expected it to feel cold, but it did not. On the contrary, it felt as though it had been lying in the sun for hours, as though the glow of light within was warming it, expecting, even hoping, that something dramatic was going to happen, something exciting that might make their long and dangerous journey worthwhile after all. Harry lifted the glass ball down from its shelf and stared at it. Nothing whatsoever happened. The others moved in closer around Harry, gazing at the orb as he brushed it free of the clogging dust. And then, from right behind them, a drawling voice spoke. Very good, Potter. Now turn around, nice and slowly, and give that to me. Chapter 35. Beyond the Veil. Black shapes were emerging out of thin air all around them, blocking their way left and right. Eyes glinted through slits in hoods. A dozen lit wand tips were pointing directly at their hearts. Ginny gave a gasp of horror.
To me, Potter, repeated the drawling voice of Lucius Malfoy, as he held out his hand, palm up. Harry's insides plummeted sickeningly. They were trapped, and outnumbered 2-1. To me, said Malfoy yet again. Where's Sirius? Harry said. Several of the Death Eaters laughed. A harsh female voice from the midst of the shadowy figures to Harry's left said triumphantly, The Dark Lord always knows. Always, echoed Malfoy softly. Now give me the prophecy, Potter. I want to know where Sirius is. I want to know where Sirius is, mimicked the woman to his left. She and her fellow Death Eaters had closed in so that they were mere feet away from Harry and the others, the light from their wands dazzling Harry's eyes. You've got him, said Harry, ignoring the rising panic in his chest, the dread he had been fighting since they had first entered the 97th row. He's here. I know he is. The little baby woke up frightened and thought what it dreamed was true, said the woman in a horrible mock baby voice. Harry felt Ron stir beside him. Don't do anything, Harry muttered. Not yet. The woman, who had mimicked him, let out a raucous scream of laughter. You hear him? You hear him? Giving instructions to the other children as though he thinks of fighting us. Oh, you don't know Potter as I do, Bellatrix, said Malfoy softly. He has a great weakness for heroics. The Dark Lord understands this about him. Now give me the prophecy, Potter. I know Sirius is here, said Harry, though panic was causing his chest to constrict, and he felt as though he could not breathe properly. I know you've got him. More of the Death Eaters laughed, though the woman laughed loudest of all. It's time you learned the difference between life and dreams, Potter, said Malfoy. Now give me the prophecy, or we start using wands. Go on then, said Harry, raising his own wand to chest height. As he did so, the 5 wands of Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny and Luna rose on either side of him. The knot in Harry's stomach tightened. If Sirius really wasn't here, he had led his friends to their deaths for no reason. But the Death Eaters did not strike. Hand over the prophecy, and nobody needs to get hurt, said Malfoy coolly. It was Harry's turn to laugh. Yeah, right, he said. I give you this. Prophecy, is it? And you'll just let us skip off home, will you? The words were hardly out of his mouth when the female Death Eater shrieked. Accio Harry was just ready for her. He shouted, Protego! Before she had finished her spell. And though the glass sphere slipped to the tips of his fingers, he managed to cling on to it. Oh, he knows how to play, little bitty baby Potter, she said, her mad eyes staring through the slits in her hood. Very well then. I told you no, Lucius Malfoy roared at the woman. If you smash it... Harry's mind was racing. The Death Eaters wanted this dusty spun glass sphere. He had no interest in it. He just wanted to get them all out of this alive, to make sure none of his friends paid a terrible price for his stupidity. The woman stepped forwards, away from her fellows, and pulled off her hood. Azkaban had hollowed Bellatrix Lestrange's face, making it gaunt and skull-like, but it was alive with a feverish, fanatical glow. You need more persuasion, she said, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Very well. Take the smallest one, she ordered the Death Eaters beside her. Let him watch while we torture the little girl. I'll do it. Harry felt the others close in around Ginny. He stepped sideways, so that he was right in front of her. The prophecy held up to his chest. You'll have to smash this if you want to attack any of us, he told Bellatrix. I don't think your boss will be too pleased if you come back without it, will he? She did not move. She merely stared at him, the tip of her tongue moistening her thin mouth. So, said Harry, what kind of prophecy are we talking about anyway? He could not think what to do, but to keep talking. Neville's arms were pressed against his, and he could feel him shaking. He could feel one of the others' quickened breath on the back of his head. He was hoping they were all thinking hard about ways to get out of this, because his mind was blank. What kind of prophecy? Repeated Bellatrix, the grin fading from her face. You jest, Harry Potter. Nope, not jesting, said Harry, his eyes flickering from Death Eater to Death Eater, looking for a weak link, a space through which they could escape. How come Voldemort wants it? Several of the Death Eaters let out low hisses. You dare speak his name, whispered Bellatrix. Yeah, said Harry, maintaining his tight grasp on the glass ball, expecting another attempt to bewitch it from him. Yeah, I've got no problem with saying Vol. Shut your mouth, Bellatrix shrieked. You dare speak his name with your unworthy lips. You dare besmirch it with your half-blood's tongue. You dare. Did you know he's a half-blood too? Said Harry recklessly. Hermione gave a little moan in his ear. Voldemort, yeah, his mother was a witch, but his dad was a muggle. Or has he been telling you lot he's pure blood? Stupid! No! A jet of red light had shot from the end of Bellatrix Lestrange's wand, but Malfoy had deflected it. His spell caused hers to hit the shelf
A foot to the left of Harry, and several of the glass orbs there shattered. Two figures, pearly white as ghosts, fluid as smoke, unfurled themselves from the fragments of broken glass upon the floor, and each began to speak. Their voices vied with each other, so that only fragments of what they were saying could be heard over Malfoy and Bellatrix's shouts. "At the solstice will come anew," said a figure of an old bearded man. Do not attack! We need the prophecy." He dares! Shrieked Bellatrix incoherently. "He stands there, filthy half-blood." "Wait until we've got the prophecy," bawled Malfoy. "And none will come after," said the figure of a young woman. The two figures that had burst from the shattered spheres had melted into thin air. Nothing remained of them, or their erstwhile homes, but fragments of glass upon the floor. They had, however, given Harry an idea. The problem was going to be conveying it to the others. "You haven't told me what's so special about this prophecy I'm supposed to be handing over," he said, playing for time. He moved his foot slowly sideways, feeling around for somebody else's. "Do not play games with us, Potter," said Malfoy. "I'm not playing games," said Harry, half his mind on the conversation, half on his wandering foot. And then he found someone's toes, and pressed down upon them. A sharp intake of breath behind him told him they were Hermione's. "What?" she whispered. "Dumbledore never told you that the reason you bear that scar was hidden in the bowels of the Department of Mysteries?" Malfoy sneered. What?" said Harry, and for a moment he quite forgot his plan. "What about my scar?" "What?" whispered Hermione, more urgently behind him. "Can this be?" said Malfoy, sounding maliciously delighted. Some of the Death Eaters were laughing again, and under cover of their laughter, Harry hissed to Hermione, moving his lips as little as possible. "Smash shelves." "Dumbledore never told you?" Malfoy repeated. "Well, this explains why you didn't come earlier, Potter. The Dark Lord wondered why." "When I say now, you didn't come running when he showed you the place where it was hidden in your dreams. He thought natural curiosity would make you want to hear the exact wording." "Did he?" said Harry. Behind him, he felt rather than heard Hermione passing the message to the others, and he sort of kept talking, to distract the Death Eaters. "So he wanted me to come and get it, did he? Why?" "Why?" Malfoy sounded incredulously delighted. "Because the only people who are permitted to retrieve a prophecy from the Department of Mysteries, Potter, are those about whom it was made, as the Dark Lord discovered when he attempted to use others to steal it for him." "And why did he want to steal a prophecy about me?" "About both of you, Potter. About both of you. Haven't you ever wondered why the Dark Lord tried to kill you as a baby?" Harry stared into the slitted eye holes through which Malfoy's grey eyes were gleaming. Was this prophecy the reason Harry's parents had died? The reason he carried his lightning bolt scar? Was the answer to all this clutched in his hand? "Someone made a prophecy about Voldemort and me," he said quietly, gazing at Lucius Malfoy, his fingers tightening around the warm glass sphere in his hand. It was hardly larger than a snitch, and still gritty with dust. "And he's made me come and get it for him. Why couldn't he come and get it himself?" "Get it himself?" shrieked Bellatrix over a cackle of mad laughter. "The Dark Lord walk into the Ministry of Magic when they are so sweetly ignoring his return? The Dark Lord reveal himself to the Aurors when at the moment they are wasting their time on my dear cousin? So he's got you doing his dirty work for him, has he?" said Harry. "Like he tried to get Sturgis to steal it, and Bode." "Very good, Potter, very good," said Malfoy slowly. "But the Dark Lord knows you are not unintelligent." "Now!" yelled Harry. 5 different voices behind him bellowed, "Reducto!" 5 curses flew in 5 different directions, and the shelves opposite them exploded as they hit. The towering structure swayed as 100 glass spheres burst apart. Pearly white figures unfurled into the air and floated there, their voices echoing from who knew what long dead past, amid the torrent of crashing glass and splintering wood now raining down upon the floor. "Run!" Harry yelled, as the shelves swayed precariously, and more glass spheres began to fall from above. He seized a handful of Hermione's robes and dragged her forwards, holding one arm over his head as chunks of shelf and shards of glass thundered down upon them. A Death Eater lunged forwards through the cloud of dust, and Harry elbowed him hard in the masked face. They were all yelling. There were cries of pain, and thunderous crashes of shelves collapsed upon themselves, weirdly echoing fragments of the seers unleashed from their spheres. Harry found the way ahead clear, and saw Ron, Ginny and Luna sprint past him, their arms over their head. Something heavy struck him on the side of the face, but he merely ducked his head and sprinted onwards. A hand caught him by the shoulder. He heard Hermione shout, "Stupefy!" The hand released him at once. They were at the end of row 97. Harry turned right and began to sprint in earnest. He could hear footsteps right behind him, and Hermione's voice urging Neville on. Straight ahead, the door through which they had come was ajar. Harry could see the glittering light of the bell jar.
He pelted through the doorway, the prophecy still clutched tight and safe in his hand, and waited for the others to hurtle over the threshold before slamming the door behind them. "Call the porters!" gasped Hermione, and the door sealed itself with an odd, squelching noise. Where are the others?" gasped Harry. He had thought Ron, Luna and Ginny were ahead of them, that they would be waiting in this room, but there was nobody there. "They must have gone the wrong way," whispered Hermione, terror in her face. "Listen," whispered Neville. Footsteps and shouts echoed from behind the door they had just sealed. Harry put his ear close to the door to listen, and heard Lucius Malfoy roar, "Leave not! Leave him, I say! His injuries will be nothing to the Dark Lord compared to losing that prophecy. Jugson, come back here. We need to organise. We'll split into pairs and search, and don't forget to be gentle with Potter. Until we've got the prophecy, you can kill the others if necessary. Bellatrix, Rodolphus, you take the left. Crab Rabaston, go right. Jugson, Dolohov, the door straight ahead. McNair and Avery, through here. Rookwood, over there. Mulciber, come with me." "What do we do?" Hermione asked Harry, trembling from head to foot. "Well, we don't stand here waiting for him to find us for a start," said Harry. "Let's get away from this door." They ran as quietly as they could, past the shimmering bell jar where the tiny egg was hatching and unhatching, towards the exit into the circular hallway at the far end of the room. They were almost there when Harry heard something large and heavy collide with the door Hermione had just charmed shut. "Stand aside," said a rough voice. "Alohomora." As the door flew open, Harry, Hermione and Neville dived under desks. They could see the bottom of the two Death Eaters' robes drawing nearer, their feet moving rapidly. "They might run straight through to the hall," said the rough voice. "Check under the desks," said another. Harry saw the knees of the Death Eaters bend. Poking his wand out from under the desk, he shouted, "Stupefy!" A jet of red light hit the nearest Death Eater. He fell backwards into a grandfather clock and knocked it over. The second Death Eater, however, had leapt aside to avoid Harry's spell and was pointing his own wand at Hermione, who was crawling out from under the desk to get a better aim. "Avada!" Harry launched himself across the room, grabbed the Death Eater around the knees, causing him to topple, and his aim to go awry. Neville overturned the desk in his anxiety to help, and pointed his wand wildly at the struggling pair. He cried, "Expelliarmus!" Both Harry's and the Death Eater's wands flew out of their hands, and soared back towards the entrance to the Hall of the Prophecy. Both scrambled to their feet and charged after them. The Death Eater in front, Harry hot at his heels, Neville bringing up the rear, plainly horror-struck by what he had just done. "Get out of the way, Harry!" yelled Neville, clearly determined to repair the damage. Harry flung himself sideways as Neville took aim again and shouted, "Stupefy!" The jet of red light flew right over the Death Eater's shoulder and hit a glass-fronted cabinet on the wall full of various shaped hourglasses. The cabinet fell to the floor and burst apart, glass flying everywhere, sprang back up to the wall, fully mended, then fell down again and shattered. The Death Eater had snatched up his wand, which lay on the floor beside the glittering bell jar. Harry ducked down behind another desk. As the man turned, his mask had slipped so he couldn't see. He ripped it off with his free hand and shouted, "Stupefy!" screamed Hermione, who had just caught up with them. The jet of red light hit the Death Eater in the middle of his chest. He froze, his arm still raised. His wand fell to the floor with a clatter, and he collapsed backwards towards the bell jar. Harry expected to hear a clunk, for the man to hit solid glass and slide off the jar onto the floor, but instead, his head sunk through the surface of the bell jar, as though it was nothing but a soap bubble, and he came to rest, sprawled on his back on the table, with his head lying inside the jar, full of glittering wind. "Accio wand!" cried Hermione. Harry's wand flew from a dark corner into her hand, and she threw it to him. "Thanks," he said. "Right, let's get out of—" "Look out!" said Neville, horrified. He was staring at the Death Eater's head in the bell jar. All three of them raised their wands again, but none of them struck. They were all gazing, open-mouthed, appalled, at what was happening to the man's head. It was shrinking very fast, growing bolder and bolder, the black hair and stubble retracting into his skull, his cheeks becoming smooth, his skull round and covered with a peach-like fuzz. A baby's head now sat grotesquely on top of the thick, muscled neck of the Death Eater, as he struggled to get up again. But even as they watched, their mouths open, the head began to swell to its previous proportions again. Thick black hair was sprouting from the pate and chin. "It's time," said Hermione in an awestruck voice. "Time!" The Death Eater shook his ugly head again, trying to clear it, but before he could pull himself together, it began to shrink back to babyhood once more. There was a shout from a room nearby, then a crash and a scream. "Ron!" Harry yelled, turning quickly from the monstrous transformation taking place before them. "Ginny! Luna!" "Harry!" Hermione screamed. The Death Eater had pulled his head out of the bell jar. His appearance was utterly bizarre, his tiny baby's head bawling loudly, while his thick arms flailed dangerously in all directions,
narrowly missing Harry, who had ducked. Harry raised his wand, but to his amazement, Hermione seized his arm.
You can't hurt a baby!
There was no time to argue the point. Harry could hear more footsteps growing louder from the Hall of Prophecy, and knew, too late, that he ought not to have shouted and given away their position.
Come on,
he said, and leaving the ugly baby-headed Death Eater staggering behind them, they took off for the door that stood open at the other end of the room, leading back into the black hallway. They had run halfway towards it when Harry saw through the open door 2 more Death Eaters running across the black room towards them. Veering left, he burst instead into a small, dark, cluttered office and slammed the door behind them.
Coolo,
began Hermione, but before she could complete the spell, the door had burst open and the 2 Death Eaters had come hurtling inside. With a cry of triumph, both yelled,
Impedimenta!
Harry, Hermione and Neville were all knocked backwards off their feet. Neville was thrown across the desk and disappeared from view. Hermione smashed into a bookcase and was promptly deluged in a cascade of heavy books. The back of Harry's head slammed into the stone wall behind him. Tiny lights burst in front of his eyes, and for a moment he was too dizzy and bewildered to react.
We've got him!
Yelled the Death Eater nearest Harry.
In an office, off! Silencio!
Cried Hermione, and the man's voice was extinguished. He continued to mouth through the hole in his mask, but no sound came out. He was thrust aside by his fellow Death Eater.
Petrificus totalis!
Shouted Harry, as the second Death Eater raised his wand. His arms and legs snapped together, and he fell forwards, face down onto the rug at Harry's feet, stiff as a board and unable to move.
Well done, Hat!
But the Death Eater Hermione had just struck dumb, made a sudden slashing movement with his wand. A streak of what looked like purple flame passed right across Hermione's chest. She gave a tiny ow, as though of surprise, and crumpled onto the floor, where she lay motionless.
Hermione!
Harry fell to his knees beside her, as Neville crawled rapidly towards her from under the desk, his wand held up in front of him. The Death Eater kicked out hard at Neville's head as he emerged. His foot broke Neville's wand in two, and connected with his face. Neville gave a howl of pain and recoiled, clutching his mouth and nose. Harry twisted around, his own wand held high, and saw that the Death Eater had ripped off his mask and was pointing his wand directly at Harry, who recognised the long, pale, twisted face from the Daily Prophet, Antonin Delahoff, the wizard who had murdered the Pruitts. Delahoff grinned. With his free hand, he pointed from the prophecy still clutched in Harry's hand to himself, then at Hermione. Though he could no longer speak, his meaning could not have been clearer. Give me the prophecy, or you get the same as her.
Like you won't kill us all anyway, the moment I hand it over,
said Harry. A whine of panic inside his head was preventing him thinking properly. He had one hand on Hermione's shoulder, which was still warm, yet did not dare look at her properly.
Do not let her be dead. Do not let her be dead. It's all my fault if she's dead. Whatever you do, Harry, said Neville,
fiercely from under the desk, lowering his hands to show a clearly broken nose and blood pouring from his mouth and chin.
Don't give it to him.
There was a crash outside the door, and Delahoff looked over his shoulder. The baby-headed Death Eater had appeared in the doorway, his head bawling, his great fists still flailing uncontrollably at everything around him. Harry seized his chance.
Petrificus totalis!
The spell hit Delahoff before he could block it, and he toppled forwards across his comrade, both of them rigid as boards and unable to move an inch.
Hermione,
Harry said at once, shaking her as the baby-headed Death Eater blundered out of sight again.
Hermione! Hermione, wake up! What'd he do to her?
Said Neville, crawling out under the desk to kneel at her other side, blood streaming from his rapidly swelling nose.
I don't know.
Neville groped for Hermione's wrist.
That's a pulse, Harry. I'm sure it is.
Such a powerful wave of relief swept through Harry that for a moment he felt lightheaded.
She's alive. Yeah, I think so.
There was a pause in which Harry listened hard for the sound of more footsteps, but all he could hear were the whispers and blunderings of the baby-headed Death Eater in the next room.
Neville, we're not far from the exit,
Harry whispered.
We're right next to that circular room. If we can get there, if we can just get you across it and find the right door before any more Death Eaters come, I'll bet you can get Hermione up the corridor and into the lift. Then you could find someone. Raise the alarm. And what are you going to do? Said Neville, mopping his bleeding nose with his sleeve and frowning at Harry. I've got to find the others, said Harry. Well, I'm going to find them with you, said Neville firmly. But Hermione, we'll take her with us, said Neville firmly. I'll carry her. You're better at fighting them than I am.
He stood up and seized one of Hermione's arms, glaring at Harry, who hesitated, then grabbed the other and helped hoist Hermione's limp form over Neville's shoulders. Wait, said Harry, snatching up Hermione's wand from the floor and shoving it into Neville's hand. You'd better take this. Neville kicked aside the broken fragments of his own wand as they walked slowly towards the door.
My Gran's going to kill me,
said Neville thickly, blood spattering from his nose as he spoke.
That was my dad's old wand.
Harry stuck his head out of the door and looked around cautiously. The baby-headed Death Eater was screaming and banging into things, toppling grandfather clocks and overturning desks, bawling and confused, while the glass-fronted cabinet that Harry now suspected had contained time-turners continued to fall, shattering and repairing itself against the wall behind them.
He's never going to notice us, he whispered. Come on, keep close behind me.
They crept out of the office and back towards the door into the black hallway, which now seemed completely deserted. They walked a few steps forwards, Neville tottering slightly due to Hermione's weight. The door of the time room swung shut behind them, and the walls began to rotate once more. The recent blow on the back of Harry's head seemed to have unsteadied him. He narrowed his eyes, swaying slightly, until the walls stopped moving again. With a sinking heart, Harry saw that Hermione's fiery crosses had faded from the doors. So which way do you reckon? But before they could make a decision as to which way to try, a door to their right sprang open, and 3 people fell out of it.
Ron! Croaked Harry, dashing towards them. Ginny, are you all...
Harry, said Ron, giggling weakly, lurching forwards, seizing the front of Harry's robes and gazing at him with unfocused eyes.
There you are. You look funny, Harry. You're all messed up.
Ron's face was very white, and something dark was trickling away from the corner of his mouth. Next moment, his knees had given way, but he still clutched the front of Harry's robes, so that Harry was pulled into a kind of bow.
Ginny? Harry said fearfully. What happened?
But Ginny shook her head and slid down the wall into a sitting position, panting and holding her ankle.
I think her ankle's broken. I heard something crack, whispered Luna,
who was bending over, and who alone seemed to be unhurt.
4 of them chased us into a dark room full of planets. It was a very odd place. Some of the time we were just floating in the dark. Harry, we saw Uranus up close, said Ron, still giggling feebly. Get it, Harry? We saw Uranus.
A bubble of blood grew at the corner of Ron's mouth and burst.
Anyway, one of them grabbed Ginny's foot. I used the reducto curse and blew up Pluto in his face. But...
Luna gestured hopelessly at Ginny, who was breathing in a very shallow way, her eyes still closed.
And what about Ron? Said Harry fearfully,
as Ron continued to giggle, still hanging off the front of Harry's robes.
I don't know what they hit him with, said Luna sadly, but he's gone a bit funny. I could hardly get him to come along. Harry, said Ron,
pulling Harry's ear down to his mouth and still giggling weakly.
You know who this girl is, Harry? She's Loony Lovegood. Ha ha. We've got to get him out of here, said Harry firmly. Luna, can you help Ginny?
Yes, said Luna, sticking her wand behind her ear for safekeeping, then putting an arm around Ginny's waist and pulling her up.
It's only my ankle. I could do it myself, said Ginny
impatiently. But next moment, she had collapsed sideways and grabbed Luna for support. Harry pulled Ron's arm over his shoulder, just as, so many months ago, he had pulled Dudley's. He looked around. They had a 1 in 12 chance of getting the exit right first time. He heaved Ron towards the door. They were within a few feet of it when another door across the hall burst open and 3 Death Eaters sped in, led by Bellatrix Lestrange.
There they are, she shrieked.
A stunning spell shot across the room. Harry smashed his way through the door ahead, flung Ron unceremoniously from him, and ducked back to help Neville in with Hermione. They were all over the threshold just in time to slam the door against Bellatrix.
Colloportus,
shouted Harry, and he heard 3 bodies slam into the door on the other side.
It doesn't matter, said a man's voice. There are other ways in. We've got them. They're here.
Harry spun around. They were back in the brain room, and, sure enough, there were doors all around the walls. He could hear footsteps in the hall behind them as more Death Eaters came running to join the first.
Luna, Neville, help me.
The 3 of them tore around the room, sealing the doors as quickly as they went. Harry crashed into a table and rolled over the top of it in his haste to reach the next door.
Colloportus!
There were footsteps running along behind the doors. Every now and then, another heavy body would launch itself against one, so it creaked and shuddered. Luna and Neville were bewitching the doors along the opposite wall. Then, as Harry reached the very top of the room, he heard Luna cry, Ah! He turned in time to see her flying through the air. 5 Death Eaters were surging into the room through the door she had not reached in time. Luna hit a desk, slid over its surface, and onto the floor on the other side where she lay sprawled, as still as Hermione.
Get Potter! Shrieked
Bellatrix, and she ran at him. He dodged her and sprinted back up the room. He was safe as long as they thought they might hit the prophecy.
Hey!
Said Ron, who staggered to his feet and was now tottering drunkenly towards Harry, giggling.
Hey, Harry! There's brains in here! Isn't that weird, Harry? Ron, get out of the way! Get down!
But Ron had already pointed his wand at the tank.
Honest, Harry! They're brains! Look! Accio brain!
The scene seemed momentarily frozen. Harry, Ginny and Neville and each of the Death Eaters turned in spite of themselves to watch the top of the tank as a brain burst from the green liquid like a leaping fish. For a moment, it seemed suspended in midair. Then it soared towards Ron, spinning as it came, and what looked like ribbons of moving images flew from it, unravelling like rolls of film. "Ha ha! Harry, look at it!" said Ron, watching it disgorge its gaudy innards. "Harry, come and touch it! Bet it's weird!" "Ron, no!" Harry did not know what would happen if Ron touched the tentacles, or thought, now flying behind the brain. But he was sure it would not be anything good. He darted forwards, but Ron had already caught the brain in his outstretched hands. The moment they made contact with his skin, the tentacles began wrapping themselves around Ron's arm like ropes. "Harry, look what's happened! No, I don't like it! No, stop!" But the thin ribbons were spinning around Ron's chest now. He tugged and tore at them, as the brain was pulled tight against him like an octopus's body. "Defindo!" yelled Harry, trying to sever the feelers wrapping themselves tightly around Ron before his eyes, but they would not break. Ron fell over, still thrashing against his bonds. "Harry, it will suffocate him!" screamed Ginny, immobilized by a broken ankle on the floor. Then a jet of red light flew from one of the Death Eater's wands and hit her squarely in the face. She keeled over sideways and laid there unconscious. "Stupefy!" shouted Neville, wheeling around and waving Hermione's wand at the oncoming Death Eaters. Stupefy! But nothing happened. One of the Death Eaters shot their own stunning spell at Neville. It missed him by inches. Harry and Neville were now the only two left fighting the Death Eaters, two of whom sent off streams of silver light like arrows, which missed but left craters in the wall behind them. Harry ran for it, as Bellatrix Lestrange raced right at him, holding the prophecy high above his head. He sprinted back up the room. All he could think of doing was to draw the Death Eaters away from the others. It seemed to have worked. They streaked after him, knocking chairs and tables flying, but not daring to bewitch him in case they hurt the prophecy, and he dashed through the only door that was still open, the one through which the Death Eaters themselves had come, inwardly praying that Neville would stay with Ron and find some way of releasing him. He ran a few feet into the new room and felt the floor vanish. He was falling down steep stone step after steep stone step, bouncing on every tier, until at last, with a crash that knocked all the breath out of his body, he landed flat on his back in the sunken pit where the stone archway stood on its dice. The whole room was ringing with the Death Eater's laughter. He looked up and saw the five who had been in the brain room descending towards him, while as many more emerged through other doorways and began leaping from bench to bench towards him. Harry got to his feet, though his legs were trembling so badly they barely supported him. The prophecy was still miraculously unbroken in his left hand, his wand clutched tightly in his right. He backed away, looking around, trying to keep all the Death Eaters within his sight. The back of his legs hit something solid. He had reached the dais where the archway stood. He climbed backwards onto it. The Death Eaters all halted, gazing at him, some were panting as hard as he was. One was bleeding badly. Dolohov, freed of the body-bind curse, was leering, his wand pointing straight at Harry's face. "Potter, your race is run," drawled Lucius Malfoy, pulling off his mask. "Now hand me the prophecy like a good boy." Let the others go and I'll give it to you," said Harry desperately. A few of the Death Eaters laughed. "You're not in a position to bargain, Potter," said Lucius Malfoy, his pale face flushed with pleasure. "You see, there are 10 of us, and only one of you. Or hasn't Dumbledore ever taught you how to count?" "He's not alone," shouted a voice from above them. "He's still got me." Harry's heart sank. Neville was scrambling down the stone benches towards them, Hermione's wand held fast in his trembling hand. "Neville, no! Go back to Ron!" "Stupefy!" Neville shouted again, pointing his wand at each Death Eater in turn. "Stupefy! One of the largest Death Eaters seized Neville from behind, pinning his arms to his sides. He struggled and kicked. Several of the Death Eaters laughed. "It's Longbottom, isn't it?" sneered Lucius Malfoy. "Well, your grandmother is used to losing family members to our cause. Your death will not come as a great shock." "Longbottom?" repeated Bellatrix. A truly evil smile lit her gaunt face. "Why, I have had the pleasure of meeting your parents, boy." "I know you have," roared Neville, and he fought so hard against his captor's encircling grip that the Death Eater shouted, "Someone stun him!" No, said Bellatrix. She looked transported, alive with excitement as she glanced at Harry, then back at Neville. "No, let's see how Longbottom lasts before he cracks like his parents. Unless Potter wants to give us the prophecy." "Don't give it to him," roared Neville, who seemed beside himself, kicking and writhing as Bellatrix drew nearer to him and his captor, her wand raised. "Don't give it to him, Harry!" Bellatrix raised her wand. "Crucio!" Neville screamed, his legs drawn up to his chest, so the Death Eater holding him was momentarily holding him off the ground. The Death Eater dropped him, and he fell to the floor, twitching and screaming in agony. "That was just a taster," said Bellatrix, raising their wand so that Neville's scream stopped, and he lay sobbing at her feet. She turned and gazed up at Harry. "Now, Potter, either give us the prophecy, or watch your little friend die the hard way." Harry did not have to think. There was no choice. The prophecy was hot with the heat of his clutching hand as he held it out. Malfoy jumped forwards to take it. Then, high above them, 2 more doors burst open, and 5 more people sprinted into the room. Sirius, Lupin, Moody, Tonks, and Kingsley. Malfoy turned and raised his wand, but Tonks had already sent a stunning spell right at him. Harry did not wait to see whether it had made contact, but dived off the dais, out of the way. The Death Eaters were completely distracted by the appearance of the members of the Order, who were now raining spells down upon them as they jumped from step to step towards the sunken floor. Through the darting bodies, the flashes of light, Harry could see Neville crawling along. He dodged another jet of red light and flung himself flat onto the ground to reach Neville. "Are you okay?" he yelled, as another spell soared inches over their heads. "Yes," said Neville, trying to pull himself up. "And Ron?" "I think he's all right. He was still fighting the brain when I left." The stone floor between them exploded as a spell hit, leaving the crater right where Neville's hand had been only seconds before. Both scrambled away from the spot. Then a thick arm came out of nowhere, seized Harry around the neck, and pulled him upright, so that his toes were barely touching the floor. "Give it to me!" growled a voice in his ear. "Give me the prophecy!" The man was pressing so tightly on Harry's windpipe that he could not breathe. Through watering eyes, he saw Sirius dueling with a Death Eater some 10 feet away. Kingsley was fighting 2 at once. Tonks, still halfway up the tiered seats, was firing spells down at Bellatrix. Nobody seemed to realize that Harry was dying. He turned his wand backwards towards the man's side, but had no breath to utter an incantation, and a man's free hand was groping towards the hand in which Harry was grasping the prophecy. "Ah!" Neville had come lunging out of nowhere, unable to articulate a spell. He had jabbed Hermione's wand hard into the eye hole of the Death Eater's mask. The man relinquished Harry at once, with a howl of pain. Harry whirled around to face him and gasped, "Stupefy!" The Death Eater keeled over backwards, and his mask slipped off. It was McNair, Buckbeak's would-be killer, one of his eyes now swollen and bloodshot. "Thanks," Harry said to Neville, pulling him aside as Sirius and his Death Eater lurched past, dueling so fiercely that their wands were blurs. Then Harry's foot made contact with something round and hard, and he slipped. For a moment, he thought he had dropped the prophecy, but then he saw Moody's magical eye spinning away across the floor. Its owner was lying on its side, bleeding from the head, and his attacker was now bearing down upon Harry and Neville. Dolohov, his long pale face twisted with glee. "Tarantelegra!" he shouted. His wand pointed at Neville, whose legs went immediately into a kind of frenzied tap dance, unbalancing him and causing him to fall to the floor again. "Now, Potter!" He made the same slashing movement with his wand that he had used on Hermione just as Harry had yelled Protego. Harry felt something streak across his face like a blunt knife. The force of it knocked him sideways, and he fell over Neville's jerking legs. But the shield charm had stopped the worst of the spell. Dolohov raised his wand again. "Accio Prof!" Sirius had hurtled out of nowhere, rammed Dolohov with his shoulder, and sent him flying out of the way. The prophecy had again flown to the tips of Harry's fingers, but he had managed to cling onto it. Now Sirius and Dolohov were dueling, their wands flashing like swords, sparks flying from their wand tips. Dolohov drew back his wand to make the same slashing movement he had used on Harry and Hermione. Springing up, Harry yelled, "Petrificus Totalis!" once again. Dolohov's arms and legs snapped together, and he keeled over backwards, landing with a crash on his back. "Nice one!" shouted Sirius, forcing Harry's head down as a pair of stunning spells flew towards them. "Now, I want you to get out of..." They both ducked again. A jet of green light had narrowly missed Sirius. Across the room, Harry saw Tonks fall from halfway up the stone steps, her limp form toppling from stone seat to stone seat, and Bellatrix, triumphant, running back towards the fray. "Harry, take the prophecy, grab Neville and run!" Sirius yelled, dashing to meet Bellatrix. Harry did not see what happened next. Kingsley swayed across his field of vision, battling with the poke-marked, and no longer masked Rookwood. Another jet of green light flew over Harry's head as he launched himself towards Neville. "Can he stand?" he bellowed in Neville's ear, as Neville's legs jerked and twitched uncontrollably. "Put your arm around my neck." Neville did so. Harry heaved. Neville's legs were still flying in every direction. They would not support him. And then, out of nowhere, a man lunged at them. Both fell backwards, Neville's legs waving wildly like an overturned beetle's. Harry, with his left arm held up in the air, to try and save the small glass ball from being smashed.
The prophecy! Give me the prophecy, Potter! Snarled Lucius Malfoy's voice in his ear, and Harry felt the tip of Malfoy's wand pressing hard between his ribs. No! Get off me! Neville, catch it! Harry flung the prophecy across the floor. Neville spun himself around on his back and scooped the ball to his chest. Malfoy pointed the wand instead at Neville, but Harry jabbed his own wand over his shoulder and yelled, Impedimenta! Malfoy was blasted off his back. As Harry scrambled up again, he looked around and saw Malfoy smash into the dais, on which Sirius and Bellatrix were now dueling. Malfoy aimed his wand at Harry and Neville again, but before he could draw breath to strike, Lupin had jumped between them. Harry, round up the others and go! Harry seized Neville by the shoulder of his robes and lifted him bodily onto the first tier of the stone steps. Neville's legs twitched and jerked and would not support his weight. Harry heaved again with all the strength he possessed, and they climbed another step. A spell hit the stone bench at Harry's heel. It crumpled away, and he fell back to the step below. Neville sank to the ground, his legs still jerking and thrashing, and he thrust the prophecy into his pocket. Come on, said Harry desperately, hauling at Neville's robes. Just try and push with your legs. He gave another stupendous heave, and Neville's robes tore all along the left seam. The small, spun glass ball dropped from his pocket, and, before either of them could catch it, one of Neville's floundering feet kicked it. It flew some 10 feet to their right, and smashed on the step beneath them. As both of them stared at the place where it had broken, appalled at what had just happened, a pearly white figure with hugely magnified eyes rose into the air, unnoticed by any of them. Harry could see its mouth moving, but in all the crashes and screams and yells surrounding them, not one word of the prophecy could he hear. The figure stopped speaking and dissolved into nothingness. Harry, I'm sorry, cried Neville, his face anguished as his legs continued to flounder. I'm so sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter, Harry shouted. Just try and stand. Let's get out of... Dumbledore, said Neville, his sweaty face suddenly transported, staring over Harry's shoulder. What? Dumbledore! Harry turned to look where Neville was staring. Directly above them, framed in the doorway from the brain room, stood Albus Dumbledore, his wand aloft, his face white and furious. Harry felt a kind of electric charge surge through every particle of his body. They were saved. Dumbledore sped down the steps past Neville and Harry, who had no more thoughts of leaving. Dumbledore was already at the foot of the steps when the Death Eaters nearest realised he was there and yelled to the others. One of the Death Eaters ran for it, scrambling like a monkey up the stone steps opposite. Dumbledore's spell pulled him back as easily and effortlessly as though he had hooked him with an invisible line. Only one pair was still battling, apparently unaware of the new arrival. Harry saw Sirius duck Bellatrix's jet of red light. He was laughing at her. Come on, you can do better than that, he yelled, his voice echoing around the cavernous room. The second jet of red light hit him squarely on the chest. The laughter had not quite died from his face, but his eyes widened in shock. Harry released Neville, though he was unaware of doing so. He was jumping down the steps again, pulling out his wand, as Dumbledore too turned towards the dice. It seemed to take Sirius an age to fall, his body carved in a graceful arch as he sank backwards through the ragged veil hanging from the arch. Harry saw the look of mingled fear and surprise on his godfather's wasted, once handsome face, as he fell through the ancient doorway and disappeared behind the veil, which fluttered for a moment, as though in a high wind, then fell back into place. Harry heard Bellatrix Lestrange's triumphant scream, but knew it meant nothing. Sirius had only just fallen through the archway. He would reappear from the other side any second. But Sirius did not reappear. Sirius! Yelled Harry. Sirius! He had reached the floor, his breath coming to searing gasps. Sirius must just be behind the curtain. He, Harry, would pull him back out. But as he reached the ground and sprinted towards the dice, Lupin grabbed Harry around the chest, holding him back. There's nothing you can do, Harry. Get him! Save him! He's only just gone through! It's too late, Harry. We can still reach him! Harry struggled hard and viciously, but Lupin would not let go. There's nothing you can do, Harry. Nothing. He's gone. Chapter 36. The only one he ever feared. He hasn't gone, Harry yelled. He did not believe it. He would not believe it. Still he fought Lupin with every bit of strength he had. Lupin did not understand. People hid behind that curtain. Harry had heard them whispering the first time he had entered the room. Sirius was hiding, simply lurking out of sight. Sirius! He bellowed. Sirius! He can't come back, Harry, said Lupin, his voice breaking as he struggled to contain Harry. He can't come back because he is not dead, roared Harry. Sirius! There was movement going on around them, pointless bustling, the flashes of more spells. To Harry, it was meaningless noise. The deflected curses flying past them did not matter. Nothing mattered, except that Lupin should stop pretending that Sirius, who was standing feet from them behind that old curtain, was not going to emerge at any moment, shaking back his dark hair and eager to re-enter the battle. Lupin dragged Harry away from the dice. Harry, still staring at the archway, was angry at Sirius now for keeping him waiting. But some part of him realised, even as he fought to break free from Lupin, that Sirius had never kept him waiting before. Sirius had risked everything, always, to see Harry, to help him. If Sirius was not reappearing out of that archway when Harry was yelling for him as though his life depended on it, the only possible explanation was that he could not come back, that he really was. Dumbledore had most of the remaining Death Eaters grouped in the middle of the room, seemingly immobilised by invisible ropes. Mad-Eye Moody had crawled across the room to where Tonks lay and was attempting to revive her. Behind the dice, there were still flashes of light, grunts and cries. Kingsley had run forward to continue Sirius's duel with Bellatrix. Harry? Neville had slid down the stone benches, one by one to the place where Harry stood. Harry was no longer struggling against Lupin, who maintained a precautionary grip on his arm nevertheless. Harry, I'm really sorry, said Neville. His legs were still dancing uncontrollably. Was Sirius Black a friend of yours? Harry nodded. Here, said Lupin quietly, and pointing his wand at Neville's legs, he said, Finite! The spell was lifted. Neville's legs fell back to the floor and remained still. Lupin's face was pale. Let's find the others. Where are they all, Neville? Lupin turned away from the archway as he spoke. It sounded as though every word was causing him pain. They're all back there, said Neville. A brain attacked Ron, and I think he's all right. And Hermione's unconscious, but we could feel a pulse. There was a loud bang and a yell from behind the dice. Harry saw Kingsley hit the ground yelling in pain. Bellatrix Lestrange turned tail and ran as Dumbledore whipped around. He aimed a spell at her, but she deflected it. She was halfway up the steps now. Harry, no! Cried Lupin, but Harry had already ripped his arm from Lupin's slackened grip. She killed Sirius! Bellowed Harry. She killed him! I'll kill her! And he was off, scrambling up the stone benches. People were shouting behind him, but he did not care. The hem of Bellatrix's robes whipped out of sight ahead, and they were back in a room where the brains were swimming. She aimed a curse over her shoulder. The tank rose into the air. Harry was deluged in the foul-smelling potion within. The brains slipped and slid over him and began spinning their long-coloured tentacles, but he shouted, Wingardium Leviosa! And they flew off him into the air. Slipping and sliding, he ran towards the door. He leapt over Luna, who was groaning on the floor, past Ginny, who said, Harry, what? Past Ron, who giggled feebly, and Hermione, who was still unconscious. He wrenched open the door into the circular black hall and saw Bellatrix disappearing through a door on the other side of the room. Beyond her was a corridor leading back to the lifts. He ran, but she slammed the door behind her, and the walls were already rotating. Once more, he was surrounded by streaks of blue light from the whirling candelabra. Where's the exit? He shouted desperately, as the wall rumbled to a halt again. Where's the way out? The room seemed to have been waiting for him to ask. The door right behind him flew open, and the corridor towards the lifts stretched ahead of him, torch lit and empty. He ran. He could hear a lift clattering ahead. He sprinted up the passageway, swung around the corner, and slammed his fist onto the button to call a second lift. It jangled and banged lower and lower. The grille slid open, and Harry dashed inside, now hammering the buttons marked Atrium. The door slid shut, and he was rising. He forced his way out of the lift before the grills were fully open, and looked around. Bellatrix was almost at the telephone lift at the other end of the hall, but she looked back as he sprinted towards her, and aimed another spell at him. He dodged, behind the fountain of magical brethren. The spell zoomed past him, and hit the wrought gold gates at the other end of the atrium, so that they rang like bells. There were no more footsteps. She had stopped running. He crouched behind the statues, listening. Come out, little Harry, she called in her mock baby voice, which echoed off the polished wooden floors. What did you come after me for, then? I thought you were here to avenge my dear cousin. I am, shouted Harry, and a score of ghostly Harrys seemed to chorus, I am, around the room. Ah, did you love him, little baby Potter? Hatred rose in Harry, such as he had never known before. He flung himself out from behind the fountain and bellowed, Crucio! Bellatrix screamed,
The spell had knocked her off her feet, but she did not writhe and shriek with pain as Neville had. She was already back on her feet, breathless, no longer laughing. Harry dodged behind the golden fountain again. Her counterspell hit the head of the handsome wizard, which was blown off and landed 20 feet away, gouging long scratches into the wooden floor. "Never used an unforgivable curse before, have you, boy?" she yelled. She had abandoned her baby voice now. "You need to mean them, Potter. You need to really want to cause pain, to enjoy it. Righteous anger won't hurt me for long. I'll show you how it is done, shall I? I'll give you a lesson." Harry was edging around the fountain on the other side when she screamed, "Crucio!" and he was forced to duck down again as the centaur's arm, holding its bow, spun off and landed with a crash on the floor a short distance from the golden wizard's head. "Potter, you cannot win against me!" she cried. He could hear her moving to the right, trying to get a clear shot of him. He backed around the statue away from her, crouching behind the centaur's legs, his head level with the house elves. "I was and am the Dark Lord's most loyal servant. I learned the dark arts from him, and I know spells of such power that you, pathetic little boy, can never hope to complete." "Stupefy!" yelled Harry. He had edged right around to where the goblin stood, beaming up at the now headless wizard, and taken aim at her as she peered around the fountain. She reacted so fast he barely had time to duck. "Protego!" The jet of red light, his own stunning spell, bounced back at him. Harry scrambled back behind the fountain, and one of the goblin's ears went flying across the room. "Potter, I'm going to give you one chance," shouted Bellatrix. "Give me the prophecy. Roll it out towards me now, and I may spare your life." "Well, you're going to have to kill me, because it's gone," Harry roared, and as he shouted it, pain seared across his forehead. His skull was on fire again, and he felt a surge of fury that was quite unconnected with his own rage. "And he knows," said Harry, with a mad laugh to match Bellatrix's own. "Your dear old mate Voldemort knows it's gone. He's not going to be happy with you, is he?" "What? What do you mean?" she cried, and for the first time there was fear in her voice. "The prophecy smashed when I was trying to get Neville up the steps. What do you think Voldemort will say about that then?" His scar seared and burned. The pain of it was making his eyes stream. "Liar!" she shrieked, but he could hear the terror behind the anger now. "You've got it, Potter, and you'll give it to me! Accio prophecy! Accio prophecy!" Harry laughed again, because he knew it would incense her. The pain building in his head so badly, he thought his skull might burst. He waved his empty hand from behind the one-eared goblin and withdrew it quickly, as she sent another jet of green light flying at him. "Nothing there," he shouted. "Nothing to summon. It's smashed, and nobody heard what it said. Tell your boss that." "No," she screamed. "It isn't true. You're lying. Master, I tried. Do not punish me." "Don't waste your breath," yelled Harry, his eyes screwed up against the pain in his scar, now more terrible than ever. "He can't hear you from here." "Can't I, Potter?" said a high, cold voice. Harry opened his eyes. Tall, thin, and black-hooded, his terrible snake-like face, white and gaunt, his scarlet, slit-pupilled eyes staring, Lord Voldemort had appeared in the middle of the hall, his wand pointing at Harry, who stood frozen, quite unable to move. "So, you smashed my prophecy," said Voldemort softly, staring at Harry with his pitiless red eyes. "No, Bella, he is not lying. I see the truth looking at me from within his worthless mind. Months of preparation, months of effort, and my Death Eaters have let Harry Potter thwart me again." "Master, I am sorry. I knew not. I was fighting the Animagus Black," sobbed Bellatrix, flinging herself down at Voldemort's feet as he paced slowly nearer. "Master, you should know." "Be quiet, Bella," said Voldemort dangerously. "I shall deal with you in a moment. Do you think I have entered the Ministry of Magic to hear your snivelling apologies?" "But Master, he is here. He is below." Voldemort paid no attention. "I have nothing more to say to you, Potter," he said quietly. "You have irked me too often, for too long. Avada Kedavra!" Harry had not even opened his mouth to resist. His mind was blank, his wand pointing uselessly at the floor. But the headless golden statue of the wizard in the fountain had sprung alive, leaping from its plinth to land with a crash on the floor between Harry and Voldemort. The spell merely glanced off its chest as the statue flung out its arms to protect Harry. "What?" cried Voldemort, staring around, and then he breathed, "Dumbledore." Harry looked behind him, his heart pounding. Dumbledore was standing in front of the golden gates. Voldemort raised his wand, and another jet of green light streaked at Dumbledore, who turned and was gone in a whirling of his cloak.
Next second, he had reappeared behind Voldemort and waved his wand towards the remains of the fountain. The other statues sprang to life. The statue of the witch ran at Bellatrix, who screamed and sent spells streaming uselessly off its chest, before it dived at her, pinning her to the floor. Meanwhile, the goblin and the house elf scuttled towards the fireplaces set along the wall, and the one-armed centaur galloped at Voldemort, who vanished and reappeared beside the pool. The headless statue thrust Harry backwards, away from the fight, as Dumbledore advanced on Voldemort, and the golden centaur cantered around them both. "It was foolish to come here tonight, Tom," said Dumbledore calmly. "The Aurors are on their way, by which time I shall be gone, and you will be dead," spat Voldemort. He sent another killing curse at Dumbledore, but missed, instead hitting the security guard's desk, which burst into flame. Dumbledore flicked his own wand. The force of the spell that emanated from it was such that Harry, though shielded by his golden guard, felt his hair stand on end as it passed, and this time Voldemort was forced to conjure a shining silver shield out of thin air to deflect it. The spell, whatever it was, caused no visible damage to the shield, though a deep, gong-like note reverberated from it, an oddly chilling sound. "You do not seek to kill me, Dumbledore," called Voldemort. His scarlet eyes narrowed over the top of his shield. "Above such brutality, are you? We both know that there are other ways of destroying a man, Tom," Dumbledore said calmly, continuing to walk towards Voldemort, as though he had not a fear in the world, as though nothing had happened to interrupt his stroll up the hall. "Merely taking your life would not satisfy me, I admit." "There is nothing worse than death, Dumbledore," snarled Voldemort. "You are quite wrong," said Dumbledore, still closing in upon Voldemort, and speaking as lightly as though they were discussing the matter over drinks. Harry felt scared to see him walking along, undefended, shieldless. He wanted to cry out a warning, but his headless guard kept shunting him backwards towards the wall, blocking his every attempt to get out from behind it. "Indeed, your failure to understand that there are things much worse than death has always been your greatest weakness." Another jet of green light flew from behind the silver shield. This time, it was the one-armed centaur galloping in front of Dumbledore that took the blast and shattered into 100 pieces. But before the fragments had even hit the floor, Dumbledore had drawn back his wand and waved it as though brandishing a whip. A long, thin flame flew from the tip. It wrapped itself around Voldemort, shield and all. For a moment, it seemed Dumbledore had won, but then the fiery rope became a serpent, which relinquished its hold on Voldemort at once, and turned, hissing furiously to face Dumbledore. Voldemort vanished. The snake reared from the floor, ready to strike. There was a burst of flame in mid-air above Dumbledore, just as Voldemort reappeared, standing on the plinth in the middle of the pool, where so recently the 5 statues had stood. "Look out!" Harry yelled. But even as he shouted, another jet of green light flew at Dumbledore from Voldemort's wand, and the snake struck. Fork swooped down in front of Dumbledore, opened its beak wide, and swallowed the jet of green light whole. He burst into flame, and fell to the floor, small, wrinkled and flightless. At the same moment, Dumbledore brandished his wand in one long, fluid movement. The snake, which had been an instant from sinking its fangs into him, flew into the air and vanished into a wisp of dark smoke, and the water in the pool rose up and covered Voldemort like a cocoon of molten glass. For a few seconds, Voldemort was visible only as a dark, rippling, faceless figure, shimmering and indistinct upon the plinth, clearly struggling to throw off the suffocating mass. Then he was gone, and the water fell with a crash back into the pool, slopping wildly over the sides, drenching the polished floor. "Master!" screamed Bellatrix. Sure it was over. Sure Voldemort had decided to flee. Harry made to run out from behind his statue guard, but Dumbledore bellowed, "Stay where you are, Harry!" For the first time, Dumbledore sounded frightened. Harry could not see why. The hall was quite empty but for themselves. The sobbing Bellatrix, still trapped underneath the witch statue, and the baby phoenix Fawkes, croaking feebly on the floor. Then Harry's skull burst open, and he knew he was dead. It was pain beyond imagining, pain past endurance. He was gone from the hall. He was locked in the coils of a creature with red eyes, so tightly bound that Harry did not know where his body ended and the creature's began. They were fused together, bound by pain, and there was no escape. And when the creature spoke, it used Harry's mouth, so that in his agony, he felt his jaw move. "Kill me now, Dumbledore!" Blinded and dying, every part of him screaming for release, Harry felt the creature use him again. "If death is nothing, Dumbledore, kill the boy!" Let the pain stop, thought Harry. Let him kill us. End it, Dumbledore. Death is nothing compared to this. And I'll see Sirius again. And as Harry's heart filled with emotion, the creature's coils loosened. The pain was gone. Harry was lying face down on the floor, his glasses gone, shivering as though he lay upon ice, not wood. And there were voices echoing through the hall, more voices than there should have been. Harry opened his eyes, saw his glasses lying by the heel of the headless statue that had been guarding him, but which now lay flat on its back, cracked and immobile. He put them on, and raised his head a little to find Dumbledore's crooked nose inches from his own. Are you all right, Harry? Yes, said Harry, shaking so violently he could not hold his head up properly. Yeah, Where's Voldemort? Where? Who are all these? What's... The atrium was full of people. The floor was reflecting the emerald green flames that burst into life in all the fireplaces along one wall, and streams of witches and wizards were emerging from them. As Dumbledore pulled him back to his feet, Harry saw the tiny gold statues of the house elf and the goblin, leading a stunned-looking Cornelius Fudge forwards. He was there! Shouted a scarlet-robed man with a ponytail, who was pointing at a pile of golden rubble on the other side of the hall, where Bellatrix had lain, trapped only moments before. I saw him, Mr. Fudge. I swear it was you-know-who. He grabbed a woman and disapparated. I know, Williamson. I know. I saw him too, gibbered Fudge, who was wearing pyjamas under his pinstripe cloak, and was gasping as though he had just run miles. Merlin's beard. Here, in the Ministry of Magic. Great heavens above. It doesn't seem possible. My word. How can this be? If you proceed downstairs into the Department of Mysteries, Cornelius, said Dumbledore, apparently satisfied that Harry was all right, and walking forwards so that the newcomers realised he was there for the first time. A few of them raised their wands. Others simply looked amazed. The statues of the elf and goblin applauded, and Fudge jumped so much that his slipper-clad feet left the floor. You will find several escaped Death Eaters contained in the Death Chamber, bound by an anti-disapparation jinx, and awaiting your decision as to what to do with them. Dumbledore, gasped Fudge, beside himself with amazement. You, here, I... He looked wildly around at the auras he had brought with him, and it could not have been clearer that he was in half a mind to cry, Seize him! Cornelius, I am ready to fight your men, and win again, said Dumbledore in a thunderous voice. But a few minutes ago, you saw proof, with your own eyes, that I have been telling you the truth for a year. Lord Voldemort has returned. You have been chasing the wrong man for 12 months, and it is time you listened to sense. I don't... Well, blustered Fudge, looking around, as though hoping someone was going to tell him what to do. When nobody did, he said, Very well. Dawlish, Williamson, go down to the Department of Mysteries, and see... Dumbledore, you will need to tell me exactly. The Fountain of the Magical Brethren, what happened? He added in a kind of whimper, staring around at the floor, where the remains of the statues of the witch, wizard and centaur now lay scattered. We can discuss that after I have sent Harry back to Hogwarts, said Dumbledore. Harry Potter? Fudge spun around and stared at Harry, who was still standing against the wall beside the fallen statue that had guarded him during Dumbledore and Voldemort's duel. Here, said Fudge. Why, what's all this about? I shall explain everything, repeated Dumbledore. When Harry is back at school. He walked away from the pool to the place where the golden wizard's head lay on the floor. He pointed his wand at it and muttered, Portus. The head glowed blue and trembled noisily against the wooden floor for a few seconds, then became still once more. Now see here, Dumbledore, said Fudge, as Dumbledore picked up the head and walked back to Harry, carrying it. You haven't got authorization for that portkey. You can't do things like that in front of the Minister for Magic. You... His voice faltered as Dumbledore surveyed him magisterially over his half-moon spectacles. You will give the order to remove Dolores Umbridge from Hogwarts, said Dumbledore. You will tell your auras to stop searching for my care of magical creatures teacher so that he can return to work. I will give you... Dumbledore pulled a watch with 12 hands from his pocket and glanced at it. Half an hour of my time tonight, in which I think we shall be more than able to cover the important points of what has happened here. After that, I shall need to return to my school. If you need more help from me, you are, of course, more than welcome to contact me at Hogwarts. Letters addressed to the headmaster will find me. Fudge goggled worse than ever. His mouth was open, and his round face grew pinker under his rumpled grey hair. You... Dumbledore turned his back on him. Take this portkey, Harry. He held out the golden head of the statue, and Harry placed his hand on it. past caring what he did next, or where he went. "I shall see you in half an hour," said Dumbledore quietly. 1, 2, 3. Harry felt the familiar sensation of a hook being jerked behind his navel. The polished wooden floor was gone from beneath his feet. The atrium, Fudge and Dumbledore had all disappeared, and he was flying forwards in a whirlwind of colour and sound. Chapter 37. The Lost Prophecy. Harry's feet hit solid ground. His knees buckled a little, and the golden wizard's head fell with a resounding clunk to the floor. He looked around and saw that he had arrived in Dumbledore's office. Everything seemed to have repaired itself during the headmaster's absence. The delicate silver instruments stood once more on the spindle-legged tables, puffing and whirling serenely. The portraits of the headmasters and headmistresses were snoozing in their frames. Heads are lolling back in their armchairs or against the edge of the picture. Harry looked through the window. There was a cool line of pale green along the horizon. Dawn was approaching. The silence and the stillness, broken only by the occasional grunt or snuffle of a sleeping portrait, was unbearable to him. If his surroundings could have reflected the feelings inside him, the pictures would have been screaming in pain. He walked around the quiet, beautiful office, breathing quickly, trying not to think. But he had to think. There was no escape. It was his fault Sirius had died. It was all his fault. If he, Harry, had not been stupid enough to fall for Voldemort's trick, if he had not been so convinced that what he had seen in his dream was real, if he had only opened his mind to the possibility that Voldemort was, as Hermione had said, banking on Harry's love of playing the hero, it was unbearable. He would not think about it. He could not stand it. There was a terrible hollow inside him. He did not want to feel or examine. A dark hole where Sirius had been, where Sirius had vanished. He did not want to have to be alone with that great, silent space. He could not stand it. A picture behind him gave a particularly loud grunting snore, and a cool voice said, "Ah, Harry Potter." Phineas Nigellus gave a long yawn, stretching his arms as he watched Harry with shrewd, narrow eyes. "And what brings you here in the early hours of the morning?" said Phineas eventually. "This office is supposed to be barred to all but the rightful headmaster, or as Dumbledore sent you here. Oh, don't tell me." He gave another shuddering yawn. "Another message from my worthless great-great-grandson." Harry could not speak. Phineas Nigellus did not know that Sirius was dead, but Harry could not tell him. To say it aloud would be to make it final, absolute, irretrievable. A few more of the portraits had stirred now. Terror of being interrogated made Harry stride across the room and seize the doorknob. It would not turn. He was shut in. "I hope this means," said the corpulent red-nosed wizard, who hung on the wall behind the headmaster's desk, "that Dumbledore will soon be back among us." Harry turned. The wizard was eyeing him with great interest. Harry nodded. He tugged again at the doorknob behind his back, but it remained immovable. "Oh, good," said the wizard. "It has been very dull without him. Very dull indeed." He settled himself on the throne-like chair on which he had been painted and smiled benignly upon Harry. "Dumbledore thinks very highly of you, as I am sure you know," he said comfortably. "Oh yes, holds you in great esteem." The guilt filling the whole of Harry's chest, like some monstrous, weighty parasite, now writhed and squirmed. Harry could not stand this. He could not stand being himself anymore. He had never felt more trapped inside his own head and body, never wished so intensely that he could be somebody, anybody else. The empty fireplace burst into emerald green flame, making Harry leap away from the door, staring at the man spinning inside the grate, as Dumbledore's tall form unfolded itself into the fire. The wizards and witches on the surrounding walls jerked awake, many of them giving cries of welcome. "Thank you," said Dumbledore softly. He did not look at Harry first, but walked over to the perch beside the door and withdrew from inside a pocket of his robes the tiny, ugly, featherless Fawkes, whom he had placed gently on the tray of soft ashes beneath the golden post where the full-grown Fawkes usually stood. "Well, Harry," said Dumbledore, finally turning away from the baby bird, "you will be pleased to hear that none of your fellow students are going to suffer lasting damage from the night's events." Harry tried to say good, but no sound came out. It seemed to him that Dumbledore was reminding him of the amount of damage he had caused, and although Dumbledore was for once looking at him directly, and although his expression was kindly rather than accusatory, Harry could not bear to meet his eyes. "Madame Pomfrey is patching everybody up," said Dumbledore. "Nymphadora Tonks may need to spend a little time in St. Mungo's, but it seems she will make a full recovery." Harry contented himself with nodding at the carpet,
which was growing lighter as the sky outside grew paler. He was sure all the portraits around the room were listening eagerly to every word Dumbledore spoke, wondering where Dumbledore and Harry had been, and why there had been so many injuries. "I know how you're feeling, Harry," said Dumbledore very quietly. "No, you don't," said Harry, and his voice was suddenly loud and strong. White-hot anger leapt inside him. Dumbledore knew nothing about his feelings. "You see, Dumbledore," said Filius Nigellus slyly, "never try to understand the students. They hate it. They would much rather be tragically misunderstood, wallow in self-pity, stew in their own—" "That's enough, Phineas," said Dumbledore. Harry turned his back on Dumbledore and stared determinedly out the window. He could see the Quidditch stadium in the distance. Sirius had appeared there once, disguised as a shaggy black dog, so he could watch Harry play. He had probably come to see whether Harry was as good as James had been. Harry had never asked him. "There is no shame in what you are feeling, Harry," said Dumbledore's voice. "On the contrary, the fact you can feel pain like this is your greatest strength." Harry felt the white-hot anger lick his insides, blazing in the terrible emptiness, filling him with the desire to hurt Dumbledore for his calmness and his empty words. "My greatest strength, is it?" said Harry, his voice shaking as he stared out at the Quidditch stadium, no longer seeing it. "You haven't got a clue. You don't know." "What don't I know?" asked Dumbledore calmly. It was too much. Harry turned around, shaking with rage. "I don't want to talk about how I feel, all right?" "Harry, suffering like this proves you're still a man. This pain is part of being human." "Then I don't want to be human," Harry roared, and he seized the delicate silver instrument from the spindle-legged table beside him and flung it across the room. It shattered into 100 tiny pieces against the wall. Several of the pictures let out yells of anger and fright, and the portrait of Armando Dippet said, "Really?" "I don't care," Harry yelled at them, snatching up a lunoscope and throwing it into the fireplace. "I've had enough. I've seen enough. I want out. I want it to end. I don't care anymore." He seized the table on which the silver instrument had stood and threw that too. It broke apart on the floor, and the legs rolled in different directions. "You do care," said Dumbledore. He had not flinched or made a single move to stop Harry demolishing his office. His expression was calm, almost detached. "You care so much, you feel as though you will bleed to death with the pain of it." "I don't!" Harry screamed, so loudly that he felt his throat might tear, and for a moment he wanted to rush at Dumbledore and break him too. Shatter that calm old face, shake him, hurt him, make him feel some tiny part of horror inside himself. "Oh yes you do," said Dumbledore still more calmly. "You have now lost your mother, your father, and the closest thing to a parent you have ever known. Of course you care." "You don't know how I feel," Harry roared. "You standing there, you—" But words were no longer enough. Smashing things was no more help. He wanted to run. He wanted to keep running. And never look back. He wanted to be somewhere he could not see the clear blue eyes staring at him, that hatefully calm old face. He ran to the door, seized the doorknob again, and wrenched at it. But the door would not open. He turned back to Dumbledore. "Let me out," he said. He was shaking from head to foot. "No," said Dumbledore simply. For a few seconds, they stared at each other. "Let me out," said Harry again. "No," Dumbledore repeated. If you keep me in here, if you don't let me—" "By all means, continue destroying my possessions," said Dumbledore serenely. "I dare say I have too many." He walked around his desk and sat behind it, watching Harry. "Let me out," Harry said again, in a voice that was cold and almost as calm as Dumbledore's. "Not until I have had my say," said Dumbledore. Do you think I want to? Do you think I give a—" "I don't care what you've got to say," Harry roared. "I don't want to hear anything you've got to say." "You will," said Dumbledore steadily, "because you are not nearly as angry with me as you ought to be. If you are to attack me, as I know you are close to doing, I would like to have thoroughly earned it." "What are you talking?" "It is my fault that Sirius died," said Dumbledore clearly. "Or should I say, almost entirely my fault. I will not be so arrogant as to claim responsibility for the whole. Sirius was a brave, clever, and energetic man, and such men are not usually content to sit at home in hiding while they believe others to be in danger. Nevertheless, you should never have believed for an instant that there was any necessity for you to go to the Department of Mysteries tonight. If I had been open with you, Harry, as I should have been, you would have known a long time ago that Voldemort might try and lure you to the Department of Mysteries, and you would never have been tricked into going there tonight, and Sirius would not have come after you. That blame lies with me, and with me alone." Harry was still standing with his hand on the doorknob, but was unaware of it. He was gazing at Dumbledore, hardly breathing, listening yet barely understanding what he was hearing. "Please sit down," said Dumbledore. It was not an order, it was a request. Harry hesitated, then walked slowly across the room, now littered with silver cogs and fragments of wood, and took the seat facing Dumbledore's desk. "Am I to understand," said Phineas Nigellus slowly from Harry's left, "that my great-great-grandson, the last of the Blacks, is dead?" "Yes, Phineas," said Dumbledore. "I don't believe it," said Phineas brusquely. Harry turned his head in time to see Phineas marching out of his portrait, and knew he had gone to visit his other painting in Grimmauld Place. He would walk, perhaps, from portrait to portrait, calling for Sirius through the house. "Harry, I owe you an explanation," said Dumbledore. "An explanation of an old man's mistakes. For now I see that what I have done, and not done, with regard to you, bears all the hallmarks of the failings of age. Youth cannot know how age thinks and feels, but old men are guilty if they forget what it was to be young. And I seem to have forgotten lately." The sun was rising properly now. There was a rim of dazzling orange visible over the mountains, and the sky above it was colourless and bright. The light fell upon Dumbledore, upon the silver of his eyebrows and beard, upon his lines gouged deeply into his face. "I guessed, 15 years ago," said Dumbledore, "when I saw the scar on your forehead, what it might mean. I guessed that it might be the sign of a connection forged between you and Voldemort." "You've told me this before, Professor," said Harry bluntly. He did not care about being rude. He did not care about anything very much anymore. "Yes," said Dumbledore apologetically. "Yes, but you see, it is necessary to start with your scar, for it became apparent, shortly after you rejoined the magical world, that I was correct, and that your scar was giving you warnings when Voldemort was close to you, or else feeling powerful emotion." "I know," said Harry wearingly. "And this ability of yours, to detect Voldemort's presence, even when he is disguised, and to know what he is feeling when his emotions are roused, has become more and more pronounced since Voldemort's return to his own body and his full powers." Harry did not bother to nod. He knew all this already. "More recently," said Dumbledore, "I became concerned that Voldemort might realise that this connection between you exists. Sure enough, there came a time when you entered so far into his mind and thoughts that he sensed your presence. I am speaking, of course, of the night when you witnessed the attack on Mr. Weasley." "Yeah, Snape told me," Harry muttered. "Professor Snape, Harry," Dumbledore corrected him quietly. "But did you not wonder why it was not I who explained this to you? Why I did not teach you occlumency? Why I had not so much as looked at you for months?" Harry looked up. He could see now that Dumbledore looked sad and tired. "Yeah," Harry mumbled. "Yeah, I wondered." "You see," Dumbledore continued, "I believed it could not be long before Voldemort attempted to force his way into your mind, to manipulate and misdirect your thoughts, and I was not eager to give him more incentives to do so. I was sure that if he realized that our friendship was, or had ever been, closer than that of a headmaster and pupil, he would seize his chance to use you as a means to spy on me. I feared the uses to which he would put you, the possibility that he might try and possess you. Harry, I believe I was right to think that Voldemort would have made use of you in such a way, on those rare occasions when we had close contact. I thought I saw a shadow of him stir behind your eyes." Harry remembered the feeling that a dormant snake had risen inside him, ready to strike, in those moments when he and Dumbledore had made eye contact. Voldemort's aim in possessing you, as he demonstrated tonight, would not have been my destruction. It would have been yours. He hoped, when he possessed you briefly a short while ago, that I would sacrifice you in the hope of killing him. So you see, I have been trying, in distancing myself, to protect you, Harry. An old man's mistake." He sighed deeply. Harry let the words wash over him. He would have been so interested to know all this a few months ago, but now it was meaningless, compared to the gaping chasm inside him that was the loss of Sirius. None of it mattered. "Sirius told me you felt Voldemort awake inside you the very night that you had the vision of Arthur Weasley's attack. I knew at once that my worst fears were correct. Voldemort had realized he could use you. In an attempt to arm you against Voldemort's assaults on your mind, I arranged occlumency lessons with Professor Snape." He paused. Harry watched the sunlight, which was sliding slowly across the polished surface of Dumbledore's desk, illuminate a silver inkpot and a handsome scarlet quill. Harry could tell that the portraits all around them were awake and listening raptly to Dumbledore's explanation. He could hear the occasional rustle of robes, the slight clearing of a throat. Phineas Nigellus had still not returned. Professor Snape discovered, Dumbledore resumed, that you had been dreaming about the door to the Department of Mysteries for months. Voldemort, of course, had been obsessed with the possibility of hearing the prophecy ever since he regained his body, and as he dwelled on the door, so did you. Though you did not know what it meant. And then you saw Rookwood, who worked in the Department of Mysteries before his arrest, telling Voldemort what we had known all along, that the prophecies held in the Ministry of Magic are heavily protected. Only the people to whom they refer can lift them from the shelves without suffering madness. In this case, either Voldemort himself would have to enter the Ministry of Magic and risk revealing himself at last, or else you would have to take it for him. It became a matter of even greater urgency that you should master occlumency. But I didn't, muttered Harry. He said it aloud to try and ease the dead weight of guilt inside him. A confession must surely relieve some of the terrible pressure squeezing his heart. I didn't practice. I didn't bother. I couldn't stop myself having those dreams. Hermione kept telling me to do it. If I had, he'd never been able to show me where to go. And Sirius wouldn't... Something was erupting inside Harry's head, and need to justify himself to explain. I tried to check he'd really taken Sirius. I went to Umbridge's office. I spoke to Creature in the fire, and he said Sirius wasn't there. He said he'd gone. Creature lied, said Dumbledore calmly. You are not his master. He could lie to you without even needing to punish himself. Creature intended you to go to the Ministry of Magic. He sent me on purpose. Oh yes, Creature, I am afraid, has been serving more than one master for months. How? Said Harry blankly. He hasn't been out of Grimmauld Place for years. Creature seized his opportunity shortly before Christmas, said Dumbledore, when Sirius apparently shouted at him to get out. He took Sirius at his word and interpreted this as an order to leave the house. He went to the only Black family member for whom he had any respect left, Black's cousin, Narcissa, sister of Bellatrix and wife of Lucius Malfoy. How do you know all this? Harry said. His heart was beating very fast. He felt sick. He remembered worrying about Creature's odd absence over Christmas, remembered him turning up again in the attic. Creature told me last night, said Dumbledore. You see, when you gave Professor Snape that cryptic warning, he realised that you had had a vision of Sirius trapped in the bowels of the Department of Mysteries. He, like you, attempted to contact Sirius at once. I should explain that members of the Order of the Phoenix have more reliable methods of communicating than the fire in Dolores Umbridge's office. Professor Snape found that Sirius was alive and safe in Grimmauld Place. When, however, you did not return from your trip into the forest with Dolores Umbridge, Professor Snape grew worried that you still believed Sirius to be captive of Lord Voldemort's. He alerted certain Order members at once. Dumbledore heaved a great sigh and continued. Alistair Moody, Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Remus Lupin were at headquarters when he made contact. All agreed to go to your aid at once. Professor Snape requested that Sirius remain behind, as he needed somebody to remain at headquarters to tell me what happened, for I was due there at any moment. In the meantime, he, Professor Snape, intended to search the forest for you. But Sirius did not wish to remain behind while the others went to search for you. I delegated to Creature the task of telling me what had happened, and so it was that, when I arrived in Grimmauld Place shortly after they had all left for the Ministry, it was the elf who told me, laughing fit to burst, where Sirius had gone. He was laughing, said Harry in a hollow voice. Oh yes, said Dumbledore. You see, Creature was not able to betray us totally. He is not secret keeper for the Order. He could not give the Malfoys our whereabouts, or tell them any of the Order's confidential plans. That he had been forbidden to reveal. He was bound by the enchantments of his kind, which is to say, that he could not disobey a direct order from his master, Sirius. But he gave Narcissa information of the sort that is very valuable to Voldemort, yet must have seemed much too trivial for Sirius to think of banning him from repeating it. Like what? Said Harry. Like the fact that the person Sirius cared most about in the world was you, said Dumbledore quietly. Like the fact that you were coming to regard Sirius as a mixture of a father and brother. Voldemort knew already, of course, that Sirius was in the Order, and that you knew where he was. But Creature's information made him realise that the only person for whom you would go to any lengths to rescue was Sirius Black. Harry's limbs were cold and numb. So, when I asked Creature if Sirius was there last night, the Malfoys, undoubtedly on Voldemort's instructions, had told him he must find a way of keeping Sirius out of the way once you had seen the vision of Sirius being tortured. Then, if you decided to check whether Sirius was at home or not, Creature would be able to pretend he was not. Creature injured Buckbeak the Hippogriff yesterday. And, at the moment when you made your appearance in the fire,
Sirius was upstairs tending to him. There seemed to be very little air in Harry's lungs. His breathing was quick and shallow. "And Creature told you all this, and laughed," he croaked. "He did not wish to tell me," said Dumbledore, "but I am a sufficiently accomplished legilimens myself to know when I am being lied to, and I persuaded him to tell me the full story before I left for the Department of Mysteries." "And," whispered Harry, his hands curled into cold fists on his knees, "and Hermione kept telling us to be nice to him." "She was quite right, Harry," said Dumbledore. "I warned Sirius when we adopted 12 Grimmauld Place as our headquarters that Creature must be treated with kindness and respect. I also told him that Creature could be dangerous to us. I do not think Sirius took me very seriously, or that he ever saw Creature as a being with feelings as acute as a human's." Don't you talk about Sirius like..." Harry's breath was constricted. He could not get the words out properly, but the rage that had subsided briefly flared inside him again. He would not let Dumbledore criticize Sirius. "Creature's a lying, foul. He deserved..." "Creature is what he has been made by wizards, Harry," said Dumbledore. "Yes, he is to be pitied. His existence has been as miserable as your friend Dobby's. He was forced to do Sirius's bidding, because Sirius was the last of the family to which he was enslaved. But he felt no true loyalty to him, and whatever Creature's faults, it must be admitted that Sirius did nothing to make Creature's lot easier." "Don't talk about Sirius like that!" Harry yelled. He was on his feet again, furious, ready to fly at Dumbledore, who had plainly not understood Sirius at all. How brave he was, how much he had suffered. "What about Snape?" Harry spat. "You're not talking about him, are you? When I told him Voldemort had Sirius, he just sneered at me as usual." "Harry, you know Professor Snape had no choice but to pretend not to take you seriously in front of Dolores Umbridge," said Dumbledore steadily. "But as I have explained, he informed the Order as soon as possible about what you had said. It was he who deduced where you had gone when you did not return from the forest. It was he, too, who gave Professor Umbridge fake Veritaserum when she was attempting to force you to tell her Sirius's whereabouts." Harry disregarded this. He felt a savage pleasure in blaming Snape. It seemed to be easing his own sense of dreadful guilt, and he wanted to hear Dumbledore agree with him. Snape goaded Sirius about staying in the house. He made out Sirius was a coward." "Sirius was much too old and clever to have allowed such feeble taunts to hurt him," said Dumbledore. "Snape stopped giving me occlumency lessons," Harry snarled. "He threw me out of his office." "I am aware of it," said Dumbledore heavily. "I have already said that it was a mistake for me not to teach you myself, though I was sure, at the time, that nothing could have been more dangerous than to have opened your mind even further to Voldemort while in my presence." "Snape made it worse. My scar always hurt worse after lessons with him." Harry remembered Ron's thought on the subject and plunged on. "How do you know he wasn't trying to soften me up for Voldemort? Make it easier for him to get inside my..." "I trust Severus Snape," said Dumbledore simply. "But I forget, another old man's mistake, that some wounds run too deep for the healing. I thought Professor Snape could overcome his feelings about your father. I was wrong." "But that's okay, is it?" yelled Harry, ignoring the scandalized faces and disapproving mutterings of the portraits on the wall. "It's okay for Snape to hate my dad, but it's not okay for Sirius to hate Creature." "Sirius did not hate Creature," said Dumbledore. "He regarded him as a servant, unworthy of much interest or notice. Indifference and neglect often do much more damage than outright dislike. The fountain we destroyed tonight told a lie. We wizards have mistreated and abused our fellows for too long, and we are now reaping our reward." "So Sirius deserves what he got, did he?" Harry yelled. "I did not say that, nor will you ever hear me say it," Dumbledore replied quietly. "Sirius was not a cruel man. He was kind to house elves in general. He had no love for Creature, because Creature was a living reminder of the home Sirius had hated." "Yeah, he did hate it," said Harry, his voice cracking, turning his back on Dumbledore and walking away. The sun was bright inside the room now, and the eyes of all the portraits followed him as he walked, without realizing what he was doing, without seeing the office at all. "You made him stay shut in that house, and he hated it. That's why he wanted to get out last night." "I was trying to keep Sirius alive," said Dumbledore quietly. "People don't like being locked up," Harry said furiously, rounding on him. "You did it to me all last summer." Dumbledore closed his eyes and buried his face in his long-fingered hands. Harry watched him, but this uncharacteristic sign of exhaustion or sadness, or whatever it was from Dumbledore, did not soften him. On the contrary, he felt even angrier that Dumbledore was showing signs of weakness. He had no business being weak when Harry wanted to rage and storm at him. Dumbledore lowered his hands and surveyed Harry through his half-moon glasses. "It is time," he said, "for me to tell you what I should have told you 5 years ago, Harry. Please sit down. I am going to tell you everything. I ask only a little patience. You will have your chance to rage at me, to do whatever you like. When I have finished, I will not stop you." Harry glared at him for a moment, then flung himself back into the chair opposite Dumbledore and waited. Dumbledore stared for a moment at the sunlit grounds outside the window, then looked back at Harry and said, 5 years ago, you arrived at Hogwarts, Harry, safe and whole, as I planned and intended. Well, not quite whole. You had suffered. I knew you would when I left you on your aunt and uncle's doorstep. I knew I was condemning you to 10 dark and difficult years. He paused. Harry said nothing. You might ask, and with good reason, why it had been so. Why could some wizarding family not have taken you in? Many would have done so more than gladly, would have been honoured and delighted to raise you as a son. My answer is that my priority was to keep you alive. You are in more danger than perhaps anyone I realised. Voldemort had been vanquished hours before, but his supporters, and many of them are almost as terrible as he, were still at large, angry, desperate and violent. I had to make my decision too, with regard to the years ahead. Did I believe that Voldemort was gone forever? No, I knew not whether it would be 10, 20, or 50 years before he returned, but I was sure he would do so, and I was sure too, knowing him, as I have done, that he would not rest until he killed you. I knew that Voldemort's knowledge of magic is perhaps more extensive than any wizard alive. I knew that even my most complex and powerful protective spells and charms were unlikely to be invincible if he ever returned to full power. But I knew too where Voldemort was weak, and I so made my decision. You would be protected by an ancient magic of which he knows, which he despises, and which he has always, therefore, underestimated, to his cost. I am speaking, of course, of the fact that your mother died to save you. She gave you a lingering protection he never expected, a protection that flows in your veins to this day. I put my trust, therefore, in your mother's blood. I delivered you to her sister, her only remaining relative. She doesn't love me, said Harry at once. She doesn't give a damn. But she took you, Dumbledore cut across him. She may have taken you grudgingly, furiously, unwillingly, bitterly, yet still she took you, and in doing so, she sealed the charm I placed upon you. Your mother's sacrifice made the bond of blood the strongest shield I could give you. I still don't, while you can still call home the place where your mother's blood dwells. There you cannot be touched or harmed by Voldemort. He shed her blood, but it lives on in you and her sister. Her blood became your refuge. You need return there only once a year, but as long as you can still call it home, whilst you are there he cannot hurt you. Your aunt knows this. I explained what I had done in the letter I left, with you, on her doorstep. She knows that allowing you house room may well have kept you alive for the past 15 years. Wait, said Harry. Wait a moment. He sat up straighter in his chair, staring at Dumbledore. You sent that howler. You told her to remember. It was your voice. I thought, said Dumbledore, inclining his head slightly, that she might need reminding of the pact she had sealed by taking you. I suspected the Dementor attack might have awoken her to the dangers of having you as a surrogate son. It did, said Harry quietly. Well, my uncle more than her. He wanted to chuck me out, but after the howler came, she said I could stay. He stared at the floor for a moment, then said, But what's this got to do with... He could not say Sirius's name. 5 years ago then, continued Dumbledore, as though he had not paused in his story. You arrived at Hogwarts, neither as happy, nor as well nourished as I would have liked perhaps, yet alive and healthy. You were not a pampered little prince, but as usual as a boy, as I could have hoped under the circumstances. Thus far, my plan was working well. And then, well, you will remember the events of your first year at Hogwarts quite as clearly as I do. You rose magnificently to the challenge that faced you, and sooner, much sooner than I had expected, you found yourself face to face with Voldemort. You survived him again. You did more. You delayed his return to power and strength. You fought a man's fight. I was prouder of you than I could say. Yet, there was a flaw in this wonderful plan of mine, said Dumbledore. An obvious flaw that I knew even then might be the undoing of it all. And yet, knowing how important it was that my plan should succeed, I told myself that I would not permit this flaw to ruin it. I alone could prevent this.
So I alone must be strong. And here was my first test. As you lay in the hospital wing, weak from your struggle with Voldemort. I don't understand what you're saying, said Harry. Don't you remember me asking, as you lay in the hospital wing, why Voldemort had tried to kill you when you were a baby? Harry nodded. Ought I to have told you then? Harry stared into the blue eyes and said nothing, but his heart was racing again. You do not see the flaw in the plan yet? No, perhaps not. Well, as you know, I decided not to answer you. 11, I told myself, was much too young to know. I had never intended to tell you when you were 11. The knowledge would be too much at such a young age. I should have recognized the danger signs then. I should have asked myself why I did not feel more disturbed that you had already asked me the question to which I knew, one day, I must give a terrible answer. I should have recognized that I was too happy to think that I did not have to do it on that particular day. You were too young, much too young. And so we entered your second year at Hogwarts, and once again you met challenges even grown wizards have never faced. Once again, you acquitted yourself beyond my wildest dreams. You did not ask me again, however, why Voldemort had left that mark on you. We discussed your scar. Oh yes, we came very, very close to the subject. Why did I not tell you everything? Well, it seemed to me that 12 was, after all, hardly better than 11 to receive such information. I allowed you to leave my presence, blood-stained, exhausted, but exhilarated. And if I felt a twinge of unease that I ought, perhaps, to have told you then, it was swiftly silenced. You were still so young, you see, and I could not find it in myself to spoil that night of triumph. Do you see, Harry? Do you see the flaw in my brilliant plan now? I had fallen into the trap I had foreseen, that I had told myself I could avoid, that I must avoid. I cared about you too much, said Dumbledore simply. I cared more for your happiness than your knowing the truth, more for your peace of mind than my plan, more for your life than the lives that might be lost if the plan failed. In other words, I acted exactly as Voldemort expects we fools who love to act. Is there a defense? I defy anyone who has watched you as I have, and I have watched you more closely than you could have imagined, not to want to save you more pain than you already have suffered. What did I care if numbers or nameless and faceless people and creatures were slaughtered in the vague future? If, in the here and now, you were alive and well and happy. I never dreamed that I would have such a person on my hands. We entered your third year. I watched you from afar as you struggled to repel Dementors, as you found Sirius, learned what he was, and rescued him. Was I to tell you then? At the moment when you had triumphantly snatched your godfather from the jaws of the Ministry. But now, at the age of 13, my excuses are running out. Young you might be, but you had proved you were exceptional. My conscience was uneasy, Harry. I knew the time must come. But you came out of the maze last year, having watched Cedric Diggory die, having escaped death so narrowly yourself, and I did not tell you, though I knew, now Voldemort had returned, I must do it soon. And now tonight, I know you have long been ready for the knowledge I have kept from you for so long, because you have proved that I should have placed a burden upon you. Before this, my only defence is this. I have watched you struggling under more burdens than any student who has ever passed through this school, and I could not bring myself to add another, the greatest one of all. Harry waited, but Dumbledore did not speak. I still don't understand. Voldemort tried to kill you because of a prophecy made shortly before your birth. He knew the prophecy had been made, though he did not know its full contents. He set out to kill you when you were still a baby, believing he was fulfilling the terms of the prophecy. He discovered, to his cost, that he was mistaken, when the curse intended to kill you backfired. And so, since he's returned to his body, and particularly since your extraordinary escape from him last year, he has been determined to hear that prophecy in its entirety. This is the weapon he has been seeking, so assiduously, since his return. The knowledge of how to destroy you. The sun had finally risen now. Dumbledore's office was bathed in it. The glass case in which the sword of Godric Gryffindor resided gleamed white and opaque. The fragments of the instruments Harry had thrown on the floor glistened like raindrops, and behind him, the baby Fawkes made soft, chirruping noises in his nest of ashes. The prophecy smashed,
Harry said blankly. I was pulling Neville up the benches in the room where the archway was, and I ripped his robes and it fell. The thing that smashed was merely the record of the prophecy kept by the Department of Mysteries. But the prophecy was made to somebody, and that person has the means of recalling it perfectly. Who heard it? Asked Harry, though he thought he knew the answer already. I did, said Dumbledore, on a cold, wet night 16 years ago, in a room above the bar at the Hog's Head Inn. I had gone there to see an applicant for the post of divination teacher. Though it was against my inclination to allow the subject of divination to continue at all. The applicant, however, was the great-great-granddaughter of a very famous, very gifted seer, and I thought it common politeness to meet her. I was disappointed. It seemed to me that she had not a trace of the gift herself. I told her, courteously I hope, that I did not think she would be suitable for the post. I turned to leave. Dumbledore got to his feet and walked past Harry to the black cabinet that stood beside Fawkes's perch. He bent down, slid back a catch, and took from inside it the shallow stone basin, carved with runes around the edges, in which Harry had seen his father tormenting Snape. Dumbledore walked back to the desk, placed a pensieve upon it, and raised his wand to his own temple. From it, he withdrew silvery, gossamer-fine strands of thought clinging to the wand and deposited them into the basin. He sat back down beside his desk and watched his thoughts swirl and drift inside the pensieve for a moment. Then, with a sigh, he raised his wand and prodded the silvery substance with its tip. A figure rose out of it, draped in shawls, her eyes magnified to enormous size behind her glasses, and she revolved slowly, her feet in the basin. But when Sybil Trelawney spoke, it was not in her usual ethereal mystic voice, but in the harsh, hoarse tones Harry had heard her use once before. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not, and even must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The slowly revolving Professor Trelawney sank back down into the silver mass below and vanished. The silence within the office was absolute. Neither Dumbledore nor Harry, nor any of the portraits made a sound. Even Fawkes had fallen silent. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said quietly, for Dumbledore, still staring at the pensieve, seemed completely lost in thought. Did that mean? What did that mean? It meant, said Dumbledore, that the very person who has the only chance of conquering Lord Voldemort for good was born at the end of July, nearly 16 years ago. This boy would be born to parents who had already defied Voldemort 3 times. Harry felt as though something was closing in on him. His breathing seemed difficult again. It means me. Dumbledore took a breath. The odd thing, Harry, he said softly, is that it may not have meant you at all. Sybil's prophecy could have applied to 2 wizard boys, both born at the end of July that year, both of whom had parents in the Order of the Phoenix, both sets of parents having narrowly escaped Voldemort 3 times. One, of course, was you. The other was Neville Longbottom. But then, why was it my name on the prophecy and not Neville's? The official record was relabelled after Voldemort's attack on you as a child, said Dumbledore. It seemed plain to the keeper of the Hall of Prophecy that Voldemort could only have tried to kill you because he knew you would be the one to whom Sybil was referring. Then, it might not be me, said Harry. I am afraid, said Dumbledore slowly, looking as though every word cost him a great effort, that there is no doubt that it is you. But you said Neville was born at the end of July too, and he's Mum and Dad. You are forgetting the next part of the prophecy, the final identifying feature of the boy who could vanquish Voldemort. Voldemort himself would mark him as his equal. And so he did, Harry. He chose you, not Neville. He gave you the scar that has proved both blessing and curse. But he might have chosen wrong, said Harry. He might have marked the wrong person. He chose the boy he thought most likely to be a danger to him, said Dumbledore. And notice this, Harry. He chose not the pureblood, which according to his creed is the only kind of wizard worth being or knowing, but the half-blood, like himself. He saw himself in you before he had ever seen you, and in marking you with that scar, he did not kill you, as he intended, but gave you powers and a future which have fitted you to escape him not once, but 4 times so far, something that neither your parents nor Neville's parents ever achieved. Why did he do it then? Said Harry, who felt numb and cold. Why did he try and kill me as a baby? He should have waited to see whether Neville or I looked more dangerous when we were older, and tried to kill whoever it was then. This might, indeed, have been the more practical course, said Dumbledore, except that Voldemort's information about the prophecy was incomplete. The Hogshead Inn, which Sybil chose for its cheapness, has long attracted, shall we say, a more interesting clientele than the Three Broomsticks, as you and your friends found out to your cost, and I to mine that night. It is a place where it is never safe to assume you are not being overheard. Of course, I had not dreamed, when I set out to meet Sybil Trelawney, that I would hear anything worth overhearing. My one stroke of good fortune was that the eavesdropper was detected only a short way into the prophecy, and thrown from the building. So he heard only the beginning, the part foretelling the birth of a boy in July, to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort. Consequently, he could not warn his master that to attack you would be a risk to transferring power to you, and marking you as his equal. So Voldemort never knew that there might be danger in attacking you, that it might be wise to wait, to learn more. He did not know that you would have the power the Dark Lord knows not. But I don't, said Harry, in a strangled voice. I haven't got any powers he hasn't got. I couldn't fight the way he did tonight. I can't possess people or kill people. There is a room in the Department of Mysteries, interrupted Dumbledore, that is kept locked at all times. It contains a force that is at once more wonderful and more terrible than death, than human intelligence, than the forces of nature. It is also, perhaps, the most mysterious of many subjects for study that reside there. It is the power held within that room that you possess in such quantities, and which Voldemort does not at all. That power took you to save Sirius tonight. That power also saved you from possession by Voldemort, because he could not bear to reside in a body so full of the force he detests. In the end, it mattered not that you could not close your mind. It was your heart that saved you. Harry closed his eyes. If he had not gone to save Sirius, Sirius would not have died. More to starve off the moment when he would have to think of Sirius again, Harry asked, without caring much about the answer. The end of the prophecy. It was something about neither can live, while the other survives, said Dumbledore. So, said Harry, dredging up the words from what felt like a deep well of despair inside him. So does that mean that one of us has got to kill the other one, in the end? Yes, said Dumbledore. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Somewhere far beyond the office walls, Harry could hear the sound of voices. Students heading down to the Great Hall for an early breakfast, perhaps. It seemed impossible that there could be people in the world who still desired food, who laughed, who neither knew nor cared that Sirius Black was gone forever. Sirius seemed a million miles away already. Even now, part of Harry still believed that if he had only pulled back that veil, he would have found Sirius looking back at him, greeting him, perhaps, with his laugh like a bark. I feel I owe you another explanation, Harry, said Dumbledore, hesitantly. You may perhaps have wondered why I never chose you as a prefect. I must confess that I rather thought you had enough responsibility to be going on with. Harry looked up at him and saw a tear trickling down Dumbledore's face into his long, silver beard. Chapter 38. The Second War Begins. He who must not be named returns. In a brief statement on Friday night, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge confirmed that he who must not be named has returned to this country and is once more active. It is with great regret that I must confirm that the wizard styling himself Lord, well, you know who I mean, is alive and among us again, said Fudge, looking tired and flustered as he addressed reporters. It is with almost equal regret that we report the mass revolt of the Dementors of Azkaban, who have shown themselves averse to continuing in the Ministry's employ. We believe the Dementors are currently taking direction from Lord Thingy. We urge the magical population to remain vigilant.
The Ministry is currently publishing guides to elementary, home, and personal defense, which will be delivered free to all wizarding homes within the coming month. The Minister's statement was met with dismay and alarm from the wizarding community, which, as recently as last Wednesday, was receiving Ministry assurances that there was no truth whatsoever in these persistent rumours that you-know-who is operating amongst us once more. Details of the events that led to the Ministry's turnaround are still hazy, though it is believed that he who must not be named and a select band of followers, known as Death Eaters, gained entry to the Ministry of Magic itself on Thursday evening. Albus Dumbledore, newly reinstated headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, reinstated member of the International Confederation of Wizards, and reinstated Chief Warlock of the Wizard Gamut, has so far been unavailable for comment. He has insisted that over the past year that you-know-who is not dead, as was widely hoped and believed, but is recruiting followers once more for a fresh attempt to seize power. Meanwhile, the boy who lived... "There you are, Harry. I knew they'd drag you in somehow," said Hermione, looking over the top of the paper at him. They were in the hospital wing. Harry was sitting on the end of Ron's bed, and they were both listening to Hermione read the front page of the Sunday Prophet. Ginny, whose ankle had been mended in a trice by Madame Pomfrey, was curled up at the foot of Hermione's bed. Neville, whose nose had likewise been returned to its normal size and shape, was in a chair between the two beds, and Luna, who had dropped in to visit, clutching the latest edition of the Quibbler, was reading the magazine upside down and apparently not taking in a word Hermione was saying. "He's the boy who lived again now, though, isn't he?" said Ron, darkly. "Not such a deluded show-off anymore, eh?" He helped himself to a handful of chocolate frogs from the immense pile on his bedside cabinet, threw a few to Harry, Ginny and Neville, and ripped off the wrapper of his own with his teeth. There were still deep welts on his forearms, where the brain's tentacles had wrapped around him. According to Madame Pomfrey, thoughts could leave deeper scarring than almost anything else. Since she had started applying copious amounts of Dr. Oobly's oblivious unction, there seemed to have been some improvement. "Yes, they're very complimentary about you now, Harry," said Hermione, scanning down the article. "A lone voice of truth, perceived as unbalanced, yet never wavered in his story, forced to bear ridicule and slander." She said, frowning. "I noticed they didn't mention the fact that it had been them doing all the ridiculing and slandering in the Prophet." She winced slightly and put a hand to her ribs. The curse Dolohov had used on her, though less effective than it would have been had he been able to say the incantation aloud, had nevertheless caused, in Madame Pomfrey's words, quite enough damage to be going on with. Hermione was having to take 10 different types of potion every day, was improving greatly, and was already bored with the hospital wing. You-know-who's last attempt to take over, pages 2 to 4. What the Ministry should have told us, page 5. Why nobody listened to Albus Dumbledore, pages 6 to 8. Exclusive interview with Harry Potter, page 9. "Well," said Hermione, folding up the newspaper and throwing it aside, "it's certainly given them lots to write about, and that interview with Harry isn't exclusive. It's the one that was in the Quibbler months ago." "Daddy sold it to them," said Luna vaguely, turning a page of the Quibbler. "He got a very good price for it too, so we're going to go on an expedition to Sweden this summer to see if we can catch a Crumplehorn Snorkack." Hermione seemed to struggle with herself for a moment, then said, "That sounds lovely." Ginny caught Harry's eye and looked away quickly, grinning. "So, anyway," said Hermione, sitting up a little straighter and wincing again, "what's going on in school?" "Well, Flitwick's got rid of Fred and George's swamp," said Ginny. "He did it in about 3 seconds, but he left a tiny patch under the window, and he's roped it off." "Why?" said Hermione, looking startled. "Oh, he just says it was a really good bit of magic," said Ginny, shrugging. "I think he left it as a monument to Fred and George," said Ron, through a mouthful of chocolate. "They sent me all these, you know," he told Harry, pointing at the small mountain of frogs beside him. "Must be doing all right out of that joke shop, eh?" Hermione looked rather disapproving and asked, "So has all the trouble stopped now Dumbledore's back?" "Yes," said Neville. "Everything's settled right back to normal. I suppose Filch is happy, is he?" asked Ron, propping a chocolate frog card featuring Dumbledore against his water jug. "Not at all," said Ginny. "He's really, really miserable, actually." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "He keeps saying Umbridge was the best thing that ever happened to Hogwarts." All 6 of them looked around. Professor Umbridge was lying in a bed opposite them, gazing up at the ceiling. Dumbledore strode alone into the forest to rescue her from the centaurs. How he had done it. How he had emerged from the tree supporting Professor Umbridge without so much as a scratch on him, nobody knew. And Umbridge was certainly not telling. Since she had returned to the castle, she had not, as far as any of them knew, uttered a single word. Nobody really knew what was wrong with her either. Her usual neat mousy hair was very untidy, and there were still bits of twig and leaves in it, but otherwise she seemed to be quite unscathed. Madame Pomfrey says she's just in shock, whispered Hermione. Sulking more like, said Ginny. Yeah, she shows signs of life if you do this, said Ron, and with his tongue he made soft, clip-clopping noises. Umbridge sat bolt upright, looking around wildly. Anything wrong, Professor? Said Madame Pomfrey, poking her head around her office door. No, no, said Umbridge, sinking back into her pillows. No, I must have been dreaming. Hermione and Ginny muffled their laughter in their bedcloths. Speaking of centaurs, said Hermione, when she had recovered a little, who's divination teacher now? Is Firenze staying? He's got to, said Harry. The other centaurs won't take him back, will they? It looks like him and Trelawney are both going to teach, said Ginny. Bet Dumbledore wishes he could have got rid of Trelawney for good, said Ron, now munching on his 14th frog. Mind you, the whole subject's useless if you ask me. Firenze isn't a lot better. How can you say that? Hermione demanded. After we just found out that there are real prophecies. Harry's heart began to race. He had not told Ron, Hermione, or anyone else what the prophecy had contained. Neville had told them it had smashed while Harry was pulling him up the stone steps, in the death room, and Harry had not yet corrected this impression. He was not ready to see their expressions when he told them that he must either be a murderer or victim. There was no other way. It is a pity it broke, said Hermione quietly, shaking her head. Yeah, it is, said Ron. Still, at least you know who never found out what was in it either. Where are you going? He added, looking both surprised and disappointed as Harry stood up. Hagrid's, said Harry. You know, he just got back, and I promised I'd go down and see him, and tell him how you two are doing. All right then, said Ron grumpily, looking out of the dormitory window at the patch of bright blue sky beyond. Wish we could come. Say hello to him for us, called Hermione, as Harry proceeded down the ward. And ask him what's happening about his little friend. Harry gave a wave of his hand to show he had heard and understood as he left the dormitory. The castle seemed very quiet, even for a Sunday. Everybody was clearly out in the sunny grounds, enjoying the end of their exams and the prospect of the last few days of term unhampered by revision or homework. Harry walked slowly along the deserted corridor, peering out of windows as he went. He could see people messing around in the air over the Quidditch pitch, and a couple of students swimming in the lake, accompanied by the giant squid. He was finding it hard to decide whether he wanted to be with people or not. Whenever he was in company, he wanted to get away, and whenever he was alone, he wanted company. He thought he might really go and visit Hagrid, though, as he had not talked to him properly since he had returned. Harry had just descended the last marble step into the entrance hall, when Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle emerged from a door on the right that Harry knew led down to the Slytherin common room. Harry stopped dead. So did Malfoy and the others. The only sounds were shouts, laughter and splashes, drifting into the hall from the grounds through the open front doors. Malfoy glanced around. Harry knew he was checking for signs of teachers. Then he looked back at Harry and said in a low voice, "You're dead, Potter." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Funny," he said. "You'd think I'd stop walking around." Malfoy looked angrier than Harry had ever seen him. He felt a kind of detached satisfaction at the sight of his pale, pointed face contorted with rage. "You're going to pay," said Malfoy, in a voice barely louder than a whisper. "I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to my father." "Well, I'm terrified now," said Harry sarcastically. "I suppose Lord Voldemort's just a warm-up act, compared to you three. What's the matter?" he added. For Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle had all looked stricken at the sound of the name. "He's a mate of your dad, isn't he? Not scared of him, are you?" "You think you're such a big man, Potter," said Malfoy, advancing now, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. "You wait, I'll have you. You can't land my father in prison." "I thought I just had," said Harry. "The Dementors have left Azkaban," said Malfoy quietly. "Dad and the others will be out in no time." "Yeah, I expect they will," said Harry. "Still, at least everyone knows what scumbags they are now." Malfoy's hand flew towards his wand, but Harry was too quick for him. He had drawn his own wand before Malfoy's fingers had even entered the pocket of his robes. "Potter!" The voice rang across the entrance hall. Snape had emerged from the staircase leading down to his office, and at the sight of him, Harry felt a great rush of hatred beyond anything he felt towards Malfoy. Whatever Dumbledore said, he could never forgive Snape. Never. "What are you doing, Potter?" said Snape, as coldly as ever, as he strode over to the four of them. "I'm trying to decide what curse to use on Malfoy, sir," said Harry fiercely. Snape stared at him. "Put that wand away at once," he said curtly. 10 points from Griff. Snape looked towards the giant hourglasses on the walls and gave a sneering smile. "Ah, I see there are no longer any points left in Gryffindor hourglass to take away. In that case, Potter, we will simply have to add some more." Professor McGonagall had just stumped up the stone steps into the castle. She was carrying a tartan carpet bag in one hand and leaning heavily on a walking stick with her other, but otherwise looked quite well. "Professor McGonagall," said Snape, striding forwards. "At a St. Mungo's, I see." "Yes, Professor Snape," said Professor McGonagall, shrugging off her travelling cloak. "I'm quite as good as new. You two, Crabbe, Goyle." She beckoned them forwards imperiously, and they came, shuffling their large feet and looking awkward. "Here," said Professor McGonagall, thrusting a carpet bag into Crabbe's chest and a cloak into Goyle's. "Take these up to my office for me." They turned and stumped away up the marble staircase. "Right then," said Professor McGonagall, looking up at the hourglasses on the wall. "Well, I think Potter and his friends ought to have 50 points apiece for alerting the world to the return of you-know-who. What say you, Professor Snape?" "What?" snapped Snape, though Harry knew he had heard perfectly well. "Oh, well, I suppose. So that's 50 each for Potter, the two Weasleys, Longbottom and Miss Granger," said Professor McGonagall, and a shower of rubies fell down into the bottom bulb of Gryffindor's hourglass as she spoke. "Oh, and 50 for Miss Lovegood, I suppose," she added, and a number of sapphires fell into Ravenclaw's glass. "Now, you wanted to take 10 from Mr. Potter, I think, Professor Snape, so there we are." A few rubies retreated into the upper bulb, leaving a respectable amount below nevertheless. "Well, Potter, Malfoy, I think you ought to be outside. On a glorious day like this," Professor McGonagall continued briskly. Harry did not need telling twice. He thrust his wand back inside his robes and headed straight for the front doors without another glance at Snape and Malfoy. The hot sun hit him with a blast as he walked across the lawns towards Hagrid's cabin. Students lying around on the grass sunbathing, talking, reading the Sunday Prophet and eating sweets, looked up at him as he passed. Some called out to him, or else waved, clearly eager to show that they, like the Prophet, had decided he was something of a hero. Harry said nothing to any of them. He had no idea how much they knew of what had happened 3 days ago, but he had so far avoided being questioned and preferred to keep it that way. He thought at first, when he knocked on Hagrid's cabin door, that he was out, but then Fang came charging around the corner and almost bowled him over with the enthusiasm of his welcome. Hagrid, it transpired, was picking runner beans in his back garden. "All right, Harry," he said, beaming, when Harry approached the fence. Come in. We'll have a cup of dandelion juice." "How's things?" Hagrid asked him, as he settled down at his wooden table with a glass apiece of iced juice. You, feeling all right, are you?" Harry knew from the look of concern on Hagrid's face that he was not referring to Harry's physical well-being. "I'm fine," Harry said quickly, because he could not bear to discuss the thing that he knew was on Hagrid's mind. "So where you been?" "Been hiding out in the mountains," said Hagrid. "Up in a cave like Sirius did when he—" Hagrid broke off, cleared his throat gruffly, looked at Harry, and took a long draught of juice. "Anyway, back now," he said feebly. You look better," said Harry, who was determined to keep the conversation moving away from Sirius. "What?" said Hagrid, raising a massive hand and filling his face. Oh yeah. Well, Grawpy's loads better behaved now. Loads. Seemed right pleased to see me when I got back. Tell you the truth, he's a good lad, really. I've been thinking about trying to find him a lady friend, actually." Harry would normally have tried to persuade Hagrid out of this idea at once. The prospect of a second giant taking up residence in the forest, possibly even wilder and more brutal than Grawp, was positively alarming. But somehow, Harry could not muster the energy necessary to argue the point. He was starting to wish he was alone again, and with the idea of hastening his departure, he took several large gulps of his dandelion juice, half emptying his glass. "Everyone knows you've been telling the truth now, Harry," said Hagrid softly and unexpectedly. "That's got to be better, hasn't it?" Harry shrugged. "Look," Hagrid leaned towards him across the table.
I knew Sirius longer than you did. He died in battle, and that's the way he would have wanted to go. He didn't want to go at all, said Harry angrily. Hagrid bowed his great shaggy head. Nah, I don't reckon he did, he said quietly. But still, Harry, he was never one to sit around at home and let others do the fighting. He couldn't have lived with himself if he hadn't gone to help. Harry leapt up. I've got to go and visit Ron and Hermione in the hospital wing, he said mechanically. Oh, said Hagrid, looking rather upset. Oh, all right then, Harry. Take care of yourself then. And drop back in if you got to, Mo. Yeah. Right. Harry crossed to the door as fast as he could and pulled it open. He was out in the sunshine again before Hagrid had finished saying goodbye and walking away across the lawn. Once again, people called out to him as he passed. He closed his eyes for a few moments, wishing they had all vanished, that he could open his eyes and find himself alone in the grounds. A few days ago, before his exams had finished, and he had seen the vision Voldemort had planted in his mind, he would have given almost anything for the wizarding world to know that he had been telling the truth, for them to believe that Voldemort was back, and to know that he was neither a liar nor mad. Now, however, he walked a short way around the lake, sat down at its bank, sheltered from a gaze of passers-by behind a tangle of shrubs, and stared out over the gleaming water, thinking. Perhaps the reason he wanted to be alone was because he had felt isolated from everybody since his talk with Dumbledore. An invisible barrier separated him from the rest of the world. He had always been, a marked man. It was just that he had never really understood what that meant. And yet sitting here on the edge of the lake, with a terrible weight of grief dragging at him, with the loss of Sirius so raw and fresh inside, he could not muster any great sense of fear. It was sunny, and the grounds around him were full of laughing people, and even though he felt as distant from them as though he belonged to a different race, it was still very hard to believe, as he was sat here, that his life must include or end in murder. He sat there for a long time, gazing out at the water, trying not to think about his godfather, or to remember that it was directly across from here, on the opposite bank, that Sirius had once collapsed trying to fend off 100 Dementors. The sun had set before he realised he was cold. He got up and returned to the castle, wiping his face on his sleeve as he went. Ron and Hermione left the hospital wing completely cured 3 days before the end of term. Hermione kept showing signs of wanting to talk about Sirius, but Ron tended to make hushing noises every time she mentioned his name. Harry was still not sure whether or not he wanted to talk about his godfather yet. His wishes varied with his mood. He knew one thing though. Unhappy as he felt at the moment, he would greatly miss Hogwarts in a few days' time, when he was back at number 4, Privet Drive. Even though he now understood exactly why he had to return there every summer, he did not feel any better about it. Indeed, he had never dreaded his return more. Professor Umbridge left Hogwarts the day before the end of term. It seemed she had crept out of the hospital wing during dinner time, evidently hoping to depart undetected. But unfortunately for her, she met Peeves on the way, who seized his last chance to do as Fred had instructed, and chased her gleefully from the premises, whacking her alternatively with a walking stick and a sock full of chalk. Many students ran out into the entrance hall to watch her running away down the path, and the heads of the houses tried only half-heartedly to restrain them. Indeed, Professor McGonagall sank back into her chair at the staff table after a few feeble remonstrances, and was clearly heard to express a regret that she could not run cheering after Umbridge herself, because Peeves had borrowed her walking stick. Their last evening at school arrived. Most people had finished packing, and were already heading down to the end-of-term leaving feast. But Harry had not even started. "Just do it tomorrow," said Ron, who was waiting by the door of the dormitory. "Come on, I'm starving." "I won't be long. Look, you go ahead." But when the dormitory door closed behind Ron, Harry made no effort to speed up his packing. The very last thing he wanted to do was to attend the leaving feast. He was worried that Dumbledore would make some reference to him in his speech. He was sure to mention Voldemort's return. He had talked to them about it last year after all. Harry pulled some crumpled robes out of the very bottom of his trunk to make way for folded ones, and, as he did so, noticed the badly wrapped package lying in the corner of it. He could not think of what it was doing there. He bent down, pulled it out from underneath his trainers and examined it. He realised what it was within seconds. Sirius had given it to him just inside the front door of number 12 Grimmauld Place. "Use it if you need me, alright?" Harry sank down onto his bed and unwrapped the package. Out fell a small,
square mirror. It looked old. It was certainly dirty. Harry held it up to his face and saw his own reflection looking back at him. He turned the mirror over. There on the reverse side was a scribbled note from Sirius. "This is a two-way mirror. I've got the other one of the pair. If you need to speak to me, just say my name into it. You will appear in the mirror, and I'll be able to talk to yours. James and I used to use them when we were in separate detentions." Harry's heart began to race. He remembered seeing his dead parents in the mirror of Erised 4 years ago. He was going to be able to talk to Sirius again. Right now. He knew it. He looked around to make sure there was nobody else there. The dormitory was quite empty. He looked back at the mirror, raised it in front of his face with trembling hands, and said loudly and clearly, "Sirius! Sirius!" His breath misted the surface of the glass. He held the mirror even closer, excitement flooding through him, but the eyes blinking back at him through the fog were definitely his own. He wiped the mirror clear again and said, so that every syllable rang clearly through the room, "Sirius Black!" Nothing happened. The frustrated face looking back out of the mirror was still, definitely his own. "Sirius didn't have his mirror on him when he went through the archway," said a small voice in Harry's head. "That's why it's not working." Harry remained quite still for a moment, then held the mirror back into the trunk, where it shattered. He had been convinced for a whole, shining minute that he was going to see Sirius, talk to him again. Disappointment was burning in his throat. He got up and began throwing his things pell-mell into the trunk on top of the broken mirror. But then an idea struck him. A better idea than a mirror. A much bigger, more important idea. How had he never thought of it before? Why had he never asked? He was sprinting out of the dormitory and down the spiral staircase, hitting the walls as he ran, and barely noticing, he hurtled across the empty common room, through the portrait hole, and off along the corridor, ignoring the fat lady who called after him, "The feast is about to start, you know. You're cutting it very fine." But Harry had no intention of going to the feast. How could it be that the place was full of ghosts, whenever you didn't need one? Yet now. He ran down staircases and along corridors and met nobody either alive or dead. They were all, clearly, in the great hall. Outside his charms classroom, he came to a halt, panting and thinking, disconsolately, that he would have to wait until later, until after the end of the feast. But just as he had given up hope, he saw it, a translucent somebody drifting across the end of the corridor. Hey, Nick! Nick! The ghost stuck his head back out of the wall, revealing the extravagantly plumbed hat and dangerously wobbling head of Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. "Good evening," he said, withdrawing the rest of his body from the solid stone and smiling at Harry. "I am not the only one who is late then. Though," he sighed, "in a rather different sense, of course. Nick, can I ask you something?" A most peculiar expression stole over nearly headless Nick's face as he inserted a finger into the stiff ruff of his neck and tugged it a little straighter, apparently to give himself thinking time. He desisted only when his partially severed neck seemed about to give way completely. Now, Harry," said Nick, looking discomfited. "Can't it wait until after the feast?" "No, Nick, please," said Harry. "I really need to talk to you. Can we go in here?" Harry opened the door of the nearest classroom, and nearly headless Nick sighed. "Oh, very well," he said, looking resigned. "I can't pretend I haven't been expecting it." Harry was holding the door open for him, but he drifted through the wall instead. "Expecting what?" Harry asked, as he closed the door. "You, to come and find me," said Nick, now gliding over to the window and looking out at the darkening grounds. "It happens sometimes, when somebody has suffered a loss." "Well," said Harry, refusing to be deflected. "You were right. I've come to find you." Nick said nothing. "It's," said Harry, who was finding this more awkward than he had anticipated. "It's just, you're dead, but you're still here, aren't you?" Nick sighed and continued to gaze out at the grounds. "That's right, isn't it?" Harry urged him. "You died, but I'm talking to you. You can walk around Hogwarts and everything, can't you?" "Yes," said nearly headless Nick quietly. "I walk and talk, yes." "So you come back, didn't you?" said Harry urgently. "People can come back, right? As ghosts. They don't have to disappear completely." "Well?" he added impatiently, when Nick continued to say nothing. Nearly headless Nick hesitated, then said, "Not everyone can come back as a ghost." "What do you mean?" said Harry quickly. "Only
Only wizards. Oh, said Harry, and he almost laughed with relief. Well, that's okay then. The person I'm asking about is a wizard. So he can come back, right? Nick turned away from the window and looked mournfully at Harry. He won't come back. Who? Sirius Black, said Nick. But you did, said Harry angrily. You came back. You're dead and you didn't disappear. Wizards can leave an imprint of themselves upon the earth, to walk palely where their living selves once trod, said Nick miserably. But very few wizards choose that path. Why not? Said Harry. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Sirius won't care if it's unusual. He'll come back. I know he will. And so strong was his belief, Harry actually turned his head to check the door, sure, for a split second, that he was going to see Sirius, pearly white and transparent but beaming, walking through it towards him. He will not come back, repeated Nick. He will have gone on. What do you mean, gone on? Said Harry quickly. Gone on where? Listen, what happens when you die anyway? Where do you go? Why doesn't everyone come back? Why isn't this place full of ghosts? Why? I cannot answer, said Nick. You're dead, aren't you? Said Harry exasperatedly. Who can answer better than you? I was afraid of death, said Nick softly. I chose to remain behind. I sometimes wonder whether I ought to have. Well, that is neither here nor there. In fact, I am neither here nor there. He gave a small sad chuckle. I know nothing of the secrets of death, Harry. For I chose my feeble imitation of life instead. I believe learned wizards study the matter in the Department of Mysteries. Don't talk to me about that place, said Harry fiercely. I am sorry not to have been more help, said Nick gently. Well, do excuse me. The feast, you know. And he left the room, leaving Harry there alone, gazing blankly at the wall through which Nick had just disappeared. Harry felt almost as though he had lost his godfather all over again, in losing the hope that he might be able to see or speak to him once more. He walked slowly and miserably back up through the empty castle, wondering whether he would ever feel cheerful again. He had turned the corner towards the fat lady's corridor when he saw somebody up ahead, fastening a note to a board on the wall. A second glance showed him it was Luna. There was no good hiding places nearby. She was bound to have heard his footsteps, and in any case, Harry could hardly muster the energy to avoid anyone at the moment. Hello, said Luna vaguely, glancing around at him as she stepped back from the notice. How come you're not at the feast? Harry asked. Well, I've lost my possessions, said Luna serenely. People take them and hide them, you know. But as it's the last night, I really do need them back. So I've been putting up signs. She gestured towards the notice board, upon which, sure enough, she had pinned a list of all her missing books and clothes, with a plea for their return. An odd feeling rose in Harry, an emotion quite different from the anger and grief that had filled him since Sirius's death. It was a few moments before he realised that he was feeling sorry for Luna. How come people hide your stuff? He asked her, frowning. Oh, well, she shrugged. I think they think I'm a bit odd, you know. Some people call me Loony Lovegood, actually. Harry looked at her, and a new feeling of pity intensified rather painfully. That's no reason for them to take your things, he said flatly. Do you want help finding them? Oh no, she said, smiling at him. They'll come back. They always do in the end. It was just that I wanted to pack tonight. Anyway, why aren't you at the feast? Harry shrugged. Just didn't feel like it. No, said Luna, observing him with those oddly misted, protuberant eyes. I don't suppose you do. That man the Death Eaters killed was your godfather, wasn't he? Ginny told me. Harry nodded curtly, but found that for some reason he did not mind Luna talking about Sirius. He just remembered that she too could see Thestrals. Have you? He began. I mean, who? Has anyone you know ever died? Yes, said Luna simply. My mother. She was quite an extraordinary witch, you know. But she did like to experiment, and one of her spells went rather badly wrong one day. I was 9. I'm sorry, Harry mumbled. Yes, it was rather horrible, said Luna controversially. I still feel very sad about it sometimes. But I've still got Dad. And anyway, it's not as though I'll never see Mum again, is it? Isn't it? Said Harry, uncertainly. She shook her head in disbelief. Oh, come on. You heard them. Just behind the veil, didn't you? You mean, in that room with the archway, They were just lurking out of sight, that's all. You heard them. They looked around at each other. Luna was smiling slightly. Harry did not know what to say, or to think. Luna believed so many extraordinary things, yet he had been sure he had heard voices behind the veil too. Are you sure you don't want me to help you look for your stuff? He said. Oh no, said Luna. No, I think I'll just go down and have some pudding, and wait for it all to turn up. It always does in the end. Well, have a nice holiday, Harry. Yeah, you too. She walked away from him, and as he watched her go, he found that terrible weight in his stomach seemed to have lessened slightly. The journey home on the Hogsmeade Express the next day was eventful in several ways. Firstly, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, who had clearly been waiting all week for the opportunity to strike without teacher witnesses, attempted to ambush Harry halfway down the train as he made his way back from the toilet. The attack might have succeeded had it not been for the fact that they unwittingly chose to stage the attack right outside a compartment full of DA members, who saw what was happening through the glass and rose as one to rush to Harry's aid. By the time Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Anthony Goldstein, and Terry Boot had finished using a wide variety of hexes and jinxes Harry had taught them, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle resembled nothing so much as three gigantic slugs squeezed into Hogwarts uniform, as Harry, Ernie and Justin hoisted them into the luggage rack and left them there to ooze. I must say, I'm looking forward to seeing Malfoy's mother's face when he gets off the train, said Ernie, with some satisfaction, as he watched Malfoy squirm above him. Ernie had never quite got over the indignity of Malfoy docking points from Hufflepuff during his brief spell as a member of the Inquisitorial Squad. Goyle's mum will be really pleased though, said Ron, who had come to investigate the sources of the commotion. He's loads better looking now. Anyway, Harry, the food trolley's just stopped if you want anything. Harry thanked the others and accompanied Ron back to the compartment, where he bought a large pile of cauldron cakes and pumpkin pasties. Hermione was reading the Daily Prophet again. Ginny was doing a quiz in the Quibbler, and Neville was stroking his Mimbulus Mimbletoner, which had grown a great deal over the year, and now made odd, crooning noises when he touched it. Harry and Ron whiled away most of the journey playing wizard chess, while Hermione read out snippets of the Prophet. It was now full of articles about how to repel Dementors, attempts by the Ministry to track down Death Eaters, and hysterical letters claiming that the writer had seen Lord Voldemort walking past their house that very morning. It hasn't really started yet, sighed Hermione gloomily, folding up the newspaper again, but it won't be long now. Hey, Harry, said Ron softly, nodding towards the glass window out to the corridor. Harry looked around. Cho was passing, accompanied by Marietta Edgecombe, who was wearing a balaclava. His and Cho's eyes met for a moment. Cho blushed and kept walking. Harry looked back down at the chessboard, just in time to see one of his pawns chased off its square by Ron's knight. What's going on with you and her anyway? Ron asked quietly. Nothing, said Harry truthfully. I heard she's going out with someone else now, said Hermione tentatively. Harry was surprised to find that this information did not hurt at all. Wanting to impress Cho seemed to belong to a past that was no longer quite connected with him. So much of what he had wanted before Sirius's death felt that way these days. The week that had elapsed since he had last seen Sirius seemed to have lasted much, much longer. It stretched across two universes, the one with Sirius in it and the one without. You're well out of it, mate, said Ron forcefully. I mean, she's quite good looking and all that, but you want someone a bit more cheerful. She's probably cheerful enough with someone else, said Harry, shrugging. Who's she with now, anyway? Ron asked Hermione. But it was Ginny who answered. Michael Corner, she said. Michael? But, said Ron, craning around in his seat to stare at her. But you were going out with him. Not anymore, said Ginny resolutely. He didn't like Gryffindor beating Ravenclaw at Quidditch, and got really sulky, so I ditched him and ran off to comfort Cho instead. She scratched her nose absently with the end of her quill, turned the quibbler upside down, and began marking her answers. Ron looked highly delighted. Well, I always thought he was a bit of an idiot, he said, prodding his queen forwards towards Harry's quivering castle. Good for you. Just choose someone better next time. He cast Harry an oddly furtive look as he said it. Well, I've chosen Dean Thomas. Would you say he's better? Asked Ginny vaguely. What? Shouted Ron, upending the chessboard. Crookshanks went plunging after the pieces, and Hedwig and Pigwidgeon twittered and hooted angrily from overhead. As the train slowed down, in the approach to King's Cross. Harry thought he'd never wanted to leave it less. He even wondered fleetingly what would happen if he simply refused to get off, but remained stubbornly sitting there until the 1st of September, when it would take him back to Hogwarts. When it finally puffed to a standstill, however, he lifted down Hedwig's cage and prepared to drag his trunk from the train as usual. When the ticket inspector signalled to Harry, Ron and Hermione that it was safe to walk through the magical barrier between platforms 9 and 10, however, he found a surprise awaiting him on the other side. A group of people standing there to greet him, who he had not expected at all. There was Mad-Eye Moody, looking quite as sinister, with his bowler hat pulled low over his magical eye, as he would have done without it, his gnarled hands clutching a long staff, his long body wrapped in a voluminous travelling cloak. Tonks stood just behind him, her bright, bubblegum pink hair gleaming in the sunlight, flittering through the dirty glass of the station ceiling. Wearing heavily patched jeans and a bright purple t-shirt bearing the legend, The Weird Sisters. Next to Tonks was Lupin, his face pale, his hair greying, a long and threadbare overcoat covering a shabby jumper and trousers. At the front of the group stood Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, dressed in their muggle best, and Fred and George, who were both wearing brand new jackets in some lurid green scaly material. "Ron! Ginny!" called Mrs. Weasley, hurrying forwards and hugging her children tightly. "Oh, and Harry dear, how are you?" "Fine," lied Harry, as she pulled him into a light embrace. Over her shoulder, he saw Ron goggling at the twins' new clothes. "What are they supposed to be?" he asked, pointing at the jackets. "Finest dragon skin, little bro," said Fred, giving his zip a little tweak. "Business is booming, and we thought we'd ought to treat ourselves." "Hello, Harry," said Lupin, as Mrs. Weasley let go of Harry and turned to greet Hermione. "Hi," said Harry. "I didn't expect... What are you doing here?" "Well," said Lupin with a slight smile, "we thought we might have a little chat with your aunt and uncle before letting them take you home." "I don't know if that's a good idea," said Harry at once. "Oh, I think it is," growled Moody, who had limped a little closer. "That'll be them, will it, Potter?" He pointed with his thumb over his shoulder. His magical eye was evidently peering through the back of his head and his bowler hat. Harry leaned an inch or so to the left to see where Mad-Eye was pointing, and there, sure enough, were the 3 Dursleys, who looked positively appalled to see Harry's reception committee. "Ah, Harry," said Mr. Weasley, turning from Hermione's parents, who he had just greeted enthusiastically, and who were now taking it in turns to hug Hermione. "Well, shall we do it then?" "Yeah, I reckon so, Arthur," said Moody. He and Mr. Weasley took the lead across the station towards the Dursleys, who were apparently rooted to the floor. Hermione disengaged herself gently from her mother to join the group. "Good afternoon," said Mr. Weasley pleasantly to Uncle Vernon, as he came to a halt right in front of him. "You might remember me. My name's Arthur Weasley." As Mr. Weasley had single-handedly demolished most of the Dursleys' living room 2 years previously, Harry would have been very surprised if Uncle Vernon had forgotten him. Sure enough, Uncle Vernon turned a deeper shade of puce and glared at Mr. Weasley, but chose not to say anything. Partially, perhaps, because the Dursleys were outnumbered 2 to 1. Aunt Petunia looked both frightened and embarrassed. She kept glancing around, as though terrified somebody she knew would see her in such company. Dudley, meanwhile, seemed to be trying to look small and insignificant, a feat at which he was failing extravagantly. "We thought we'd just have a few words with you about Harry," said Mr. Weasley, still smiling. "Yeah," growled Moody. "About how he's treated when he's at your place." Uncle Vernon's moustache seemed to bristle with indignation, possibly because the bowler hat gave him the entirely mistaken impression that he was dealing with a kindred spirit. He addressed himself to Moody. "I am not aware that it is any of your business what goes on in my house." "I expect what you're not aware of would fill several books, Dursley," growled Moody. "Anyway, that's not the point," interjected Tonks, whose pink hair seemed to offend Aunt Petunia more than all the rest put together, for she closed her eyes rather than look at her. "The point is, if we find out you've been horrible to Harry, and make no mistake, we'll find out about it," added Lupin pleasantly. "Yes," said Mr. Weasley, "even if you won't let Harry use the Felietone." "Telephone," whispered Hermione. "Yeah, if we get any hint that Potter's been mistreated in any way, you'll have us to answer to," said Moody. Uncle Vernon swelled ominously. He sensed the outrage, even his fear of this bunch of oddballs. "Are you threatening me, sir?" he said, so loudly that passers-by actually turned to stare. "Yes, I am," said Mad-Eye, who seemed rather pleased that Uncle Vernon had grasped this fact so quickly. "And do I look like the kind of man who can be intimidated?" barked Uncle Vernon. "Well,"
said Moody, pushing back his bowler hat to reveal his sinister revolving magical eye. Uncle Vernon leapt backwards in horror and collided painfully with a luggage trolley. Yes, I'd have to say you do, Dursley. He turned from Uncle Vernon to Harry. So, Potter, give us a shout if you need us. If we don't hear from you for 3 days in a row, we'll send someone along. Aunt Petunia whimpered piteously. It could not have been plainer that she was thinking of what the neighbours would say if they caught sight of these people marching up the garden path. Bye then, Potter, said Moody, grasping Harry's shoulder for a moment with a gnarled hand. Take care, Harry, said Lupin quietly. Keep in touch. Harry, we'll have you away from there as soon as we can, Miss Weasley whispered, hugging him again. We'll see you soon, mate, said Ron anxiously, shaking Harry's hand. Really soon, Harry, said Hermione earnestly. We promise. Harry nodded. He somehow could not find words to tell them what it meant to him, to see them all ranged there, on his side. Instead, he smiled, raised a hand in farewell, turned around and led the way out of the station towards the sunlit street, with Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia and Dudley hurrying along in his wake. The end.